Chapter 1. The Malicious Female. Amidst a fierce tugging, a resounding bang echoed as a stunning female collided with a pile of stones, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. You all witnessed that I did not push her. She ran into it herself, you cannot blame me. A plump female adorned with several flowers in her hair hastily waved her hands. Afterward, she cast a glance at a few filthy young beastmen nearby. Emolyn, swiftly carry your mother inside. Be cautious if she awakens. You shall not escape unscathed. As soon as the words left her lips, the group of young beastmen trembled, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and disgust. The eldest among them stepped forward, a glimmer of malice flashing in his gaze as he regarded the female on the ground. Maybe they should just kill her. No, that cannot happen. This female must not die yet. If she perishes, her parents would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon them. He clenched his fists tightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he and his siblings struggled to drag the unconscious female into the dilapidated abode behind them. Once they grew older, he would ensure. When Mu Qingqing regained consciousness, her stomach growled incessantly. She rubbed her head, feeling an excruciating throb. Upon finally perceiving her surroundings, she was momentarily taken aback. It was a rustic wooden house, supported in the center by a massive beam resembling an elephant's leg. In the corners of the room lay heaps of wood and grass of varying sizes. Beneath her was a patch of earthy grass, and atop her was an unknown animal's hide, soft and freshly skinned, still stained with traces of blood. Near the door stood a large pot and a bucket of water, while the rest of the disarray was unrecognizable. Where in the world is this? If Mu Qingqing recalled correctly, she had been burning the midnight oil in a brightly lit office, diligently working on design drafts before dozing off at her desk. While in a state of confusion, a rush of memories flooded her mind. Oh, it turns out she had traversed into a novel titled The Overbearing Beastman is in Love with Me. The story revolves around a world of beastmen, featuring a protagonist named by Wayner, who is fair-skinned and beautiful, and a male lead who is a tiger beastman, one of the most valiant warriors in his tribe. Their paths crossed in a clicked hero-saving damsel scenario. Had Mu Qingqing not meddled, they would have been bonded long ago. Mu Qingqing is the novel's antagonist, possessing striking beauty and a fiery temperament, yet utterly unlikable within the tribe. Eventually, upon meeting the male lead, she fell head over heels for him. Knowing he favored by Wayner, she schemed to drug him into a liaison, only for things to backfire, resulting in her entanglement with an unknown beastman and bearing his children. What she failed to anticipate was that the beastman she had become involved with was from the cursed Oshi clan. The original host, filled with anger and hatred, would often beat and scold her children, distorting their psyches in such a toxic environment, which ultimately led to their merciless torment of her until her demise. As these thoughts settled in, Mu Qingqing gasped in horror. She had unwittingly inhabited the body of such a vile female. No, this cannot stand. She must alter this fate. The world is vast, and she has yet to live enough. Mu Qingqing turned her gaze around the room, relieved to find no one present. She had feared the children might take advantage of her unconsciousness. However, they were still young. There should still be a chance for redemption. Rubbing her temples, she sat up and noticed an egg resting beside her pillow. Thinking of the children's emaciated forms, she gently caressed her stomach. An opportunity had arisen. She placed the egg into the only pot in the room and began pondering how to kindle a fire. You wicked female! What are you plotting? A sharp shout startled Mu Qingqing, causing her to flinch. Turning, she found several children glaring at her with fierce hostility. Holding a stick, she appeared bewildered. I intend to cook for you. Emolyn glared at her with unwavering intensity, while an even younger boy beside him could no longer contain himself and lunged at Mu Qingqing, biting down hard. Yenga, a little girl, stumbled over, panic-stricken as she tugged at the boy. The boy bit down with all his might, causing Mu Qingqing immense pain as blood welled from her arm. Instinctively, she jerked her arm, flinging the boy away, who landed with a thud on the ground. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, and she prepared to check on him, but Emolyn was faster, rushing to shield his brother. Mu Qingqing slowly approached them, only to be halted by a small hand gripping her sleeve. "Ah, mother, please no." Looking down, she saw the little girl's tear-streaked face, appearing utterly forlorn. Mu Qingqing's heart softened involuntarily. Although she did not particularly care for children, this one stirred an unexpected fondness within her. She reached out to pat the little girl's head, but Mo Lin swiftly sprang up, pulling his sister behind him. "Come at me if you wish. Do as you please." Mu Qingqing nearly faltered at his words, but understood, given the original host's actions. She gently explained, "I merely wish to prepare something for you to eat. Surely you must be hungry?" Quietly chastising herself for so swiftly slipping into her new role, Mu Qingqing could only hope for understanding. Mo Lin's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred as he sneered. "You intend to feed us our brother's flesh? Brother? Flesh?" Mu Qingqing's gaze fell upon the egg, submerged in the water. A sudden realization struck her like lightning. Of course, the original host had 4 children, and due to staggered hatching times, the eldest was 7 while the youngest was merely 1. 1-year-old? Could this egg possibly belong to? Seeing the female's dawning comprehension, Mo Lin's expression remained stoic, as if to say, "What else do you have to say?" Embarrassed, Mu Qingqing tugged at the corners of her mouth. She had nearly boiled her own child, utterly devoid of conscience. "I apologize, mother made a grave error. I was struck on the head and momentarily lost my senses." Yet not a soul present believed her words. Little female Mo seized the moment, rushing to scoop up her brother, her eyes darting toward Mu Qingqing with suspicion. Their contemptuous glances left Mu Qingqing feeling somewhat defeated. It seemed matters were more complicated than she had anticipated. With a resigned sigh, she returned to her makeshift bed, and the children, seeing her thus, collectively exhaled in relief before exiting the room. Blood from her arm dripped onto the ground as Mu Qingqing instinctively touched her bracelet, only to find herself transported to an unfamiliar place in an instant. She gazed in astonishment at her surroundings, her heart racing with disbelief. Is this the fabled space? Chapter 2. A Space to Carry? Within a seemingly boundless expanse, modern items were stacked high all around. Rice, oil, flour, instant noodles, biscuits, milk candies. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, toilet paper. Everything one could possibly need for sustenance and hygiene was at her disposal. Without a moment to ponder the implications of this space, Mu Qingqing rummaged through it for medicine and hastily bandaged her wounds. Afterward, she did not forget to grab a few packets of instant noodles to take with her, as there was nothing to eat outside. Upon exiting the space, she caught a whiff of a faint burning odor wafting through the air. Following the scent, she stepped outside to find the children huddled around a pile of grass, attempting to start a fire to cook. In the modest courtyard, the children surrounded a makeshift stove crafted from stones, with an iron pot balanced atop it and wood burning below. As Mu Qingqing drew near, she peered into the pot. Uncertain of what was being cooked, it appeared to be a glutinous mixture, resembling rice porridge, with a few leaves floating atop as makeshift vegetables. "What else do you plan to do, you female?" Mo Lin stood alert, his posture defensive. "The food is already prepared, it is you who refuses to eat." With a silent sigh, Mu Qingqing glanced at the second child, concerned for the one she had flung earlier, hoping he had not sustained any injuries. "Are you hurt?" Mo Yin froze for a moment, then retorted defensively. "What do you ask that for? Do you intend to attack me? Don't be foolish, you've missed your chance. I will not stand by for you to strike again." Mu Qingqing felt a flush of embarrassment. "No, it was an accident. I didn't realize I was so strong." Mo Lin let out a cold laugh. "You didn't realize? Are you sure?" Recalling the original host's peculiar strength, Mu Qingqing felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, with such stunning beauty, it was only natural she drew attention. She quickly shifted the conversation. "Are you all hungry? I have food." Mo Lin's expression darkened, his eyes flaring with anger. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to poison us? I warn you, I've already been deceived once. Do not think I will fall for it again. Or are you plotting against little Yin and you where?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yin brandished a wooden spoon, flinging a ladleful of scalding soup in her direction. "Do not think I will eat anything from you." "Hiss!" Mu Qingqing desperately dodged, but still caught some on her arm, which immediately blistered. Furious, she exclaimed, "If you do not want to eat, then why resort to violence? Mo Lin's gaze remained icy. What do you think? Faced with Mo Lin's loathing stare, Mu Qingqing remembered a harrowing incident from the past. When Mo Lin was very young, the original host had once fed him, and in that naive moment, he had consumed the food without hesitation, only to find it laced with poison. Fortune favored him, he survived, but could never transform again, that I end the perilous and treacherous realm of the Orc continent. The inability to transform into one's beast form is not merely a cause for mockery and ostracism among fellow orcs, it is a matter of life and death, where even the slightest hint of danger could prove fatal. The original owner, upon realizing that Mo Lin had not succumbed to poison but instead could not transform, merely sighed in regret. Mu Qingqing shook her head internally, pondering how Mo Lin had managed to endure these past few years. Understanding the circumstances, she comprehended Mo Lin's gaze filled with hatred, and upon seeing the blisters on his arm, felt no anger. Once you have finished eating, call for me, I shall make use of the pot. Mu Qingqing had initially intended to enter the house to prepare a meal, yet all the tools in her space required electricity. Here, devoid of resources, she found herself reluctant to consume bland instant noodles. Unsurprisingly, the little ones did not call for her at all. As Mu Qingqing stepped outside, she found no sign of the pot, and the fire starter had vanished, leaving only a few stones and scraps of wood behind. With a sigh, just as she turned to return indoors, she was suddenly startled by a chorus of cries, seemingly from Xiao Mou. "No, please don't. That is our possession. Release her, or I shall strike you down," came the youthful, defiant voice of Mo Yin. "Let go, and I will hand over the item to you," spoke Mo Lin, calm and composed. Mu Qingqing followed the cries and pushed through a thicket, arriving at the scene beneath a tree where several figures were gathered. A robust boy of around 10, with tiger ears, held one small female captive with one hand while gripping a fire starter with the other. Nearby, a few children with leopard and rabbit ears obstructed Mo Lin and Mo Yin. Xiao Mou, covered in grime, reached out for the fire starter, stuttering, "No, that can't be. It's ours." The tiger-eared boy sneered. "You are the cursed Oshi clan. What claim do you have to anything on this continent?" He prepared to throw the fire starter to the ground and extinguish it underfoot. In that moment, Mu Qingqing sought to intervene, but upon witnessing the boy's sweeping tail, she could not resist the urge to grasp it. "Give me that," the tiger-eared boy, defiant as ever, retorted. "Put me down, and I shall give it to you." Without further thought, Mu Qingqing released him, only for the boy to sneer and, before her very eyes, stomp down, extinguishing the fire starter with a hiss. Xiao Mou stared blankly at the now extinguished flame, her dirty little hands wiping away tears as she threw herself into Mo Yan's embrace. "Wah, second brother, the fire starter is gone." Mo Yin trembled with rage, but still comforted his sister by patting her shoulder. This turn of events was utterly unexpected for Mu Qingqing. The tiger-eared boy was not fierce, but rather sinister. "What do you intend to do? Pretend to rescue us only to destroy the fire starter? Have you not yet tired of such tricks?" A chilling voice resonated behind her. Turning, she met the gaze of Mo Lin, filled with animosity. With a sense of helplessness, Mu Qingqing explained, "I did not intend for this, I did not foresee it." Her voice grew weaker as Mo Lin took the two little ones and departed. As dusk fell, the lights within several makeshift homes constructed from hay bales began to glow. Mu Qingqing heard a multitude of voices. Stepping outside, she raised her eyes to see numerous females and beast folk descending from the mountain in groups. In their arms, the females cradled small bears, tigers, and lions, while the beast folk carried pigs, cows, sheep, and other creatures. Mu Qingqing even spotted several unfamiliar beings, creatures that defied categorization. Many of the females, upon seeing Mu Qingqing, looked at her with disdain, while the beast folk gazed at her with a mix of admiration and lust. What is that promiscuous female doing standing there? What else could she be doing? Surely, she seeks to seduce the beast folk and acquire some possessions without merit. Why does she not leave, despite the disdain directed at her? Given her dependence on beast folk for survival, where else could she go? Besides, she still resides in this tribe under Hulan. Surely not her child is already of such an age. Has she not yet given up on Hulan? It seems she is not. Just a few days ago, I saw her sneakily delivering items to Hulan. How pitiful for her little cubs, constantly subjected to her scolding and beatings. Pitiful? What pity is there for the cursed Oshi clan? Are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of the beast god? Whispers filled Mu Qingqing's ears. Indifferent to their words, she was about to turn away when a voice called out, "Qingqing, this is what I hunted it is for you." Chapter 3. The spark before Mu Qingqing stood a simple and honest young man from the bear clan, who had laid a lifeless creature upon the ground, resembling a chicken but several times larger. Quick, look! Xiong Hui is seeking out Mu Qingqing. Xiong Hui? Didn't he just bond with a female from the neighboring tribe last month? How can he so brazenly pursue Mu Qingqing when he already has a female? You might not know this, but Xiong Hui had a quarrel with his partner and accidentally killed her. Really? That can't be true. Xiong Hui seems quite honest. The female shook her head. What honesty is there in orcs? They all behave the same way. Does Mu Qingqing know? If she were to bond with Xiong Hui, could she not also meet a similar fate? Who can say? Mu Qingqing certainly does not know. She replied, as Mu Qingqing regarded the orc before her with a puzzled expression. Do we know each other? A glimmer of light flashed in Xiong Hui's eyes as he spoke clumsily. You may not know me, but I know you. I have been watching you for quite some time. Mu Qingqing was notorious for her fiery temperament, and Xiong Hui expected to be dismissed as soon as he uttered his first sentence. To his surprise, this female inquired if he recognized her, and her demeanor was surprisingly gentle, far from the fierce reputation she held. Xiong Hui had a fondness for spirited individuals. Their boldness was refreshing. Perhaps Mu Qingqing was not as fiery as rumored, and he found himself licking his lips at the thought. The previous female he had bonded with had proven to be too fragile. And though she claimed to have died due to an argument, the truth was far more sinister. Mu Qingqing, though a beleaguered workaholic with little time for romance, had encountered many men, and she quickly sensed the ill intentions behind the orc's gaze. Maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor, she said, I apologize, but you need not concern yourself with me any longer. I have no such intentions. Xiong Hui's eyes darkened, his expression shifting to one of brooding intensity. Just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of Mo Lin in the house behind her. The instinctual nature of an orc urged him to retreat, and he complied. Feigning disappointment, he lowered his head. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take your belongings with you, she added. As Xiong Hui gathered his things, he stole a glance at Mo Lin and Mo Yen. These bothersome little brats will be dealt with in due time, he thought. When Mu Qingqing turned, she was startled by Mo Lin's silent presence in the dark, devoid of light or warmth. Why are you lurking in silence? You nearly scared me to death, Mo Lin smirked. A mocking curve of his lips. What is there to fear from this venomous female? Yawning, Mu Qingqing entered the house. On the haystack, Mou was already fast asleep, cradling an egg, his dirty little face adorably peaceful. Softening her heart, Mo Yen, anxious, stood protectively in front of Mou, growling. What do you want? Mu Qingqing scratched her nose and returned to her bed. I'll sleep in the bed. You little ones can take the floor. TSK. Not long after Mu Qingqing fell into a deep slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a chilling sensation beside her. Blinking her eyes open, she was almost frightened to death once more. What do you want? Mu Qingqing demanded, her voice firm. Mo Lin regarded her coldly. Are you planning to bond with Xiong Hui? Xiong Hui? Who is that? Mu Qingqing, momentarily puzzled, recalled the orc she had seen earlier that afternoon, realizing what he meant. Before she could respond, Mo Lin continued, if you were to bond with Xiong Hui, you might as well die at my hands. And do not forget, my father is still alive. With that, he turned and lay back down on the haystack. Mu Qingqing dismissed the matter from her mind, though Mo Lin's last words did resonate with her. She was a female with a partner in the original tale. Mu Qingqing's story concluded abruptly, primarily focusing on the romance of Bai Waner and Hulan, leaving little room for the portrayal of Mu Qingqing's partner. She had no knowledge of what kind of being he was. No. What kind of orc? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Time to sleep, she thought, sinking back into slumber. However, it was not long before she was roused once more, this time by the biting cold that sent shivers through her. To her surprise, the temperature difference between day and night was so stark. The moonlight spilled into the room, revealing several little ones huddled together, trembling with cold. She could faintly hear their voices. Big brother, Xiao Yu is so cold. Big brother, I'm cold too, Mo Yin whispered. Can I sneak out to steal a spark? Mo Lin gently patted his younger siblings' heads. Stealing is wrong. I'll go out and think of a solution. Then hurry back, Mo Yin implored. If you don't return, that wicked female will surely kill Xiao Yu and me. With great difficulty, Mo Lin rose and stepped outside. The two little ones, still in their growth phase, soon fell asleep despite the cold. Hearing them doze off, Mu Qingqing hurriedly got out of bed. It's too dangerous for a child to go out at night. And what kind of solution could there possibly be? Exiting the courtyard, she spotted a small figure climbing the mountain in the distance. Without hesitation, she followed. After about 20 minutes, Mo Lin halted before a tree. Mu Qingqing watched as he produced a sharpened beast bone from his pocket, resembling a knife as he attempting to start a fire by drilling wood. But how could such a thin beast bone possibly cut through wood? The next moment, she was proven wrong. The tree was indeed being cut down. Yet, even if the tree fell, starting a fire from it would be impossible, for the wood was damp and Mu Qingqing touched the tree. Realizing it must have rained recently, observing Mo Lin laboriously working at the wood, she sighed helplessly. She scanned her surroundings, finding a drier leaf. From her storage, she retrieved a lighter and a dry wooden block. After confirming the route down the mountain, she ignited the leaf, tossed down the dry wood, and turned to run back down. Mo Lin understood that wet wood would never ignite, and with neighbors eager for their demise, borrowing fire was out of the question. But what else could he do? He had to try. What if he succeeded? At that moment, he heard a rustling nearby and looked up to see a flicker of light. The dark pupils reflected the tiny flame, and Mo Lin froze before rushing over. The leaf had caught fire. As the flames dwindled, he looked around helplessly and spotted a dry wood block beside the burning leaf, perfect for fueling the fire. Holding the burning wood, Mo Lin descended the mountain with a smile on his lips. However, as he stepped through the doorway, his expression froze. Chapter 4. The female lead appears. Mo Yin and Mo Yu were nowhere to be found on the haystack. Mo Lin's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. If you don't return, that wicked female will surely kill Xiao Yu and me. Yes, it must have been that female who was responsible while he was away. She had seized his younger siblings and buried them. She had done the same with her own unborn siblings. With eyes reddening in fury, Mo Lin approached Mu Qingqing, holding the spark aloft, alone now. Life felt meaningless. Perhaps it would be best to end her life. For her wickedness, she must pay the price. Yet as he drew near, illuminated by the dim light of the spark, his expression shifted. Mo Yin and Mo Yu were sound asleep in the embrace of the female. Mo Lin could hardly believe his eyes. His younger siblings lay peacefully in the arms of that cruel female. Where was his little brother? In shock, Mo Lin scanned the area and spotted his egg-shaped little brother safe and sound. Not only was he unharmed, but the female had even covered him with the beast skin she herself had been reluctant to wear. What could this female possibly intend? Mo Lin had no time to ponder further. Dawn was approaching, and he needed to sneak up the mountain to learn to hunt, lest his younger siblings go hungry. He placed the spark in a pile of stones, adding a few pieces of wood, and soon the room grew warm. The next morning, before Mu Qingqing fully awoke, she heard faint scolding from outside. Yawning, she caught a whiff of a strange odor in the room. Finally realizing where she was, she tiptoed out of bed and hid behind the door. What on earth happened last night? Wasn't I supposed to have you wait for me? Why is it that upon my return, you both have ended up in that female's bed? Mo Yan's face was grim, and Mo Yu's little face was pale, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched the egg-shaped brother. Big brother, we didn't know how we ended up in that female's bed. Mo Lin, fearing to frighten his sister, softened his tone. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yu. Big brother isn't angry, upon hearing her brother's reassurance. Mo Yu's stutter lessened. When we woke up, we found ourselves in Mother's bed. Mo Lin gazed at his second brother in confusion. Is that so? Mo Yan's gaze drifted, lost in thought. Mo Lin frowned. Xiao Yin? Mo Yin answered vaguely, fists clenched, his eyes gleaming. When I woke up, I should have hit her twice behind the door. Mu Qingqing. Perhaps sensing that Mu Qingqing had risen, several individuals ceased their conversation and began to kindle the fire for cooking. Stretching her limbs, Mu Qingqing stepped outside, where a few children were boiling an indeterminate substance in a pot. It was green and leafy, resembling wild vegetables, with a hint of red, akin to sweet potatoes. Mu Qingqing felt a twinge of confusion. Those who descended the mountain yesterday had brought back numerous fine goods, suggesting that the resources on the mountain should be abundant. They were still young and likely lacked the courage to venture up the mountain. Mu Qingqing mused, contemplating a visit herself at some point. Little did she know, even a slight approach to the depths of the mountain posed terrifying dangers for an adult beastman, let alone for Mo Lin. The young one who could not transform into a beast. Ascending the mountain would undoubtedly be a one-way trip. The food in the pot began to bubble furiously as Mo Yin, under Mo Lin's instruction, retrieved several chipped stone bowls from a haystack and proceeded to ladle out the soup. In truth, the food they had found today was quite decent. They were cooking meat whisker grass, which had a meaty flavor, alongside sweet potatoes. What appeared to be a haphazard mix of weeds to Mu Qingqing was, in the eyes of the younglings, a rare delicacy. Many females favored meat whisker grass, as it was both delicious and did not contribute to weight gain. Little Mo, you clutched an egg, gazing longingly at the soup. Brother, can I have some meat whisker grass? Mo Lin showed a flicker of reluctance. No, the little female did not appear disheartened. All right then, I'll have sweet potatoes. Brother Mo Lin patted his sister's head. When you grow a bit more, you can have some. The little female beamed. Okay, I will listen to brother. Mo Yin quietly interjected. Brother, can't you have just a little? This elicited a sharp glance from Mo Lin. Mo, you had not been unfamiliar with meat whisker grass, having consumed it once and suffered from severe stomach issues, nearly losing her life, after which Mo Lin forbade her from eating it again. Despite the fact that the younglings did not address Mu Qingqing directly, an additional bowl appeared on the stone table, filled with meat whisker grass and sweet potatoes. The portion perfectly sufficient. It seemed they still held a certain fear of the original owner. As Mu Qingqing approached to take the bowl, the door to her humble courtyard was kicked open. Mu Qingqing, you fox spirit, get out here. Mu Qingqing nearly choked in disbelief. Was this a scene from a drama? I'm right here. What is it? She replied politely, not out of intentional courtesy, but rather due to her incomplete immersion in the role. A stout female seized her beastman partner's ear and marched over. What are you asking for? Where are the things my male gave you? Hand them over. Upon hearing this, the younglings exhibited faces of disgust. Mu Qingqing glanced at the beastman beside her, realizing she had no recollection of him. What things? The stout female let out a cold laugh, feigning ignorance. Are we? Speak up. Did you not take the items he gave you? It was one thing to give you some food and drink, but such an expensive beast hide, something I wouldn't dare wear, and you just handed it over to this fox spirit? The more she spoke, the more enraged she became. Quickly say it. Did something happen between you two? The neighboring residents, awakened by the commotion, couldn't help but gather around. Having witnessed the abundance of animals hunted by the team yesterday, they were not in a rush to ascend the mountain today. Mu Qingqing quickly rifled through her memories, confirming that she had no prior interaction with this beastman. The male beastman standing before her was named Bao Fei. He lowered his head, unable to meet the fierce gaze of the female. He turned to glance at his partner, a Qing. I'll explain when we go back. The stout female, named a Qing, placed her hands on her hips and glared. What do you mean by going back to talk? You need to clarify this now, hand over the items, or this matter won't end here. The beastman, aware of his partner's temper, remained silent. The focus of the ire shifted back to Mu Qingqing. The rhino hide that was sent recently. Previously I had no idea what was given. I could exchange that rhino hide for an entire yo-yo beast. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A rhino hide, such a fine item, just given away? Mu Qingqing truly is remarkable. Indeed, I have a palm-sized rhino hide at home. I wouldn't dare use it even when injured, and I only brought it out when my mother fell ill. I know this. I saw Bao Fei trade 2 yo-yo beasts for the rhino hide with the neighboring tribes. Oh, it was given to Mu Qingqing. The stout female's fury escalated, and just as she was about to explode, a graceful female approached, clad in leopard-patterned beast skin. Her exposed skin was delicate and fair, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye that made her appear even more endearing. The wildness and purity she exuded was captivating, making it hard to look away, and even her voice carried an ethereal quality. Qingqing, did you take something from Bao Fei? You should return it to him quickly. If you need anything, just let me know. Chapter 5. Slander. Just as Mu Qingqing was puzzled by the sudden appearance of this female, the murmurs of the onlookers clarified her confusion. After all, Hu Lan's partner is truly good-hearted. What do you mean Hu Lan's partner? She has a name. By Wanner that I heard, she caught the attention of the city lord, but willingly stayed in the tribe for Hulan. When will I ever be able to bond with such a female? I dream of in that case. I suspect you can only dream. By Wanner. To encounter the female lead from the book just one day after crossing over? Mu Qingqing yawned. I don't know what you were talking about. I haven't taken anything of his If you don't believe me, feel free to search. The contents of the house were clearly visible. It was evident whether or not she had taken anything. Her candid demeanor raised the stout female's suspicions. What if Mu Qingqing has already hidden it away? How could she possibly let you see it? This assertion garnered unanimous agreement from the crowd. Bai Wanner noticed that all the females and beastmen looked down upon Mu Qingqing, her eyes revealing a hint of compassion. You shouldn't speak of her that way. What if Mu Qingqing really didn't take Bao Fei's hide? Wanner, please stop defending Mu Qingqing, a female carrying a basket approached. We all know what kind of female Mu Qingqing is. She not only enjoys flirting with bonded beastmen in the tribe, but also relishes taking things from others without asking. What if Mu Qingqing truly didn't take Bao Fei's hide? Do you still not trust Bao Fei's words? I certainly trust our tribe's beastmen. They are all great warriors. Bai Wanner's words ignited a fervor among the beastmen present, stirring their blood and reminding them that fighting for the tribe was their lifelong mission. By the beast god above, we are willing to fight for the tribe. By the beast god above, we are willing to fight for the tribe. By the beast god above, we are willing to fight for the tribe. Mu Qingqing's face stiffened. This is nothing short of a large-scale cult. Despite the stout female being swept up in the atmosphere, she was more focused on her own beast hide. She shoved Bao Fei hard. Get that thing back. Bao Fei, influenced by the morale of the beastmen, found his courage bolstered. Mainly, he was now faced with the pressure of Bai Wanner's words, if she was willing to believe him. Then he, like a small mountain, stood in front of Mu Qingqing, his bronze-colored, taut muscles both a threat and a form of intimidation. Hand over the items. As he spoke those words, Bao Fei felt a pang of guilt. For he had not given Mu Qingqing the hide. Rather, he had given it to someone else. He instinctively glanced at a female standing not far away. Given that Mu Qingqing had received so many things from the beastmen, she would surely lose track of them all as long as he kept his mouth shut. Mu Qingqing regarded the beastman coldly. Then I must have forgotten. When exactly did you give it to me? Upon hearing Mu Qingqing claim to have forgotten, a flicker of delight flashed in the beastman's eyes. He had gambled correctly. There were too many beastmen who had given her things, and Mu Qingqing simply wouldn't remember. When? Bao Fei paused, his eyes darting as he hastily fabricated a time. Yesterday afternoon, Mu Qingqing let out a cold laugh, nodding towards a small tiger-eared male not far away. Yesterday afternoon, that little brat extinguished our fire. I was looking for him to settle the score. When did we ever meet? You extinguished someone else's fire? The crowd observed the guilty expression of Hu Yang and knew she was speaking the truth. Bao Fei stammered, I must have misremembered. It was the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday afternoon, Mu Qingqing scoffed. The day before yesterday, I pilfered some sweet potatoes from Lu Amu and was scolded by her all afternoon. When did you come around? Lu Amu was an elderly female, and upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, she recalled the incident. Yes, that little vixen took all the sweet potatoes I had been nurturing with such difficulty. I scolded her from dawn until dusk. She appeared quite proud of herself. As she spoke, she inquired, Bao Fei, when did you come? How come I didn't see you? The act of stealing sweet potatoes had been performed by the original owner. Not by her, and Mu Qingqing silently scoffed in her heart. Bao Fei was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to come up with an excuse. He instinctively looked again at the female standing not far away. This motion was keenly caught by Mu Qingqing, who shot the female a glance, and an idea immediately sparked in her mind. She turned and discreetly asked Mo Linner, what does a rhino hide look like? Mo Lin shot her a complicated look, sensing that this female seemed somewhat different from before. He wasn't sure if it was a trick. Black skin with blue spots, Mu Qingqing recalled once more. This time she could confirm that her memory contained no such hide. No. It wasn't the day before yesterday, I remember now. It was a few days ago, I know where the hide is. Mu Qingqing interrupted Leopard Fei's words. And a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. What are you saying? Isn't the beast skin with you? Mu Qingqing cast a sympathetic glance at the plump female, causing her scalp to tingle. Mu Qingqing. What are you trying to do? Hurry up and take it out. Bai Wanner pretended to be troubled as she stepped forward to mediate. Ching, just return the item to her, and let this matter rest. The plump female wanted to protest, but she could not disregard Bai Wanner's face. Ching smiled and walked towards the crowd. Let us go. Follow me to take a look. Mo Yin tugged at Mo Lin's sleeve and whispered. Elder brother, did the female take the item? Mo Yin found it somewhat perplexing. If it were usual, the female would have likely raised a ruckus by now, possibly even resorting to violence, and he and his elder brother would have been caught in the fray. Why was it so gentle now? Mo Lin's expression darkened, and he asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Do you really not remember how you ended up in bed yesterday? Mo Yin was taken aback. His voice awkward. I seem to recall a little. I fell asleep, and my body was lifted to bed. Wasn't it you who carried me? Mo Lin wanted to deny it, but ultimately remained silent. Let us go. Let's take a look together. Mo Lin lowered his head and noticed the mud beside Mu Ching's beast's skin. Although the mud had dried, he recognized it as coming from the mountain. Recalling the figure he had seen there last night and the leaves that suddenly caught fire, Mu Ching walked in a particular direction, leaving all the beast females puzzled about her intentions as they followed behind. But Leopard Fei realized what was happening, and his heart raced to his throat. Ignoring the distinction between males and females, he pulled Mu Ching back and growled, If you don't want the beast's skin, are you trying to run away? The plump female wanted to say something but, having never witnessed her partner's anger, dared not voice her thoughts. Why discard the beast's skin? Bai Wanner sighed. Ching, this tribe is so small. Where do you think you can run to? If Leopard Fei says to discard it, you should not attempt to flee. Their exchange resembled a comedic performance. Mu Ching chuckled and pointed at a nearby straw hut. The beast's skin is over there. Chapter 6. I know where the beast's skin is. Leopard Fei was both astonished and enraged. What nonsense are you spouting? In just this brief moment, Mu Ching recognized that Leopard Fei was not as simple as he appeared. Leopard Fei positioned himself in front of Mu Ching, threatening her in a low voice. If you don't want the item back, don't speak recklessly. Mu Ching coldly regarded him. What a joke. Although the original owner was arrogant, I own my actions. However, do not attempt to tarnish my name with what I have not done. Step aside, she shouted sharply, stunning all the beast females present. Bai Wanner was taken aback, and Leopard Fei was momentarily dumbfounded. The female before them retained her fiercely attractive visage, yet her aura had transformed into one of aloofness and high-handedness, making her unapproachable and not to be trifled with. What is happening? Before she could ponder further, Mu Ching had already positioned herself at the door of the hut. At this point, Leopard Fei understood that if he advanced any further, everything would be irreparably exposed. Just as he was about to reach out to stop Mu Ching, she had already pushed past him and entered the courtyard. What are you doing here? Linghua asked nervously, having only caught a distant glimpse of the commotion outside and unaware of the specifics. In her anxiety, she instinctively glanced at Leopard Fei, unsure of why this beast man had brought someone to her home. She had only recently moved to this tribe and was unfamiliar with Mu Ching. Only knowing her notorious reputation, having already borne several offspring, the plump female was no innocent maiden. As soon as Linghua appeared, she sensed something was amiss, especially upon seeing her face. Coupled with her partner's unusual attitude towards Mu Ching, her eyes immediately reddened. Linghua, did my Leopard Fei give you a rhino beast skin? Linghua, not being foolish, could almost piece together the situation with that one question. Inwardly cursing Leopard Fei for being a fool who could not manage his affairs properly, she wondered why this was landing on her. No, I have not seen any rhino beast skin, she replied, smoothing her hair and adding softly, has someone said something? Ever since my partner passed away, many jealous females have claimed I am seducing their beast men, but I have done nothing. Not long ago, a female had clashed with Linghua, accusing her of enticing her beastman, yet the beastman had never even met Linghua. Thus, her words gained a considerable degree of credibility among the beast females present. With only two remaining doubtful, Mu Ching and the plump female, Linghua had observed the unusual behavior of her own beastman for days, and while she despised Mu Ching, she could easily ascertain her whereabouts by asking the neighboring females. As for Linghua, she lived alone, and there were no beast females around her house to provide any testimony. Seeing that all the females were siding with her, Linghua felt a wave of relief. She casually cast a glance at the plump female, a look infused with indifference and provocation. It was precisely this glance that solidified the plump female's suspicions. With a resigned sigh, she turned around. preparing to leave with the onlooking beast females. Actually, I am not only looking for the beast's skin. I also discovered that the green fruit I gave Afe a few days ago is still unripe. If consumed, what? Unripe? Linghua exclaimed in shock. The green fruit, when consumed by females, nourished and beautified them, while for beastmen, it replenished their strength. Beastmen, who hunted year-round, expended tremendous energy, and a single green fruit could be life-saving in critical moments. However, unripe green fruit was a deadly poison. Consuming it would result in poisoning. Linghua's reaction left all the beast females stunned, and before they could gather their thoughts, the plump female darted in front of Linghua with astonishing speed. You still say it's not you. You also ate the green fruit and took the beast skin. Yang, go find the beast skin for me. Mu Qingqing had completed her part in the drama. Folding her arms, ready to watch the show unfold. Unexpectedly, she saw a young male, around 10 years old, transform into a small cheetah upon hearing his mother's words, and he dashed straight into the house. She was left wide-eyed, astonished. This was her first time witnessing a living being transform into a wild beast. Although she knew this was the Beastman continent, seeing it firsthand was still quite shocking. Unconsciously, she glanced at the surrounding beastmen. Those with leopard ears were cheetahs, those with bear ears were bears, and those with lion ears were lions. Mu Qingqing's scrutiny made the females wary, suspecting she was attempting to seduce yet another beastman. Ignoring their gazes, Mu Qingqing's attention inadvertently shifted to her own few cubs. The book had described them as the cursed Oshi clan. Oshi snake. Mu Qingqing could visibly feel goosebumps rising on her arms. Her eyes widening in horror, she was terrified. Snakes were her greatest fear. How had she not remembered this earlier? Mo Lin coldly observed the changing expressions on the female's face. Noticing the fear in her eyes, he smirked mockingly, wondering what strange whim had taken her. Amidst the plump female's slaps, Leopard Fei could no longer restrain himself. He forcefully pulled the plump female away to protect Linghua. This action practically confirmed his affair with Linghua. The surrounding beast females gasped in unison. The strength of beastmen far exceeded that of females, and as Ah Qing was pulled away, she crashed against the wall. The little cheetah, holding the rhino beast skin, emerged just in time to witness this scene, and his eyes turned red with tears. With a cry, he dropped the beast skin and lunged at Leopard Fei, mistaking the child's intent as aggression towards Linghua. Leopard Fei, in a moment of panic, threw a punch. Leopard Fei, Ah Fei, the beast females exclaimed in alarm. Even a tiger would not harm its cub. To injure one's own child over a deceitful female would make their tribe a laughingstock. The plump female paused, then furiously struck Leopard Fei. If you have a grievance, come at me. Why strike Ah Yang? For the sake of a female, you would harm your own child. Her words were filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. Ah, mother! The little cheetah, dazed from the punch, swayed unsteadily, his heart shattered by the blow. He stumbled towards the plump female and collapsed beside her. Ah Qing panicked, as did Leopard Fei, and all the beast females were thrown into disarray. Even Mu Qingqing's eyes flickered with a hint of sympathy. This fleeting sympathy was quickly caught by Mo Lin, his derision deepening as he observed her concern for another's cub while treating his own with disdain. When the day came that the child grew up, he would ensure that this female experienced a fate worse than death. Feeling an unsettling chill of murderous intent surrounding her, Mu Qingqing did not need to turn around to discern its source. There was no way around it. She was in the wrong and dared not utter a word. Chapter 7. Who gave you this? Thus, the farce came to a temporary halt. The female beast folk who were meant to hunt ascended the mountain. While those tasked with foraging set about their duties, Mu Qingqing found herself with a moment of respite. After ensuring his younger siblings were accounted for, Mo Lin joined the hunting party up the mountain. Some beast folk mocked him, pointing out his lack of maturity, yet he remained silent, choosing not to engage. Once Mo Lin departed, Mo Yin rummaged through a pile of grass and produced a piece of hide. Somehow managing to knot it, he soon fashioned a small bag suitable for carrying on his back. Cradling an egg in one arm while leading air with the other, the two set off in the same direction. Mu Qingqing tentatively inquired where the little ones were headed, but a single glance from Mo Yin silenced her, rendering her a solitary and forlorn female. However, she was not entirely idle. The house was in disrepair. Foul-smelling and decrepit, she had endured the stench to sleep the previous night, questioning whether she had become light-headed from it. With an abundance of items in her space, she decided it was prudent to tidy up her living quarters. For it was, after all, her place of residence. It would be unwise to suffer in silence. The first order of business was it was unacceptable for her to sleep on a hard wooden slab with a few layers of hide while the little ones huddled on a pile of grass. She collected all the debris from the floor into her space, sweeping away dust and fragments of unusable hides until only a barren patch of ground remained. Though she aimed for a significant transformation, it was vital to keep it subtle. Many of the items in her space could not be used indiscriminately, lest they arouse suspicion. After searching her space, she found several evenly sized wooden boards, which she propped up with stones and covered with a thick layer of grass, finishing with a blanket resembling hide, thus creating 2 beds, one for herself and one for the little ones. Sitting on the bed, soft and comfortable, Mu Qingqing felt a sense of reluctant satisfaction. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. The foraging party often saw some females descend the mountain to check on their homes and deliver provisions to the hunting beastfolk. Each day, a small team of beastfolk would rotate down the mountain at midday, both to ensure the tribe's safety and to bring lunch from the females to the hunters. Yu Qingqing noticed her neighbors carrying bundles of hides toward the center of the tribe and could not resist stopping one female to inquire about the purpose of their journey. The female regarded Mu Qingqing with a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. "Why do you ask? You have no mate. Are you perhaps interested in someone else's beastfolk, wishing to bring him food?" Mu Qingqing was unperturbed, thanking her before departing. Mo Lin was still on the mountain, and he hadn't brought any food with him. Such a small child would surely be pitiful without sustenance. Time was of the essence, so Mu Qingqing hurried back to her space to see what she could bring. Before long, her eyes landed on a cream bread. While the beastfolk continent had flour, they were unaware of how to utilize it. This would serve as a plausible explanation if suspicions arose. Given that Mo Lin appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, one would surely not suffice. Thus, Mu Qingqing took 2. Mo Lin had brought water with him, so she need not prepare any. Wrapping the 2 breads in hide, she made her way toward the center of the tribe. "Bear, here is your package." Several beastfolk began distributing the bundles they had brought up the mountain. "Shtongwei, this is yours. Baoqi, your female sent this. Shikai, yours. Shikai, quickly, let me see what your female prepared for you." One beastfolk leaned over to another. "Every time your female forages for green fruit, she brings it over. There must be some today." A hint of a smile appeared on Shirkai's handsome face. "If there is, I shall share half with you." The beastfolk snorted, chewing on their own dry meat strips with disdain. "I have no interest in your offerings." Shirkai opened the hide pouch, and indeed, inside was a piece of cooked yo-yo beast meat and a small green fruit. With a grin, Shirkai offered, "Here, have some. I assume you haven't tasted it yet?" The beastfolk eagerly accepted it, poised to take a bite, but then reconsidered and returned it. "Why not?" Shirkai asked, puzzled as he chewed the meat. "Is it not cooked?" The beastfolk shook their head. "Your female must have exerted considerable effort to gather it. I cannot eat it." Everyone knew how difficult it was to forage for green fruit, and this remark left Shirkai momentarily silent. "If the opportunity arises, I shall gather some for you." The beastfolk angrily tore into the meat. "Once I find a female, I too shall have green fruit." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the solitary Bao Fei not far away, maliciously relishing the thought. Some are fortunate enough to have green fruit every day yet remain unsatisfied. Shirkai shot him a stern look. The beastfolk fell silent, while Bao Fei, glowering, munched on his meat. After the uproar from the previous day, he had expected a tumultuous return home, but to his surprise, Qing had not caused any trouble and had not spoken to him either. Though somewhat plump, Qing was nimble and agile, having gathered the most green fruit among the females, which was why he had gifted some to Ling Hua. His gaze fell upon the little ones nearby. Were it not for Mu Qingqing, he would have enjoyed delicious green fruit today. Mo Lin sensed the intimidating gaze of an adult beastfolk directed at him. Had he been an ordinary child, he would have trembled in fear, but he remained unfazed. What mattered to him was whether he could secure prey in his own way today and learn something new. Starved, he had little else to concern himself with. The single bowl of soup he had in the morning was far from sufficient. He had already drunk from the river twice, and soon the hunt would commence again. Usually, he would carry a couple of fruit bars with him. But his focus had been on the female these past few days, leaving him to face hunger. Mo Lin. Not far off, a beast folk called out several times, and upon seeing Mo Lin's bewildered expression, added, "Yes, you? What are you staring at? Come over and collect your belongings." The beast folk spoke impatiently. Mo Lin brushed the leaves from his body and approached the beast folk step by step, various thoughts racing through his mind. Could it be that Xiao Yin took you to forage for fruit? He had explicitly told him it was too dangerous, and Xiao Yin usually heeded his words. How could he? The hide in his hand felt light. Unlike fruit, and shaking it yielded no discernible weight in front of the beast folk. Mo Lin unwrapped the hide. His expression faltering. 2 fist-sized lumps appeared before his eyes, exuding a rich aroma that was indescribable, only serving to intensify his hunger. Who gave you this? Mo Lin inquired. Chapter 8. Cream bread. The beast folk regarded him with curiosity, initially reluctant to engage, but recognizing him as a child, relented. Your mother, Mu Qingqing? The scent drew the attention of several keen-nosed beast folk who approached. I have never encountered such a fragrance. It is exquisite. Indeed, it is delightful. I just finished a meal, yet now I find myself hungry again. Which female prepared this? Look, Mo Lin has it. One beast folk seized the arm of another. Surely the aroma emanates from his hands. It seems so. Never mind, let us not go over there. Another beast folk interjected. Why not? Your mother is providing you with sustenance. Who knows if it is poisoned? Would she truly be so kind? This sentiment evoked sympathy for the little one. Upon hearing this, the other beast folk nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the observation. Even outsiders recognized that Mu Qingqing harbors ill intentions. Mo Lin held the soft bread dismissively, preparing to discard it, yet the enticing aroma made his stomach growl. Reluctant to part with it, he hesitated. After a moment's deliberation, he swallowed hard and tucked the bread into his pocket. His objective for the day was to hunt an adult yo-yo beast. Were you certain you were prepared? In the jungle, a one-eyed white wolf walked ahead of a small male, coldly inquiring. The small male nodded earnestly, declaring himself ready. Mo Lin, you are lying. The one-eyed white wolf halted, fixing Mo Lin with a penetrating gaze. You are not prepared. Mo Lin, feeling anxious, realized that few beast folk took the time to instruct him with such diligence. He was determined not to squander the opportunity, especially since this wolf was one of the most esteemed warriors in the tribe. I am truly prepared. I have a stone hook, a stone knife, and gray limestone grass. The first two were tools, while the latter served for treating wounds. The one-eyed white wolf's gaze was sharp. I can hear your stomach growling. Hunting on an empty stomach would hinder his stamina, making it easier to lose focus. How could he concentrate on learning the art of hunting under such circumstances? A hint of embarrassment crossed Mo Lin's face. Uncle Wolf, I truly can manage. Mo Lin, do not make me repeat myself now. Go and fill your stomach. If you cannot find food, I shall catch something for you. Mo Lin took a deep breath and shook his head. No need. Uncle Wolf, wait for me. I will be there shortly. After finishing his words, Mo Lin dashed towards a tree. Gritting his teeth, he unwrapped the beast hide, revealing 2 cream-filled buns with their luscious filling already squeezed out, emanating a sweet aroma. Mo Lin inhaled deeply, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was the depths of the mountains. The hunting teams from the tribe had not ventured this far, and the nearby prey was fraught with peril. He absolutely could not allow Uncle Wolf to take any risks. If it came to it, he would rather die. With a heavy heart, he took a bite of the bun. It was soft and sweet, 100 times more delectable than he had imagined. In no time, he devoured one bun, and when he regained his senses, he nearly bit into the second one. No, he mustn't eat more. The bun was somewhat dry, so Mo Lin retrieved a small wooden barrel he carried and drank heartily. Shortly after, he let out a satisfied burp, feeling invigorated. However, he was not so optimistic. Immediately after eating, regret washed over him. What if it were poisoned? What if he were to die from it? He could not afford to die. What would happen to Xiao Yin and Yu Er? He still harbored the desire to grow up and avenge the females who had caused him to be unable to beastify. With heavy steps, he approached Wolf, each footfall deliberate. Wolf caught a whiff of the aroma on him and, sensing he had eaten, did not ponder it further. Let us go. The man and beast journeyed together for nearly 20 minutes when suddenly, Wolf halted and Mo Lin, not paying attention, bumped into him. Mo Lin, tell me, what are you thinking? The solitary wolf's presence was imposing and dignified, yet the faint concern in his lone eye was palpable. Mo Lin felt a lump in his throat. A stranger, a beast man, could show concern for a young cub, while his own mother sought ways to end his life. Why was the world so unfair? Mo Lin opened his mouth, his voice tinged with a slight rasp, and succinctly conveyed his worries. He feared the buns might be poisoned. He was not afraid of death, but he could not die just yet. Upon hearing this, Wolf E transformed instantly into a towering beast man. With silvery hair flowing like mist, his soul eye fixed on Mo Lin as he extended his hand. "Give it to me, Mo Lin." Taken aback, presented the other bun. Wolf E took it, sniffed it, and swallowed it whole. Mo Lin's eyes widened in alarm. Uncle Wolf E. His concern was not for the loss of his food, but rather for the possibility of poison. After finishing the bun, Wolf E's deep voice calmly instructed, "Mo Lin, this is the first lesson I impart to you. Do not regret what you have done, from the moment we ascended the mountain until now. Do you comprehend what we have encountered?" Mo Lin stared at him, bewildered. "What have we experienced? On the path we just traversed, I scared away a few hyenas that sought to ambush you. We passed by 2 lifeless creatures. And you did not inquire what they were. Do you not tell me you recognized them? I have scarcely seen such things myself. By lamenting over what has already transpired, you are missing countless opportunities to learn. Each of those moments could have claimed your life. Thus, your current state merely alters the timing of your demise. You can either choose for me to hunt for you, or you can opt for the female's food. Since you have chosen the latter, you must be prepared for death. Do not regret." Wolfie's resonant voice struck Mo Lin's heart like a heavy hammer, reverberating with profound wisdom. No one had ever taught him such truths. Yet he found immense value in those words. Do not regret what you have done. He had spent countless moments engulfed in regret, lamenting not having slain the female when she had fainted. Regretting his naive trust in her, which had led to his poisoning and inability to beastify. Regretting his failure to protect his younger siblings, resulting in their suffering at the hands of the female. And regretting far too many times to count. Mo Lin steadied his thoughts, filled with gratitude towards Wolf. I understand, Uncle Wolf. Why? As dusk descended, the setting sun cast a golden veil over the tribe. Mu Qingqing emerged from her dwelling, her face smudged with dirt. The hunting and gathering teams from the mountain were returning one by one, and the young cubs who had played outside all day transformed into little lions. Tigers and bears, bouncing homeward, clamoring, "Father, Mother, I'm hungry." The females lovingly scooped up their little ones, while the beastmen embraced their mates, cheerfully heading home. "Your father's team brought back several adult Yao beasts today. I'll make soup for you shortly." The cubs nestled in their mother's arms, obediently responding, their appearances endearingly clumsy. Mu Qingqing gazed at this scene with a tinge of envy. How adorable those fluffy little cubs were, in the blink of an eye. Her own cubs returned. Mo Yin appeared just as he had left, cradling an egg in one arm and holding Yu's hand with the other. The male and female cast her a fleeting glance, as if she were invisible, and headed straight into the house. Mu Qingqing thought. Chapter 9. A clean house, however. As soon as the 2 little cubs entered, they froze. The interior was neat and tidy, with 2 beautiful beds arranged inside. Separated by a curtain, a stone table and benches were stacked in one corner, and a simple wooden cabinet held several toys, all meticulously organized. There was also a stone structure of unknown purpose, with a fire smoldering within. Mo Yin and Yu finally felt a warmth envelop them. Why? Yu, curious, sucked on her finger and asked in her sweet voice, Yin Gu, is this our home?" Mo Yin looked at the entering female with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Yes, it is our home." He could not fathom what this female intended by cleaning the house so meticulously. Did she plan to live alone and cast them out? It was freezing at night, and if they were to be expelled, they would surely perish. If that female dared to cast them away, he would. Mo Yin clenched his fists. Mu Qingqing smiled at the 2 little cubs. "Is it clean? I spent a whole day organizing it, and I feel quite pleased." However, no one acknowledged her. "You must be hungry, right? I'll go prepare some food now." The stone fire pit outside was moved to the other side of the house. It had originally been used for storing prey, but Mu Qingqing cleared it out to make room for cooking tools. Mo Yin set down the egg and blocked her path, glaring fiercely at her. "What do you want to do? Did this female intend to cook? Did she want to poison them?" He would not grant her that opportunity. Mu Qingqing looked at him, puzzled. Cooking, of course, aren't you hungry? I'm not hungry, Mo Yin declared haughtily. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his stomach growled audibly, and his face flushed with embarrassment, and Mu Qingqing could not contain her laughter. What a little proud one. Mo Yin, infuriated by her laughter, turned to take Yu Er away. However, as darkness enveloped the sky and the temperature dropped, where could the two little cubs go? Moreover, they were worried about their egg brother freezing. So they had no choice but to huddle in a corner, keeping a wary eye on the female. Mu Qingqing raised an eyebrow as she glanced at the corner. If the two little cubs wouldn't eat, she certainly would not deprive herself. With so many delicious foods in the space, she was not foolish enough to neglect her own needs. However, after a long day of labor, she did not wish to prepare anything complex. So she decided to simply boil some noodles and fry 2 eggs. She placed a bone broth base in the pot, blanched several small cabbages, removed them, boiled 2 runny eggs, retrieved them, and finally added the noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, she added the cabbages and runny eggs, sprinkled a bit of chicken essence, boiled it for a few seconds, and served it. A fragrant bowl of vegetable egg noodles was ready. The rich aroma mingling with the scent of eggs made one salivate. In fact, Mu Qingqing had blanched more than 2 cabbages, boiled more than 2 runny eggs, and cooked far more noodles than 1 serving. She deliberately took a deep breath, casting a sidelong glance at the corner. Such delicious food, yet no one was eating it. What a pity! Yu Er, barely 2 years old and unable to disguise her desires, stared longingly at Mu Qingqing, drool nearly escaping her lips. Mo Yin, witnessing his sister's unguarded expression, furiously covered her eyes. Why, Yu Er? Don't look. The female has ill intentions. There must be poison in it. Although Yu Er was small, she grasped the concept of poison. She knew her elder brother had been poisoned by a female, which prevented him from beastifying. Thus, she pushed Mo Yin's hand away, pouting her small fists in anger. Poison, bad. Mother is bad. I want to eat. Mo Yin, gratified, chimed in, yes, females are very bad. Hearing their words, Mu Qingqing gazed worriedly at the noodles in the pot. They were so guarded. It seemed unlikely they would eat. Just as Mu Qingqing buried her head in the eggs, Mo Lin returned, bursting through the door. Upon seeing the egg on Mu Qingqing's chopsticks, his pupils constricted. He rushed forward and overturned her bowl. Mu Qingqing was infuriated. What are you doing? This little cub, whom she had given cream buns to earlier, now turned hostile without a second thought. The audacity! Mo Lin glared at her with red-rimmed eyes. Did you boil their egg brother? Before he could finish, he realized something, fiercely grabbing the female's wrist. Where are Xiao Yin and Yu Er? Where are they? Unbeknownst to her, Mu Qingqing had underestimated the strength of a mere 7-year-old child. With a pained frown, she exclaimed, Let go! Big brother! Mo Yin, Lin Gu, Xiao Yu Er, seated on the ground, struggled to rise and stumbled over to embrace Mo Lin's leg, her face alight with joy. Lin Gu, you're back? Yu Er has been waiting for you for so long. The soft little body clinging to his leg brought Mo Lin's awareness back to the present. He sighed in relief and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Mo Yin, feeling guilty, approached with his younger sibling in tow. Big brother, today I couldn't find anything to eat. The place where I discovered the meat vine was found out by other females, and everything was uprooted. Seeing that his brother and sister were safe, Mo Lin's anxious heart finally settled. It's all right. Today, I learned to hunt with Uncle Lang Yi and caught an adult Yu beast. Mo Yin was taken aback. An adult Yu beast? Usually, we eat juvenile Yu beasts at home. They are easier to catch. Adult Yu beasts are several times the size of their juvenile counterparts, with dense meat, making them significantly more challenging and dangerous to hunt. The hunting teams of the tribe capture only 5 to 6 adult Yu beasts in a month. He sincerely praised, Big brother is truly impressive. Xiao Yu Er, not fully understanding the situation, nonetheless regarded her brother as extraordinary and chimed in with her innocent praise. Big brother is amazing. No matter how mature Mo Lin appeared, he was still just a child, and the flattery from his younger siblings made him feel bashful. No, it was Uncle Lang Yi who hunted it and gifted it to me. However, the 2 little ones were completely engrossed in the thought of the adult Yu beast. Evidently missing his words, their gazes shifted to the overturned bowl belonging to the female. I will use the Yu beast to compensate you. As he spoke, he turned with his stone knife, only to belatedly realize that the female had not struck him. Normally, the moment he overturned her bowl, she would have slapped him without hesitation. But today, no, not just today, but yesterday as well, the female had not sought a reason to hit Xiao Yin and Yuer. Something was amiss. This female was acting strangely, surely harboring some sinister plot. Perhaps she intended to eliminate them all. This wicked female would certainly do so. Unbeknownst to Mu Qingqing, she was being unjustly labeled as malevolent without any understanding of the situation. She was merely troubled by the noodles before her. The noodles had turned mushy, leaving her with no appetite, and discarding them seemed wasteful, yet she could not eat them either. Moreover, the little ones would need a pot to cook the food they had hunted. After much contemplation, she regrettably decided to waste the food. Carrying the pot outside, just as she was about to discard the noodles, a filthy little gray wolf appeared from nowhere, drawn by the scent. Chapter 10. I'll cook. Do you want to eat? Mu Qingqing asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The presentation was lackluster, but the flavor was delightful. Without further ado, the rich aroma of the bone broth was exquisite. The little gray wolf, silent and resolute, nodded eagerly. Just as Mu Qingqing was searching for utensils for him, Mo Lin stepped outside. His cold gaze fell upon the little gray wolf. She is Mu Qingqing. Do you dare to eat her food? Are you not afraid of death? As Mu Qingqing ladled the noodles into a bowl, the little gray wolf began to devour them voraciously. Afraid of death? What difference does my current state make? The little gray wolf, named Lang Qi, had lost both his mother and father during a hyena attack. Typically, a cub like him would be taken in by an older female in the tribe, often one who had lost her mate. Lang Qi had indeed been adopted, but the very next day, his caretaker perished. Initially, the tribe's females believed it to be an accident, but after several of those who took him in met the same fate. No female dared to adopt Lang Qi. Thus, he began a life of wandering. Mo Lin sometimes envied Lang Qi, for he roamed freely, unburdened by the harsh treatment of Mu Qingqing. Yet, at other times, when he saw his younger siblings, he felt grateful to not be alone. Lang Qi, clearly famished, devoured the food with abandon, and soon the bowl was empty. Mo Lin, observing that Lang Qi had finished his meal without any ill effects, pursed his lips and retreated indoors. Lang Qi had never tasted such delicious food. Since his mother's passing, he had not felt so full. He let out a satisfied burp. Thank you, female. The little gray wolf's gratitude was sincere. Mu Qingqing chuckled and affectionately patted his head. You're welcome. You can come to me whenever you're hungry. Lang Qi brushed off her words. With winter approaching, every household was rationing their food supplies for the harsh season ahead. Fearing they might not survive, there was no surplus to spare. Noticing the little gray wolf's silence, Mu Qingqing was indifferent. If he came, she would feed him. If he didn't that was fine too. She had no time to chase after him to feed him. After Lang Qi wagged his tail and departed, Mu Qingqing returned to the house. Mo Yin was stirring a stick in the pot, while Xiao Yuer gazed longingly at the bubbling broth. Mo Lin searched for salt to add. Wait, Mu Qingqing interjected. Mo Lin looked at her warily. What are you doing? She glanced at the meat in the pot, which was bloodied and overcooked, and noted that the salt here was both bitter and briny. A waste to add to a pot of meat. I will add the seasoning. The little ones immediately became alert. Mu Qingqing sighed. If it were poisoned, wouldn't I eat it first? If I were to poison it, I would die first. She sighed again. Such good meat. I don't want to waste it. Seeing her expression, which seemed genuine, Mo Lin contemplated. The ability to cook was a gift possessed by females. As for the taste of the meat, it mattered little to Mo Lin. As long as it was cooked and edible, he was satisfied. However, he glanced at his younger siblings and wanted Xiao Yin and Yuer to enjoy delicious meat. Xiao Yuer was so young, and she could not eat meat vine. Every time she had meat, it was dry and bitter. All right, you can do it, Mo Lin relented, putting down the items in his hands. Big brother. Mo Yin sprang up, urgently exclaiming, Big brother, don't trust her. If she poisons it, we will all die. Mo Lin calmly turned to Mu Qingqing. Let her eat first. Mo Lin's boldness stemmed from his remembrance of the creamy bread from earlier that day. From noon until now, even if the bread had been poisoned, it should have taken effect by now, yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, he was still satiated from the meal. Thus, the bread was not poisoned. Although he could not ascertain the female's intentions, he recalled Uncle Lang Yi's words. Once you choose, do not regret. The female would eat first, and after she finished, they would eat, ensuring that Xiao Yin and Yuer would enjoy the delectable Yu beast. Seeing Imo Lin's agreement, Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with joy. With Big Brother's approval, Imo Yin had no choice but to comply. Witnessing the female's elation, Imo Yin threatened fiercely, "If you dare to poison the pot, I will surely bite you to death tonight. You know my teeth are venomous." Initially perplexed, Mu Qingqing soon realized, this little cub is a snake. A venomous snake? Fine. Mu Qingqing accepted the stick from Imo Yan's grasp. "You all step aside." She stirred the meat in the pot a couple of times, feigning a search for seasonings in the cupboard, while discreetly reaching into her space for some star anise and dried tangerine peel to add to the pot. Imo Yan's pupils constricted, and instinctively he reached out, only to be stopped by Imo Lin. He growled, "Big Brother, she's poisoning it." Before Imo Lin could respond, Xiao Yuer, having overheard her brother, rushed over to cling to Mu Qingqing's leg, pounding her fists. "Bad, bad female, poison." Imo Lin and Imo Yin panicked. Yuer, this female will definitely hit you." Oh no, they should not have let her cook the meat. However, Mu Qingqing, amidst their fearful gazes, lifted Imo Yuer into her arms and pinched her chubby cheeks. "I must admit, you two little males have raised Imo Yuer rather well. What do you call me?" "Him." A mother. Imo Yuer stared blankly at Mu Qingqing. Having bathed, Mu Qingqing smelled delightful, dressed in animal hides. Her long hair casually tied back, with a few strands of bangs falling gracefully across her forehead. She was stunningly beautiful, with fair features, and her simple attire exuded a touch of gentleness. The sight of Imo Yuer's dazed expression made Mu Qingqing chuckle. So adorable. The intense glares from the two little males made her hesitant to hold Imo Yuer for too long. She gently pinched Imo Yuer's chubby face again. "Good Yuer, mother will prepare delicious food for you." After being set down, the two little ones rushed over to check on Yuer's condition, leaving Mu Qingqing feeling a headache coming on. The burdens of the original owneress' actions were hers to bear. A heavy responsibility ahead. After rinsing away the gamey smell, Mu Qingqing changed the water in the pot and, under the terrified gazes of the little ones, added a generous amount of seasonings. A pot of meat without any vegetables would be overly greasy. She also added some potatoes and carrots. Upon seeing the potatoes, Imo Yin clenched his fists. "Big Brother, potatoes? Potatoes are toxic. Every female beastman on the continent knows this. This female is surely up to no good." Imo Lin's expression darkened, yet he did not intervene in Mu Qingqing's actions. Uncle Langy had said, "Once you choose, do not regret." Since he had agreed to let the female cook, he could not stop her. Mu Qingqing remained oblivious to the peculiar behavior of the little cubs. Yes, she gazed at the bubbling pot. She gently stirred with a wooden stick to prevent the potatoes from sticking to the bottom. Soon, an enticing aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of potatoes and carrots wafted into the noses of the little cubs, causing them to swallow in unison. Chapter 11. A display of skill. Imo Lin fixed his gaze upon Mu Qingqing, pondering when this female had acquired such culinary prowess. Just as he was lost in thought, a bowl brimming with meat and potatoes was extended towards him. Looking up, he was met with the gentle visage of the female. "Eat," she urged on him. Imo Lin took a step back, asserting, "Did I not say you should eat first?" With a sigh, Mu Qingqing acknowledged the cub's heightened wariness. Consequently, under the watchful eyes of all, she prepared to reach for some meat. "Wait," the cub interjected again. "I'll serve it." Mu Qingqing chuckled in exasperation. After laboring over the meal for half the day, it was amusing to incite such suspicion. "What, is that not acceptable?" she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Fine. There was little she could do, as the original owner of this body had indeed acted inappropriately, leaving her to endure this sense of humiliation. Imo Lin deftly picked up 2 pieces of meat, 2 potatoes, and 2 carrots, placing them in her bowl with considerable balance. Mu Qingqing took up her chopsticks, selecting a piece of meat, blowing on it gently, and, amidst the scrutinizing gazes of Imo Lin, Imo Yin, and Imo Yu, popped it into her mouth. She feigned an expression of utter astonishment and satisfaction, shaking her head in disbelief. "This is simply exquisite. How can it taste this good?" The little cub's expressions transformed instantaneously, filled with an overwhelming desire for food. "Big Brother, serve me a bowl." Imo Yin was the first to succumb. "Big Brother, you wants some too." Yet Imo Lin remained composed, quietly observing Mu Qingqing's reaction. "Wait a moment." Just wait a bit longer, and Big Brother will serve you. Mu Qingqing understood what he was waiting for, her to finish eating. Given his level of wariness, it was evident how deeply the original owner's prior actions had scarred Mo Lin. She ceased to tease them further and quickly finished everything in her bowl. It was no wonder the people of the tribe adored the Yu beast. Its meat bore resemblance to pork and hints of beef as well. After removing the gamey flavor and stewing it to tenderness, the meat was succulent and juicy, while the potatoes were soft and creamy. Each bite was piping hot, yet left one yearning for more. Upon finishing her bowl, and without needing to utter a word, Mo Lin refilled it for her. Only after noticing she continued to eat without raising her head did he finally take action. He first served Mo Yin a bowl, then Mo Yu, and subsequently, he held a bowl to Mo Yu, blowing on the meat to cool it before feeding it to her. Typically, Mo Lin seldom fed Mo Yu, as she was capable of feeding herself. However, today, with the food being exceptionally delectable, he worried she might burn herself in her eagerness. Despite being just a little cub, he displayed such care, and Mu Qingqing watched with a twinge of heartache. She was not pitying him from a motherly standpoint, but rather as a bystander, observing Mo Lin's actions. Though he could not be astified and face disdain from everyone, he persistently sought knowledge from the beastmen regarding hunting. Even while he himself had to venture into the mountains to hunt, he reserved the only edible fruit for Mo Yu. Even now, when he was starving, his bowls were filled to the brim with meat meant for Mo Yin and Mo Yu. "Go eat, I will feed her," Mo Lin said, casting a suspicious glance at the female. What was she up to now? Mu Qingqing found an excuse. "I'll be going to sleep soon. If you make noise while eating, it will disturb my sleep." That a hint of sarcasm flickered in Mo Lin's eyes as he retorted. "What makes you think this female is so benevolent?" Mu Qingqing accepted the bowl from Mo Lin and sat in front of Mo Yu. The little one's hair was tied into two tiny tufts, her chubby cheeks smeared with dirt, and her small hands were clenched into fists, obediently resting in front of her as she sat on the stool awaiting her meal. Mu Qingqing's heart melted at the sight. Resembling a little stray kitten waiting to be fed, Ou's nose twitched as she fixated her gaze on Mu Qingqing. Earlier, the female had held her, and now she was being fed. Mo Yu, still young and innocent, could not comprehend much, but she felt that today her mother was exceptionally gentle. "Open your mouth," Mu Qingqing coaxed. After finishing a small bowl, Mou's belly was round and full. Concerned that the child might have overeaten, Mu Qingqing set down the bowl. Mo Lin's eyes immediately turned toward her. "Overeating will make her uncomfortable," he remarked coldly. Mo Lin scoffed. "This female simply does not want Ewer to eat meat. After all, when Ewer was born, she disdainfully claimed the female could do nothing. She herself is a female, yet she looks down on others. If you do not wish to feed her, then I shall." With no other choice, Mu Qingqing had to finish feeding the remaining meat broth. "Big Brother, this meat is truly delicious," Mo Yin exclaimed between bites. "I have never tasted such exquisite meat broth before. Big Brother, you truly know how to cook." That as he spoke, he placed a large piece of meat into Mo Lin's bowl. Mo Lin thought to himself. The meat broth was not even his creation. He had merely stirred it at the beginning. The sight of the large pieces of meat warmed Mo Lin's heart. Little Yin, though usually impatient and quick-tempered, was also the most observant, knowing to share the largest piece of meat with him. "Big Brother, you should eat. It seems the meat is not fully cooked." Mo Lin mused that, considering the quantity they had prepared today, the leftover Yu beast could easily provide for at least 5 more meals. Mu Qingqing had already planned how to cook the remaining meat, only to see Mo Lin carrying away a hefty portion of meat and a bowl of broth, preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" she inquired. "It is late at night. It is rather concerning to let the little cub wander out alone." Mo Lin smirked sarcastically. "This portion of meat is for Uncle Lang E. I hunted the Yu beast, and the rest is for bartering for supplies for winter. Did you think we could consume it all? What about winter? Should we just wait to die?" Mu Qingqing fell silent. This stubborn cub, she merely asked a question. Why respond with such sarcasm? Nevertheless, speaking of winter, an idea began to form in her mind. If winter were to come, this house would undoubtedly be insufficient. It would likely not withstand heavy snowfall, thus requiring reconstruction. After finishing his meal, Mo Yin wiped his mouth and prepared to carry Mo Yu to bed, recalling that he had heard the female mention her intention to sleep, fearing disturbances. "Wait," Mu Qingqing halted him. Mo Yin's expression instantly turned fierce. What are you planning to strike me now that Big Brother is not around? I knew it. This female is incorrigibly wicked and will never change. Wash up before going to bed. What nonsense! I have laid several layers of cotton on that bed. While I possess many items in my space, I cannot allow such waste. What are you blabbering about? I knew you had ill intentions. Meanwhile, Mo Lin, with the meat in tow, first visited Lang Yi. Lang Yi had only joined their tribe last month and lived not far from Mo Lin's home. He was still single, residing alone, and at that moment had just finished devouring roasted meat, his mouth tasting bitter. Suddenly, he spotted a little cub standing in his yard, clutching meat. Uncle Lang Yi, it's me, Mo Lin. Lang Yi lifted the animal skin, lazily raising an eyebrow. What do you want? Feeling a bit bashful, Mo Lin presented the processed Yu beast to him. I brought this for you. Chapter 12. Bartering for winter supplies. Lang Yi glanced at the item in Mo Lin's hands with indifference. Sniffing the air, he caught a whiff of a rich aroma. What is that smell? Mo Lin hesitated and produced a full bowl of meat broth from behind him, saying, this was made by that female. It tastes wonderful. I intended to bring you some to try, but I was concerned. Before he could finish, Lang Yi had already reached out, taking a piece of meat from the bowl and tossing it into his mouth. The broth was still warm, not scalding, and Lang Yi's eyes sparkled with delight, even though he had only one eye. Give it to me, Mo Lin handed over the bowl, and within minutes, the meat and broth were consumed entirely. Your mother would have harmed you long ago if she intended to, Lang Yi remarked. Recalling the food from earlier that day, Mo Lin remained silent. His wariness toward Mu Qingqing would not dissipate so easily. When Lang Yi returned the bowl to Mo Lin, he noticed a small residue of potato at the bottom. What is this? He inquired. I didn't notice this food while eating. That's potato, Mo Lin explained. Wanting to clarify, potatoes can be toxic, but the female cooked it, so it's safe to eat. Lang Yi's interest peaked. In the future, if you find potatoes, bring me a couple to tea or white out. Mo Lin, not understanding why he was interested in potatoes, agreed. Take the items back. I do not need them, Lang Yi replied lazily. Knowing the little cub could not be asked to fly, he became intrigued. Later, when the cub nervously stood before him, pleading for hunting lessons, Lang Yi, feeling idle, consented. Previously, he had taught the cub to identify wild animal tracks, a theoretical lesson. Today was the second session, focused on practical skills. Little did he know, the cub had successfully hunted a Yu beast during the day and now presented a portion of it, showcasing his gratitude. Lang Yi genuinely had no need for it, so Mo Lin made his way to the tribe leader. Bai Waner was the small female of the tribe leader's family, with two brothers who had already formed bonds. Bai Waner often visited the tribe leader's home, and whenever she brought something, her two sisters-in-law would look on with envy. As soon as she arrived, she spotted Mo Lin at home. Little Lin, how have you been these past few days? Has Mu Qingqing been mistreating you? You poor thing, you must be starving. Shall I prepare something for you? Without waiting for Mo Lin to respond, she unceremoniously set about kindling a fire and preparing a meal using the game brought in by her two brothers. Their partners, two females, exchanged glances filled with dissatisfaction, yet they felt it unwise to voice their grievances. After all, Bai Waner and Hulan had formed a bond, and it was said that among the bravest warriors of the tribe, one would soon ascend as the next chieftain. They dared not offend Hulan. Hulan, I heard from Waner that you hunted a mature Yu beast yesterday. Hulan, tall and handsome, smiled and nodded at the chieftain's words. Indeed, I have come to share some food. He gestured to the game he carried. Half of a mature Yu beast, its firm flesh sufficient to feed his family for 2 meals. The chieftain's eyes brimmed with pride. Excellent, excellent. Setting down his burden, Hulan noticed Mo Lin, whose expression was indifferent. He could never forget the scene from years past when Mu Qingqing had drugged him. However, he bore no ill will towards Mo Lin. Having heard that Mu Qingqing often scolded her children, he felt a pang of sympathy for him. Sensing the compassionate gaze from Hulan, Mo Lin calmly turned away. He had no need for the pity or sympathy of others. At tea that moment, Bai Waner had already finished roasting the meat and brought it inside. Hulan's eyes lit up with affection upon seeing his partner. Waner, you are truly wonderful, both beautiful and kind-hearted. Feeling Hulan's warm gaze, Bai Waner blushed and handed the meat to Mo Lin. Hurry and eat, lest your mother catches sight of you and scolds you again. Unable to refuse Bai Waner's kindness, especially since she had aided him when Mu Qingqing was chastising him. Though it had little effect, as her punishment had only intensified, Mo Lin accepted. With the chieftain present, he felt even more compelled to oblige. Bai Wanner's roasted meat was indeed commendable. It was tender and flavorful, seasoned just right. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have devoured it in mere bites. However, today he encountered an unprecedentedly exquisite meat broth. The dry, gamey chunks of meat seemed unappetizing in comparison. "Eat up. Why are you just standing there?" It seemed this child had not savored meat in quite some time. How unfortunate to be burdened with a mother like Mu Qingqing. A fleeting thought of Mu Qingqing tenderly feeding Yuer meat broth crossed his mind, and as he heard these words, an inexplicable discomfort washed over him. Upon learning that Mo Lin had come to barter for winter furs, the chieftain and Bai Wanner were taken aback. "Where did you acquire the Yu beast you possess?" Hu Lan suddenly inquired. Those who had never hunted a mature Yu beast would be oblivious. But Hu Lan had done so multiple times and could discern that the meat in Mo Lin's possession was just as firm, if not superior, to his own catch. The higher the quality of the meat, the more agile and robust the mature Yu beast, making the hunt all the more perilous. "It was hunted by Uncle Wolf E," Mo Lin replied, though he had a part in it. While Wolf E distracted the Yu beast, he had leapt forth to deliver a fatal blow to its abdomen. Yet, he felt certain no one would believe him, so he kept the details to himself. Hu Lan understood. Wolf E had recently joined their tribe. Though they had not hunted together, he had heard of Wolf E's prowess. "What's the matter, Lan?" Bai Wanner asked with concern. "Do you know Wolf E?" Hu Lan shook his head. "I do not know him. But he is indeed formidable." A hint of disdain flickered in Bai Wanner's eyes, in her mind. Hu Lan was the mightiest, unmatched by any beastman. How could Wolf E's prey end up in Mo Lin's hands? She questioned. Noticing Mo Lin engrossed in his meal, Bai Wanner suddenly realized. Could it be that Wolf E and Mu Qingqing? Mo Lin abruptly lifted his head, unaware of the intensity in his gaze. Bai Wanner continued, "It makes no sense otherwise. Wolf E has no partner, so it would be unreasonable for him to gift Mo Lin a mature Yu beast. After all, Mu Qingqing is quite attractive. It's only natural that Wolf E would take an interest in her. Therefore, Wolf E must have given the Yu beast to Mu Qingqing." Hu Lan nodded calmly, agreeing with her deduction. After all, hunting a mature Yu beast was no easy feat. Casually gifting one was improbable. One of Bai Wanner's sisters-in-law frowned in disgust. What a promiscuous female. How long has it been since Wolf E arrived, and she's already flirting? Another sister-in-law chimed in. Indeed, how shameless of her to allow her child to barter with it. Having finished the last of his meat, Mo Lin quietly departed with the exchanged furs. Had he not known that Uncle Wolf E had never even met that female, he might have believed Bai Wanner's words. In that moment, it felt as if something struck at his heart, causing a shiver to run through him. Chapter 13. Fetching water for a bath, even if you fetch the water. "I still want to bathe." Gazing at the female carrying buckets of water, Mo Yin looked at her in astonishment. Their home was some distance from the well, and hauling 2 buckets was no small task. The female actually took it upon herself to fetch water. Surely, she intended to drown them as before. "Yes, that must be it," Mo Yin declared emphatically. "You just want to drown me and Yuer," Mu Qingqing, bemused, wondered why the 2 little ones were so resistant to bathing. "This is peculiar. I must instill in them the good habit of cleanliness." Thus, she decided to focus on the more obedient Yuer first. However, as soon as she lifted Yuer, the child began to wail heart-wrenchingly, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. She cried like a little flower cat. Panicked, Mu Qingqing exclaimed, "What's wrong? Don't cry. Yuer, we're just going to take a bath. Isn't it nice to be clean? Are you afraid of the heat? Mother is here. I want to let you get burned," Yuer cried inconsolably in Mu Qingqing's arms. Looking utterly pitiful, Mo Yin's eyes turned crimson, and with a swift motion, he transformed into a dark serpent, hissing and flicking his tongue. "Female, put Yuer down this instant, or I will bite you." Mu Qingqing was utterly taken aback by the sudden appearance of a venomous snake speaking to her. As she watched Mo Yin slither closer, she shouted, all right, I'll put her down right now. Just don't come any closer." Mo Yin froze, noticing the fear in her eyes. He had seen the fear and disdain in females' eyes before. But why did it affect him now? Mu Qingqing hastily set Yuer down, who, still sobbing, ran to Mo Yin's side and clung to his neck. Yinji, I'm scared. Transforming back into human form, Mo Yin gently patted Yuer's back, his own eyes reddening as he reassured her, don't be afraid. Your second brother is here. The sight of the two siblings, so pitiful, would lead an outsider to believe Mu Qingqing had committed some heinous crime. She sighed, sitting to the side, speaking softly to Yuer, Mother would never harm you. I just want you to bathe. The water isn't hot. It's warm and will make you clean and fragrant. You won't like it if you don't bathe for long. You might get sick, and little bugs could appear on your body. You don't like bugs, do you? Yuer peeked out from Mo Yin's embrace. Her eyes red like a rabbit's. Bad. Mother will drown Yuer. Mu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. The small, soft, and adorable Yuer uttering the words drown sent a shiver down her spine. It was evident that this little one had suffered greatly at the hands of the former occupant of this body. No wonder she would meet such a tragic fate later on. It was deserved. Swallowing hard, she was about to speak when Mo Lin entered from outside. Mo Yin and Yuer rushed towards him as if they had found their protector. Eldest brother, Linji. Seeing their red eyes, as though they had endured some great injustice, Mo Lin glanced at the apprehensive Mu Qingqing nearby. What is going on? Mo Yin explained. That female has gone mad. She fetched water to bathe Yuer and me. But Yuer wants to say. Yuer interjected eagerly, desperate to contribute. All right, Yuer, go ahead, Mo Lin encouraged, gently ruffling her hair, discreetly assessing for any injuries. Mother wants to drown me. Yuer's declaration left Mu Qingqing's head spinning. She hurried to clarify, no, I didn't mean it that way. I just noticed that Yuer isn't as clean and beautiful as the other females. So as Mu Qingqing's voice diminished under Mo Lin's calm gaze. She felt her resolve falter. This little one was merely 7 years old. How could she possess such an adult-like fear? Mu Qingqing mentally berated herself. Mo Lin spoke slowly, when Xiao Yin was 1 year old. You deceived him by saying you would play with him after his bath. It was the first time you promised to play with him, and he was overjoyed. Then, Mu Qingqing's heart sank. You nearly drowned him for a full half hour. He didn't die, did he? Have you forgotten? The dark serpent is adept at swimming, Mo Lin continued. You did the same with Yuer, had I not returned in time. She would have? His words plunged the two little ones into a painful memory, their red eyes fixed upon Mu Qingqing, questioning why she had treated them so. Mu Qingqing sought to speak, but the guilt weighing down her heart rendered her explanations futile. I understand now, she murmured. Mo Lin made a sound, his gaze shrouded in darkness. That day, several little ones had eaten to their fill. On the bed lay the cotton quilt laid by Mu Qingqing, and they slept very comfortably. Even Mo Lin nearly missed the ascent to the mountain, hurriedly picking up the bucket of water that Mo Yin had prepared for him. Just as he was about to leave, the voice of the clan leader suddenly echoed from outside in Mu Qingqing. Come out. Stretching lazily, Mu Qingqing sighed in resignation. It had only been a few days since her arrival, yet there always seemed to be matters at hand. Upon stepping outside, she found several beastmen and females waiting. A shudder ran through Mo Lin's heart. Generally, the clan leader would not come personally unless it involved matters of life and death. Indeed, Mu Qingqing? You cruel female, what grievance does Lang Qi have against you that you wish him dead? Yes, Lang Qi is already pitiable enough. Why must you treat him so? To beat and scold your own offspring is one thing, but to strike another's child is unacceptable. Such a female should be expelled from the tribe. Clan leader. Yes, clan leader. Expel her from the tribe. Indeed, cast her out. To oust Mu Qingqing from the tribe would mean that Mo Lin and the others would have to leave as well. But where could they go? Mo Yan's expression turned frantic as he glared fiercely at Mu Qingqing. What have you done now? Mu Qingqing looked bewildered. I haven't done anything. Seeing that Mo Yin was unconvinced, she replied helplessly, I truly did nothing. Mo Lin gently reassured his brother and turned to the clan leader. Clan leader, what has my mother done? What has happened to Lang Qi? Until now, only females have been calling out, and it was the first time Mu Qingqing heard the term mother from Mo Lin's lips. It was amusing how he was clearly reluctant, yet had to utter it. Lang Qi is dying. A piercing voice rang out from the crowd. What? Mo Lin's pupils constricted. Chapter 14. Lang Qi, what? Do you not believe it? If you doubt it, Ask your dear mother what she has done. Mu Qingqing glanced at Mo Lin. Who is Lang Qi? Mo Lin's dark eyes bore into her as he replied. He is the little gray wolf you fed yesterday. Mu Qingqing froze. What? He is dying. Why? That little gray wolf, although somewhat dirty, was quite adorable. He had eaten all her noodles and had been very polite. Mo Lin glanced at the approaching beastmen and females, some even wielding tools. He turned around and forcefully collided with Mu Qingqing, then lunged at her, grasping her by the neck. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Cough, cough. Mu Qingqing, struck, felt dizzy. Being choked first thing in the morning infuriated her. Mo Lin, this little ingrate. Mo Lin's eyes brimmed with unbounded hatred. You must be disappointed that we didn't eat, right? After all, it is us who are about to die. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing realized he had misunderstood. A sense of despair washed over her, as if she were a deflated balloon. Forget it. Who told her to be in the wrong in this body? She widened her titanium alloy-like eyes. Trust me this once, I did not poison him. I did not intend to harm him. Seeing Mo Lin remain skeptical, she explained, but I do not even know him. Why would I want to harm him? So, you are our biological mother, and it is only natural for you to wish us dead? Mu Qingqing felt as if she were a mute eating bitter gall, with no way to express her suffering. I truly did not. She was on the verge of tears. Just then, a female rushed over from a distance. Clan leader, Lang Qi, he has vomited. At this announcement, the expressions of all the beastmen and females present changed dramatically, their gazes toward Mu Qingqing laden with contempt, and Mu Qingqing was taken aback. So what if he vomited? It didn't mean he would die. Why such a huge reaction? Unbeknownst to her, in the realm of beastmen, the primary indicator of whether a beastman would live or die was vomiting. If a beastman could not even keep down the hard-to-obtain food, what did that signify? It meant he did not wish to live. A female stepped forward from the crowd, grabbing Mu Qingqing and pulling her outward. Come, we shall see with our own eyes how Lang Qi has perished because of you. Exactly. Let this malicious female witness it. She is the next Lang Qi. It had long been said that this female should be expelled, and now it had come to this, endangering a life. Indeed, though Lang Qi lacks a father and mother, he should not be bullied in this manner. Mu Qingqing's hair was violently tugged, igniting her anger. Let go of me, she shouted fiercely, tripping the female pulling her hair, who fell to the ground unceremoniously. The female, caught off guard, felt the world spin before crashing down. She was an unmarried female, originally intending to teach Mu Qingqing a lesson to garner some attention from the beastmen, yet she had ended up sprawled on the ground. She was on the verge of tears from frustration. Mu Qingqing coldly regarded the weeping female on the ground, then turned to the clan leader, the chief of the tribe. It was astonishing that he remained silent while witnessing his kin fighting amongst themselves. The clan leader, clad in a brown beast skin and holding a wooden stick resembling a beast's head, sensed Mu Qingqing's expression and pondered for a moment. Do not engage in violence. Come with me to check on Lang Qi's condition. The clan leader's words carried a weight of authority. The female merely shot a fierce glare at Mu Qingqing but dared not strike again. Fear of Mu Qingqing was indeed the primary reason for their restraint. Her earlier shout had been intimidating. Reluctantly, Mo Lin released his grip. Mu Qingqing grimaced, rubbing her neck, unsure if there were marks. That wretched boy. She glared at Mo Lin, planning to settle the score later. Everyone followed to Lang Qi's home. A year ago, Lang Qi's parents had passed away, and after being left without a guardian, he had lived alone. His dwelling, neglected and unmaintained, appeared to be barely supported by a few pillars, on the verge of collapse. The small gray wolf curled up in a haystack evoked profound sympathy in all who beheld him. Many females in attendance sighed, exclaiming how pitiful he looked, astonished that such a young creature resided in such conditions. How could Mu Qingqing have the heart to harm such a little one? Once more, the crowd erupted in condemnation, and Mu Qingqing's ears felt as though they had developed calluses. All she wished to know was how the little one fared. She stepped forward and lifted the beast skin covering the little gray wolf, immediately met with a complex odor, a mix of vomit and excrement. A beastman hurriedly covered the skin again, glaring reproachfully at Mu Qingqing. With Lang Qi in this state, you still won't let him be? Mu Qingqing coldly retorted. Then enlighten me on how I am preventing him from recovering. Do you not realize that Lang Qi's body is in a fragile state? By removing the beast's skin, You are only making him vomit more. As if on cue, Lang Chi's small body shuddered, and he vomited again. Upon closer inspection, remnants of noodles were visible, clearly from the meal he had eaten the night before. See for yourself if that is not the case, and you dare question me, the beast man proclaimed, self-righteous. Mu Qingqing found herself both amused and infuriated by the ignorance of these beastmen. Ignoring the protests of the surrounding females and the filth on the little gray wolf, she scooped him into her arms. Mu Qingqing, what do you intend to do? I warn you, Lang Chi will not survive long. Do not act recklessly. Female, put Lang Chi down. We can discuss this. Mu Qingqing, where are you taking Lang Chi? Mu Qingqing took the little gray wolf back home, slamming the door shut behind her. The beastmen and females outside exchanged glances. Mo Yin looked at Mou, his little face filled with alarm. Where is my brother? Mou pointed toward the house. Inside, Mo Yin anxiously turned to Mo Lin. Eldest brother, will there be any trouble for him inside? Mo Lin, his eyes darkened as he gazed at the tightly shut door, shook his head. It will be fine. As for why he believed Mu Qingqing would not harm him, Mo Lin could not articulate it. Just moments ago, he had choked the female in a fit of rage. But now, in his calm state, many doubts arose. That day's noodles, he had witnessed the female eat herself. She had only given Lang Chi the leftovers because she could not consume them. The entire process had been observed, with no abnormalities in between. Moreover, there was the matter of the firewood. A complex emotion flickered in Mo Lin's eyes. This female's actions were peculiar. What was her true intention? Chapter 15. Healing the little white wolf. Mu Qingqing removed the beast skin from Lang Chi, and immediately, a complex odor filled the room. Lang Chi, tell me, where do you feel unwell? She inquired softly. Lang Chi struggled to meet her gaze, his eyes glistening with moisture. The females of the tribe claimed she wished to poison him, but he did not believe it. The gentle, soft gaze she had shown him yesterday was unlike anything he had ever seen, and he could not fathom that such a female would wish him harm. Hearing her words, he replied, My stomach hurts. Mu Qingqing gently reached out to touch his abdomen, noticing some swelling below the belly. Although Mu Qingqing was not a medical professional, she had a veterinarian friend, and after spending much time together, she had gleaned some knowledge. Despite the little gray wolf experiencing vomiting and diarrhea, his spirit appeared quite well, and his voice was robust. The root cause was simply overeating, leading to digestive discomfort, compounded by the drop in nighttime temperatures that had chilled his stomach. Given that Lang Chi's constitution was inherently weaker than that of ordinary beastmen, such symptoms were quite normal. She first offered him some warm water, then carefully wiped his belly. As she did so, the towel turned dark in patches, contrasting with the white of his belly. Mu Qingqing was taken aback. After wiping a couple more times, she realized this was no ordinary little gray wolf, but rather a small white wolf. After a brief cleansing, she retrieved some digestive medication from her space. Seeing the small white wolf gazing at her with yearning eyes softened her heart. Lang Chi, you'll feel better after taking the medicine, she reassured him. Lang Chi, uncertain of what the female meant by medicine, obediently responded, All right. However, just as Mu Qingqing was about to administer the medicine, the door was suddenly kicked open. Startled, she nearly crushed the tablets in her hand. Mu Qingqing, how dare you feed anything to Lang Chi? The intruder was a wolf beast man, accompanied by a female, both glaring menacingly. Look at what you've done to Lang Chi. How can you dare to feed him anything? Do you wish to see him dead? Mu Qingqing coldly regarded them. And who might you be? The beast man replied, We are Lang Chi's uncle and aunt. The female approached the bed and scooped Lang Chi into her arms. Even if he dies, it is our right to bury him. Mu Qingqing was incensed. It was just a matter of his stomach being cold, and they spoke as if they were wishing for his demise. She retorted with a sneer, I haven't harmed him. I am trying to save him. It wasn't quite accurate to say save, but rather to treat him. The beast man scoffed, You are no great shaman. What can you possibly do to save him? There were indeed shamans in the beastman continent, but their numbers were exceedingly rare, with only a few appearing in certain tribes, holding high status. For an orphan like Lang Chi, even a shaman could not be summoned. Mu Qingqing watched as Lang Chi struggled in the female's embrace and said coldly, I said I can save him, and I will. Put him down. He is very uncomfortable. The beast man was unconcerned. Lang Chi was his kin, and if he were to die under Mu Qingqing's care, he would be mocked by the other beast men. The female holding Longqi muttered under her breath, "What a pretense of being a good person." Mu Qingqing laughed in anger, glancing at the beastmen peering in from outside. "Who is truly pretending here, me or you?" This pointed insinuation caused the tribe leader to furrow his brow. "Mu Qingqing, what are you saying?" The beast god above, their tribe absolutely would not tolerate any beastman female speaking ill. Mu Qingqing swept her gaze across the crowd, pointing at Longqi. "If I recall correctly, Longqi's parents encountered a hyena ambush while ascending the mountain. They desperately relayed a warning to the hunters, only to succumb to their injuries and perish. You received the information and safely returned to the tribe." The tribe leader did not grasp her meaning. They all knew this. Longqi's father was a warrior of the tribe, and his mother was the bravest of females. "Mu Qingqing, what exactly are you trying to say?" Mu Qingqing stared intently at the tribe leader. "And what of Longqi? Now that he has come to this state, do you bear no responsibility?" The tribe leader spoke in a deep voice. "We sought a female to adopt Longqi. Are you claiming that because those females died, the blame should be placed on Longqi, ignoring him and allowing this little cub to suffer like this? Do you not understand that he might not survive this winter? And now, you all feign concern and pity for him. Pray tell, Mu Qingqing, who is truly pretending?" The surrounding beastmen and females fell silent. "At least I have provided him with food, and yet no one has offered to repair his dilapidated dwelling, now that his uncle and aunt have arrived. How laughable! I thought he had no kin at all." Mu Qingqing's mocking laughter echoed in their ears. Longqi's uncle, enraged and humiliated, transformed into his beast form and swiped at Mu Qingqing. She shut her eyes. Feeling a gust of wind rush past her ears, a one-eyed white wolf intercepted the black wolf's attack. Mo Lin stared, bewildered, at Lang Yi, unsure why he had suddenly appeared. However, more importantly, in that moment, Mo Lin realized he did not wish for Mu Qingqing to perish. If she were to die, it should be at his or Mo Yan's hands. Mo Lin stepped forward, and Mo Yan, recognizing the situation, transformed into a serpent and bit the black wolf. "This female, Mu Qingqing, can only die by my hand." The thoughts of the two brothers were in perfect alignment at that moment. Mo Yan's fangs were laced with venom, and the black wolf visibly swelled at the bite. His partner rushed over to check on the black wolf's injury. "You little brat!" The female's eyes reddened as she seized Mo Yan's tail, picking up a nearby piece of wood and swinging it violently at him. Mo Lin shouted, "Xiao Yin!" Mu Qingqing felt a jolt of alarm. Such a thick piece of wood could easily crush a snake. She kicked out, sending the female sprawling. Mo Yin, terrified, fled and curled into Mo Lin's embrace. Shaken, the female glared at Mu Qingqing from the ground, as if ready to fight to the death. Mu Qingqing, uninterested in her, fixed her gaze on the tribe leader. "I stated I could save Longqi. Yet you do not believe me. If anything were to happen to him, his father and mother would undoubtedly not forgive you, even in the face of the beast god." The beastman continent often invoked the beast god. Sure enough, the tribe leader's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Ultimately, it was because they had indeed wronged Longqi. However, he now wanted to see how Mu Qingqing intended to treat Longqi. He called several beastmen to move Longqi's uncle out of the doorway, then watched as Mu Qingqing closed the door firmly. The beastman females outside began to murmur again, curious about Mu Qingqing's intentions. Chapter 16. The hatred of the little cub inside. Mu Qingqing sighed, observing the composed Longqi, and reached out to stroke his head. She took out the tablets, using warm water to help him swallow them. Watching the small white wolf's serious demeanor, she couldn't help but tease him. "Are you afraid I might harm you?" Longqi rested his head on his forelegs, the bitterness of the medicine lingering in his throat. Understanding that children generally dislike taking medicine, Mu Qingqing quickly offered him a piece of candy. The sweet flavor melted in Longqi's mouth, and he wagged his tail happily. "If you wanted to harm me, you could have ignored me earlier." That was indeed a valid point. Longqi's uncle and aunt were perpetually neglectful, always speaking of death and burial. How long could such a small cub survive in their care? Mu Qingqing prepared some warm millet porridge and fed it to Longqi. Yes, the medicine began to take effect. Longqi closed his eyes and drifted into nap. Mu Qingqing opened the door to find that many of the beastman females had dispersed. Those going up the mountain had done so. Those hunting had left, and those gathering had moved on. Only a few females remained, huddled together, watching with great interest, eager to see what Mu Qingqing would do with Lang Yin stood at the doorway. Holding Yuer's hand, he immediately noticed the warm water and millet porridge she had prepared, as well as how clean Longxi appeared, nestled in the blankets. He instinctively tightened his grip on Yuer's hand. This female was quite adept at caring for others. Her own cub was either beaten or scolded, yet she treated another's cub with such tenderness. Mu Qingqing, observing Mo Yan's stubborn face, reached out to pat him, only to have her hand swatted away. With no choice but to relent, Mu Qingqing advised, in the future, when facing beastmen whose strength vastly exceeds yours, do not rush in. Be careful not to get hurt. The beastman who had saved him was unknown to him, but he resolved to express his gratitude when next they met. Mo Yan scoffed. Who are you to tell me what to do? Besides, one day, I will surpass that beastman. I will kill you with my own hands. Mo Lin and Mo Yan had exchanged greetings and ascended the mountain with Lang A. Therefore, after Mu Qingqing finished preparing the food, she realized she had not seen Mo Lin. She inquired of Mo Yan, but he retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Mu Qingqing sighed silently. Winning the hearts of these little cubs was indeed a challenging endeavor. However, recalling the deeds of the original owner, she could understand. 18 noon. Mu Qingqing saw many females carrying food wrapped in animal skins heading toward the center of the tribe. She did the same. Retrieving 2 loaves of bread and a few fruits from her space, wrapping them in animal skin, Mo Yan had been warned by Mo Lin not to go out today, so he stayed behind with Yuer, crafting shoes for her from grass bundles. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing wrap her animal skins as if preparing for an elder brother, he immediately grew wary and scurried up to her. What do you have in there? Although Mu Qingqing felt that he spoke inappropriately, she did not mind the ill feelings she had towards Mo Yan. At the very least, Mo Yan still exhibited his emotions visibly on his face. If her memory served her correctly, the original owner soon committed an act that completely darkened Mo Lin and Mo Yan, resulting in a dramatic transformation of their personalities. They became timid and hesitant, unable to meet anyone's gaze. The original owner, perceiving the pitiable looks from the little ones, found a significant alleviation of her inner fury, which is why she refrained from inflicting fatal harm, opting instead for a severe beating. Consequently, as the little ones grew and gained the power to tear off their aids, they mercilessly and brutally killed the original owner. Observing Mo Yan before her, who resembled a little leopard glaring intently, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but feel relieved that she had not arrived during that critical time when the little ones had already fully succumbed to darkness. There would have been no opportunity left. She opened the animal hide to reveal soft, creamy bread and fruits inside. Mo Yan coldly picked up a fruit, questioning its nature. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Qingqing had already snatched the fruit from his hand and taken a bite. It was merely an apple, but one that was absent here. The apple was crisp and delicious, bursting with juice. After one bite, Mu Qingqing found it insufficient and quickly devoured 2 more. Yuer, standing nearby, was entranced by the delightful aroma. Swallowing hard, Mu Qingqing, holding the apple, glanced at Mo Yan, assuring him, "It's not poison." Mo Yan snorted dismissively. "What about the rest?" Mu Qingqing replied helplessly, "These are all for your brother. Should I eat them all? What will he have left?" Remembering that her brother had brought nothing and could not transform, she pondered whether he would be able to catch any prey. Surely, he must be quite hungry. Mo Yan bit his lip in concern, resolutely taking a piece of bread as if making a decision, and bit into it fiercely. If it was poisoned, let it be him first. But what on earth was this? It was soft and fluffy, sweet and fragrant. He had never tasted anything so delightful. Surely, Yuer would love this too. Instinctively, he brought the bread to Yuer's mouth, but suddenly remembered it was meant for his brother, swiftly placing it back on the hide. Mu Qingqing smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself that such a delicious, creamy bread could never fail to please a child. "Go ahead. I have more." She placed the half-eaten bread in Mo Yan's hand and offered another piece to the drooling Yuer. Although the little female was eager to eat, she immediately turned her attention to her brother. "Yin gu?" Mo Yan regarded the bread in his hand as if it were a hot potato, abruptly setting it back on the table. He then seized the bread from his sister's hands and returned it to the table with a forceful motion that nearly knocked Yuer over. Mu Qingqing caught her just in time. Mo Yan shot a deep glance at Mu Qingqing before storming out without a backward glance. Yuer, with wide eyes brimming with tears, looked after Mo Yan's retreating figure. "Yin go?" Mo Yu appeared like a forsaken little creature, which tugged at Mu Qingqing's heartstrings. She gently patted Yuer's head, stuffing the bread back into her hands. Yuer shook her head in refusal, leading Mu Qingqing to sigh in exasperation as she stealthily popped a piece of milk candy into her mouth. Just then, Mo Yin, having remembered his sister was still at home, returned just in time to witness this scene. His pupils constricted as he dashed over like a small leopard, prying open Yuer's mouth and forcibly extracting the candy. Mo Yin, fearful that Yuer might swallow it, exerted excessive force. Yuer, startled and in pain, burst into tears as the candy stubbornly remained lodged in her mouth. Mo Yin, both anxious and furious, shook his sister's body. Spit it out, Yuer, spit it out. You can't eat what a female gives you. Why won't you listen? This shocked even Mu Qingqing into silence. She hurried to intervene. Xiao Yin, don't do that. Yuer is frightened. Mo Yin, with red-rimmed eyes filled with malice, roared, Get lost. Chapter 17. A shift in perspective. Mu Qingqing once again felt a profound sense of powerlessness, especially upon seeing Mo Yan's eyes filled with hatred. It dawned on her that he had been suppressing his emotions all along. Each time he questioned her with an intensity that seemed ready to explode. It was merely a fade. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Mu Qingqing. Perhaps he wished to say not a single word to her, yet he understood that if he did so, she would retaliate even more fiercely, and he might not survive to see adulthood. All pretenses were stripped away in that moment. Mo Yu, in tears, finally managed to spit out the milk candy, her small, dirty hands now wet with saliva as she sobbed. Yin Gu, I didn't eat it. Tears streamed down Mo Yin's face as he wiped them away and took Yuer away with him. Mu Qingqing watched their departing figures, feeling utterly deflated. She sat dazed on the grass-stuffed chair, her gaze vacant. Mu Qingqing had never truly integrated herself with the character. Upon her arrival, knowing the little one's plight, she felt sympathy for them. Observing Yuer gazing at her with longing, she found it endearing. When the female beastmen were attacking her, she scarcely cared, completely separating herself from the characters in the book. In her quest to alter her fate, she attempted to be kind to Mo Lin and Mo Yin, driven partly by sympathy, but that was the extent of it. However, just moments ago, Mu Qingqing felt as if her very soul had been struck. These were her children, irrespective of her physical form. Wolf Chi had long been awakened by the ruckus inside. He licked his lips, realizing his stomach no longer ached. Joyful, he leaped off the bed and into Mu Qingqing's embrace, licking her hand. Why aren't your little ones paying attention to you? Mu Qingqing smiled as she patted his head. Because I did very bad things in the past. Wolf Chi, unconvinced, lazily replied, Will you be good to them in the future? Yes, Mu Qingqing silently affirmed in her heart. Time was running short. Mu Qingqing hastily packed the food and rushed to the center of the tribe, almost missing the departing group. The crowd marveled at Wolf Chi following her. It seems Mu Qingqing truly healed Wolf Chi. I don't believe it. How could she possess such ability? Exactly. She is not a good female. How could she save anyone? She must have ulterior motives. Mu Qingqing heard these words, which echoed in her ears. As she turned to head back, Wolf Chi dashed off in another direction. She called out to him, Where are you going? Wolf Chi halted, gazing intently at Mu Qingqing for a moment before lowering his head. My stomach no longer hurts. I should go home. Mu Qingqing was taken aback, realizing Wolf Chi was not her child. But you, before she could finish, Wolf Chi had vanished from sight. Perhaps winter was approaching. The wild beasts on the mountain were increasingly emerging in search of food to store for the cold months ahead, unaware that they themselves would soon become sustenance for others. Mo Lin followed Wolf E, and within just a morning, they had hunted several yo-yo beasts. Moreover, they discovered a few baby rhinoceros beasts. Just as Mo Lin was eager to make a move, Wolf E cautioned, the parents of the little ones should be nearby. We must not harm them. If their parents find out, they might become furious and attack the tribe. Mo Lin listened to Wolf E's advice, reluctantly retracting his tools. At noon, they returned to the gathering spot to replenish their energy. The bundle remained adorned with the same patterns, though it felt significantly heavier than before. Mo Lin opened the animal hide to find 2 pieces of bread and several unfamiliar fruits. One of the breads bore bite marks, and without a second thought, Mo Lin recognized it as having been bitten by Yan. It was evident that the female had placed the food before Xiao Yin, who, doubting its safety, had bitten into it to check for poison. He took one for himself and offered the other to Wolf E. Without hesitation, Wolf E took a hearty bite, and cream exploded forth. He squinted in satisfaction, licking the cream from his lips. He wondered what this delightful treat was. So sweet and fragrant. Though it was food favored by females, he savored it just as much. Mo-Lin slowly enjoyed his bread, feeling a piercing gaze fixed upon him from not far away. One filled with coldness and venom. Before he even looked up, he knew who it was, Biao Fei. Ever since the female had exposed his misdeeds, contrary to his expectations, his home had not become a chaotic uproar. Rather, it was eerily silent. His little ones gradually began to hunt, and they no longer regarded him with any respect. Regardless of what Biao Fei brought home, be it yo-yo beasts, rhinoceros skins, or even the green fruits that only females would gather. No matter how much he awkwardly tried to please Qing with these offerings, she remained indifferent. Biao Fei found it impossible to articulate his feelings. The absence of chaos, which he had longed for, was not as fulfilling as he had imagined, was it? But why is it that at this very moment, I feel even more unsettled? He indeed harbored desires for Linghua. After all, Linghua's partner had passed away, and there were no offspring. In terms of appearance and stature, Leopard Fei found her exceedingly appealing. However, it was unexpected that just as their relationship began to blossom, it was discovered in the tribe. An orc betraying their partner is not considered a grave matter. Yet it is regarded as profoundly disgraceful. Ever since their affair was uncovered, he has not sought out Linghua again. Even when she reached out to him, he chose to remain in seclusion. But if one were to ask whether Leopard Fei harbored regrets, he would deny it. A true warrior, an orc, does not permit himself to regret past actions. Thus, he would not confess to feeling remorse, yet he harbored resentment towards Mu Qingqing. Yet, faced with a female, he could not bring himself to inflict harm. So he set his sights on Mo-Lin. This little one is Mu Qingqing's child. Even if she is indifferent, the loss of her offspring would surely cause her distress. Leopard Fei bit fiercely into a piece of beast meat, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, all his expressions were meticulously observed by Wolf-E. Although Wolf-E possessed only one eye and appeared languidly engaged in consuming bread, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, in truth, he had a firm grasp on everything occurring around him. After finishing a piece of bread, Mo-Lin handed a fruit to Wolf-E and posed the question he most yearned to ask. "Uncle Wolf-E, why did you save her?" Wolf-E sniffed the fruit before taking a decisive bite, juice spilling from the corner of his mouth, sweet and delectable. With his eyes narrowed in satisfaction, he replied, "What do you think? Why do you believe I rescued your mother?" Chapter 18. Out of pity for him, Mo-Lin unconsciously tightened his grip on the stone knife, murmuring, "Is it because of me? You saved her out of sympathy for my plight, and the knowledge you've imparted to me about hunting is also due to this, isn't it?" Since his birth, the word pitiful had accompanied him. And even Mo-Lin himself regarded his existence as lamentable. He felt pity for himself, for Xiao Yin, and for Yu Er. Yet, immediately after uttering this sentiment, Wolf-E suddenly discarded the fruit and seized Mo-Lin by the throat with a force that seemed capable of snuffing out his life. The surrounding orcs rushed to intervene upon witnessing this scene. "Wolf-E, what are you doing? Wolf-E, how has this little one offended you? Wolf-E, weren't you quite kind to Mo-Lin? Is it because you know he belongs to the cursed Mo snake clan that you wish to kill him?" Wolf-E paid no heed to their inquiries. He recognized that these orcs merely sought entertainment and did not truly concern themselves with Mo-Lin's well-being or genuinely wish to intervene. The mere mention of the cursed Mo snake, 6 words, was enough for these orcs to watch a child being bullied without a hint of intervention. However, this land operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. If one does not assert strength, who will regard them? Wolf-E's gaze grew profound as he tightened his grip around Mo-Lin's neck, leaning in to whisper in his ear, exuding the overwhelming and aggressive aura of an adult orc. "Mo-Lin, this is my first and last warning. Do not utter words like sympathy. Even if you are of the cursed Mo snake clan, what of it? Is the beast god necessarily right? Why should he hold such authority? He claims you are cursed, thus you are deemed unfortunate and deserving of pity. Remember this. Your abilities are not dictated by your lineage. If you wallow in self-pity and self-reproach, then I tell you, that is truly pitiful, and I look down upon you. Simultaneously, I feel sorrow for your father." Wolf-E's words sent a shiver through Mo-Lin. His ears buzzing. It felt as though something long buried within him was breaking free, emerging into the light. Before he could comprehend this sensation, Wolf E continued, I know you harbor hatred for your mother. Thus, I saved her. If she were to die, it must be at your hands. I do not pity you. I merely delay her demise, granting you the space to grow. Mo Lin's eyes reddened as he was choked. He shut his eyes, and the near-death sensation did not instill fear within him, but instead ignited a fervor within his veins. Indeed, if Mu Qingqing were to perish, it would be by his hand. The orc females who had bullied him, Xiao Yin, and Yu Er would all meet their end. He would eradicate them all in that moment. Mo Lin's gaze and aura underwent a remarkable transformation. Wolf E observed the ruthless fierceness in his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Had he perhaps misled him? Yet, Wolf E had never instructed any other cubs. After a brief contemplation, he released his grip. Uncle Wolf E, thank you. I understand what I must do now. Wolfie was momentarily taken aback. Whatever, his father would be returning soon. Let him teach the little cub himself. Mu Qingqing sat idly in the house, while Mo Yin had taken Yu Er somewhere unknown. Previously, she would not have minded. She knew that Mo Yin and Yu Er would grow up safely. Though the journey may not have been smooth, she did not anticipate any accidents. After all, several little ones awaited their chance for revenge against her. However, now, due to Mo Yin's gaze, she began to care. She started to worry about the whereabouts of both little ones, whether Mo Yin had found food, and if Yu Er might go hungry. She fretted over whether they would be harmed during their play. By the time Mu Qingqing realized this, she had already stepped out of the house, seeking the direction in which they had departed. The tribe was not vast. To the east was a stream, where downstream females washed animal skins and orcs bathed, while upstream, they fetched drinking water. Beside the stream lay a forest, abundant in herbs, where one might occasionally find edible wild plants. Venturing deeper into the forest led to the mountains, where orcs hunted. Where could Mo Yin and Yu Er possibly go? Mo Lin had strictly forbidden them from ascending the mountains, so Mo Yin's desire to gather potatoes there had been quelled. Ever since the female had prepared potatoes for them, he had been longing for their taste, not only filling but delightful. This way, they would not have to worry about food for the winter. With no access to the mountains, they could only head to the woods and stream. He had already foraged all edible items in the forest. Thus, only the stream remained. The stream contained fish, and if luck were on his side, he might catch a few, though they were not particularly delectable. If luck were against him, drinking some water to stave off hunger would suffice. Yu Er, as usual, sat patiently by the stream, cradling her egg brother. Waiting for her second elder brother, Mo Yin transformed into beast form and dove into the water, pursuing fish. The fish here were cunning, perhaps due to having been hunted by female orcs frequently, swimming away swiftly. Thus, Mo Yin focused entirely on the fish. Yu Er, feeling bored, yawned while holding her egg brother, conversing with him. Little brother, when will you hatch? Sister is waiting for you. Afterward, she added, big brother and second brother are waiting for you too. Her stomach growled with hunger, and as she finished her words, Yu Er could not help but lick her lips, remnants of sweet candy lingering at the corners of her mouth. The treat her mother had given her that day was unknown to her. But it was exceedingly sweet, so delicious, sweeter than the fruits her big brother had gathered in the forest. She had never tasted anything so fragrant and sweet, and the bread wrapped in animal skin that her mother had prepared for her big brother looked equally appetizing. Next time, she would ask her big brother to save some for her, Yu Er thought. However, she quickly shook her head. No, that won't do. She couldn't eat. Big brother was going to hunt in the mountains. And second brother said big brother needed a lot of strength, so she couldn't eat his food. They still had the deer meat big brother had hunted at home, but second brother also said they couldn't eat it and should save it for winter. Thinking of the cold winter with heavy snowfall outside, Yu Er couldn't help but shiver. She did not like winter at all. At the uppermost part of the stream stood a massive rock, with a fruit tree growing between its crevices. Yu Er gazed at her second brother, who was motionless beneath the water, and stealthily set her egg down before quietly running toward the tree. That fruit tree was called lingua. Its fruits were palm-sized, sour yet filling. Yu Er had spotted it long ago, but her second brother had forbidden her from going, claiming it was too dangerous. However, she was so hungry and desired to eat it so much. She decided to pick two fruits, one for her and one for her second brother. A little would suffice. But she must not let her second brother discover it. He would surely scold her. Yu cautiously made her way upstream along the stream, her small body climbing over stones and treading on gravel, carefully stepping along the edges. One misstep could lead her to fall into the river. Just then, Mu Qingqing arrived, witnessing this scene. The tiny female trembled as she reached out toward the fruit hanging from the tree, her breath catching in her throat. Mu Qingqing dared not make a sound. Fearing that it might startle Yu and cause her to fall to tea that moment, beneath the water, Yin joyously surfaced with a fish in his mouth. He did not see Yu. He only noticed the egg brother. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the female approaching Yu. He cried out in alarm, "Yu!" Chapter 19. Falling into the water. Immediately, Mu Qingqing halted in her tracks. Her greatest fear had come to pass. Like a startled bird, Yu failed to grasp the fruit and fell straight from the edge of the stone into the water, with a resounding splash. Yin transformed into a beastly form and dove into the water, dragging Yu to the creek's edge. Yu wore a pained expression, prompting Mu Qingqing to gently lay her flat on the ground. Yin reverted to human form, clad in animal hides, and hastily pushed Mu Qingqing aside. However, this time, Mu Qingqing stood her ground, her voice rising in anger. "Do you intend to stand by and watch her perish?" The word "die" struck a nerve in Yin, his eyes turning crimson as he shouted, "It's you. What do you wish to do to Yu?" Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing pressed down on Yu's chest, urging her to expel the water from her lungs. Her voice cold as she questioned, "In that state, you cannot call for her. Do you not understand?" It was a basic principle, and Yin certainly comprehended it. He had merely panicked, fearing that the female might harm Yu. Upon being shouted at by the female, Yin found himself at a loss. Clenching his fists, he could do nothing but watch as the female rhythmically pressed on Yu's abdomen. After a few moments of unconsciousness, Yu suddenly coughed up a significant amount of water. Feeling heavy and uncomfortable, she could not help but let out a soft whimper. "Good Yu, do not be afraid. Mother is here. You are safe now." Lying in the warm embrace of the female, Yu's eyes reddened, and she burst into tears, calling out for her mother. Each cry melted Mu Qingqing's heart, filling her with profound sorrow. Carefully, Mu Qingqing inspected Yu's body. She had inhaled some water and had a small abrasion on her forehead, but otherwise, she appeared well. Mu Qingqing retrieved antiseptic and ointment from her space, applying them to Yu's forehead with utmost gentleness. Providing immediate relief to the stinging wound, Yu gazed at Mu Qingqing with a pitiful pout. "Mother, I am so hungry." Thus, Mu Qingqing cradled Yu and returned home, with Yin silently following behind, carrying his younger brother. After changing Yu into clean animal hides, Mu Qingqing prepared noodles and fried eggs in their presence, setting several bowls before them. "Eat up." This time, Yin refrained from shattering bowls or hurling insults at the female. Questioning her intentions, instead, he quietly consumed every last strand of noodle. The two little ones, their bellies round and full, soon succumbed to sleep after a brief period of restlessness. They slept soundly until the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin returned home earlier than usual that day. Upon entering, still clutching his catch, he spotted his younger siblings peacefully asleep on the bed, their small hands resting over their chests as if in slumber. Consumed by rage, he grasped his stone knife, ready to confront Mu Qingqing. As Mu Qingqing returned with water, she noticed Lin standing at the door and inquired why he had not entered, also asking if Yin and Yu had awakened. Her voice roused the two little ones. Yu rubbed her eyes and sat up, exclaiming, "Elder brother, you're back?" Yin grumbled, climbing off the bed. "Elder brother?" Seeing that his siblings were merely asleep, the redness in Lin's eyes and his murderous intent gradually faded away. He handed a few Yu beasts to Mu Qingqing, the gesture ambiguous, perhaps a request for her to cook. Nevertheless, Mu Qingqing was taken aback by his kindness. She could not overlook the fleeting glint of bloodlust and rage in Lin's eyes moments before. Could it be that her eldest son had developed a twisted personality? His earlier demeanor had been utterly terrifying. Had she remained silent, would she have still been alive? While Mu Qingqing could cook, she was not adept at handling prey, nor did she take pleasure in the act of killing. Lin understood this, so he silently skinned and cleaned the Yu beasts before placing them on the table, meticulously cutting them into bite-sized pieces for ease of consumption. Mu Qingqing retrieved star anise. cinnamon, and other spices from her space to boil and blanch the meat. She contemplated the personalities of her children. Yin had previously struck her as a headstrong and impulsive cub, yet he was surprisingly sensible. Fully aware of the circumstances and possessing a high level of vigilance, Lin, on the other hand, appeared somewhat insecure, feeling inadequate for not being able to beastify, yet he was determined not to lose. Beneath his seemingly stable demeanor lay a depth of emotion. She could sense the darkness and danger lurking behind his red eyes. He was likely the most twisted and terrifying of the three, and it would be challenging to steer him back to the right path. Although he remained wary of Mu Qingqing, he still dared to consume her food, unlike Yin, who was far more resistant. He even had the audacity to allow her to handle the Yu beasts alone. Such courage and audacity were beyond what most peers possessed, and even some adult beastmen would not compare. He would undoubtedly grow into a formidable character. As for Yuer, she was even more adorable and obedient than Mu Qingqing had imagined. A single candy could win her heart, utterly charming. Tio break through the defenses of the little cubs. It seemed that Yuer was the key. Compared to before, Mu Qingqing only wished for her own life to be less tragic. Yet now, she desired a better life for her little ones, wanting them to be well-fed and warmly clothed. If such efforts could not alter their perceptions, then Mu Qingqing would resign herself to fate. Speaking of which, she was uncertain about the current situation with Lang Qi. What could a little cub be consuming daily? Remembering the soft, curled-up little white wolf, Mu Qingqing wondered if she had gone mad, her maternal instincts overwhelming her. Inside the house, Lin inquired about the events of the day from Yin. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted from before. Yin hesitated, risking his elder brother's wrath, and recounted how Yuer nearly drowned in the past. Lin would have scolded Yin for not keeping a close watch on Yuer. And even Yuer herself believed this to be true. She anxiously tugged at the animal hide draped over her elder brother, looking up with soft eyes. Elder brother, please don't be angry, Yuer is fine. It was clear how deeply ingrained Lin's temperament was in their minds. However, this time, he refrained from reproach. Instead, he gently patted his sister's head, advising her not to act recklessly in the future. Not only that, he was unexpectedly gentle with Yin as well. Little Yin, I will always protect you and Yuer. Both Yin and Yuer were taken aback, especially Yin, who, despite being close in age and having grown up together, found himself unable to comprehend his elder brother or grasp his intentions. Chapter 20. Bathing Yuer. This time, the meat from the Yu beast lacked the quality of the previous adult specimen. It was tough and chewy, making it difficult to eat. Consequently, Mu Qingqing opted for a different cooking method, stewing the meat until it was tender. Unlike the previous broth, this time it was drier with just a hint of sauce. And the meat melted in the mouth. As dusk approached, Mu Qingqing finally completed the meal. Having been rescued from drowning by Mu Qingqing, Yuer gradually developed a dependence on her, comforted by her gentle nurturing. As Mu Qingqing busied herself, Yuer's gaze remained fixed on her. Previously, Yin would have admonished Yuer for looking at the female in such a manner, but this time, neither of them spoke. As customary, Mu Qingqing served each of the little beastmen a generous bowl, with the main dish being boiled potatoes, and for Yuer, she prepared soft, stewed meat chunks. Unsurprisingly, Yuer preferred the tender meat covered in sauce over the chewier options. Seeing Yuer enjoy her meal brought joy to Mu Qingqing. However, upon noticing Yuer's grimy little hands reaching directly into the bowl, she frowned. No, you must take a bath. Although Yuer had been cleansed by the water, she still appeared dirty. Thus, she explained to Lin the importance of hygiene, emphasizing the bacteria that could cause discomfort if ingested. Clearly, Mu Qingqing regarded Lin as the guardian of the little ones. Lin nodded in agreement. His compliance made Mu Qingqing feel uneasy. Previously, the little cubs had feared her, but now she found herself slightly intimidated by them. Nevertheless, she had no time for such thoughts. Her only desire was to clean Yuer thoroughly, transforming her into a beautiful little female. Hence, Mu Qingqing took only a few bites before eagerly heading to heat water. Yin observed the female's departing figure, no longer voicing suspicions of her ulterior motives or questioning his brother's agreement. Instead, he stated, Elder brother, I wish to accompany you up the mountain. I will ask Lang Qi to look after Yuer. And in exchange, I can provide him with food. Lin remained silent. In truth, little Yin was more suited for the mountain. He could beastify, and both his hunting speed and keen perception surpassed Lin's. In the past, One of them had to stay behind to watch over Ewer and the egg brother. If Lin stayed, he could not trust little Yin to go alone, fearing that the adult beastmen might bully him. While he could prevent conflicts, little Yin might not be so fortunate. Therefore, the decision was made for little Yin to remain. Now, however, he could see the females care for Ewer, which Ewer also sensed. With Uncle Lang willing to teach him, little Yin might receive proper guidance. But for now, that could wait until later. Mo Lin did not explicitly refuse, and a flicker of joy flashed in Yan's eyes. The incident of Ewer falling into the water had instilled a profound sense of panic within him, making him realize that relying solely on his elder brother's protection was insufficient, especially since his brother was unable to transform. As a beast man, he should shoulder the responsibility. Mou savored her meal with great satisfaction, and after finishing, she craned her neck to gaze at the doorway, awaiting Mu Qingqing's return. Yin felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Had Ewer forgotten how the females had once dealt with them? However, it was only natural for Ewer to be too young to remember. Mu Qingqing had gone out to fetch several buckets of water. She retrieved a wooden basin from her space. Originally, she had intended to use better bathing tools, but she worried that the little cubs might become suspicious, so she opted for the wooden basin instead. The Beastman continent had an abundance of wood, making it easy to craft such a basin. Although the little cubs were surprised by the exquisite design of the basin, they did not dwell on it. Once Mu Qingqing set the water, she prepared to remove the beast skin from Ewer. Suddenly, she caught sight of the two little cubs beside her, their eyes wide and unblinking. She looked at them in exasperation and said, "Ewer is a little female. You two are beast men. Turn around and do not look." They were so concerned for their sister, wary of her every move, that it was impossible to let them leave. Mu Qingqing merely instructed them to turn away. Obediently, they turned, yet their ears stood alert, vigilant of the female's every action. The female was still too naive. Did she not realize that their ears were akin to another pair of eyes for the Emoshi clan? However, this was a truth they would never allow the female to discover. As Mu Qingqing peeled off Ewer's beast's skin, she noticed for the first time the numerous bruises adorning Ewer's body. Just as she was about to inquire whether Ewer was in pain, she suddenly recalled that these bruises had been inflicted by the original host. For the first time, she felt an intense resentment towards the original host. How could such a delightful little creature have been subjected to such cruelty? Just as Mu Qingqing placed Ewer into the water, the memory of her fall flooded Ewer's mind, her eyes wide with terror and struggle. Yet, she did not cry out as she had before. After all, she had begun to trust Mu Qingqing. "Oh, not be afraid, my dear. Mother is simply giving you a bath. The water is shallow and will not drown you. Now, come, Ewer, hold onto Mother's neck." Ewer seldom bathed, having once had a traumatic experience with the original host, resulting in her two brothers not forcing her to bathe again. She obediently sat in the wooden basin, the water reaching her waist. Feeling quite peculiar, Ewer anxiously gazed at Mu Qingqing with her watery eyes, tugging at her beast skin and calling out for her mother. Mu Qingqing discreetly retrieved a piece of candy from her space and quickly placed it in Ewer's mouth. Instantly, Ewer closed her lips and squinted her eyes in delight as she savored the sweet treat. Taking advantage of this moment, Mu Qingqing lathered her with body wash, gently massaging it in with every rub. The water turned black, then gray. The bath proved to be a tremendous relief for Mu Qingqing. After using one bucket of water, she replaced it with another. She instructed Ewer to close her eyes while she washed her hair. Ewer's hair was long, nearly reaching her backside, and it was unclear what type of grass had been used to tie it together, as it was severely knotted. After squeezing out a bit of shampoo, Mu Qingqing began to work through Ewer's hair. Ewer, with the candy in her mouth, mumbled, Mother, it feels so good." Mu Qingqing ran her fingers through Ewer's hair. Despite the tangles, it was mercifully free of lice and relatively clean. After 2 buckets of water had been used, Ewer was finally clean, allowing Mu Qingqing to fully appreciate her appearance for the first time. Ewer was undoubtedly the most beautiful little girl Mu Qingqing had ever seen. She couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of showing her 2 brothers. Thus, she eagerly dried Ewer's hair and braided it. Ewer bore a striking resemblance to Mu Qingqing, possessing an alluring beauty with fox-like eyes that slightly turned up at the corners. Every movement she made exuded grace, and her pink lips, when pouting, appeared utterly adorable. Even before reaching maturity, it was evident that she would grow into an astonishing beauty. Ewer's skin was fair, having been wrapped in beast skins for so long that she had seldom seen the sun. Now, after her bath, she was soft, fragrant, and irresistibly cute. However, Mu Qingqing still felt she was too thin. She preferred children to be slightly plump, exuding health and vitality, much like a lucky charm. Upon finishing her candy, Yuer looked longingly at Mu Qingqing, wanting more yet hesitant to ask. Finally, she softly called out, "Mother, sweet, sweet fruit." Chapter 21. The initial stages of infrastructure. At that moment, Mu Qingqing's maternal instincts reached their zenith. She mischievously gazed at Yuer, leaning in close. "Kiss mother, and mother will let you have some." Yuer, shyly lowering her head and clasping her small hands together, had never kissed anyone before. However, she had observed other mothers kissing their little females, who in turn would kiss their mothers. Just as she was about to lift her head, a kiss landed on her forehead. "If you do not kiss mother, then mother will kiss you." Yuer touched her forehead, giggling with delight. This tender moment did not escape the keen ears of the two little cubs. Although they could not see it, they could vividly imagine the scene. A sight they had longed to witness, occurring unexpectedly when they had almost given up hope. O Yin felt a pang of irony. While Mo Lin remained as still as a placid lake, Mu Qingqing dressed Yuer in a new beast skin and rummaged through her space for some small trinkets, clips, hair ties, and tiny bracelets, believing that girls typically adored such items. And Yuer would surely appreciate them as well as expected. The woven bracelet instantly captured Yuer's heart. Adorning the beast's skin were a few delicate flowers, and her braided hair was tied with two interwoven colors of hair ties. From a distance, she resembled a little princess of the tribe. Mu Qingqing looked at Yuer with pride before glancing at the two little cubs who had turned their backs. "All right, you may turn around now." Mo Lin and Mo Yin complied, their bodies trembling. Neither of them held any expectations, as Yuer had always been the most beautiful, lovable, and understanding little female in their eyes. Yet, the fact that she had been washed and dressed so beautifully by the female made her seem like the sister they had always imagined. Yuer deserved to be cherished. Mu Qingqing, perplexed, observed their expressions. "Is it not beautiful? Why do you look like that?" Yuer, confused, tugged at her beast skin, adorned with glittering trinkets, and asked in her sweet voice, "Elder brother, second brother, is Yuer not pretty?" They both nodded eagerly. "Beautiful, very beautiful." Yuer beamed with delight as Mu Qingqing tidied up the bathing supplies. She cast a glance at Mo Lin and the others, casually remarking, "I am going to fetch a few more buckets of water. You should wash up as well." The brothers exchanged glances. Mo Yin engaged Yuer in conversation to divert her attention, while Mo Lin approached Mu Qingqing, lowering his voice. "You treat Yuer well, she can sense it, which is why I allow you to be close to her." But that is all that he and Mo Yin were not as easily deceived as Yuer. His words bore an unmistakable chill and distance. The warmth in Mu Qingqing's eyes gradually faded. "Oh, how could I forget? These two little cubs are not so easily handled." The next day, Mo Yin attempted to follow Mo Lin up the mountain, only to be firmly rejected. Frustrated, Mo Yin exclaimed, "Elder brother, you did not refuse yesterday. He had even sharpened a stone knife. I still do not trust Yuer to be alone with her, even with Lang Qi around. It cannot be guaranteed. Let us wait a few more days." With the matter laid bare, Mo Yin could only watch helplessly as his elder brother departed. Mu Qingqing's act of saving Yuer from drowning had essentially won her complete trust. Thus, when Mu Qingqing went to the stream to wash the beast's skin, Yuer happily trailed behind her. When Mo Yin rushed over in a panic with the egg brother, he found Yuer nestled in Mu Qingqing's embrace. Both of them laughing and chatting, he stood silently at a distance, coldly thinking to himself, hoping that this female genuinely cared for Yuer and was not merely pretending. Otherwise, that night, Mu Qingqing took the beast's skin that Yuer had changed out of to the stream for washing, inadvertently causing the surrounding females to shy away from her. Mu Qingqing thought, "I still have questions to ask." Thus, she shamelessly approached them. "What do you need so many beast men for? You are not interested in any particular beast man, are you?" One female looked at her suspiciously. The rest of the females glared at her with disdain. This shameless female. Mu Qingqing sighed in exasperation. "I wish to build a house and require the assistance of beast men. I can offer something in exchange." The female scoffed, "Even if you need beast men, you do not need so many. Who knows what your true intentions are? Indeed, you even dare to offer something in exchange. What do you have to trade?" Surely it is not the winter provisions that Mo Lin hunts. The females looked at Mu Qingqing with disgust. It is already miraculous that those little cubs survived. You still intend to barter with the winter food? The females berated Mu Qingqing, each taking turns to scold her. No, do not scold her, mother. Mo Yu, who had been playing with her candy, suddenly darted over like a little cannonball upon seeing the group of females surrounding Mu Qingqing, mimicking the nearby plump female's fierce demeanor and glaring at everyone. Bad. No scolding. A few female figures exchanged glances, astonished that Yuer would actually defend Mu Qingqing. More importantly, they were taken aback by how stunning Yuer appeared after being cleaned and dressed up. Mu Qingqing felt a sense of relief. Yuer was indeed the better one. Unlike those two little ingrates, as the surrounding females dispersed, Mu Qingqing sighed, realizing that the matter of constructing a house would not be so easily resolved. You can seek out the clan leader, came a voice from behind. Mu Qingqing turned around, startled. Qing. The female of Bao Fei stood before her. It had only been a few days since that incident, and unlike the plump female Mu Qingqing had first encountered, Qing had slimmed down considerably. She was washing hides for her little cubs, her expression indifferent. One will be willing to help you if you ask like that. Go find the clan leader. He has ways. Qing's suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in Mu Qingqing's eyes. Thank you. Qing paused at her gratitude, her tone tinged with discomfort. You need not thank me. I misunderstood you before, and I owe you an apology. Mu Qingqing shook her head, acknowledging that the original owner's poor reputation ultimately stemmed from herself. So Qing's misunderstanding was only natural. In the end, the one to be pitied was still Qing, who devoted herself entirely to her small family, only to be betrayed by her own beastman. Qing caught a fleeting look of sympathy in Mu Qingqing's eyes. Had it been in the past, her fiery temper would have prompted her to lash out, but now, after cleaning the hides, Qing departed, leaving Mu Qingqing to carry Yuer toward the clan leader. Along the way, the females around them couldn't help but be captivated by Yuer. Whose little female is this? She's so adorable. Being cradled by Mu Qingqing, it was evident that she was her own cub. Could it be Mo Yu? When did she become like this? Yuer sensed the attention of the beastman females in the tribe, an odd sensation that instinctively made her burrow deeper into Mu Qingqing's embrace. In Mu Qingqing's mind, her impression of the clan leader was far from favorable. Not to mention his several little cubs, there were also the orphan cubs of the wolves or the tribe. The clan leader had taken no measures to ensure their sustenance and survival. Even knowing that the Beastman continent operated on the principle of survival of the fittest, she still felt that the clan leader was excessively indifferent. Upon reaching the clan leader's entrance, Mu Qingqing was met by a tall beastman emerging from within, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. Chapter 22. I have no intentions toward you. What do you want? Did I not tell you not to seek me out again? Hu Lan looked at Mu Qingqing with evident annoyance. Despite the significant difference in her appearance now compared to before, Hu Lan still held no affection for her. Mu Qingqing regarded the beastman before her with confusion, feeling his behavior was inexplicable. Yet, she quickly recalled that this beastman was indeed Hu Lan. After several days in the tribe, this was her first encounter with the male lead. As depicted in the books, he was strikingly upright and handsome, radiating an air of gallantry. Regrettably, he was not to Mu Qingqing's taste. I am not here to seek you, she began, but Hu Lan coldly interrupted her. It has been so long since that incident, and I never expected you to cling to it so stubbornly. But your persistence is futile. I will never fall in love with you, Mu Qingqing thought. Is this person insane? I already stated I am not here for you. Clearly, Hu Lan did not believe her. He glanced at the item in Mu Qingqing's hand, his keen eyes catching sight of a pearl-sized ornament. With a frosty demeanor, he declared, even if you offer me something, I would remain unmoved. You should abandon that hope. Mu Qingqing once again confirmed that this man was indeed unhinged. She had not noticed it while reading. She attempted to bypass Hu Lan, only to be seized by him. Hu Lan, in a fit of irritation, demanded, what exactly do you want? Wanner is still inside. If she sees this, she will. Before he could finish, Bai Wanner emerged from the hide, catching sight of their scuffle, with the clan leader and others behind her. Bai Wanner's eyes reddened as she rushed over. Hu Lan, it's not what it looks like. It's her. Bai Wanner trusted Hu Lan's feelings for her, well aware of what kind of beastman her partner was. Yet, she couldn't fathom why she felt a sense of crisis upon seeing Mu Qingqing. Ching, it has been so long. You already have several children. Can you not forget about Alon? Hu Lan's expression soured further at her words, disgusted that she would still pursue him despite having children. The male and female seemed to be performing a comedic duet before Mu Qingqing. She rolled her eyes. I already said I am not looking for you. Do you not have ears? Bai Wana remained skeptical. As did Hu Lan. Did you not see me coming? Did you intentionally come here to block me? Mu Qingqing, with a dismissive gaze, did not allow Bai Wana to speak. Yue, nestled in her arms, piped up in a sweet voice. Looking for the clan leader. The group was momentarily stunned, and Hu Lan's expression shifted awkwardly. Noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor, the clan leader hurried over. What do you seek me for? Mu Qingqing pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to rebuild my house and need several beastmen to assist. I can offer something in exchange. The clan leader furrowed his brow. Your house is fine as it is. What is this female scheming now? Mu Qingqing elaborated. It will be cold during winter. I want to construct a cement house. Mu Qingqing continued her explanation, seeking the clan leader's assistance in finding several beastmen. Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Bai Wana felt her face flushed. Alon has been resting lately. He can help you without any need for exchange. However, once she spoke, Bai Wana regretted it. Last year, Mu Qingqing had been delivering items to Alon. And though Mu Qingqing claimed disinterest, who could say for certain? Mu Qingqing's gaze turned frosty. No. What if some rumors arise? I cannot clarify that. This remark only deepened Hu Lan's embarrassment, laced with indignation. He could not be blamed for misunderstanding, as Mu Qingqing had persistently pursued him before. The clan leader contemplated, not immediately agreeing. What will you offer in exchange? Mu Qingqing retrieved a cooked potato from the hide. The clan leader was puzzled. Their tribe had no shortage of potatoes, as they grew abundantly on the mountains. However, due to their toxicity, no one dared to harvest them. Before the onlookers, Mu Qingqing took a few bites of the potato, prompting Yue to call out, "A moo!" As Mu Qingqing was about to offer Yue a taste, Bai Wana slapped it from her hand. Bai Wana stared at Mu Qingqing in shock. Eating it is one thing, but why would you give it to Yue? Are you not afraid of poisoning her? At times, Mu Qingqing truly questioned Bai Wana's intelligence and the general intellect of the Beastman continent. Did you not see me eat it? Bai Wana was momentarily speechless. Well, perhaps you are seeking death, but you should not drag Yue down with you. Bai Wana's earnest warning elicited a cool response from Mu Qingqing. If I wished for death, why would I bother rebuilding a house? Am I mad? Bai Wana was left utterly speechless, as Mu Qingqing's reasoning rang true. Come inside. We can discuss further, the clan leader suddenly interjected. Hu Lan and Bai Wana, initially preparing to leave, followed suit upon hearing this. This can be consumed once cooked. It is not toxic that I ate it a few days ago. As she spoke, Mu Qingqing produced several more potatoes to offer them. The group exchanged glances, hesitating to take them. One of the clan leader's beastman cubs gritted his teeth and bit into a potato. Xiong Qi's female gasped, "Achi!" Bai Wana also looked astonished at her brother. "Qi gu!" All eyes were on Xiong Qi as he grimaced while chewing the potato, but soon his expression relaxed. A delightful, sweet, starchy flavor filled his mouth, soft and glutinous, leaving him feeling quite full. Having finished one, Xiong Qi was still craving more when his mother slapped him on the back of the head. "You are the eldest, yet you are so gluttonous?" Xiong Qi, indignant, attempted to explain. "Mother, I am not being greedy. I just, enough," the clan leader interrupted, looking at his eldest son with admiration. He realized that he was getting older and that the tribe needed brave beastmen willing to try new things. His son had achieved just that. The absence of toxins in the potatoes was no trivial matter for the tribe. With a population of around 2,000, including elderly females and young cubs, the tribe was considered sizable. Excluding them, there were also the sick and disabled, with nearly 100 people lost each year due to food shortages. During a harsh winter, 100 or 200 could perish. Thus, food had always been a concern for the clan leader, and if this could be resolved, a glimmer of fervor flashed in the clan leader's eyes. Yet, he still harbored doubts. Can you ensure that all potatoes are non-toxic? Mu Qingqing understood the clan leader's implication. After thinking for a moment, she extended a hand. "I swear by the beast god, 99% of potatoes are non-toxic when cooked." Although the clan leader could not comprehend the latter part of her statement, the fact that she swore by the beast god indicated that Mu Qingqing was not lying. by Warner and Hulan exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that Mu Qingqing had changed. What exactly do you mean by rebuilding the house? Chapter 23. The gift of a hunting knife to the young ones. With a heart full of satisfaction, Mu Qingqing cradled Yuer in her arms as she departed. The arrangements for building their home had been successfully completed, leaving only a few matters to attend to. Glancing down at Yuer, who was munching on a potato, she noticed the little one eagerly extending the vegetable towards her, sweetly exclaiming, "Mother, eat." Mu Qingqing pressed a fervent kiss upon Yuer's cheek. "Good girl, you eat. Mother will not." Upon returning home, she found Mo Yin seated beside her younger brother, diligently sharpening a stone knife. Intrigued, Mu Qingqing approached and inquired, "What are you doing?" Without lifting his gaze, Mo Yin seemed oblivious to her presence. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she embraced Yuer once more and began to ponder. It suddenly struck her that Mo Lin was unable to transform into a beast. How did he manage to hunt each day? Observing the stone knife in Mo Yan's hand, she contemplated for a moment before retrieving 2 knives from her spatial pouch. Perhaps she could present them during dinner that evening, uncertain if the 2 little ones would accept her offering. Before long, Mo Lin returned, proudly carrying his catch. As he entered, he beheld Mu Qingqing bent over the stove, busily preparing a meal. The pot bubbled with an enticing aroma, and Yuer, dressed in her finest attire, sweetly squatted beside Mu Qingqing, sucking on candy while watching her mother cook. Little Yin, meanwhile, was diligently sharpening his stone knife, with their younger brother lying still beside him. The setting sun streamed through the doorway, casting a serene glow over the scene, a tableau that Mo Lin had once dreamed of, yet believed could never be realized. "Elder brother," Mo Yin exclaimed, rising with joy. "Lin Gu," Yuer chirped, her eyes gleaming, "You're back?" Mu Qingqing, busy with her tasks, stole a glance at him. A complex array of emotions surged within Mo Lin as he set down his catch. "Wash your hands. It's time to eat," Mu Qingqing instructed. Tired of the monotonous fare of either broth or roasted meat over the past few days, she had prepared a generous pot of rice, a dish of beef stew with potatoes, and a stir-fried vegetable platter. She placed the dishes on the stone table. Yuer gazed longingly at the food, swallowing hard as she sweetly called out, "Mother." The other 2 little ones remained expressionless, as Mu Qingqing stuffed a large mouthful of rice into her mouth. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. Indeed, nothing compared to the delight of rice. Meanwhile, Mo Lin and Mo Yin exchanged glances, both aware that ever since that day with the cream bread, Mo Lin had sensed a secret surrounding the female. He had never witnessed a female preparing food before. Where had the bread come from? Little Yin had previously asked him this, but he had skillfully evaded the question. Mu Qingqing could hardly fathom that a child of merely 7 years had delved so deeply into such contemplations. She had assumed they would remain oblivious. Mu Qingqing had never intended to conceal the truth. The Orc continent was so primitive that anything she brought from her spatial pouch would raise suspicion. Thus, she decided to be forthright. After dinner, while Mo Yin cleaned up and washed the dishes, Mu Qingqing placed the 2 knives on the table, immediately capturing Mo Lin's attention, in his quest to learn hunting and for self-defense. Mo Lin had been grinding his own stone knives, emulating the other orcs. However, sharpening a stone knife required nearly 10 days of labor. Given his inability to transform, he frequently used his knives, having already worn out countless ones since he began hunting. Initially, Little Yin had offered to assist him with the sharpening, but after suffering blisters and nearly freezing his hands during a harsh winter, Mo Lin never again asked for his help. He cherished his remaining stone knife, which led to numerous injuries upon his body. He could instantly recognize the sharpness of the knives before him, and if he possessed such a blade, hunting would become significantly easier, alleviating his fears of injury or death. A flicker of fervor ignited in Mo Lin's eyes. He feared not for himself, but for the fate of Little Yin, Yuer, and the unborn sibling should he perish. That was his true dread. Mu Qingqing pushed the knife forward with a hint of confusion. "Do you not like it?" It struck her as odd, for she had clearly observed Mo Lin's keen interest in the blade. Mo Yin, having finished cleaning, entered and, like his brother, was captivated by the knives. "Are these for us?" Mo Lin inquired. His voice LOW. Mu Qingqing nodded. "You will need them for hunting," O Yin scoffed. "This isn't some form of compensation for the fact that you caused my brother to be unable to transform? Is it?" With that, he picked up a knife and casually chopped at a nearby piece of wood. Effortlessly, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes, and he added, "Let me tell you, this compensation is still insufficient." Mu Qingqing could not help but roll her eyes inwardly. "Indeed, it is my compensation, and I shall provide even more in the future. Does that suffice?" Imo Yin nodded, finally satisfied, and handed both knives to his brother. Imo Lin found it exceedingly difficult to refuse. He grasped the hunting knife, feeling its weight. It was significantly lighter than his stone knife and featured a handle that fit comfortably in his grip. He exchanged a glance with Imo Yin, neither of them questioning the origin of the hunting knife. Mu Qingqing exhaled in relief, thankful they did not pry further. That evening, Imo Lin found himself lost in thought while gazing at the hunting knife. The female lay sleeping not far from him. With this knife, he could effortlessly end her life. Even if her parents came searching, as long as he concealed the knife well, they would never suspect him. As his gaze shifted downward, he caught sight of Yur, peacefully slumbering with her cherubic face. He pondered what the female applied to Yur's face daily, for it had grown fairer and perpetually bore a sweet scent. Never mind, he thought, there is ample time. I can wait to eliminate her until Yur has grown. Besides, if the female were to die now, it would undoubtedly sadden Yur deeply, unbeknownst to the slumbering Mu Qingqing. Her good intentions had unwittingly led her to dance with death. The next day, Mu Qingqing was awakened by Imo Yan's call. No matter the location, indulging in sleep remained her favorite pastime. "The clan leader seeks you?" Imo Yan stated, his tone laden with complexity. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Mu Qingqing was struck with curiosity. "You wish to build more houses?" Given that their current dwelling was already vastly improved, what could possibly necessitate additional construction? Did she wish to separate from them? A flicker of unease crossed Imo Yan's face. If that were the case, it would be for the best. They had ample provisions for the winter and plenty of firewood. Far exceeding previous years, the clan leader did not arrive alone. He brought several other orcs with him. The two retreated to converse privately. "You need not exchange food for the construction of the houses. Consider it a reward for your discovery of potatoes." Mu Qingqing thought to herself how astute the clan leader was. "The orcs I selected will not impede hunting. They will not venture into the mountains. And the food they receive will remain consistent. As for the matter of the potatoes, keep it confidential for now. I will organize the female orcs later." Mu Qingqing nodded, acknowledging the clan leader's foresight. After a brief discussion, the work commenced. However, while Mu Qingqing was fervently engaged in construction, an unforeseen incident unfolded. Chapter 24. No intention of allowing him to live. Upon awakening, the first thing Mo Lin did was to feel for the hunting knife at his waist. Sleeping with the knife all night had proven quite uncomfortable, yet his fondness for it outweighed the discomfort. He stepped outside with a composed demeanor, though only he understood the tumultuous emotions brewing within him. He resembled a child who had just received a beloved toy, eagerly touching it and longing to test its might. When Wolfie arrived, he found Imo Lin surrounded by several captured Yu beasts. The young one's eyes sparkled with vitality. Wolfie's curiosity was piqued. "What brings you here so early today?" As he approached, he noticed the hunting knife clutched in Imo Lin's hand. His pupils dilated. He instantly recognized the knife's extraordinary nature. However, he refrained from asking questions and began imparting knowledge about hunting for the day. As noon approached, they received their usual provisions, the ever-reliable cream bread and several fruits. Imo Lin handed a piece of bread to Wolfie, maintaining his customary silence. Suddenly, a frown creased Imo Lin's brow as he stared at the cream. Wolfie, yawning, inquired, "What is wrong? Is there an issue with the bread?" Imo Lin shook his head, remaining silent. He sensed something was amiss with the taste, unsure if it was merely his imagination. Was it possible that the female had poisoned it? Yet if so, why now? Why today? After all, she had just gifted him a knife for self-defense. Imo Lin was perplexed. Wolfie typically took a short nap after lunch, and during this time, Imo Lin would often head to the river in the forest to process the beast meat, stripping it of its skin and discarding inedible organs. Making it easier to carry down the mountain as he dragged the Yu beast away as usual, he found himself yawning, perhaps due to a restless night. At the riverbank, other orcs were present. Some transformed into their beast forms to bathe, while others, like him, skinned their catches for easier transport. Just as he was about to return after finishing his work, Leopard Fei suddenly rushed over, exclaiming, "Xiao Lin! Mu Qingqing nearly killed little Yin and has taken Yur." Imo Lin's mind went blank. and the prey he held fell from his grasp as a cacophony of ringing filled his ears. He had always believed the female could never change for the better. Her malice remained unchanged. Taking advantage of his absence, she had struck at little Yin and Yuer. He hastily descended the mountain. Yet instinctively his hand brushed against the hunting knife at his waist. Something felt amiss. Glancing at the unfamiliar surroundings, his steps faltered. The leopard Fei, who walked ahead, turned around, having not heard the commotion, and was met with the wary gaze of the young cub. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his face. "Have you discovered my intentions?" Mo Lin coldly regarded him. "What do you intend to do?" "We are of the same tribe." With a malevolent sneer, leopard Fei transformed into a leopard. "Who told you to be the offspring of Mu Qingqing?" Mo Lin understood. This was directed at the female. "What has she done?" The leopard approached Mo Lin step by step, patiently gazing at him. "What did your mother do?" "Are you not aware?" Mo Lin scoffed. "You resent her for exposing your affair with Linghua?" The leopard growled fiercely. "Indeed. If it weren't for your mother, would I be in this state? A Qing has long ceased to pay me any heed, and my own cubs refuse to converse with me. Even the beastmen occasionally look down on me. I have had enough." The more leopard Fei pondered, the angrier he became. For the first time, Mo Lin grasped the meaning of incredulity. Can you truly blame her? She has taken nothing from you. Yet you insist she has, and you lie about your relationship? In the end, she uncovered the female who truly had an affair with you. Has she erred in doing so? She is undoubtedly at fault. Leopard Fei's voice rose. In truth, he had not comprehended Mo Lin's words. He merely harbored grievances and loathing towards Mu Qingqing. Had she not exposed these matters, he would not be in such a predicament. Mo Lin remained silent, his eyes towards leopard Fei filled with mockery and derision. "Such eyes again! I have had enough of this look," leopard Fei growled, leaping towards him. Mo Lin, already on high alert, rolled aside as leopard Fei lunged, drawing his hunting knife and slashing at him. With a sizzle, leopard Fei's thigh was cut. He glanced down at the wound, licking it with his tongue. "You managed to evade me?" Mo Lin remained silent, assuming a defensive stance, his eyes flashing with ominous intent. This was his first face-to-face confrontation with an adult beastman. No, it was not merely a confrontation. It was a duel. Mo Lin was certain that leopard Fei had no intention of allowing him to return to the tribe alive. At that moment, Mo Lin suddenly realized this was his first opportunity to choose his own fate. The blood coursed through his veins with fervor. Leopard Fei, however, was not concerned with such things. Infighting among tribesmen was a grave taboo, and being discovered would lead to expulsion from the tribe, along with one's family. But leopard Fei had no time for such considerations. It was Mu Qingqing who had humiliated him. Let her little cub pay for it. The intense hatred in leopard Fei's eyes made Mo Lin feel absurd. He had never sided with Mu Qingqing. Everyone had witnessed how she had treated him over the years. Yet this time, no matter how much he loathed her, he could not deny that she was not to blame. And why should he confess to things he had not done? Why should he allow others to smear his name? Just as he, Xiao Yin, and Yuer, despite having done nothing, were subjected to discrimination merely because they belonged to the cursed clan of the beast god. Leopard Fei's audacity to cast blame upon the female stemmed from this very reason. Mo Lin was well aware. So before leopard Fei could unleash his fury, he had already taken action. As he spoke to leopard Fei, he seized the opportunity and leaped into action. Unable to transform into a beast, yet compelled to hunt for his younger siblings, Mo Lin's agility surpassed even that of the monkeys in the trees, weaving around the leopard and occasionally inflicting wounds with his knife. The wounds appeared minor at first, but as time passed, the leopard could no longer maintain his composure. He let out a low growl. Eyes brimming with menace. Mo Lin, if you obediently allow me to take a few bites for my relief, I will not pursue you further. Mo Yin and Mo, you will be safe and sound. But should you continue to toy with me like this, I will ensure your demise today. Mo Yin and Mo, you shall not escape either. He would employ any means necessary. Mo Lin lowered his gaze, concealing his expression. If I remain motionless now, do you truly intend to merely bite me a few times? Leopard Fei's leopard face appeared earnest. Of course, it is true. I will only bite a few times. Targeting your neck. Before leopard Fei could finish, Mo Lin burst into laughter, a wild, uninhibited sound filled with endless mockery. Leopard Fei, do you truly consider me a mere cub? You may deceive other cubs, but you cannot deceive me. You never intended for me to return alive. Leopard Faye's countenance shifted to one of ferocity. Mo Lin's image in the tribe was merely that of a silent cub lacking presence. Yet he had not anticipated this cub to possess such cunning, utterly defying his expectations, especially the way he laughed, resembling a madman, just like Mo, just like him. Seizing the moment of Leopard Faye's distraction, Mo Lin grimly gripped his knife and charged at Leopard Faye. If you do not perish, then I shall. Leopard Faye attempted to evade, but could not withstand Mo Lin's agility. He was suddenly pierced in the abdomen. Leopard Faye's eyes turned crimson. He recognized that if he did not eliminate this cub, he would bleed to death. With every ounce of strength, he swung a palm towards Mo Lin. Chapter 25. Leopard Faye is dead. When Mu Qingqing received the news, several beastmen were outside engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, she was preparing a dish of steamed eggs, feeding Yu Er. Upon hearing that Mo Lin was in trouble, the stone bowl in her hand shattered on the ground. The bowl remained intact, but the eggs were strewn everywhere. Yu Er first gazed at the spilled eggs, but before she could lament, she heard her elder brother's name. Her eyes widened in alarm as she clutched Mu Qingqing's beast skin. Mother, brother. Mu Qingqing swiftly picked up Yu Er and hurried outside. Meanwhile, Mo Yin had already dashed out like a cannonball. The eldest is in trouble. How could that be? This child, although seemingly taciturn and silent, had a reputation for being formidable, and aside from the original owner, others seldom fared well against him. Thus, how could he be in trouble? According to her memories, Mo Lin's growth had not been entirely smooth, as he belonged to the antagonist-protagonist group, but he was not supposed to die. However, upon exiting, she beheld Mo Lin with his eyes closed, being carried on a wooden stretcher by several beastmen. Mo Yin, with reddened eyes, was shaking Mo Lin. Brother, what happened? Wake up. At first glance, it was not evident where Mo Lin bore a fatal injury. Mu Qingqing felt panic. What if the eldest had sustained a head injury, and with Mo Yin shaking him? No. Xiao Yin, stop shaking. What if your brother has hurt his head? Mo Yin froze, standing up in a state of alarm. What on earth happened? Mu Qingqing inquired of the beastmen who were carrying Mo Lin down the mountain. He was perfectly fine when I left. How could he be in such a state? The beastman shook his head. We are unsure. When we found Mo Lin, he was already on the ground, with Leopard Faye nearby. There were signs of a struggle. Leopard Faye? That treacherous beastman? Could it be that he harbored resentment due to that incident and sought revenge on Mo Lin? This is too. A flicker of anger crossed Mu Qingqing's face. Mo Lin is still just a cub who cannot transform. How could these beastmen be so petty? Embracing Yu Er, she seized Xiao Yin and intended to confront Leopard Faye. However, Leopard Faye was already dead. The trio of mother and children raised their heads in unison. What? One beastman replied with a complicated expression. When we discovered him, his neck was broken in the forest, and he bore numerous stab wounds. Leopard Faye was also a valiant beastman within the tribe. Though he was typically taciturn, the beastmen females recognized his abilities. What could have transpired for him to meet such a tragic end? Furthermore, such force was not something an ordinary beastman could muster. The beastmen carried Mo Lin into the dwelling and hurriedly departed. Mu Qingqing set Yu Er down and examined Mo Lin's condition. His breathing was steady, with abrasions and bruises, alongside old injuries. He appeared as though he were merely asleep. Mu Qingqing asked Mo Yin, "Is there no one else besides the great shaman who can tend to injuries?" Upon seeing her anxious expression, Mo Yin nodded. No, when we are injured, we usually assess it ourselves and then gather herbs. Suddenly recalling something, Mo Yin rushed outside and soon returned, supporting a trembling, elderly female. Faced with Mu Qingqing's puzzled look, Mo Yin inexplicably became shy. This is young Mei. She has treated us whenever my brother and I were injured. Injured? Mu Qingqing had no time to react when young Mei approached with her stick, angrily swinging it. Humph! Mu Qingqing gasped softly. The stick stung upon contact. Stop hitting the little cubs. Understanding, Mu Qingqing rubbed her nose. Young Mei, I was wrong. Please check on Mo Lin first. Young Mei snorted disdainfully. Her vision was poor, and after searching for some time, she could not locate Mo Lin. She reached out to touch Mo Lin's forehead, then withdrew her hand, seizing the stick again and striking once more. Stop hitting the little cubs. Stop hitting him. Mu Qingqing swiftly dodged, exclaiming, "Ah, it wasn't me, young Amy. I didn't strike Mo Lin. Yet, Young Amy paid no heed. Within the tribe, this seemingly silent little rascal, Mo Lin, was, in truth, quite cunning. It was not easy for an orc female to bully them. The only one capable of putting him at a disadvantage was his mother. Although young Amy's eyesight was poor, she was remarkably accurate when it came to striking. Mu Qingqing's evasive maneuvers were rather clumsy, as she jumped and darted about Dayuer, with wide eyes filled with curiosity, watched her mother, a smile curving her lips. Mo Yin. "Why are you still laughing?" quickly explained to young Amy. Mu Qingqing's call pulled Mo Yin back from his spectator's reverie. He unconsciously suppressed the corners of his mouth that were turning up, concealing the surprise in his eyes. Did he actually smile? Young Amy? My elder brother was not struck by her. Young Amy halted her stick, squinting at Mu Qingqing with a puzzled expression. It was during my elder brother's ascent of the mountain that the incident occurred. Mo Yin clenched his fists. His elder brother remained unconscious, unaware of the circumstances. Yet, he could not escape his conjectures. Surely, his elder brother had clashed with the orcs on the mountain. Given his elder brother's character, he would never instigate conflict. Thus, there could only be one outcome. Someone intended to harm him. It was only in self-defense that he retaliated, wielding the very knife given to him by a female. Although it was not Mu Qingqing who struck him, young Amy still wore a grim expression. Lin has merely been startled and knocked his head. Mu Qingqing didn't dwell on it. When will he awaken? Young Amy opened Mo Lin's eyelids. It won't be long. Mu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was unharmed, that was sufficient. After assessing Mo Lin's condition, young Amy instructed Mo Yin to lift the hide. Mu Qingqing, still puzzled about young Amy's intentions, turned to see Mo Yin glancing at her surreptitiously. Young Amy, I am fine. Young Amy disregarded Mu Qingqing's presence entirely. During this period, has she harmed you? Mo Yin shook his head repeatedly. No. Upon saying this, he trembled. Ever since the female had awakened, they had not been struck again. Unbeknownst to them, several days had passed without injury. Young Amy nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Just after sending young Amy off, a thunderous wail echoed in Mu Qingqing's ears. The sound startled her, and it roused Mo Lin from his deep slumber. Chapter 26. Why wasn't your cub the one to die? Before Mu Qingqing could step outside to ascertain the commotion, individuals had already come knocking. She initially assumed it was the plump female Qing, but to her surprise, it was the parents of Leopard Fae from the neighboring tribe that in the past. Leopard Fae had been truly in love with the Qing. Though they hailed from different tribes, Leopard Fae built a home in a Qing's tribe to ease her mother's concerns. It was this gesture that led a Qing to willingly marry Leopard Fae. After which she bore him 3 cubs. She frequently ventured up the mountain to gather green fruits for Leopard Fae, satisfying the orc's vanity. Yet, who could have anticipated such a tragic outcome? Leopard Fae's mother was quite rotund. Even more so than a Qing, adorned with accessories made from deer teeth around her neck and wrists. Her plump figure, though somewhat comical, was overshadowed by her swollen, red eyes, revealing the profound grief inflicted by Leopard Fae's death. Which cub was it that harmed my Fae? Fae Amy glanced around at the frail occupants of the room, momentarily unsure of whom to direct her ire towards. The weak Mu Qingqing and Mo Yu? Or the younger Mo Lin and Mo Yin? Accompanying Fae Amy was a throng of dark-clad orc females. Standing beside Fae Amy was a Qing, her eyes also swollen and red, looking as though she had aged considerably. Her gaze vacant and unfocused, Mu Qingqing felt a twinge of sympathy for her. A woman burdened with several children. However, what are you doing? Mu Qingqing glared angrily at Fae Amy, who was shaking Mo Lin. My Leopard Fae is dead. Why is your cub still alive? Why? Fae Amy's grip was forceful, whether attempting to rouse Mo Lin or vent her frustrations. Infuriated, Mu Qingqing pushed Fae Amy away, causing her to topple to the ground. I can only express my condolences for your son's demise. Why are you shaking my little Lin? Are you unaware he just injured his head? Do you wish for him to perish as well? Fae Amy wiped her tears, completely disregarding Mu Qingqing's words. Sitting on the ground, she pounded her fists against the earth. Why did my Leopard Fae end up like this? Why is it not your cub that died? This statement immediately chilled Mu Qingqing's expression. Repeat that? Just as Mu Qingqing finished speaking, Mo Yin, who had been silent at the side, suddenly lunged at Fae Amy. Biting her fiercely, Mo Yin bit down hard. And soon blood was drawn. Fae Amy's partner panicked and kicked out, sending Mo Yin flying against the wooden structure. The sound of bone colliding with wood echoing clearly down. Mu Qingqing's voice rose sharply. Little Yin! Mo Yu stared in shock at the scene before him, bursting into tears. Instantly, the room descended into chaos. Mu Qingqing hurried to check on Mo Yin, seeing him covered in blood. Unfazed, he wiped his mouth, glaring fiercely at Fei Amy. This is what you get for cursing my brother. In a state of panic, Mu Qingqing slapped his shoulder. Not too hard, but enough to provoke thoughts. You little cub, if you bite Fei Amy too harshly. What if her partner seeks revenge? Mo Yin froze, noticing the concern and urgency in Mu Qingqing's eyes. Suppressing her voice, Mu Qingqing said, Haven't I told you? When unable to ensure your own safety, do not provoke orcs stronger than yourself. Have you forgotten? As she spoke, she glanced at Mo Yan's back, noticing a large bruise. Thankfully, no bones were broken. Mu Qingqing sighed in relief, lifting the tearful Yuer from her arms. Just as she was about to intervene and bring an end to this farce, her expression suddenly darkened. Fei Amy clutched her partner, sobbing, It's just so tragic. Why is my Fei so pitiable? Why was it not him who died? Aren't they the cursed snake of the beast god? They were destined to perish. Why were they not the ones to die? Silence. Mu Qingqing's sharp reprimand silenced the room, even causing Yuer in her arms to forget her cries in fear. Fei Amy gasped. Unable to catch her breath, her face turning crimson, Mu Qingqing gazed down at them from her elevated stance. What of the snake clan? What of the beast god's curse? What harm have these little cubs ever wrought upon others? What peril have they ever posed to the tribe? Why should they die? Humph, on what grounds do you make such claims? Rather than questioning whether we deserve to live, why not consider whom Leopard Fei offended that warranted such a severe consequence? Fei Amy bristled, rising from the ground to shout. My Fei was perfectly fine. Mu Qingqing scoffed, perfectly fine. He sullied himself with Linghua, yet cast the blame upon me. How can such an orc be deemed fine? Do you not realize I am a female? If he tarnished my name, what if I were to take my own life in despair? Can you bear the weight of that consequence? Fei Amy was rendered speechless by her retort. Indeed, her son had been in the wrong. Qing stepped forward, tears in her eyes, and said softly, regarding that previous matter, Fei was at fault. I apologize to you. If you discover the reason for Fei's death, I hope you will share it with me. Mu Qingqing remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, she was acutely aware that even if she were to learn the cause of Leopard Fei's demise, she would never divulge it to Qing. She had witnessed the wounds on Leopard Fei when she was at the entrance. Though the fatal wound was on his neck, the blood he lost from the other cuts had also expedited his death. Those knife wounds were inflicted by the very hunting knife she had given to Mo Lin. After the group departed, Mu Qingqing closed the door. The room, devoid of sunlight, appeared rather dim. They have left. We can rise now, Mu Qingqing stated. Mo Yin, still puzzled about whom she had been conversing with, turned to see Mo Lin sitting up in bed. Mo Yin exclaimed joyfully, Elder brother, you're awake? You are also climbed down from Mu Qingqing's embrace. Elder brother? Mo Yin leaned over the bedside, asking, Elder brother, when did you awaken? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Mo Lin shook his head, replying in a hoarse voice, I haven't been awake long. In truth, he had roused during the female's remarks. Were her words sincere? Did she truly believe such things? Mu Qingqing opened a makeshift cabinet beside the bed, retrieving items from her space to tend to her back wounds. She turned to Mo Yin and instructed him to apply some ointment to Mo Lin as well. Mo Lin, that little rascal, will surely not allow her to touch them. The two little ones are smeared with a distinct medicinal scent, while Yuer is beside them, playfully blowing at her brothers. Mo Yin, aware that his sister was frightened moments ago, pinches her little face, eliciting a delighted giggle from her. Mu Qingqing looks up and inquires, What would you like to eat for lunch? Mo Yin remains silent, instinctively glancing at Mo Lin. Yuer claps her hands softly and exclaims, Mother, I want to eat sweet fruits. Mu Qingqing pulls out a generous handful of milk candies for Yuer, who joyfully trots over to her brothers. Aren't you going to ask me? Mo Lin suddenly appears behind Mu Qingqing. She busily attends to her tasks, her expression indifferent. What is there to inquire about? If it were you, you would have acted upon it. Chapter 27. The announcement about the potatoes. Mu Qingqing unconditionally stands by Mo Lin's side. Even if he truly killed Bao Fei in the book, as the little ones grew up, they not only killed Mu Qingqing but also slaughtered the entire tribe, sparing only an elderly female, That female was young Amy. From what happened to young Amy, she understood that although the little ones had darkened, they had not lost their conscience. If Bao Fei could hurl dirt upon her and bully her, a mere female, then it was entirely possible for him to act against the little one as well. "Where's your hunting knife?" Mo Lin's eyes dimmed. It was gone. When Bao Fei struck him, Mo Lin thought he would die. Even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. However, at that critical moment, a beast man descended from the sky, merely extending a hand to snap Bao Fei's neck. That was a scene Mo Lin would never forget. Yet, he only saw the beastman's back and not his face before losing consciousness. Just before he fainted, he saw someone take away his hunting knife. "If it is lost, it is lost. I shall provide you with a new tool tonight." Mu Qingqing contemplated as she handed a crossbow to Mo Lin. After dinner, they were summoned to the center of the tribe by the chieftain. Yu Qingqing cradled Yuer in her arms, accompanied by the two little ones as they walked towards the center. Unusual gazes continuously swept over them. The beastmen were astonished that Bao Fei was dead, yet Mo Lin, this little one, had survived. The females were surprised that Mu Qingqing dared to appear. Her audacity was truly remarkable. Some little ones were astonished by Yuer's attire, for they had never seen such a beautiful little female. Although Mu Qingqing appeared expressionless, she was secretly enchanted by the sight of the little lions and tigers scampering about. Mo Yin, unsure why he was fixated on Mu Qingqing, naturally noticed her observing the other little ones. He lowered his gaze, clenching his fists, recalling the words spoken by the female earlier. What was wrong with the Oshi clan? So what if they had been cursed by the beast god? What harm had these little ones done throughout their lives? What misdeeds had they committed against the tribe? Ha! Such sweet words, yet he had not forgotten how the female incessantly berated them as cursed. Disgusting creatures, the chieftain, upon seeing Mu Qingqing and Mo Yin, displayed a moment of contemplation. Bao Fei's death was gruesome, his body riddled with wounds, and no one suspected that Mo Lin had anything to do with it. How could a little one who could not be astified possibly harm Bao Fei? Initially, he thought the same, yet later, his partner informed him that Bao Fei had exchanged a bit of illusionary herb powder for beast meat. The illusionary herb powder was harmful. Subsequently, he inquired with the beast man who delivered the food, and indeed, Mo Lin's beast skin had passed through Bao Fei's hands. Thus, Bao Fei must have intended to deal with Mo Lin. He simply did not know how the outcome turned out this way. As long as the little ones insisted they knew nothing about Bao Fei's death, the matter would remain unsolved. But which beast man possessed such formidable strength? The chieftain's gaze inadvertently shifted to Lang Yi, yet coincidentally, Lang Yi had an alibi. Many beastmen had witnessed Lang Yi sleeping soundly beneath a tree. Everyone knew that Bao Fei had been attacked and killed by an unknown beastman. The chieftain slowly spoke, and upon hearing this, Qing and her little ones could not help but shed tears once more. Bao Fei was a brave warrior of our tribe, contributing greatly. He should not have perished like this. And we do not even know who the murderer is. The beastmen below echoed their agreement. Indeed. We must find out who harmed Bao Fei. O beast god above, may you protect our tribe from such tragedies in the future. I shall conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. The chieftain briefly recounted the events concerning Bao Fei and subsequently arranged for Bao Fei's little ones to join the beastmen on hunting expeditions before shifting his focus to the issue of potatoes. Winter had always been a nightmare for the beastwomen of the tribe. Each year, numerous lives were lost during the harsh winter. Heavy snow could fall for several days or even extend to half a month, forcing people to rely on fire to endure the long, cold season. The second issue was the scarcity of food. When the beastmen descended from the mountains today, they reported that prey was dwindling. And during the hunt, they discovered that several Yao beasts had entered hibernation far too early. This was not a good sign, as winter was still over 2 months away. The chieftain had initially intended to inform everyone about the potatoes later, but given the circumstances, he felt compelled to announce it early so that they could store more food. Upon mentioning this, the female beastmen erupted into discussions. Is it true that potatoes can be eaten? I remember seeing plenty of them on the mountain. If they can be stored without spoiling, then, several elderly females exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with tears, for perhaps this winter, they might just survive. Someone asked the chieftain how he knew potatoes were edible. After a moment's reflection, he uttered Mu Qingqing's name. The ensuing murmurs were overwhelming. Can we trust her words? Indeed. Who knows what her true intentions are? Bao Fei is dead. Yet her little ones remain unharmed. Who would dare to believe them? After all, they belong to the Oshi clan. Once these words were spoken, the center of the tribe fell silent. Yu Qingqing pinched Yuer's little face, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes around her. The chieftain resumed speaking, redirecting everyone's attention. He pulled out a cooked potato from his pocket and, before the crowd, took a few bites. "This potato is quite delicious," the chieftain exclaimed. "A sprinkle of salt makes it easy to fill one's belly." Some little ones watched the chieftain eat the potato, swallowing hard and then tugging at their father's beast skins. "Father, I want to eat too." The little ones clamored, and though the parents felt soft-hearted, they dared not give them food so casually. Thus, they all turned their gazes towards the chieftain, eager to see if he would display any adverse reactions after finishing. After about 3 to 5 minutes, some began to believe him. "Chieftain, there are many potatoes on the mountain. Should we dig them ourselves?" "That is precisely the question I wish to address." The chieftain paused. "Hunting must continue. Meat is indispensable for the beastmen, so we must secure prey. I will divide the beastmen into groups to dig potatoes. And in the evening, we will combine the hunted prey and potatoes for equal distribution. Does anyone have any objections?" "No." The crowd raised their hands in cheer. Having an additional food source meant an increased chance of survival. O beast god above, may our tribe prosper. Chapter 28. Yang Amy. The gathering of potatoes in the tribe was in full swing. While Mu Qingqing's construction efforts progressed methodically, Mo Lin had been recuperating at home for several days. But as the harsh winter approached, he grew restless and insisted on heading up the mountain. The following morning, just as he was preparing to leave, Mo Yin appeared before him, holding the crossbow that Mu Qingqing had given him. Since learning alongside Lang Yi, Mo Lin had brought home enough game to sustain them through the winter. Yet, after enduring hunger for so long, the more food they had, the more secure the little ones would feel. Even Yuer, upon seeing the plentiful dried beast meat at home, would dance with joy. "Brother, I want to go up the mountain with you," Mo Yin declared. He would never forget the terror and helplessness he felt when his brother was carried down by the beastmen. Thus, this time, regardless of whether his brother agreed, he was determined to accompany him. Mo Lin nodded in consent. It was about time for Xiao Yin to join him. Seeing his brother's approval, Mo Yin beamed. "Then I will go and fetch Lang Qi to watch over Yuer." As he spoke, he set down the crossbow and made to dash off, only to be pulled back by Mo Lin. "No need," Mo Yin, puzzled, asked. "Why not?" Mo Lin glanced at the two females peacefully sleeping on the bed and replied softly, "Let Yuer stay with her." Mo Yin had yet to fully let go of his reservations regarding Mu Qingqing and urged anxiously, "Brother, that won't do. Even though she has treated Yuer well these past few days, if something were to go wrong, Yuer might be in grave danger." Mo Lin shook his head. "Go and invite young Amy over." Mo Yin did not comprehend the intentions of his elder brother, yet he complied nonetheless. Mo Lin observed Xiao Yan's retreating figure with a profound gaze, reminiscing about the words spoken by young Amy on that day. After the chieftain concluded his address at the center of the tribe, young Amy, holding her little grandson's hand, turned to him and said, "Lin, your mother seems to have transformed into a different person." Mo Lin, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Young Amy, why do you say that?" Young Amy squinted, her steps unsteady as she regarded Mu Qingqing's silhouette. Having encountered numerous females in her lifetime, she could discern beauty at a glance. "Your mother is a kind-hearted female." Upon hearing this, Mo Lin fell silent. Mu Qingqing was awakened by a series of wet licks. Initially, she presumed it to be Yuer, but Yuer was always well-behaved and never disturbed her slumber. Consequently, she assumed it must be Mo Lin or Moyan. Mu Qingqing mumbled drowsily, "You two little rascals, stop causing a ruckus." However, recalling that Mo Yin belonged to the snake tribe, she dismissed the notion of such a furry sensation. Hastily opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a large tiger face. Startled, she sprang from the bed. Yuer, noticing that his mother had awakened, rushed over with joy, exclaiming, "Mother!" Mu Qingqing, still half convinced she was dreaming, wondered where this little tiger cub had come from. With its tiny tiger head and face, it was simply adorable. She scooped up the little tiger cub and buried her face in its fur. Unprepared, the cub sprawled out, letting out cries of delight as she petted it. Young Emi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. It was then that Mu Qingqing noticed another presence in the room. "Young Emi? When did you arrive?" She glanced around, not spotting Mo Yin, and recalled the conversation between the two brothers from the previous night, surmising they must have gone up the mountain. Young Amy leaned on her cane and chided. "What time is it? The female gathering party has returned, and you are still in bed. Is this how a mother should behave?" Mu Qingqing chuckled helplessly, reminiscent of the fear that ancient daughters-in-law felt under the thumb of their mothers-in-law. "Young Amy, we have already stored enough food for the winter." Young Amy snorted. "I have also prepared the animal hides for the little ones." As she spoke, Mu Qingqing retrieved several garments from the cabinet. These were cotton-padded jackets she had brought from her space, modified with animal hide on the outside and thick down lining within. They felt heavy in her hands, yet were entirely different when worn. Young Amy gazed at the clothing in astonishment. With these, the little ones will surely survive the harsh winter. Her eyes were filled with peace and tranquility as she nodded in approval. It seemed that Mu Qingqing had indeed changed for the better. Yuer looked in awe at the animal hide in his mother's hands, marveling at its beauty, which was unlike anything he had seen before. He quickly clung to Mu Qingqing's leg, pleading, "Mother, Yuer wants one too." Mu Qingqing chuckled softly, pinching Yuer's little face. "You will have one, but we will save it for winter, all right?" Yuer nodded eagerly, his eyes squinting in delight. "Okay." At that moment, a little tiger cub scampered over. Its youthful innocence evident as it barely understood the conversation. In a high-pitched voice, it chimed, "Want, want." Young Amy gazed affectionately at her little grandson, her heart heavy with concern. This grandson was born during last winter's harshness. The female was inherently fragile during childbirth, and with the winter's chill, her son's partner had not survived. Heartbroken, her son had insisted on hunting for the newborn cub as the snow melted. Tragically, he encountered a venomous beast and met his untimely demise before he could return. Now, it was just the elderly female and her little grandson living together. Fortunately, little Mo Lin occasionally brought her scraps of meat, ensuring the cub's survival. Yet, young Amy still worried whether they could endure the winter. Mu Qingqing lovingly lifted the little tiger cub and teased, "What do you want?" The cub, bewildered, stared at the female, its nose twitching as it caught a whiff of something sweet. Prompting it to lick its nose, Yuer produced a piece of candy from his pocket, placing it by the cub's mouth. Brother, eat sweet fruit," Mu Qingqing quickly interjected. "Yuer, the brother is still too young for sweets." The little tiger cub protested, biting Mu Qingqing's hand, but all it produced was a stream of drool. With the addition of 2 more individuals, the atmosphere in the room became lively. As Mu Qingqing pondered what to prepare for lunch, she noticed the beastmen outside working diligently, which sparked new ideas. The beastmen had been constructing with mud under her guidance, having never encountered such an unusual method of building. However, the chieftain had instructed them to follow Mu Qingqing's directions. And despite their reluctance, they complied. By noon, Mu Qingqing had prepared a large pot of potatoes stewed with yo-yo beast meat, adding carrots and various other ingredients. The aroma soon wafted from the house into the air. The beastmen, unable to resist, sniffed the air. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant. It's not even mealtime, and I'm already starving. Here we go again, that same aroma. Just a whiff of it makes me lose my motivation to work." The beastmen murmured among themselves, peeking into the house, but recalling that only Mu Qingqing was inside, they quickly withdrew their heads. Chapter 29. Accompanying brother to hunt wolf, he quietly watched as the little cub brought another small cub before him. Mo Lin, concerned that Wolf E might disapprove, hastily explained, "Uncle Wolf E, you needn't worry about him. He can just observe why younger brother is quite intelligent. He will learn just by watching." Mo Lin had initially intended to greet Wolf E beforehand, but upon arriving he found the house empty, thus bringing Xiao Yin along. Wolf E shook his head. "I never said I wouldn't teach him. After all, he is still your cub. Teaching 1 or 2 is the same." Mo Yin joyfully called out, "Uncle Wolf E." Wolf E merely acknowledged him with a sound, asking Mo Yin to transform into his beast form for inspection. Obediently, Mo Yin complied, morphing into a small dark green snake. Nervously gauging Wolf E's reaction in the tribe, everyone disliked seeing his beast form, so he rarely transformed in front of outsiders. Wolf E examined the scales on the little cub, even reaching out to touch them. They were cool to the touch, just like his father. As they ascended the mountain, Wolf E's eyes glinted. "How is your health?" Mo Lin assumed Wolf E was unaware of the events from that day and vaguely brushed it aside. But then he recalled something. Uncle Wolf E. What kind of beast man can snap a cheetah's neck with one hand? Your father. Wolf E mused silently, reflecting that he certainly could not accomplish such a feat. The moment the beast man appeared, Mo Lin thought it was Wolf E, but the unfamiliar silhouette, combined with Wolf E's words, dispelled that notion. Today, Wolf E intended to teach them the hunting methods for crawling beasts, the very beasts that had caused young Amy's son to succumb to poison, the venomous tail beasts. The hide of crawling beasts was exceptionally tough, rendering Mu Qingqing's bows and crossbows less effective. Mo Yin, with a look of disappointment, stowed away his bow and arrow, wishing to test their power. Wolf E casually inquired, "Did your mother give you these as well?" Mo Yin nodded naturally, replying, "Of course." Mo Yin was learning even more diligently than Mo Lin, proving to be quite intelligent and adapting rapidly, much to Wolf Yi's satisfaction. The reason for Mo Yin's diligence stemmed primarily from his brother's injury. The previous incident with Yuer falling into the water had left him frantic, but thankfully, Mu Qingqing had been there to help. This time, however, Mo Lin's injury had significantly impacted Mo Yin. Thus, he studied with great seriousness, motivated by the need to protect his brother, who could not transform, and his frail sister, Mo Lin, could see through Mo Yin's thoughts. He remained silent, inwardly lamenting his perceived inadequacy, feeling incapable of protecting his younger siblings. Yet, after a brief moment of self-deprecation, he quickly changed his mindset. He refused to believe that just because he could not transform, he was rendered useless. He was determined to prove to all the beastmen and females that he, Mo Lin, would become a formidable warrior. His resolve was likely influenced by Wolf E's teachings. As noon approached, Mo Yin bore numerous scratches on his body. Wolf E inquired whether he was in pain, to which Mo Yin excitedly shook his head, exclaiming that it was nothing compared to the beatings from females. Wolf E paused, asking Mu Qingqing if she had been punishing them lately and whether they had considered searching for their father. Father. The two little cubs were momentarily taken aback. The concept of a father was entirely foreign to them. They had never seen their father and had no knowledge of his existence. Mo Lin quietly regarded Wolf E. Uncle Wolf E, why do you ask? Have you seen our father? Do you know him? Wolf E, having inadvertently let slip information, inwardly lamented the cubs' keen understanding. After just a few days, they had become quite perceptive. I certainly have not seen your father. I have only been in this tribe for a few days. How could I possibly know him? As Wang Yi uttered those words, he did not cast his gaze upon them. Instead, looking off into an unknown distance, betraying a hint of guilt, Mo Lin discreetly lowered his eyes. Uncle Wang Yi was deceiving him. He must know their father. If that were the case, it would explain why Uncle Wang Yi was willing to teach him and his younger brother. After all, no orc in the tribe would deign to instruct a member of the cursed Oshi clan. Wang Yi did not admit to it, and Mo Lin, understanding the situation, refrained from pressing further. Before long, noon arrived, and Mo Lin and Mo Yin indeed received 2 packages. Having collected such items several times already, Mo Lin appeared unfazed, while it was Mo Yin's first time receiving something from a female, leaving him with a complex expression. Upon opening his package, he found, like his elder brothers, 2 loaves of bread and several fruits. Watching his elder brother eat the bread with an unflinching demeanor, he quickly handed one of his loaves to Wang Yi. Mo Lin shook his head in refusal. Little Yan's beast form consumed more energy than his own, and he should eat more. Mo Yin retracted his hand, silently biting into the bread. The rich aroma of the milk-infused bread filled his nostrils, invigorating him with newfound strength. It was in that moment that he understood why Yuer was so attached to the female. Even a slight kindness from her could provide enough warmth to evoke deep affection. Soon, however, Mo Yin dismissed the absurd thoughts from his mind. She was a malicious female, and he had endured much suffering. He could not afford to be soft-hearted. Although she had not acted against him now, there was no guarantee she would not in the future. Thus he must learn diligently to protect Yuer and his elder brother. Today, they had managed to bring back an extra cub from the hunt, and instead of being a burden, they returned with an abundant harvest, prompting Wang Yi to stifle a satisfied yawn. All right, that's enough for today. You can take these back. Before Mo Lin could speak, Mo Yin hurriedly interjected. Uncle Wang Yi, this is far too much for us. Enough. If I say you can take it back, then take it. You're an orc. Stop with the excessive chatter like a female, Wang Yi replied. Mo Lin patted his younger brother's hand, signaling him to comply. The 2 young cubs, laden with several Yu beasts and Mian Nai beasts, descended the mountain. Elder brother, I will accompany you hunting again tomorrow. Mo Lin nodded in agreement. That would be great. It's a pity that bow and arrow won't be needed anymore, Mo Yin remarked, feeling the area around his waist. Not necessarily. Today we just happened upon the poison-tail beast. Who knows, perhaps tomorrow they will come in handy? Mo Lin countered. Speaking of the poison-tail beast, Mo Yin felt a wave of regret wash over him. If only the poison-tail beast were edible. It's so large it could feed us for days. Mo Lin chuckled as he ruffled his younger brother's hair. Why do you always think about food? You'll be insatiable at this rate? Mo Yin grinned and quickened his pace, eager to present his haul to you heir. Just imagining the evening feast, roasted meat slathered in sweet honey, made him giddy with excitement, certain that you heir would adore it. The nearer they got to home, the wider the smile on his face. A newfound expression for him. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt upon seeing several orcs feasting at the entrance. Mo Yin dropped his catch, an icy demeanor overtaking him as he approached the orcs. Appending the pot before them, Chapter 30. The harm suffered by the cubs earlier that noon. Having observed several orcs sniffing the air, Mu Qingqing decided to prepare a large pot of stewed potatoes and meat to reward the orcs for their efforts. After all, the house she intended to build was unlike any ordinary dwelling, demanding much time and effort. Therefore, she commenced her preparations in the early afternoon. Yet, just as the meal was completed and the orcs had barely taken a couple of bites, Mu Qingqing heard a commotion outside. Rushing out, she beheld the orcs confronting Mo Yin. This was made for us by your mother. We've worked all day. What's wrong with us having a bite? One of them protested. Exactly. How could you be so ruthless, ruining such a large pot of food? Another added. These little cubs are utterly useless. They sneered. Mo Yin, with reddened eyes, stared coldly at them. Get lost. A mere cub's shout infuriated the orcs. Fine, we'll leave. Who wants to stay here anyway? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing hurried over to mediate. What happened here? The orcs, upon seeing her, immediately accused, your cub is being unreasonable. He won't let us eat. Mu Qingqing glanced at Mo Yin, who was trembling with clenched fists, and explained, you misunderstand. Little Yin didn't mean it that way. Although unsure why Mo Yin had reacted so, Mu Qingqing wished to placate the orcs. There were 6 orcs in total, 2 of whom were skilled hunters in the tribe. She thought that since Mo Yin was now hunting with Mo Lin, establishing good relations could provide them with some protection on their future ventures. However, unbeknownst to the brothers, Mu Qingqing's intentions were misinterpreted as siding with the orcs. She turned to Mo Lin. They came to help. Is it too much to ask for some food in return? Orcs typically invited their good friends to assist in building, and as a token of gratitude, they would bring back some game. She merely cooked the game. It shouldn't be a significant issue, right? Yet, Mo Lin countered. It's excessive. Mu Qingqing frowned slightly, then noticed Mo Lin pointing at one of the orcs. When little Yin was 3, starving, he sought solitary bird eggs in the trees. That orc saw him, kicked little Yin, and took the eggs, nearly causing him to perish. And this one, Mo Lin continued, pointing at another orc. When little Yin was 4, shortly after you heir was born, little Yin found a Mian-Nai beast on the mountain and managed to acquire a small bowl of milk. On his way back down, he encountered this orc, who insulted him and overturned the bowl, proclaiming that the cursed Mo-Shi clan deserved to die. Mo Lin shifted his focus again. Just last month, he fought little Yin for fruit in the trees and pushed him down, leaving him to roll in agony beside a sharp stone. Enough! Mu Qingqing calmly interrupted Mo Lin. Rising, she shook her hand and poured the remaining scalding broth onto the orc before her. What's wrong with you? The orc exclaimed, hopping about in pain. Mu Qingqing, you? The orc, scalded, writhed as Mu Qingqing, eyes ablaze, grabbed nearby stones and sticks, hurling them at the orcs. Get lost. Never come back again. One orc spat angrily on the ground. Who wants to come here anyway? This mud work is exhausting and a waste of time. Exactly tomorrow. No, I'll go tell the chief right now that I'm done with this. Another chimed in. Let us go. I'm done too. The orcs departed in a huff, and Mu Qingqing watched them with cold eyes, vowing to remember the orcs who harmed the little cubs. Turning around, she saw Mo Yin wiping away tears, her heart aching for him, while Yu Er clung to Mo Yin's leg, wailing loudly. Mu Qingqing approached him. Why didn't you say anything a few days ago, when the orcs had first come to help? She had seen Mo Yin standing silently at the door, Just as she prepared to inquire, he had walked away. Now she finally understood what he had been witnessing. Those who harmed him laughing and joking right at their doorstep. It was no wonder Mo Yin wanted to go to the mountains. He must harbor profound resentment. Finally, upon seeing the orcs feasting on the meal prepared by the female, he could no longer contain himself. In that moment, Mu Qingqing felt as though she had completely assumed the original role, fully immersing herself in it. Mo Yin wiped his tears, his dark eyes quietly studying Mu Qingqing. Does it even matter? Seeing him willing to speak, Mu Qingqing quickly replied, "Of course it matters. I can speak to the chief about it." Before she could finish her sentence, she read everything in Mo Yin and Mo Lin's eyes. Changing people would not suffice. The two little cubs' childhood was marred by endless ridicule, abuse, and violence. Orcs who harmed them were everywhere in this tribe. What if they changed tribes? The thought briefly crossed Mu Qingqing's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. She vaguely recalled that other tribes seemed to harbor even greater hatred for the Mo-Shi clan. As dusk settled, the atmosphere in the house grew tense. Mu Qingqing placed a bowl of meat soup in front of Mo Yin, softly saying, "Here, have something to eat." Her voice was somewhat hoarse. "I know that nothing I say can change anything. Today was my fault. I shouldn't have cooked for them. I'm sorry." This was the first time the female had apologized. Mo Yin remained unmoved, while Mo Lin's gaze flickered, lost in thought. "I won't do it again." Mu Qingqing took a deep breath, reminding herself that her cubs had been bullied and deserved to retaliate. Previously, the original host had been passive, leaving her with no recourse. From now on, whenever the little cubs were harmed, she would ensure retribution. Although Yuer was unaware of many things, she was sensitive to human emotions. She observed her mother and brother apologizing, wondering why they were doing so. Due to the mistakes made by her mother in the past, her elder brother advised her that as long as one apologizes for their wrongdoings, forgiveness can be attained. Yet, why does he still choose to ignore her? Yuer tugged at Mo Yan's beast hide, her eyes widening as she stammered, "Yin, Yin Gu, mother, all right, mother will make you clothes and prepare food for you." Yuer recounted all that Mu Qingqing had done to care for the two little ones, bringing tears to her eyes. Deep down, she secretly scorned her own surfeit of maternal affection. Mo Yin picked up his meal, while Mo Lin cast his gaze downward, prompting Yuer to burst into joyful laughter. Chapter 31. Seeking the beastmen anew as dawn broke the next day, Mu Qingqing was still lost in her dreams when she heard a knock at the door. Yawning, she rose and peered through the crack, spotting the figure of the tribe leader. Promptly, she dressed and stepped outside. The leader's expression was rather neutral as he remarked, "They likely won't come today. I shall seek out a few more beastmen." "No need," Mu Qingqing interrupted. "I shall find them myself." The leader nodded, refraining from further inquiries. That time. "I will share some beast meat with you," Mu Qingqing agreed with a nod and returned to her dwelling, where the little ones lay sprawled, sound asleep. Last night, Yuer had insisted on sharing a bed with her brother, and now, they drooled in their sleep. Mu Qingqing gently covered Yuer's small belly, and also tucked in Mo Yin, while Mo Lin's peaceful slumber required no concern. Upon returning to her own bed, Mu Qingqing yawned again and slowly closed her eyes, oblivious to the fact that just a wooden partition away, Mo Lin had already opened his eyes, fully alert and devoid of sleepiness. In his hand lay a stone knife. He glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. He had awakened when the female rose. A habit formed from years of vigilance that he feared he could never shake off. He truly longed for a good night's sleep. When he opened his eyes once more, it was to the sun warming his backside. The instant Mu Qingqing opened her eyes, she was greeted by Yuer's adorable little face. "Mother, the sun is out. Sleeping late is embarrassing." In high spirits, Mu Qingqing embraced Yuer and planted a fervent kiss on her cheeks, eliciting a bright smile from the child. However, when she sat up, she was astonished to find several others in the room. Yang Amo, her little grandson, Mo Lin, and Mo Ya, and Mu Qingqing looked at the two little ones in surprise. "Aren't you going to the mountain today?" Yang Amo prodded the ground with a stick, declaring, "Today is a day of rest." It dawned on Mu Qingqing that, similar to a work schedule, there were designated days each month when the beastmen and females in the tribe did not need to venture up the mountain to hunt or gather. This day was set aside to address the matters that had accumulated, such as the distribution of potatoes harvested by the beastmen, the allocation of hunted game, the repair of the surrounding fences, and the mending of damaged homes. Indeed, there was much to do. Mu Qingqing found it quite novel that even in the beastman continent, such a system existed. A small tiger cub leapt onto the bed, and Mu Qingqing scooped it up, scratching its chin until it purred contentedly. "What shall we do today?" Yang Amo and the little ones exchanged glances. She had been summoned by the two little ones because little Yin claimed he had hunted a great deal yesterday and wanted her to come for a feast. The previous noon, Mu Qingqing had prepared a meal for Yang Amo, who had declined it, partly out of concern for Mu Qingqing and partly due to the scarcity of food. If Yang Amo had known that Mu Qingqing had cooked for the beastmen yesterday, she would have likely scolded her. Understanding the good intentions of the two little ones, Yang Amo had initially resisted coming over, but Imo Lin had persuaded her, saying, "The female's cooking is quite good. Let the younger brother enjoy something nice." With that, she relented. The little grandson had hardly had the chance to taste good food since his birth. Their survival was primarily due to the leader's kindness, as he provided them with some food weekly, though meager, enough to keep hunger at bay. Now that potatoes were available, they could finally eat their fill, relinquishing all other desires. She glanced at Mu Qingqing. "Aren't you supposed to be repairing the houses?" Mu Qingqing silently surveyed the room filled with the young and elderly, realizing none were capable of such tasks. However, since the topic had arisen, she decided to speak up. "Yang Amo, Imo Yin, Imo Lin, do you know any adult beastmen? If you could invite them over to help, I can." Mu Qingqing initially intended to say she could offer beast meat as compensation, but upon reflection, knowing that the meat had come from Mo Lin's hard work, she altered her words, "I can ensure their family can survive the harsh winter." As soon as the words fell, everyone looked up in unison. Mu Qingqing rubbed her nose and added, "But not those who were too old, sick, or disabled." Her words were somewhat redundant. Yang Amo, having once been a young woman herself, understood well. "You're saying you can guarantee they will live in a completely warm environment?" Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled. "Yes, and I can provide food too. I can manage that." After all, with so many provisions in her space, she had no fear of scarcity. Yang Amo's eyes glimmered. "You truly can ensure their homes remain warm for 2 months?" Without hesitation, Mu Qingqing nodded, "Yes." Yang Amo's expression turned somewhat fervent. "What about those with disabilities?" Mu Qingqing affirmed, "Yes, that is possible." After a moment's thought, she inquired, "Has that beastman ever bullied any of the little ones?" Yang Amo, though puzzled, shook her head. "No, he has helped a few little ones before, but he was injured in his leg later and could no longer hunt in the mountains." Imo Yin and Imo Lin, still immersed in Mu Qingqing's query, perked up when they heard this. They recognized that Yang Amo was speaking of Uncle Shihao. When Imo Lin was younger, Shihao had shown him kindness, occasionally feeding him, but after injuring his leg, he had not been seen outside since. With this recollection, the two little ones also remembered the beastmen who had assisted them over the years. "I know 2 adult beastmen." Imo Lin spoke quietly. Mu Qingqing's eyes lit up in delight. "Then please ask if they would be willing to come help." Imo Yin pursed his lips and followed closely behind Imo Lin. "Wait," Mu Qingqing suddenly called out, using the cabinet as cover to retrieve several cream buns from her space. She produced 6 or 7 cream buns, declaring, "We cannot go empty-handed. These are for them, and these are for you too." The brothers departed in silence, holding their treasures. After they left, Mu Qingqing took out 4 more buns. She handed one to Yang Amo, one to the little tiger cub, kept half for herself, and gave Ewer 1.5 because she adored them. Yang Amo stared at the soft, fluffy bun in her hand, inhaling a fragrance she had never encountered before, and could no longer contain her curiosity. "What is this? How is it made?" Mu Qingqing hesitated in her explanation, simplifying it to "It's made with starch and such." The process was rather intricate, and Yang Amo lost interest. She had initially thought that given her age and poor teeth, her food options were limited, but if this item were simple to make, perhaps she could escape the perpetual hunger that plagued her in her old age. The little tiger cub devoured his cream bun, making delighted noises, his face smeared with cream, which made Mu Qingqing laugh heartily. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Mu Qingqing recalled the 2 little ones who had just left and prayed it was unrelated to them. However, her hopes were dashed. Upon opening the door, she was met with a sight that made her blood boil. Chapter 32. The brutal beating. As she swung the door open, Mu Qingqing saw a beastman gripping Imo Lin by the throat, striking him violently across the face. Beside them, Imo Yin, who was fiercely biting the beastman's leg, was kicked away. The ground was littered with the remnants of trampled cream buns. Mu Qingqing's pupils constricted in fear. Her heart racing, she shouted, "What are you doing?" The beast man halted his torment upon hearing her scream. Yu Qingqing dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the beast man's chest, sending him sprawling. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had long known of Mu Qingqing's strength, but were taken aback by just how formidable she truly was. She could even send a beast man flying. What on earth had transpired? Why was Xiongyi attacking these two little ones? I'm not sure. When I arrived, it seemed Xiongyi accused them of stealing something. One of the onlookers remarked, "Isn't it a bit excessive to beat them so harshly over theft? You wouldn't know this, would you?" Xiongyi has been around the tribe for quite some time. He knows a few of the little ones' fathers, and after being beaten by them, he has been harboring a grudge. If it weren't for the shaman, he would have been crippled long ago. Really? I had no idea such a thing happened. So now Xiongyi is seeking revenge. Indeed, unable to find their fathers, he resorts to the children. For years, the little ones had avoided Xiongyi. But today, for some reason, they had fallen into his grasp, and he was venting his fury. Upon learning the truth of the situation, Mu Qingqing gritted her teeth and picked up a nearby wooden stick, striking the beast man's leg with ferocity. Revenge? Under the glaring sunlight, Xiongyi dared not turn his aggression towards a female, gritting his teeth as he endured Mu Qingqing's blows, his eyes glinting with venomous hatred as he glared at her. These little ones have sticky fingers. Without their father, I shall teach them a lesson on behalf of their father. Mu Qingqing cast a cold gaze upon him, questioning, "What gives you the authority to teach others a lesson?" The expression on Xiongyi's face soured, as though he had just consumed something distasteful. He murmured, "Mu Qingqing, you've beaten your fair share of cubs in the past. Why are you pretending to be a nurturing mother now?" With an icy glint in her eyes, Mu Qingqing retorted, "That is my family matter, and it has nothing to do with you. If you do not clarify this today, you shall not leave." Xiongyi scoffed. "Clarify? Very well, but I am not the one who stole anything." Stepping back, Mu Qingqing narrowed her eyes, exuding a chilling calmness. "What theft are you referring to?" Xiongyi's disdain deepened as he replied, "You're shouting without even grasping the situation? Even if I am unclear, I know for certain that my children would never steal." Mu Qingqing's words left Imo Yin and Imo Lin frozen in place. They were accustomed to being beaten. Today, they simply had the misfortune of encountering Xiongyi, lamenting the cream-filled buns strewn across the ground. Yet, Mu Qingqing's defense felt like a drop of water in the barren well of their hearts, sending ripples of unexpected emotion through them. Before Xiongyi could speak, Mu Qingqing coldly demanded, "You claim they stole something. Where is your evidence?" "Evidence?" Xiongyi was taken aback. He had merely passed by and overheard a female named Zuelan accusing Imo Yin and his companions of theft. Seizing the opportunity to vent his pent-up frustration, he decided to punish the cubs. However, as for evidence, he pulled Zuelan from the crowd of onlookers. Zuelan, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "Xiongyi, what are you doing?" With an imposing presence, he declared, "You said those two cubs stole, and that is why I punished them." Zuelan swallowed nervously. I didn't he say that?" Xiongyi's expression hardened as he glared at her. "Repeat that?" Faced with his fierce demeanor, Zuelan trembled and feared it was her day off, and her beast man was not present to protect her. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage. "Yes, I said it." Xiongyi's demeanor softened slightly as he looked down at Mu Qingqing, urging her to continue. Zuelan gritted her teeth, pointing at the cream buns on the ground. "These delectable treats. Where did they come from? They must have been stolen." Her words swayed most of the female beastmen present. Although the buns were filthy, their sweet aroma lingered, leading them to doubt that such delightful food could have been obtained by two cubs. Yu Qingqing crossed her arms and regarded them with disdain. "How laughable! Is this your basis for judgment?" Zuelan glared at Mu Qingqing, her eyes laced with contempt. "What else? Are you suggesting that these treats were given to them by you? Could you even manage that?" Several females who were friendly with Zuelan chimed in, echoing her sentiments. "Indeed. Are you claiming that you made them? You know your own capabilities, don't you? How could you produce such delightful food, given your character? It is no surprise you raised two thieving cubs, and let us not forget about that little female. Who knows, you or might grow up to be just like you, shallow and frivolous. All beastmen with cubs should be wary. Keep an eye on Ewer, lest she ensnare them." One of the females laughed mockingly, inciting Imo Yin's fury. Just as he was about to confront her, Imo Lin restrained him. "Brother!" Imo Yin, filled with rage, felt tears prick his eyes. How dare you speak so ill of our precious Yuer? Mo Lin remained silent, urging him to observe. Mu Qingqing approached the female who had insulted Yuer, who looked at her in confusion. What do you intend to do? Before she could finish, Mu Qingqing delivered a series of sharp slaps across her face, swift and merciless. Aware of her own strength, Mu Qingqing used one hand to steady the female's face, ensuring she wouldn't be sent flying. Yet, even after the slaps, her anger unsated, Mu Qingqing grasped the female's throat, allowing her to experience the suffocating thrill of near death. Only when the female's eyes widened in terror did Mu Qingqing release her grip, brushing her hand off as if it had been sullied. The female collapsed in fear, and upon regaining her senses, she suddenly covered her face and burst into tears, a foul odor emanating from her lower body. The surrounding female beastmen were utterly stunned. Rendered speechless, Mu Qingqing looked down at the prostrate female. You may insult me, but you must never utter a word against Yuer. She is not yet 2 years old. What offense has she committed against you? Suddenly, a soft voice emerged from the crowd. To label a child under 2 years old with such derogatory terms reveals your own lack of virtue. This statement resonated with several mothers present, who empathized. Indeed, no matter how flawed a mother may be, it has nothing to do with her child. Why would one wish such cruel curses upon an innocent? Chapter 33. Seeking Justice. Mu Qingqing's fierce slaps left the female dazed, inadvertently disorienting Cuelon as well. She took a step back in fear. Mu Qingqing is a madwoman, yet, with Xiong Yi behind her, there was no escape. Xiong Yi's expression darkened as he seemed to grasp the situation. Leaning close to Cuelon's ear, he menacingly whispered, "It's too late for regrets. You can only bite the bullet and claim that you saw them steal, saying that food belongs to you." Cuelon, now panicking, nodded fervently to Mu Qingqing's piercing gaze finally fell upon Cuelon. Her tone icy. "You saw them steal, did you?" Cuelon, flustered, stammered, I saw it." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiong Yi's face. "They stole my things." Mu Qingqing laughed derisively. "Your things? Are you claiming that the buns on the ground are yours?" Cuelon was about to respond when Mu Qingqing interrupted with a barrage of questions. How were they made? When were they made? When and how did they steal them? The rapid-fire inquiries left Cuelon dizzy, struggling to piece together her thoughts. They were made yesterday and then stolen. Today, I happened to see them with the food. Cuelon was resolute in her answer. It was Mo Yin who stole it after Mo Lin went up the mountain. Cuelon was aware that after Mo Lin ascended the mountain daily, Mo Yin would stay behind to look after Yuer and the unborn egg brother. And many had seen him wandering through the tribe. Mu Qingqing regarded Cuelon as if she were a fool. "Do you not realize that little Yin also went up the mountain yesterday?" Cuelon's face turned pale. "What? Mo Yin went up the mountain too? Would the brothers really leave Yuer alone with such a malicious female?" "No, that's impossible. I still saw them," Cuelon insisted. From the crowd emerged an elderly female. Yang Amo gazed at Cuelon with sorrow in her eyes. They had both lived in the tribe for quite some time, and Yang Amo had watched Cuelon grow. Once a kind and intelligent female. How had she transformed into this? Yang Amo's gaze left Cuelon speechless. The surrounding female beastmen looked at her with expressions of alarm and apprehension. She weakly explained, "Yang Amo, I didn't lie." Yang Amo shook her head. Pointing her stick at Mu Qingqing, the buns on the ground were given by Mu Qingqing to her cubs. She gave them yesterday and today. Cuelon opened her mouth to retort, but Yang Amo continued, "I still have one uneaten. It was also given to me by Mu Qingqing." Yang Amo produced a crumpled bun from her animal skin, clearly intending to save it for her little grandson. At this point, Cuelon was utterly speechless. How had she come to this? Claiming something that was not hers as her own. "I never imagined our tribe harbored such a female." As Cuelon listened to the murmurs around her, she could no longer contain her emotions and covered her face, weeping. I was just speaking carelessly. Why did Xiong Yi believe me? Why is everyone blaming me?" Yang Amo shook her head in disappointment. "If not for your malicious gossip, would Xiong Yi have laid a hand on those 2 cubs? Would Mu Qingqing have reacted this way towards you? You were once so adorable, climbing trees to pick fruit for the disabled females in the tribe. How have you become such a person now that you are a mother? Can you bear to watch your own cubs be treated so cruelly by others?" Yang Amo's questions moved many females present. Cuelon sobbed silently, uncertain of how she had become this person. Just as the crowd believed the farce had reached its conclusion, Bai Waner and Hu Lan suddenly arrived, as the daughter of the chieftain and a valiant warrior of the tribe. They felt a responsibility to restore order. Upon spotting Mu Qingqing in the crowd, Hu Lan hesitated to approach, while Bai Waner kindly inquired about the situation. After listening to the explanations, both their expressions turned peculiar. What? The sweet-smelling food on the ground was made by Mu Qingqing. She fought with the females for the sake of her cubs. Yang Amo is actually vouching for Mu Qingqing. Is there some misunderstanding here? Bai Waner attempted to mediate, unaware that her words only served to infuriate the already agitated Mu Qingqing. A misunderstanding. All matters have been clarified. What misunderstandings remain? Bai Waner inquired. Perhaps Cui Lan has made a mistake. She has prepared similar food herself, thus assuming that Mo Lin and Mo Yin were the thieves. No. The ones who took it. Mu Qingqing was extremely vexed. Now that the truth was out, she was ready to settle the score. Why did Bai Waner suddenly appear to stir up trouble? Bai Waner helped Cui Lan to her feet. I asked that so? Her gaze was gentle, but Cui Lan could no longer contain her tears. Hu Lan pondered for a moment and turned to Mu Qingqing, saying, You claim you can create such a dish. Why not demonstrate it before everyone? Mu Qingqing retorted angrily, Who do you think you are? You won't let her do it, yet you want me to? She, Mu Qingqing, declared emphatically that she could not replicate it. It was absurd to think she could create something taken from another realm. There was nothing here. Hu Lan was momentarily taken aback by her outburst but maintained his good temper, responding, Very well, let Cui Lan do it. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the two, Cui Lan shook her head with difficulty. I cannot. That dish was not made by me. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Waner's eyes, and she was uncertain of what she truly expected. In that case, you should apologize to Mu Qingqing. Bai Waner took charge. Mu Qingqing replied coldly, An apology alone will suffice? Am I to endure such humiliation for nothing? Before the gathered clansfolk, Mu Qingqing's blatant disregard for Bai Waner's feelings incited her ire. What exactly do you want then? Mu Qingqing raised her chin and looked towards Mo Lin and Mo Yin, asking them. What? Mu Qingqing said, The ones who were struck were not me, but them that go seek their forgiveness. Before Bai Waner could respond, Cui Lan approached the two young ones and bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Once my Anyo returns, we can offer a Yu beast as compensation. If that is acceptable, Yang Aim, standing beside the two young ones, nodded in approval. That is the Cui Lan I know. Hearing this, Cui Lan couldn't help but shed tears again. Mo Lin and Mo Yin exchanged glances. Mo Lin nodded, his half-swollen face looking somewhat grotesque. He spoke in a hushed tone, That's fine. With Mo Lin's agreement, Mu Qingqing naturally had no objections. She was quite satisfied with this form of compensation. A whole Yu beast was no small matter, and more importantly, she understood that the root of this incident lay not with Cui Lan, but with Xiongyi. If it were not for Xiongyi harboring a grudge, how could he have resorted to violence against the two young ones over Cui Lan's words? Seeing that the situation was resolved, Bai Waner was about to disperse the crowd. However, Mu Qingqing's icy gaze turned towards Xiongyi. And what about him? How will that be resolved? Chapter 34, Strike Back. Bai Waner sighed helplessly, casting a frustrated glare at Xiongyi. Xiongyi had a good relationship with Hu Lan, both being formidable warriors in the tribe. Thus, Bai Waner and Hu Lan's arrival was partly due to Xiongyi's involvement. After his friend had struck someone, Hu Lan, feeling guilty, looked at Mu Qingqing with a gentle expression. This is all a misunderstanding. Another misunderstanding? Mu Qingqing scoffed coldly. I don't care whether it's a misunderstanding. If someone gets hit, they must take responsibility. Hu Lan's expression stiffened, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. This Mu Qingqing was always so unreasonable. What do you want then? Mu Qingqing slowly smiled. I shall return the blows as I receive them. Xiongyi was furious, glaring back at her. You? Being beaten by a female, how could he ever maintain his standing in the tribe? Hu Lan, too, was incensed. Xiongyi was a brave warrior of the tribe. How could she humiliate him so? Mu Qingqing retorted coldly, You still understand the concept of humiliation? Would you like to bear that burden for him? It was clear that neither Hu Lan nor Bai Waner would agree to such a proposition. Faced with Mu Qingqing's unwavering stance, Hu Lan stepped forward, standing before her, and lowered his voice. Qingqing, let us resolve this privately and avoid making a scene. Qingqing? Who the hell are you calling Qingqing? Resolve it privately? Mu Qingqing, taken aback, stepped back as if she had seen a ghost. gazing at Hulan. I have long since lost interest in you. You surely must know that. Bai Waner, overhearing Mu Qingqing's words, almost lost her composure in laughter, thinking her partner had said something to provoke her. Reflecting on the rumors surrounding her in recent times, Mu Qingqing felt the need to clarify. Even if not for myself, for the sake of Mo Lin and Mo Yan's future wives, and for Yuer, I have several children already. I hold deep affection for their father. The sun and moon bear witness to my disinterest in you. Thus, I hope never to hear any more claims that I still have feelings for you within the tribe. Hulan, for the first time, felt such disdain from a female, even as a warrior. His face flushed crimson. Those words were not for me, Mu Qingqing replied. I did not say it was you. I merely wished to clarify my own position. It seemed that resolving this matter privately was out of the question. Mu Qingqing resumed her icy demeanor, haughty and imperious. Xiongyi, what do you say? Shall I slap you and kick you, and then we shall be done with it? Mu Qingqing paused, then turned to Mo Lin and Mo Yan. Pointing at them, they can join in too. What? Let the two young ones strike back. Whether it was the female or the young ones retaliating, the level of humiliation was nearly the same. Xiongyi's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Mu Qingqing. Then shot a glare at Cui Lan. It was all that female's fault. Had she not claimed the young ones were thieves, he wouldn't have lost his composure and resorted to violence. Cui Lan, unable to meet Xiongyi's gaze, fled the crowd in fear. Mu Qingqing was unperturbed by Xiongyi, coldly chuckling. I suggest they retaliate. You should be aware of my strength. Their blows won't hurt much. Hurry up and decide. Mu Qingqing urged loudly. Xiongyi glanced at Hulan, who, with a calming look, prompted him to say, I will offer to you, you beasts, as compensation. Mu Qingqing fixed her gaze on Xiongyi, articulating each word slowly. I do not accept. Xiongyi, now wise to her tactics, shot back. I was asking about them. The two young ones had just been beaten. They should be terrified of him and would not dare refuse. This was Xiongyi's fantasy, yet the reality was, we will listen to her. Mo Lin pointed at Mu Qingqing. Whatever she says goes. Mu Qingqing's heart soared with joy. How obedient were these young ones. She adored their compliance. Hurry up, don't waste my time, Mu Qingqing said impatiently. Her house was yet to be built, and she was eager to commence construction. Xiongyi clenched his fists, filled with the urge to strike. Hulan, knowing his friend's temperament, softly advised, let it go. Why quibble with a female and her young ones? You are a warrior. Be magnanimous. Having been persuaded, Xiongyi replied nonchalantly, then let them strike back. Mu Qingqing looked at the two young ones. Go ahead, unleash your frustration. Just as Mu Qingqing had anticipated, while the two young ones were not particularly strong, they were still more powerful than their peers. Xiongyi endured several blows from the two young ones, gasping in pain as they struck at his most vulnerable abdomen. After retaliating, Mo Lin and Mo Yan appeared to have a newfound light in their eyes. Despite the lingering pain in their bodies, their spirits soared as the crowd began to disperse. Xiongyi watched the departing family, a sinister thought forming in his mind. Upon returning home, Mu Qingqing retrieved some ointment for bruises from the cabinet and applied it to each of the young ones. Growing increasingly irked, feeling she had been wronged, from now on, if you see him, take a detour, do you hear? The two young ones remained silent, and Mu Qingqing had grown accustomed to their indifference. Little did she know. They were reveling in the thrill of their retaliation. This was their first time openly striking back, boldly confronting an adult warrior. Although the two young ones were injured, Mu Qingqing instructed them to rest at home. She asked Mo Lin and Mo Yan to write down the names of any warriors they knew so she could seek assistance. Mo Lin wrote down 2 names, Mo Yan 1, and Yang Aim recognized 2 more. That made a total of 5. She wondered what these 5 warriors would be like. A little weaker was acceptable, but if they were too weak, she wouldn't dare ask them for physical labor. Thus, Mu Qingqing set out with a few loaves of bread, with Yuer happily trailing behind her. First, she visited the warrior introduced by Yang Aim. Lu Bai lived relatively close to Yang Aim. Yang Aim led her into his home. Upon entering, Mu Qingqing was immediately hit by a strong herbal scent, nearly causing her eyes to water. Her heart sank. She hoped this warrior would be capable. She could not afford to care for a sickly worker, after all. What would she gain from that? Bai. It's me. A warrior emerged from the room, surrounded by piles of herbs, far more than those in Mu Qingqing's home, likely stockpiled for the harsh winter. The warrior was a head shorter than Hulan and not as robust, yet his movements suggested he was otherwise normal. Young Aim, what brings you here? Lu Bai's face was etched with exhaustion, and upon seeing Mu Qingqing, he could hardly muster the energy to greet her. Naturally, there was no trace of disdain or prejudice in his eyes. Young Amy explained the purpose of her visit. Xiao Qian's health had been persistently frail, and it was not just Lu Bai who was worried. She too feared that Xiao Qian might not survive the harsh winter. Yu Qingqing assured him that if he assisted with the construction of a house, she could guarantee that his dwelling would remain warm throughout the winter. Lu Bai abruptly lifted his head. Is that true? Under the intensity of such a burning gaze, Mu Qingqing felt a bit flustered and nodded. Yes. Chapter 35. Persuading the beastmen. But how can I be certain that what she says is true and not a deception? Lu Bai said solemnly. Ever since Xiao Qian gave birth, she has been extremely sensitive to the cold. Typically, beastmen's homes run out of winter supplies within a week. That is why I have started gathering wood and hay for the winter. If I were to build a house for Mu Qingqing now, I would surely be unable to gather enough hay in time. Yu Qingqing understood his skepticism. After all, words alone are no proof. She stepped outside, leaving young Amy and Lu Bai in astonishment, and returned a few minutes later. As if she had just been home, in reality, Mu Qingqing had gone to her space to retrieve something. She produced a heated pad and affixed it to the beast's skin. Only when the pad began to radiate warmth did she venture inside. As she prepared to let Lu Bai feel the warmth of her beast skin, she remembered the distinction between male and female, and instead invited young Amy to touch it. Young Amy, astonished, felt the spot where the heated pad was placed. It was warm, even hot to the touch. How is this possible? Lu Bai hurriedly asked young Amy what she meant. Qing's beast's skin is warm, very hot even, she replied. Lu Bai was equally astonished. He was eager to touch it himself, but refrained due to the propriety of gender differences. Mu Qingqing added, This thing doesn't retain heat for long, only for a couple of hours, but I have other items that can keep your house warm. The warmth emanating from the beast's skin had already convinced Lu Bai to some extent. He clenched his teeth and stood up. I will go speak to Xiao Qian. He entered the inner room. The temperature outside hovered around 20 degrees, yet the female on the bed was bundled in thick beast skins. Xiao Qian, I need to discuss something with you. In no time. Lu Bai emerged with a smile. Xiao Qian had agreed. He then picked up his tools. Shall we start now? Mu Qingqing hurriedly waved her hands. No. I still need to find a few people. I will have a yin come to call you when everything is ready. Lu Bai nodded. All right. As he was about to leave, Mu Qingqing handed him 2 cream-filled pastries. This is a small token of appreciation. I will trouble you later, and there will be further rewards upon completion. Lu Bai was primarily concerned with whether Xiao Qian could survive the winter. The rest mattered little to him. The shaman had warned that Xiao Qian's constitution was weak and might not withstand this particularly harsh winter, which filled him with dread. After parting from Lu Bai, Mu Qingqing followed the directions given by the 2 young cubs and visited other beastmen's homes. Young Amy, who had difficulty walking, returned home. Observing this, Mu Qingqing handed her 2 cream pastries. As young Amy watched Mu Qingqing's departing figure, she sighed deeply. Such a wonderful female. How could she have been like that before? But thankfully, she has recognized her mistakes. The beast god will surely forgive her. The subsequent visits to several beastmen went smoothly, with only one household absent. However, they all shared a common sentiment. They harbored no fondness for Mu Qingqing. Whenever they spotted her, they either turned away or closed their doors. It wasn't until Mu Qingqing clarified her intentions that a few beastmen, introduced by the young cubs, agreed to help. Yet, they each had their own issues. One had a head injury, and another had a leg wound. Specifically, the lion howled that the cubs recognized. Nevertheless, these concerns were not insurmountable. After resolving the beastmen's issues, Mu Qingqing returned home, where she fortuitously received the game that the tribe leader had promised her. The beastman who delivered the game appeared rather simple-minded and was fascinated by the transformed interior of Mu Qingqing's home, which was adorned with many items unfamiliar to the beastmen. Although he felt awkward lingering, upon hearing Mu Qingqing discuss the matter of building houses with a few young cubs, he eagerly volunteered to help. Mo Yin and Mo Lin immediately became suspicious. The beastmen typically avoided their Oshi clan. Why would one approach them now? Could it be that he had taken an interest in their mother? The 2 brothers simultaneously entertained this notion. Mu Qingqing, however, did not overthink the situation. She directly inquired about his intentions. Nearly pointing at his nose, The beast man scratched his head, a faint blush creeping across his dark cheeks. I don't want any reward. The two young cubs were even more convinced that the beast man harbored ulterior motives and picked up nearby sticks. Prepare to drive him away if he made any inappropriate advances. The beast man clarified, I just wanted to ask if meals are included. Mu Qingqing responded, while the two cubs prepared to act. Noticing their silence, the beast man felt increasingly embarrassed. The last time I saw you making soup for those beast men, it smelled divine. And Mu Qingqing haughtily scoffed, are you joking? The culinary heritage of Huaxia spans thousands of years. It is no laughing matter. Do you have a contract? She suddenly asked. The two young cubs were utterly shocked. Did the female have feelings for this beast man? No, that would not do. They had yet to take revenge. And the female must not form a contract with the beastman. Mu Qingqing's direct inquiry led to a misunderstanding on the beastman's part, his face flushing like a monkey's backside. I haven't formed a contract yet. Mu Qingqing's furrowed brow relaxed. That's good. You haven't formed a contract. Mo Yan's heart raced, sensing the impending situation. Here it comes. The female is, if you had formed a contract and had a partner, and your partner found out you were here helping with the construction, they would surely object and might even cause a scene. Since you haven't formed a contract, that is reassuring to this point. Mu Qingqing still felt a hint of concern. Your father and mother wouldn't come to make a scene? Would they? The beast man averted his gaze, unable to articulate his feelings. No. They passed away long ago. Mu Qingqing replied, that's good. The beast man nodded, I understand. With the addition of another beast man, Mu Qingqing felt her confidence in her construction endeavors swell. In the afternoon, Cui Lan and her partner arrived, bringing along an entire yo-yo beast as an apology. Young Amy's disappointed gaze and heart-wrenching words echoed in Cui Lan's mind, leading her to cry for a long time after returning home. Just as young Amy had said, she had once been such a kind and cheerful female. How had she become so bitter? Even she could scarcely accept this version of herself, particularly after her partner returned home. Her partner, Anyo, felt particularly gratified after learning about the day's events. Alon, the reason I was drawn to you was your kindness. Ever since we formed a contract, you have changed, spending time with those flashy females. Speaking ill of this beast man and that female. We quarreled about it several times, but now you finally recognize your mistakes. Thus, they brought the yo-yo beast to apologize. Chapter 36, Apology. Mu Qingqing nodded. Cui Lan's transformation stirred no emotions within her. The two young cubs were indeed hurt by her words. Cui Lan's partner noticed the injuries on Mo Lin's face and felt a pang of guilt. Do you need a beast man to help with the construction? May I assist? On their way, Cui Lan had passed by young Amy's home and brought in some cooked potatoes as a gesture of goodwill. Young Amy, perceiving Cui Lan's sincerity, smiled slightly and mentioned that Mu Qingqing was seeking beastmen to help build houses. Cui Lan's partner, Hun Yo, was quite strong and a warrior of the tribe. His assistance would surely expedite the process. Mu Qingqing pondered briefly, recognizing the influence of young Amy and their words, and nodded out. Of course, I will provide you with a reward. Hun Yo shook his head, glancing at Mo Lin, and sighed. No need. Consider it an apology. His eldest cub was of similar age to Mo Lin, and if his own cub were to suffer such injuries at the hands of a beast man, he would fight tooth and nail. Ultimately, it was his partner's fault that the young cub had to endure such suffering. Cui Lan remained silent, tacitly endorsing her partner's actions. Mu Qingqing chose not to be overly formal with him. Once the work was completed, she would provide the items. She had no doubt that the goods she offered would entice the beastmen. Every 2 hours, Mu Qingqing diligently applied medicine to the two young cubs. Each time she did, Yu Er gazed at her brothers with tear-filled eyes, her little face crumpling in sorrow, which broke Mu Qingqing's heart. Taking advantage of this time, Mu Qingqing commenced her journey of motherhood. Our Yu Er is so kind. Seeing her brother's hurt makes her terribly sad, doesn't it? The gentle words of the female left Yu Er in tears, yet she understood the situation and bit her lip. Suppressing her sobs, with a quivering voice, Mu Qingqing gently encouraged her. What should Yu Er do when she grows up to ensure that her brothers remain unharmed? Yu Er widened her eyes in contemplation and declared, I can find a powerful beast man to protect my brothers. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin and Mo Yin reacted in starkly different manners. Mo Yin thought to himself, Yu Er is so considerate. My sister is the most understanding one. Knowing to seek a strong beast man for her brother's protection. Oh, how touching. Conversely, Mo Lin reflected. How embarrassing it is to rely on my future brother-in-law for protection. Mu Qingqing chuckled softly. That's not quite right. Yer gazed up at her mother in surprise and asked, Ah, mother? Why is it not right? She often heard young females speak of seeking a robust beastman for protection while playing outside. Wasn't that the case? The little Ewer voiced her profound confusion, with a calm demeanor. Mu Qingqing responded, Ewer, that is indeed not correct. Regardless of whether one is a female or a beastman, the only reliable support is oneself. Only by becoming strong can one avoid harm. Relying on others is a futile expectation. Her words left Mo Lin and Mo Yin astonished, lowering their heads in disbelief. How could a female utter such wisdom, particularly Mo Lin, whose gaze was complex as he regarded Mu Qingqing? Her words echoed the teachings of Uncle Lang Yi. Ewer, although you are a female, do not confine yourself to a position of weakness. Beastmen can hunt, and in the future, you too can learn to hunt. You must strive to become formidable, if your brothers are ever bullied. Then little Ewer will drive the villains away. Mu Qingqing's encouragement ignited excitement in Ewer. Just like you did to the beastman during the day, mother, I will definitely drive away the bad guys. She exclaimed, raising her fist in determination. Mo Lin and Mo Yin found themselves at a loss for words, torn between hoping that Ewer would grow up healthy, with them as her protectors, and the desire for her to indeed become strong and capable of self-defense. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. With a gentle breeze accompanying her, Mu Qingqing closed the door. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she felt as if something were watching her. Peering outside, she found only darkness, unable to discern anything. Was she merely being overly sensitive? Having taken her time in preparing dinner, Mu Qingqing, feeling somewhat guilty, retrieved several packets of instant noodles from her space. She cast a quick glance at the little ones. Relieved that none inquired about the origin of her food, in truth, every one of her actions was under Mo Lin's vigilant observation. In a place where Mu Qingqing could not see, he glanced at the cabinet that continuously produced new items. How could such a small cabinet hold so many things? He was unsure whether to label the female as foolish or to marvel at her complete lack of discretion, unafraid of their suspicions. Mu Qingqing knew that children should consume instant noodles sparingly, yet she could not resist allowing them to savor such a delectable treat. The water had been boiled in advance, and she proceeded to crack a few eggs into the pot. Ewer asked, Mother, where do the eggs come from? Without looking up, Mu Qingqing fabricated a tale. I found a bird's nest in a tree. There are no chickens here, so I had to make something up. Mo Lin silently scoffed, thinking, this female cannot even climb a tree. How could she retrieve a bird's nest? He turned to look at Mo Yin, who was already lost in the enticing aroma of the instant noodles. The delightful fragrance wafted through the window, reaching the nostrils of the beastman lurking in the shadows. He glanced at the illuminated house and stepped forward from the darkness. It was none other than Xiong Yi, the beastman who had brutally beaten the two little ones earlier that day. Since returning home, his anger had only intensified. The memories of being crippled by the little one's father years ago plagued him. Night after night, he had awakened in a rage, the seeds of vengeance taking root in his heart. Now he had finally caught an opportunity, yet he had been met with resistance from the very children he sought to intimidate. How could Xiongyi swallow his pride after being struck by two mere children? He vowed that these two would not live to grow up. Departing in a dark mood, he felt it was still too early and decided to gather some tools. After all, there were still two females. He needed to prepare for the inevitable commotion they would cause. Xiongyi approached a beastman with whom he had a good relationship, exchanging some rope and fabric for the prey he had caught. The beastman inquired about his intentions, to which Xiongyi replied he was merely repairing his house. The beastman, without suspicion, began recounting the events of the day. I never imagined those two little ones would dare to fight back. How are your injuries? Xiongyi's expression twisted as he replied, not bad. Before the beastman could ask further, he swiftly departed, his rage compelling him to confront Mu Qingqing and strangle those two little brats. After wrapping up his tools, Xiongyi eagerly awaited the arrival of nightfall. He only set out upon hearing the watchman's signal. However, just as he reached the doorway, his door was pushed open. The chapter continues with Xiongyi's fate intertwined with that of the little ones, their lives hanging in the balance amid the unfolding drama in the daylight. Xiongyi confronted him, and by nightfall, retribution ensued. Mo Lin found it difficult not to suspect that there was an orc aiding him. He mentally reviewed all the orcs he knew. and the only one with such capability and genuine concern for him was Uncle Lang Yi. However, in the end, Mo Lin refrained from voicing his inquiry. Since Uncle Lang Yi chose not to speak, he too decided to remain silent. Every movement of the little cub was under Lang Yi's watchful gaze. He lowered his eyes, choosing silence. Indeed, he had sought out Xiong Yi the previous night. But by the time he arrived, it was already too late. Someone had already harmed Xiong Yi. It was simply unbelievable that Lang Yi had arrived a moment too late. Upon witnessing Xiong Yi's severed legs, Lang Yi immediately recognized the perpetrator. Seeing Xiong Yi's tongue also cut, Lang Yi's heart softened, and he left without taking action. The incident with Xiong Yi left Mo Lin distracted throughout the day. While Mo Yin seemed less troubled, upon learning of Xiong Yi's disfigurement, he openly expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Now my brother and I won't have to keep avoiding him." Over the years, Xiong Yi had almost become a psychological torment for the two brothers. Mo Yin eagerly grasped his brother's hand and said, "I wonder which brave warrior did this. When I meet him, I shall save the cream bread meant for the females and offer it to him." Lang Yi silently scoffed to himself, pondering who could be such a ruthless and decisive warrior. Speaking of cream bread, Lang Yi casually inquired, "Is your mother seeking orcs to build houses? And are they providing meals?" Mo Lin blinked in surprise. "Yes, I hadn't heard about meals. Perhaps that was added later. Why wasn't I informed?" Mo Lin was left even more bewildered. In his eyes, Uncle Lang Yi surpassed even Hu Lan of the tribe in prowess. Being the mightiest orc of all, the thought of such a formidable orc assisting his mother in building houses was almost too much for him to fathom. "The skills I have imparted to you are nearly sufficient. The rest you must learn through experience." Little Yin learns quickly, but he is still too young to retain theoretical knowledge. Mo Lin understood that Uncle Lang Yi could not continue teaching him indefinitely, and it was evident that every time they hunted, Lang Yi never claimed any of the spoils. Acknowledging Uncle Lang Yi's efforts, Mo Lin realized that Lang Yi was the best orc he had encountered thus far, not only in teaching but also in spiritual enlightenment, which held immense significance. In fact, during this teaching phase, Lang Yi found it quite refreshing. However, as he had stated, his teachings had nearly reached their limit, and what remained was beyond his purview. With the primary figures having returned, he felt it was time to occupy himself with other tasks. Building houses seemed like an intriguing endeavor, particularly because he had a fondness for that cream bread. Witnessing so much cream bread crushed to pieces the previous day had pained him deeply. He could never seem to eat enough, yet such a waste had occurred. Although Lang Yi had refrained from being harsh with Xiong Yi upon his departure, he had still delivered a few resounding slaps for the sake of those delectable cream breads. At noon, Mo Lin found himself staring blankly at the 4 cream breads nestled within his animal hide. Why are there so many, and why aren't they white? He glanced at little Yan's hide, which contained only 2 breads. Mo Yin looked at Mo Lin in confusion. "Elder brother, why are these breads black? Can they be eaten?" Mo Lin gritted his teeth, picked one up, and took a bite. It was bursting with flavor. His eyes lit up. Delicious. The bread prepared for them by Mu Qingqing was chocolate-filled, rich in calories and ideal for replenishing energy. Mo Yin also sampled the bread, finding it quite tasty, yet he still preferred the white variety. However, he soon discovered the allure of chocolate. Mo Lin recognized that the additional 2 breads in his hide were meant for Lang Yi, so he offered them over. Surprised by the 2 chocolate breads, Lang Yi remarked, "She prepared these for you." Lang Yi paused, recalling the glance Mu Qingqing had cast his way as he departed. At that moment, he had been in beast formed. "It must be her way of thanking you for saving her last time." Lang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. The taste of chocolate was indeed delightful. As the orcs and mud brick structures thrived, Mu Qingqing retrieved some toys from her space for Yu'er, intending for her to play with the young females of the tribe. However, Yu'er was clearly reluctant to engage with the toys. Mu Qingqing led her to the center of the tribe, where many furry orcs and young females gathered. Why Yu'er clung to Mu Qingqing's leg, panic evident in her voice. "Mother, I don't want to play with them." The original host had physically punished 2 young cubs. And though she had not harmed Yu'er, she had treated her poorly, leading Yu'er to shadow Mo Yin and avoid contact with others. Mu Qingqing recognized that this was unacceptable. Lack of interaction with peers would hinder the healthy growth of a child. "Be a good girl, Yu'er. Take these toys over there and ask if they can play with you." Why Yu'er vehemently resisted, tears brimming in her eyes as she mumbled, "Mother, they won't play with me. They will hit Yu'er." Mu Qingqing felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this and embraced Yue, kissing her forehead. It's all right. If you don't want to play, you don't have to. Being a good girl and relying on your mother is perfectly fine. Just as Mu Qingqing was about to lead Yue away, a young tiger cub bounced over, exclaiming, "Beautiful female, may I ask if you would bond with me when I grow up?" Mu Qingqing was taken aback and burst into laughter. She quickly pulled Yue closer, saying, "Look, little orcs are being friendly with you." Yue glanced at the young tiger cub and clung tightly to Mu Qingqing's leg. He wasn't talking to Yue. Mu Qingqing turned her attention to the young tiger cub, only to realize that the cub had been gazing at her all along, which delighted her immensely. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly remembered something. "You take Yue to play, and I will consider it." The young tiger cub leaped for joy, replying, "Okay." He then nudged Yue, pushing her into the group of young cubs. Initially tense, Yue gradually found herself captivated by the toys in her hands, and soon they were all playing together. Only then did Mu Qingqing feel at ease to leave. Upon returning home, Mu Qingqing prepared lunch for the orcs. Due to their hearty appetites, potatoes served as the staple food. She steamed a large pot of potatoes and simmered a generous pot of meat soup. A true indulgence. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air, quickly catching the attention of the orcs nearby. One orc, drawn by the enticing scent, was named Ho Zheng, though he lacked the cleverness typically associated with monkeys. Upon catching a whiff, he found himself momentarily paralyzed, his mind consumed by thoughts of the delectable meat soup. After a morning of collaboration, the orcs had become familiar with one another. Liu Bai chuckled at the sight of Ho Zheng's gleaming eyes. "You've hunted for so long. What kind of beast meat haven't you tasted? How can you still be so tempted?" Ho Zheng wore an expression that conveyed his understanding, for he considered himself one of the tribe's more discerning eaters. Just from the scent, he could tell how delicious Mu Qingqing's meat soup must be. Half an hour later, Mu Qingqing emerged with a large pot of meat soup, prompting even the neighboring orcs to peek in curiosity. "Take a break and let us eat," she announced. The orcs paused their activities to wash their hands in a nearby barrel. Ho Zheng moved faster than the rest, seizing the best spot at the table. Observing this, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but smile. The orcs stared at the steaming pot of meat soup, unsure of how to begin. The vibrant colors of the soup, rich with reds and greens, were far more appealing than anything they had ever prepared at home. Liu Bai planned to return home during lunch to check on his partner and prepare a meal for her and their cubs. He had informed Mu Qingqing of this beforehand, and she had agreed. She handed him a large stone bowl filled with tender meat chunks and potatoes. "This is for Xiao Qian and your cubs. Hurry back and eat after delivering it." Liu Bai was taken aback. Expressing his gratitude profusely, soon after, he returned with an empty bowl, beaming with joy. "I haven't seen Xiao Qian with such a good appetite in ages. She hardly eats. I must not be cooking well enough." Mu Qingqing smiled. "You should hurry and eat. Be careful not to let them finish first." Liu Bai nodded and joined the dining group. The moment he took his first bite, he realized he could never match such culinary skill. The plight of Xiong Yi seemingly failed to stir much commotion within the tribe. Later, Mu Qingqing discovered that her concerns had been unwarranted. It wasn't that there was no reaction, but rather that the timing hadn't been right. Shortly after the hunting party descended the mountain, the central horn of the tribe sounded. The orc females, having finished their dinners, were astonished as they tidied up and made their way to the center of the tribe. The chief typically sounded the horn only for significant matters. Even Lang Yi, who had been napping beneath a tree, rose and walked toward the center. He was not one to indulge in gossip or meddle in tribal affairs. Yet what if this event concerned the two little cubs? He cannot remain indifferent as Mu Qingqing carries Yue, leading two little cubs along the central path. Numerous female beastmen cast furtive glances at them. Their previous stares filled with contempt, disdain, and scorn, now transformed into expressions of fear, suspicion, and panic. Mo Yin, possessing a keen intellect, learns swiftly. However, in stark contrast to Yue, he has a rather feeble awareness of the gazes around him. He does not comprehend, elder brother. Why do they look at us so strangely? Mo Lin glanced up, replying coolly, because they suspect that we are responsible for Xiong Yi's injuries. Mo Yin was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his small face. If I had such capabilities, would I not have kept him alive until today? Mo Lin continued, as Mu Qingqing strolled ahead of the two, finding humor in the situation. However, the reasoning stands true. The first act of vengeance those little cubs will undertake upon growing capable is to retaliate, fearing their enemies might survive an extra moment. As the tribe members gathered in numbers. The chieftain stood upon a high platform adorned with the beast goddess insignia, proclaiming, "Surely you are all aware of the recent events within our tribe. Firstly, Leopard Fae was slain by discontented beastmen. And then there is Xiong Yi, also victimized by beastmen. Both were valiant warriors of our tribe, yet now they have faced misfortune in quick succession." The chieftain's authoritative gaze swept over the crowd. "And yet, we remain unaware of the identities of the beastmen behind these deeds." Below, the female beastmen exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gravitating towards Mu Qingqing. Leopard Fae had a conflict with Mu Qingqing, and not long after, misfortune befell him. Xiongyi also had a dispute with her, and that very night he encountered trouble. Who would not ponder such coincidences? Yet, they never considered that Mu Qingqing could be the perpetrator. A mere female, capable of vanquishing two ferocious adult beastmen simultaneously? Who would believe such a tale? As for Mo Lin and Mo Yin, they were even less suspect. If those two little cubs possessed such prowess, would they have endured bullying for so long? The chieftain's gaze also fell upon Mu Qingqing. It is because of this female that the tribe has never known peace. The chieftain's subsequent remarks were merely a caution for the tribe to remain safe and to avoid conflict. With winter approaching and natural disasters looming, why must we turn against one another? Once the chieftain concluded, the female beastmen dispersed. A Qing suddenly approached Mu Qingqing, followed by a boy of about 10 years. "Mu Qingqing, I have something to ask you." A Qing had been enduring a difficult time lately, her figure having grown noticeably thinner, her facial contours sharp, rendering her a striking beauty. Despite Leopard Fae's demise and his betrayal of their bond, a Qing harbored both hatred and love for him. The emotions of female beastmen in the beastmen continent are enduring. They lack the cunning to dwell upon trivial matters, leading to a monotonous life and simple thoughts. Consequently, a Qing's mind often wandered back to the sweet memories shared with Leopard Fae, each recollection intensifying her anguish. With tears brimming in her eyes, a Qing asked, "Was it you who caused the death of my Leopard Fae?" Mu Qingqing glanced at herself and then at the two little cubs beside her. The answer was glaringly evident. She replied calmly, "Perhaps Leopard Fae treated you well, but you are aware of how he treated me, betraying our bond and sullying my name. Such a beastman-esque character is unacceptable in my eyes. I cannot share your feelings, but I can only say that he is gone, and we must look forward. Furthermore, if he could so easily offer the fruits you painstakingly collected to another female, then it is clear he is not worthy of your sorrow." With that, Mu Qingqing departed. Yuer, nestled in her arms, grasped the situation in a muddled fashion, but understood enough to clench her small fists. Vowing that if her own beastman ever presented gifts to another female, she would never forgive him. Just after dealing with the Qing, as they neared home, Mu Qingqing spotted Hu Lan and Bai Waner standing before their door. Bai Waner cast a complex glance at Mu Qingqing. "The chieftain seeks you," Mu Qingqing acknowledged with a hum, placing Yuer inside the house and instructing the two little cubs to keep watch. "Along with Xiao Lin," Bai Waner continued, and Xiao Lian. Mu Qingqing paused, a sardonic smile escaping her lips. She said nothing, yet it felt as though she had said everything. Bai Waner appeared somewhat awkward. As the group exited, Hu Lan remained silent, his heart heavy. His friend's state was more painful than death itself, igniting a fire of indignation within him. Unable to restrain himself, he questioned Mu Qingqing, "Did you do this?" Mu Qingqing could not help but roll her eyes. It seemed that one after another, they behaved as if devoid of common sense, perpetually asking such questions. Bai Waner sensed her partner's directness and hurriedly interjected. "Hu Lan isn't doubting you. He merely wishes to inquire about the circumstances, to see if you know anything." Mu Qingqing's expression remained indifferent as she fixed her gaze ahead. "What do you believe I know? What do you wish for me to know?" Approaching the chieftain's residence, she turned to Hu Lan and said softly, "If it were me, I would not only sever his legs and remove his tongue, but I would also hack off his arms, leaving him with but one eye to witness how splendidly I thrive." A chill coursed through Bai Waner's body. She had not anticipated such a response from Mu Qingqing, nor did she foresee the seriousness in her tone. What manner of female is she? Hu Lan, too, was taken aback by Mu Qingqing's words. Rendered speechless, Mo Lin regarded her with a complex expression, realizing she was even more vindictive than he had imagined. Is this truly a method of revenge conceived by a female? Upon entering the chieftain's abode, the chieftain and his wife were engaged in conversation. Spotting Mu Qingqing, the chieftain remarked, "Beastmen have discovered a vast expanse of unfamiliar plants on the mountain, and I would like to request your assistance in examining them." The chieftain's tone was surprisingly courteous, leaving Mu Qingqing momentarily astonished. Is this not a summons for accountability? Noticing her thoughts, the chieftain waved his hand dismissively. Xiong's injuries were not inflicted by anyone from our tribe. Mu Qingqing smiled. Is it not the case that everyone suspects me? The chieftain sighed. You possess no such capabilities. Xiong's formidable physique is beyond even Hulan's strength. Perplexed, Mu Qingqing queried, "Why is the chieftain so certain that it was not someone from our tribe?" The chieftain explained, "Every year as winter approaches, many vagrant beastmen wander near the tribe. Their strength is formidable, and if armed, they could certainly achieve such feats. Vagrant beastmen? How could they possibly come to our tribe?" Mu Qingqing suppressed her doubts. Then, "Chieftain, what is your purpose in seeking Shaolin?" The chieftain chuckled. "I wish to inquire about Shaolin's recent interactions with Lang Yi." Mu Qingqing and Mo Lin exchanged a glance, unexpectedly comprehending each other's thoughts. It seems the chieftain still harbors suspicions about members of the tribe, such as Lang Yi. Lang Yi has always been a lone wolf, not considering the tribe his home, and it is entirely possible he has been teaching Mo Lin, perhaps even seeking to unleash his frustrations on the little cubs. Mo Lin recounted Lang Yi's recent activities in detail, revealing no irregularities. The chieftain nodded. "Very well. I have relayed all I needed to Do. Let me know when you are available." Mu Qingqing assented. "Tomorrow morning should suffice. I will ascend the mountain with them." "Excellent. I shall arrange for someone to accompany you. Let it be who Lan. Mu Qingqing had no objections, though Bai Wanner felt a twinge of discomfort. Hulan gazed downward, lost in thought. After Mu Qingqing departed, Hulan murmured, "Is there truly no connection between them?" The chieftain shook his head resolutely. "Of course, there is a connection." Hulan was taken aback, his head snapping up. "Then why do you allow them?" The chieftain, exasperated, replied, "Yet we possess no evidence." Previously, Leopard Fei had used illusionary herb powder to incapacitate Lang Yi and deceived Mo Lin into descending the mountain, intending to confront him alone. However, an unexpected beastman intervened, knocking Mo Lin unconscious and killing Leopard Fei. During the day, Xiongyi had a confrontation with the two little cubs, and that very night, he faced retribution. The beastman could have easily killed Xiongyi but chose not to, knowing that damaging his pride would be more excruciating than death itself. The chieftain's gaze grew profound. These two incidents arose from the little cubs being harmed or their lives threatened, prompting the beastmen to take action. Thus, it must be connected to them. Perhaps Mo Yin is unaware, but Mo Lin certainly knows. Upon returning home, Yuer rushed over, her small hands frantically touching the two, fearing for her beloved mother and elder brother's safety. Mu Qingqing, her heart softened by the gentle touch of the small hands, could not resist placing a kiss on Yuer's hand. "Mother is unharmed." Yuer let out a sigh of relief, her brows lifting in delight, exuding an irresistible charm. Deep into the night, while several individuals succumbed to slumber, Mo Lin stealthily rose and made his way up the mountain in silence. Mu Qingqing slept like a log, entirely oblivious to his departure. Chapter 40. Mo Lin ascends the mountain with unwavering determination. Mo Lin trekked purposefully upwards, his small figure unyielding as he clutched a faint spark of fire in one hand. Tonight, he sought to confirm something. The tribe was enveloped in a tranquil stillness, and though patrolling beastmen caught sight of Mo Lin, they offered no inquiry, showing little concern for the small cub's nighttime escapade. Following the incident involving Xiongyi, their inherent bias against the Mo Snake clan had only deepened, yet Mo Lin remained indifferent to their opinions. He ascended the mountain with utmost caution, the distant cries of wild beasts echoing through the dense forest. And those with keen eyesight might even glimpse the glimmering green of predatory eyes lurking in the shadows, a sight that was undeniably unsettling. One hand grasping the flickering flame, the other wielding the hunting knife belonging to Xiao Yan. With his bow and crossbow strapped to his back, Mo Lin relied on memory to navigate to the spot where Bao Fei had met his demise, the very place where he had first glimpsed the retreating figures of the beastmen. After nearly 20 minutes of climbing, Mo Lin's breath began to falter. His stamina was but half that of an adult beastman, yet commendable for a cub of his age. Before long, he arrived at the site of Bao Fei's death, the very spot where he had once fainted. Illuminating the ground with his spark, he discerned faint traces of blood lingering on the soil. A wave of relief washed over him. Had he made an error? It would have spelled trouble upon his return. Finding a clean patch of earth, he seated himself, uncertain of what he awaited. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he spoke into the void. "Are you there?" The only response was the chirping of insects. Yet Mo Lin felt no disappointment. He firmly believed that the beast man who had been watching over him was nearby. After several seconds, he spoke again. "Shtong, did you have a hand in Xiongyi's matter? Were you seeking vengeance for me?" Silence persisted. Mo Lin continued. "I know you must be here. The events involving Bao Fei and Xiongyi were orchestrated by you. You are protecting me. Thank you. I wish to know who you are." Summoning his courage, he uttered his final plea. "Could you step forward and allow me to see you?" The insects continued their incessant chirping. After a prolonged wait, as the light in Mo Lin's eyes began to dim. Still, no response came. With a weary sigh reminiscent of a weary beast-man female, he lamented, "Why do you not show yourself? Why do you protect me?" Seemingly unshackled from his earlier silence, Mo Lin opened his heart. "No one has ever protected me. I have always been bullied, simply because I am of the Mo Snake clan. But my birth was beyond my control. Is it true that the Mo Snake clan is cursed? Why do such rumors persist? I refuse to believe them. Uncle Langy told me that even being a Mo Snake is inconsequential. As long as one grows strong and defeats the beastmen of all clans, no one will dare to speak ill of you." His resolve strengthened. He thought, "So what if I am a Mo Snake? I care not. The female has changed. She has become so kind that I sometimes feel as though I am dreaming. Once, she loathed both me and Xiao Yin, but now she treats us with such kindness. Does she have ulterior motives? I fervently hope she continues to be this way." In that moment, Mo Lin felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. Even amidst the desolation of the wilderness, a smile broke across his face, and no longer was he curious about the identity of his protector. His sole desire now was to grow stronger, to safeguard Xiao Yin and Yuer. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his swift motion inadvertently extinguishing the flame in his hand as a gust of wind snuffed it out. The extinguished flame was of little concern. A couple of puffs might rekindle it. However, in his haste, he lost his footing, stumbling upon a stone and tumbling to the ground. Extinguishing the flame completely, darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility non-existent. After all, Mo Lin was merely a 7-year-old cub. No matter how composed he attempted to be, fear seeped in. Panic surged within him as he scrambled to his feet. But the darkness of the mountain was overwhelming. In just a few steps, he stumbled over a branch, twisting his ankle. Tears welled in his eyes as he sniffled. Addressing the emptiness, "Are you there? If you are, could you please come out? I've fallen, and I'm a bit scared." By the end of his plea, his voice cracked with the onset of tears. The silence persisted, and Mo Lin could no longer contain his sobs. The inky blackness rendered any descent impossible, and he had no notion of how long until dawn would arrive. He limped and groped for a tree. Squatting beneath it, clutching his legs, trembling slightly, the distant howls of wild beasts echoed through the forest, and Mo Lin clung tightly to his pelt, silently reassuring himself that the beasts were still far away. That there was nothing to fear. He resolved to become a powerful beastman, for if he could not overcome such trivial obstacles, what would he become? Despite his self-encouragement, the leaves falling from above sent shivers down his spine. "Xiao Yin, Yuer," Mo Lin murmured. The nighttime chill was palpable. He had felt cold while ascending the mountain, but his mind had been preoccupied, so he had not registered it now. Seated on the ground, his fear was compounded by the biting cold. He prayed fervently for the dawn to break, longing to make his descent. Yet, how long had it been? Just as exhaustion began to overtake him, he caught sight of several flickering lights below the mountain. Rising to his feet in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes. Indeed, it was light. Moreover, it was moving upwards, accompanied by indistinct shouts. At this hour, in such a desolate place, could it be that they were searching for him? This improbable thought lingered in Mo Lin's mind, refusing to dissipate. Mu Qingqing was deep in slumber when the door of their dwelling seemed to be struck by a stone, producing a loud noise. The first to awaken was Xiao Yin, who, upon discovering his brother's absence, hurriedly shook Mu Qingqing awake. "Big brother is gone." Mu Qingqing urged him not to panic, hastily donning 2 layers of beast skin. She felt the spot where Mo Lin had slept, chilled as if he had never been there. Uncertain of when he had left, she glanced around the room. Check if anything is missing. Mo Lin would never venture out in the dead of night without reason. However, what could possibly warrant such a late-night excursion? My hunting knife is missing, as well as the large bow and crossbow. Xiao Yin interjected. Mother, the spark is gone too. You chimed in. Mu Qingqing was taken aback. Even the spark was missing. After a moment's contemplation, she led the 2 cubs outside. Encountering the patrolling beastman, she inquired if he had seen Mo Lin. Initially reluctant to engage, the beastman recalled recent events and pointed in the direction of the mountain. Chapter 41. Carrying Mo Lin down the mountain, he went up the mountain. Mu Qingqing raised her voice. What could Mo Lin possibly want up there at this hour? Is there something he needs? Could he not wait until we were asleep? Only then did she realize that perhaps Mo Lin had intentionally sought to avoid them. Regardless, she could not disregard the potential danger of the night. What if something were to happen? With urgency, she hurried back home. Her actions, however, were misinterpreted by Xiao Yin, who stood there, indignantly rebuking Mu Qingqing. I knew you wouldn't go after Big Brother. You wouldn't mind if he perished on the mountain, would you? If you want he go, then I shall. With that, Xiao Yin charged towards the mountain. Mu Qingqing, her expression darkened, swiftly seized her foolish son. Who says I won't care for your brother? Even if we are to go. It is pitch black. We must take the spark with us. How else will we see the path? And it's so cold. Can't I wear thicker clothing? What if I freeze to death halfway there? Do you not feel the chill? Xiao Yan's nose was running from the cold. Could he not feel it? He lowered his head in silence. Come on, let us return, dress warmly, and grab your bow and crossbow. We shall go together. Finally, Xiao Yin complied, and soon after, Mu Qingqing returned with the 2 cubs. The patrolling beastman noticed them and inquired about their purpose for ascending the mountain. Mu Qingqing shot him a glance. Too weary to engage. Just as she was about to ask the beastman why he hadn't stopped Mo Lin, he explained that he feared for his life. What if he halted Mo Lin only to suffer retribution like Xiong Yi? There were many paths leading up the mountain, and the one the beastman was guarding was the gentlest. Even in the darkness, one would not fear stumbling. Mu Qingqing was uncertain of Mo Lin's whereabouts, feeling that their search would be arduous. Thus, she retrieved a loudspeaker from her belongings, instructing Xiao Yin to call out for Mo Lin. Xiao Yin summoned all his strength, shouting until his face turned red. Mu Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he was her foolish son Mo Lin, Big Brother. Just as Xiao Yin lost track of how many times he had called out, from somewhere on the mountain, Mu Qingqing heard a response. I'm here. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, transforming into a dark serpent that swiftly slithered into the woods, cradling, ambled slowly along. Within a mere 5 minutes, reappeared, reverting to his human form. Had he not announced his presence beforehand, he would undoubtedly have startled to the brink of death. I know where is, exclaimed with delight. Let us go. You lead the way. After nearly another 10 minutes, spotted seated beneath a tree, both and cried out in surprise. In the faint glow of firelight, noticed traces of unfallen tears on's face. She feigned ignorance, retrieving a hide from her back to offer him. I is quite cold. I isn't it. Upon hearing this, touched his brother's arm, which was indeed icy to the touch, causing his eyes to well up with tears. You, no more words. Let us descend the mountain slowly, interrupted him, however, remained rooted in place. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, he hesitantly confessed. I sprained my ankle, was taken aback and quickly looked at his foot. Hurry, let me see. Suppressing his embarrassment, allowed her to inspect his injury. They stood close enough that could almost detect the fragrant scent emanating from her. This female always bore such an enchanting aroma. Reached into her pocket, actually retrieving supplies from her spatial storage. She found his injury was not too severe, just a bit of swelling. She wrapped medical tape around his ankle and then crouched before him. Blinked. What are you doing? Sighed. You've twisted your ankle. How will you make it down the mountain? At this rate, we likely won't reach home by dawn. Hurry up and get on. Earlier, had been nestled on her back, obediently holding on to, who urged, hurry and lie down, I's going to carry you. S face flushed at words. No one had ever regarded him as a mere child, neither he nor anyone in the tribe, except perhaps when they were punishing him. seeing that stood still, chimed in, "Please lie down. It's freezing out here." That single statement prompted into action, reflected that although felt embarrassed about being on her back, his concern for his younger siblings outweighed his shame, was undoubtedly a commendable older brother. As hoisted onto her back, she found him surprisingly light, far less cumbersome than she had anticipated for a 7-year-old. To ease the awkwardness, she engaged in conversation. "What did you play yesterday?" Giggled. "We played eagle and chicks." These were games that had taught her. "So, what are you? An eagle or a chick?" "I'm an eagle," exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I caught a chick." In the expansive forest, the two females chatted, and time flew by. Dot was captivated by the exchange. While had already dozed off On's back, before they realized it, they saw the flickering lights of their tribe. "We've arrived at the tribe," announced in her sweet-voiced, replied. "Yes, we have finally made it. I'm utterly exhausted." After placing on his bed, the trio yawned in unison, a surprisingly synchronized action. Noticing her older brother was asleep, giggled adorably, eliciting a faint smile from. Once back in her own bed, let out a deep sigh of relief. Her own bed was indeed the most comfortable. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, accompanied by a cool breeze that wafted into the room. The small children, snugly wrapped in thick blankets, had their cheeks flushed. The cool breeze did not induce chills. Instead, it felt refreshingly delightful. Rainy days were perfect for sleeping, a belief that held firmly. When awoke, the rain was pouring heavily outside. She sat up, still groggy, and suddenly glanced over to the other side of the large bed. On such a rainy day, surely these two little ones wouldn't be silly enough to venture up the mountain to hunt? Turning her head, she found and playfully embracing on the bed. Upon noticing had awakened, exclaimed joyfully, returned her a warm smile. Then, she remembered that she had not informed the beastmen to stay away due to the rain. Moreover, she had promised the tribe leader that she would ascend the mountain this morning. Just as she was mulling this over, casually remarked, "The tribe leader said there's no need to go up today." "I sent to inform the beastmen." Gazed at in astonishment, marveling at how this son seemed to possess an uncanny ability to know her thoughts. Chapter 42. Rainy days are best for sleeping. Got up to brush her teeth and wash her face. Even preparing warm water, she splashed water on her face. She pondered why the original owner had never appreciated such an obedient and considerate son. In truth, she found him quite endearing. Awoke around 10 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, it was neither suitable for breakfast nor too early for lunch. Therefore, she made some egg drop soup and retrieved a few biscuits, nibbled on the biscuits, saying, "I want noodles for lunch." Pinched little cheek. "What kind of noodles?" Pondered for a moment, then animatedly described, "Like this kind of noodles." She watched draw an S shape in the air, understood. Instant noodles. Indeed, she was aware that no child could resist the allure of instant noodles. However, such nutritionally void food should not be consumed excessively, especially since the little ones were already malnourished. Tugged at its arm. Yet this action caused and to instantly change their expressions. Just as rose from the bed, both brothers witnessed abruptly pull into her arms and kiss her fervently. All right, we shall have noodles." Faced with adorable coaxing, found herself utterly powerless to resist, halted his movements, leaning closer to his brother. It was no wonder they reacted this way. When had just learned to walk at a little over a year old, she had witnessed other young females in the tribe coaxing their mothers and imitated them with that time. Had stumbled, and in a moment of unbalance, inadvertently flung her across the room, causing her to hit her head hard against the door. That incident remained a shadow in the brothers' minds. Indeed, the current was no longer the same person. As for instant noodles, not just, but even and displayed fleeting expressions of delight. Though had not added an abundance of seasoning, the flavor was still present. The little ones devoured their meal without lifting their heads. Afterward, washed the dishes and cleaned her hands before tending to's injury once more. "Does it still hurt?" "What does it feel like?" Shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. It feels warm. That warmth is the effect of the medicine. There's no need to worry. Considering the heavy rain, it seems it won't stop anytime soon, so you can rest at home for now." Lowered his head. Staying indoors could be quite dull. So brought out some games and flying toys for the brothers. Before long, the two of them were huddled closely together. S4 retrieved a basic storybook and began reading her a tale in a distant kingdom. There lived a king and a queen who longed for a child. Initially sat obediently on the bed, listening intently to's narration, but gradually, she climbed onto the bed and nestled into his embrace, I in the center of the room. A simple fireplace made by crackled softly, while she leaned against the wall, reading as the rain pattered outside. Her voice was melodious and clear, drawing his rapt attention, her beautiful eyes widening before gradually drooping. Unbeknownst to them, the sounds of the two little beast men playing chess faded away and were cozily curled up under a clean, warm blanket, drifting off to sleep. Gradually, felt drowsy as well. Upon glancing up, she noticed had fallen asleep and, pulling back the curtain, saw that the little beast men were also slumbering. Without a moment's hesitation, she nestled under the covers herself. It was warm and utterly comfortable. When she awoke again, it was already late afternoon. Realized she couldn't allow them to sleep too long. Otherwise, they would be restless at night. She quickly roused them. The two little beast men appeared somewhat sheepish. The rain outside had ceased, but the sky remained overcast. Stepped outside to stretch, inhaling the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil. She found the aroma rather pleasant, a symbol of nature. Nearby neighbors were engaged in similar activities. Some inhaled the fresh air while others had ventured into the woods or thickets. Returning home with wild vegetables, as soon as she awoke, she began contemplating what to prepare for dinner. That evening, adhered to the little one's preferences. However, declared resolutely, absolutely not, firmly rejected. Those are not nutritious. You must eat something better. Upon hearing this, cast a glance at the hanging beast meat in the adjacent room. That meat was intended for winter, but consuming it now wouldn't pose any issue. You could prepare that. Mo Lin pursed her lips and remarked, indeed. How could she forget about the meat? Mu Qingqing took a piece of beast meat, slicing it into thin strips, separating the fat from the lean, as she heated the pan. She tossed the fatty meat in, and it sizzled enticingly, releasing a peculiar aroma. Mu Qingqing rendered several large bowls of oil, leaving a considerable amount of residue in the pan. Seizing the moment while Yuer was lost in thought, she stuffed a piece into her mouth. Yuer instinctively chewed, and the flavor intensified with each bite. Her eyes sparkled. Mother, I want more, Mu Qingqing obliged, handing her another piece, and then offered several to Mo Lin and Mo Yen as well. The crispy bits were fragrant, akin to a delightful snack. Mu Qingqing prepared several generous dishes, and then retrieved 2 bowls, filling them with some food before handing them to Mo Yen. This is for Lang A. And this is for Yang Amy. Upon noticing that his hands were full, she inquired, can you still carry more? There were also 2 small bowls of pork cracklings. On a whim, she had rendered too much. Mo Yen nodded, finding a piece of string from somewhere and quickly securing the bowls, allowing him to carry 2 with one hand. Go ahead. We shall await your return, Mo Yen acknowledged and stepped outside. Uncle Lang Yi, are you there? I'm coming in. Just as Mo Yen's voice emerged, Lang Yi was engaged in conversation with another beastman. He hadn't even had the chance to speak when Mo Yen, that rascal, had already lifted the curtain and entered. He was much more familiar than Mo Lin, having mingled with Lang Yi without adhering to many formalities. Upon entering, Mo Yen spotted a beastman with his back turned to him. Lang Yi curiously asked, what brings you here? Lacking Mo Lin's perceptiveness and curiosity, Mo Yen merely glanced at the beastman before averting his gaze and placing the bowl on the table. This is from my female. Sent for you. Lang Yi looked down, his eyes lighting up as he saw the food. Perfect, I haven't eaten yet. Please thank my female on my behalf. Mo Yen nodded, entirely oblivious to any unusual undertones. After Mo Yen departed, Lang Yi scoffed, pushing the bowl in front of the beastman. Eat up, it's food from your little one, prepared by your partner. Chapter 43. Big Bear. The torrential rain persisted for 5 days and nights, leaving Mu Qingqing in a state of deep slumber, only rousing for sustenance, resembling a slothful creature. Life on the Beastman continent was inherently dull. Ordinarily, she would wander the jungles or streams, observing how eagle beastmen hunted or how monkey beastmen frolicked among the trees. Now, however, she found herself confined within this small room, her free spirit yearning for liberation. Perhaps it was her discontent that stirred the heavens, for on the 6th day, the rain finally ceased. Mu Qingqing eagerly leapt from her bed, yearning to explore the outdoors, but the muddy ground quashed her enthusiasm. During these days, Mo Lin's ankle had fully healed, as beastmen possessed superior recuperative abilities compared to females. Nevertheless, Mu Qingqing insisted he rest another day at home, postponing construction work as well. Although hunters had ventured into the mountains recently, their numbers were few, for the prey shunned the rain and concealed themselves. Less than 2 hours after the rain ceased, the sun emerged, and the beastmen began to organize themselves to ascend the mountain. Mo Yen followed Lang Yi up the mountain, while Mu Qingqing accompanied Mo Lin to the center of the tribe. The chieftain had previously instructed her to examine a newly appeared grove of trees. He gestured to 2 beastmen, saying, "I have instructed them to guide you up the mountain." Mu Qingqing nodded in acknowledgement. With the sun shining post-rain, beams of light filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting circular patterns upon the ground. The natural beauty of the Beastman continent was impeccable, lifting Mu Qingqing's spirits considerably, prompting her to hum a cheerful tune. Yet, this buoyancy was soon shattered by a beastman's inquiry. "Was the matter concerning Xiong instigated by your group?" The other beastman froze momentarily, swiftly nudging him with his arm, signaling him to cease his questioning. The chieftain had hinted that they should refrain from discussing Xiong with Mu Qingqing. However, Xiongda was undeterred. Xiong, his childhood companion, so valiant and formidable, how could he bear to see him languishing like a mere invalid? This morning, having departed from his home, he had visited Xiong, witnessing him gasping for breath on that small bed, his eyes bloodshot, unable to utter a word. When he saw someone, he instinctively lashed out, hurling anything within reach at them, especially towards the female who had come to offer sympathy and food, unceremoniously pelting her with it. The female would either weep at the indignity or, if more resilient, would comfort Xiong. Those who merely came to fulfill their duty would mock him, ridiculing him for having offended too many, resulting in such retribution. How could Xiong not feel a pang of sorrow for his once celebrated comrade now reduced to such a state? Calmly observing the surrounding beauty, Mu Qingqing replied without lifting her gaze, "Do you truly believe that a female possesses such formidable power?" Xiongda retorted, "But your strength is considerable." Maintaining her gaze forward, Mu Qingqing halted her steps and declared, "My strength is indeed great, which is precisely why I would not allow him to lie in bed in such a manner. I would sever his hand as well." Xiongda's frame shook with disbelief. How could you utter such words?" His companion tugged at his arm, reproaching him in hushed tones. "The chieftain has explicitly stated not to mention this matter again." Clenching his fists tightly, Xiongda lamented, "Seeing Xiong like that pains my heart." Mu Qingqing cast him a cold glance, choosing silence. After walking for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the new plants the chieftain had mentioned. The 2 beastmen held no expectations, doubting that Mu Qingqing would recognize anything. She knelt down, her hands digging into the earth among the vast expanse of leaves. Mo Lin, unsure of what the female was doing, mimicked her actions. Meanwhile, the 2 beastmen stood there, rooted in place, offering no assistance. Before long, Mu Qingqing discovered something hard beneath the surface. She brushed off her hands, rising to signal the nearby beastmen, "Excavate everything from this patch." Xiongda immediately bristled, demanding, "By what right?" Mu Qingqing coldly laughed, "By what right? The chieftain merely instructed me to observe the new plants here, and having seen them, which are of great use to the tribe." "Are you not going to dig?" Her companion sighed in resignation, relieved they had brought tools. The area was vast, and the labor was strenuous. Mu Qingqing observed them dig while conversing with Mo Lin. "What prompted you to go to the mountain that night?" Mo Lin was momentarily taken aback. Nearly a week had passed, and he hadn't anticipated her asking this question now. He pursed his lips, seemingly no longer questioning her intentions or harboring doubts about her motives. It appeared she was merely inquiring out of concern for her little one's whereabouts. "I lost my hunting knife at the place where Leopard Fei perished." Mu Qingqing harbored no suspicion. "You must have cherished that hunting knife?" Mo Lin instinctively nodded. He indeed held it dear. Mu Qingqing smiled. "Very well, I shall procure another for you upon our return." The 2 conversed openly about the hunting knife and Leopard Fei's demise. Suddenly, Xiongda sprang to his feet, towering over them, glaring fiercely at Mu Qingqing. "You say it has nothing to do with you? That hunting knife, I have seen it. It was that very blade that rendered Xiong incapacitated." Mu Qingqing found Xiongda's reasoning somewhat lacking. "Did you not hear Mo Lin state that the hunting knife is missing? Would there be a beastman to wield it for nefarious purposes?" Her eyes glinted mockingly. "Xiong has made many enemies within the tribe." "You?" Xiongda seethed with anger, having never encountered a female so quick-witted. He glared coldly at the female and the little one. realizing why the offspring of the Emo snake clan would not be virtuous. This remark irked Mu Qingqing. No matter the situation, it always circled back to the Emo snake clan. She stood up, impatiently regarding Xiongda. Am I not virtuous? What do you intend to do? Kill me? Xiongda. His companion gasped in alarm, cautioning against laying a hand on Mu Qingqing, fearing the consequences. After a moment of hesitation, Xiongda turned back to continue digging. Imo Lin noticed that whenever Xiongda mentioned the Emo snake clan, the female's eyes would reflect her irritation. His heart sank. Indeed, she still bore ill feelings towards the Emo snake clan. Did she not? Chapter 44. The discovery of ginseng. Mu Qingqing has recently unearthed a patch of ginseng, each root plump and robust, comparable in size to a carrot. This is indeed a remarkable find. Two beastmen toiled in the earth for over 2 hours, unearthing a modest pile of ginseng. Exhausted, Xiongda felt too weary to utter a word. He had never felt such fatigue even while hunting. The group wrapped the ginseng in animal hides and began their descent down the mountain. However, as they traversed a steep slope, Xiongda suddenly twisted his ankle and tumbled down the incline. Xiongda! His companions exclaimed in alarm. The ginseng scattered across the ground, and Xiongda's head struck a small rock, drawing blood. He rose from the ground, blood trickling from his forehead, standing grimly before Mu Qingqing. His companions, fearing he might lash out, hastily set aside their burdens and rushed to his side. Xiongda, what happened? What are you staring at? Mu Qingqing coldly fixed her gaze upon him. What madness was this bear about to unleash? Xiongda remained silent, but upon lowering his gaze, he noticed that both Mu Qingqing and Imo Lin were clutching ginseng in their hands, a considerable quantity at that, leaving him momentarily unable to assist. In silence, he turned and began to gather the scattered ginseng. Such a nuisance, Mu Qingqing muttered under her breath. Yet Imo Lin's eyes sparkled with clarity. His keen vision allowed him to spot a small stone hurtling out of the forest, striking Xiongda fiercely on the ankle. This revelation further cemented Imo Lin's belief that the Beastman had been following him. Even during his previous ascent, the Beastman had been present. In the initial days of recuperating his leg, he had not pondered deeply, but later recalled how the female had slept so soundly that even thunder could not rouse her. How could she suddenly awaken in the middle of the night to seek him out? Consequently, he directly inquired of Xiao Yin, who revealed, I woke her up, I heard the sound of stones hitting the door, and I thought they were throwing stones at our home as before. When I awoke and found you absent, I panicked. Once, the beastmen in the tribe had held them in disdain, often throwing stones at their door while the younglings were asleep, demanding they vacate the tribe. Hence, both Imo Lin and Imo Yin had become particularly sensitive to that sound. Stones, once again stones. Thus, Imo Lin was certain that the beastman had summoned Mu Qingqing to rescue him that day. His eyes gleamed with delight. How wonderful it felt to be protected by another. Mu Qingqing, unaware of Imo Lin's musings, was preoccupied with thoughts of ginseng. Why had the chieftain instructed her to ascend the mountain to examine new flora? Did he know she had traversed dimensions? That seemed implausible. When Mu Qingqing and the beastmen brought their findings to the chieftain's abode, she seized the opportunity to inquire. The chieftain, perplexed, remarked, Isn't your mother the great shaman? Mu Qingqing was taken aback. The original owner's mother was a great shaman? How could she have no recollection of this? She only remembered reading in the book that the original owner had a strained relationship with her parents. She had not anticipated that the original owner's mother held such a prestigious title. The great shaman's status surpassed that of the chieftain. Suddenly, Mu Qingqing's gaze fell upon Mo Lin. In a wonder, he had been able to kill her at the first opportunity upon acquiring the hunting knife, disposing of it without a trace. Yet, with parents who were great shamans, even with a troubled relationship, they would not neglect their daughter's fate. This also elucidated why the members of the tribe held Mu Qingqing in disdain but could do nothing against her. In an instant, Mu Qingqing grasped many things. The chieftain, still puzzled, asked, Is there an issue? Mu Qingqing smiled and shook her head. No. Afterward, she proceeded to enlighten the chieftain regarding the benefits of ginseng. Upon learning of its immense advantages, the chieftain's expression transformed with excitement. He had not expected this unassuming ginseng to possess such remarkable properties. Not only could it prolong life, but even in the face of death, merely holding ginseng might offer salvation. The chieftain immediately devised plans for the ginseng. Before Mu Qingqing, he summoned Bai Waner and Hu Lan. After divulging the uses of ginseng, both women were equally exhilarated. Bai Wanner pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us first distribute the ginseng to the elderly beastmen and females within the tribe, followed by those who are ill or disabled, and the remainder shall serve as rewards for the hunters and gathering females." Mu Qingqing glanced at her in surprise. While Bai Wanner occasionally displayed an air of naivety, her heart was genuinely kind, sincerely considering the well-being of the tribe's vulnerable. This was not a fade. It was commendable. From the beginning until now, Mu Qingqing's sentiments towards Bai Wanner had remained unchanged. She neither held affection nor disdain. However, this moment did inspire a flicker of goodwill within her. Yet, the very next moment, that goodwill was swiftly retracted. Her insufferable maternal instincts remained unchanged. When the time comes, we shall inform the tribesfolk that this discovery belongs to Mu Qingqing. Had it not been for her, this treasure might have rotted in the ground. I hope this will improve their impression of her. Mu Qingqing maintained an impassive expression, asserting that she did not require such recognition. The discovery had not been hers. She had merely articulated its value. The chieftain regarded his daughter with satisfaction, while Hulan looked at his partner with affection. Bai Wanner speaks wisely. Regardless of who discovered it or its significance, I shall convey the truth to the tribesfolk. The rest shall proceed as Bai Wanner suggested. With that, Mu Qingqing's involvement concluded. Just as she prepared to take her leave, the chieftain's wife called out to her, presenting a hefty bundle of animal hides. "This is a reward from the chieftain for you." Animal hides held little value for Mu Qingqing. She was about to refuse when the chieftain's wife added, "They can be used to make clothing for the younglings." The weather is turning cold. Mu Qingqing had already prepared clothing for the younglings. However, glancing at Mo Lin's ankle, she accepted the thick hides. Beastmen wore animal hides and ran barefoot, while the females, with their delicate skin, donned shoes crafted from animal hides and wood. As Mo Lin and Mo Yin were still young, Mu Qingqing intended for them to wear shoes crafted by an unknown female in the tribe. Had already worn out, making it an opportune moment to create a new pair for her. With the intention of retrieving Yuer from young Amy, she noted that it was still midday. After preparing some food, she wrapped the animal hides for Mo Lin to take to the center of the tribe. Once they had eaten, she began her task of shoemaking. The sunlight dried the muddy ground at her doorstep, and after tidying up, she could invite a few beastmen to assist in building houses the following day. As Mu Qingqing crafted shoes, Mo Lin and Yuer played nearby. The sunlight bathed them in a golden glow, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. "What shall we have for dinner?" Yuer seemed to be teething lately, making it unwise to offer her candy. Earlier that day, she had witnessed Mo Lin, that little rascal, laughing, though she could not discern the reason behind his mirth. At merely 5 years old, he was already hunting. What had she been doing at that age? Playing in the mud? Unbeknownst to her, Mu Qingqing had fully integrated into the world of the beastmen. Chapter 45. The hatred of Xiong Yi. The house was beginning to take shape. After preparing meals for the beastmen daily, Mu Qingqing joined the construction team. Within a few days, the house had risen to the height of one wall. This attracted the attention of many beastmen from the tribe. Due to the matters concerning potatoes and ginseng, their gazes towards Mu Qingqing were no longer filled with disdain and scorn, but rather curiosity. "What kind of house is Mu Qingqing constructing?" "I don't know, but it looks quite sturdy. Indeed, I just touched it. Its hardness is such that even a stone knife would struggle to pierce it. I, too, wish to build such a house. It would offer protection against wild beasts. Yet the construction process is somewhat cumbersome and delays hunting. Just look at how Shi Hao and his companions managed during the harsh winter. Hunting was of paramount importance. The more prey they could store, the less they would suffer from hunger during the long winter." Shi Hao, overhearing the discussions, remained silent. Some beastmen spoke up. "I heard Mu Qingqing will reward us. Could it be food?" The details remained unclear. One beastman inquired, but instead of asking anyone else, he chose to approach the gluttonous monkey, Zhang. Zhang scratched the back of his head innocently. "I don't know what the reward might be, but the meals prepared by the female are quite delicious. I've gained quite a bit of weight." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang's companions, Shi Hao, Lu Bai, and several others, stiffened in surprise. During this time, they too had put on considerable weight. Their human forms appeared rounder, while their beast forms looked even more disheveled. Xiao Qian's partner quite enjoyed the plump Lu Bai. Upon closer inspection, it became evident the beastmen involved in the construction were indeed sturdier than those engaged in hunting. Unable to contain himself, one beastman asked, Is it truly that delicious? Another beastman scoffed. Aren't they just potatoes and chunks of meat? How good could that possibly be? Just as he finished speaking, a savory aroma wafted from Mu Qingqing's dwelling. Zheng chuckled. That's the scent. He could eat that every day without growing tired of it. Mu Qingqing had just brought out a large pot of potato and meat chunks, drawing the attention of the onlookers. The beastmen began to sniff the air, while the females commenced their investigations. What is this red thing? And what about the green? Together, they look rather appealing. I also use these at home. Why does it not smell the same? Is there something else added in here? Mu Qingqing stood helplessly to one side. In the past, her clansmen had feared her and kept their distance. Yet now they showed no trepidation at all. Mu Qingqing returned to the house to wash her hands, preparing to call Yuer back for dinner. Once, Yuer had followed her everywhere, but now he had become familiar with the other young ones in the tribe, playing with them daily, leaving Mu Qingqing rather pleased. However, just as she bowed her head to wash her hands, a small tiger cub charged in wildly and ran to her feet, tugging at her animal skin. Little Cheng. It was Yang Aim's grandson, Hu Cheng. The little tiger cub, biting onto Mu Qingqing's fur, shook its head from side to side. Yowling in desperation, Mu Qingqing quickly scooped him up. Could something have happened to Yang Aim? Do not panic, I will go with you right now. However, as Mu Qingqing reached the doorway with the little tiger cub in her arms, she saw Yang Aim hurriedly approaching with a cane. The very one Mu Qingqing had retrieved from her space. Mu Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment, Yang Aim, what has happened? Yang Aim, already advanced in age and with unsteady legs, hurried as quickly as she could to Mu Qingqing's home, panting heavily. You. Just a single word caused Mu Qingqing's expression to shift dramatically. What happened to Yuer? Where is she? The onlooking female beastmen no longer regarded Mu Qingqing with disdain. A kind-hearted female spoke up. I just saw a half-grown beastman leading Yuer to the south. Mu Qingqing immediately turned to the speaking female, anxiously inquiring, who was that half-grown beastman? The female had only caught a glimpse of a figure. There were many half-grown beastmen in the tribe, and she could not identify who it was, so she shook her head. However, there were not many beastmen living in the South Point one by one, they recalled. There are Biao Yang, Xiong San, Stone Wei, Lu Qi, and Xiong Yi. As soon as the words left their lips, everyone concluded that Yuer was with Xiong Yi. The female suddenly remembered who the half-grown beastman was, Xiong Yi's cousin. Xiong Xing. Mu Qingqing's complexion instantly turned pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably. This was disastrous. Yuer was undoubtedly with Xiong Yi, who had become a fearsome figure. How could Yuer have ended up there? I do not dare approach the south now. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Maybe Xiong Xing simply took Yuer out to play. Xiong Xing had always admired Xiong Yi and listened to him. I have never seen him speak to Yuer before. Suddenly taking her away, who would believe he was just taking her to play? Mu Qingqing bolted outside. Yet she was unaware of Xiong Yi's whereabouts, standing in the center of the tribe, utterly bewildered. The little tiger cub darted to her feet like a cannonball, tugging at her fur. Looking down at him, Mu Qingqing asked, Little Cheng, do you know where Xiong Yi lives? Upon hearing this, the little tiger cub tilted his head and let out a yowl. So, Mu Qingqing followed closely behind the little tiger cub to a house in the southern part of the tribe. Just 1 or 2 meters behind Mu Qingqing were Lu Bai, Shi Hao, and Hu Zhen, who had followed upon hearing the news. Inside the room, Yuer was being choked by Xiong Yi, the veins in his arms bulging, seemingly ready to squeeze the life out of her with the slightest exertion. Yet, he hesitated, for a wolf cub was fiercely biting into his thigh. After bringing Yuer over, Xiong Xing had left, leaving the 3 of them alone in the room. Yuer's face was red from being choked, her legs kicking as she struggled futilely. With her breathing growing shallow, tears streamed down her cheeks, rolling onto Xiong Yi's arm. The tears were warm, and Xiong Yi relished the sensation. Ever since he lost his legs, he had not stepped outside, unable to bear the pitying and sympathetic gazes of the female beastmen, nor the comfort from his brothers. He could only remain in this room filled with a foul odor. Harboring hatred for the beastman who had severed his legs, that was a stranger, a beastman whose face Xiong Yi could remember. Xiong Yi did not recognize him. It was only after losing his legs and tongue that he pondered day and night. Finally realizing who that beastman was, he was the father of the little female before him. He belonged to the cursed Oshi clan. He was the one who had once broken his legs and was now the beastman who had severed them again. Thus, he sought revenge. He knew he could not kill that beastman. So he planned to slaughter all of his offspring, one by one. He also intended to kill Mu Qingqing, that female. Chapter 46. Xiongyi's revenge. Mu Qingqing stood outside. Hearing the faint whimpers, she recognized them as Yuer's. With a swift kick, she burst open the door and nearly fainted at the sight of Yuer. Just as Mu Qingqing was about to step forward, Xiongyi spoke coldly, "If you take another step, I will choke her to death." The lion and deer behind Mu Qingqing frowned in shock, voicing their dismay. "Xiongyi, you have truly fallen, to lay hands on a mere child. Especially a little female. Xiongyi, it was not Mu Qingqing who did this to your legs. Do not take innocent lives." "Xiongyi, you, shut up," Xiongyi roared, but his tongue had been severed, rendering him unable to produce coherent sounds, only emitting guttural noises. Several beastmen had initially intended to ask, "Xiongyi, what are you saying? We cannot hear you," but reconsidered, choosing not to provoke him further. Mu Qingqing's heart shattered at the sight of Yuer struggling for life. Her voice was hoarse. "Xiongyi, whatever it is, come for me. Do not harm the children. They are not involved." Xiongyi let out a raspy laugh, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a wild beast driven mad. One hand gripped Yuer while the other pointed at Mu Qingqing, making a slashing motion across his throat, indicating that both Yuer and Mu Qingqing would die. Mu Qingqing cast her gaze downward, her trembling hands clenched into tight fists. Her mind raced. If all else failed, she could retrieve a gun from her space and shoot Xiongyi dead. Just then, she noticed the wolf cub fiercely clinging to Xiongyi's thigh. Wolf Chi had appeared at some point to stop Xiongyi from harming Yuer. Biting into Xiongyi's leg, his teeth embedded in flesh, blood mingling, yet Xiongyi seemed oblivious. Wolf Chi spotted Mu Qingqing. She dismissed the idea of using the gun. There were still 2 children present, and it would be detrimental to leave them with psychological scars. With that in mind, Mu Qingqing shot another glance at Wolf Chi, silently urging him to bite Xiongyi's arm that was choking Yuer. As soon as Xiongyi was distracted and relaxed his grip, she would find a way to subdue him. Wolf Chi seemed to understand Mu Qingqing's intent. Thus, she held up her hand, signaling 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, Wolf Chi leaped, lunging at Xiongyi's arm. Simultaneously, Mu Qingqing seized a nearby wooden stick and struck Xiongyi's neck. He immediately collapsed. With trembling hands, Mu Qingqing discarded the stick and caught Yuer. Yuer gasped for breath in Mu Qingqing's embrace, a deep bruise marking her delicate neck. She parted her lips but could not produce any sound. Mu Qingqing's heart ached fiercely, looking at Xiongyi on the floor. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed her eyes. Unable to contain herself, she kicked him off the bed, sending him crashing to the ground. In her arms, Yuer weakly tugged at Mu Qingqing's fur, managing to utter a faint sound. Mu Qingqing's eyes glistened with tears as she tilted her head back, allowing the tears to fall. Yuer, with tear-filled eyes, gently caressed her mother's cheek, whispering, Mu, Yuer is not hurt. No, do not cry." Though Yuer was unfamiliar with the sensation of death, in the moment when her throat was constricted, she seemed to grasp that death meant she might never again behold her mother, nor her 2 elder brothers. She would no longer savor the meals her mother prepared, listen to the tales she spun, or feel the warmth of her mother's embrace. Yuer's obedient and understanding demeanor shattered Mu Qingqing's heart, simultaneously intensifying her loathing for Xiongyi. For the first time in the Beastman continent, she felt the stirrings of murderous intent, a fierce impulse to kill a Beastman. This glimmer of vengeance did not go unnoticed by Shi Hao and Lu Bai, who exchanged a glance laden with complexity. If Xiongyi were to perish after this day, even if Mu Qingqing did not wield the blade herself, she would still be inexorably linked to the deed. It was then recalled that the clan leader and Hu Lan had only arrived later. The clan leader had been negotiating at another tribe regarding market day, while Hu Lan was still hunting in the mountains. Suddenly, a beastman rushed up the mountain to inform Hu Lan that Yuer was at Xiongyi's home. Upon hearing this, Hu Lan descended immediately. He had a good relationship with Xiongyi and understood him well. Xiongyi had no fondness for younglings, and given his deep-seated hatred for Yuer's father, it was not beyond reason that he might harm her. Fortunately, by the time he arrived, Yuer had already been rescued by Mu Qingqing and Xiongyi was merely unconscious on the ground. The clan leader and Hu Lan together lifted Xiongyi onto the bed, where they observed several deep wounds on his thigh. The clan leader gazed at Xiongyi's pitiful state and sighed helplessly. Hu Lan, however, felt a sense of relief, having feared that Mu Qingqing would have killed Xiongyi. It seemed he might not survive the night. Lan inquired. Father, why do you say that? The clan leader shook his head in silence. Let us assign 2 beastmen to guard Xiong-yi tonight. After all, he was once a warrior of our tribe, contributing much to our community. Lan nodded. Finally grasping the clan leader's intent, Mu Qingqing cradled Yue as she returned home, accompanied by the little white wolf, Lang Qi, from a distance. Yang Ame spotted Mu Qingqing holding the young one and immediately felt a wave of relief. Upon noticing the bruises on Yue's neck, Yang Ame exclaimed in pity, that Xiong-yi, I once thought him merely a proficient hunter, yet how could he harbor such malice? To lay hands on such a small female, Mu Qingqing remained silent. Casting a glance at Lu Bai ensure how before calmly stating, that will be all for today. You may return home, as a mother. Yang Ame understood that Mu Qingqing must be suffering. Thus she took her little darling home as well. Mu Qingqing closed the door and placed Yue gently on the bed, applying ointment to her wounds. Once finished, she lifted the little wolf cub into her arms, gently stroking its fur as it trembled uncontrollably. Lang Qi, where did he hurt you? Let me see. Lang Qi lay down, exposing his abdomen to her. When Mu Qingqing parted the white fur, she discovered that his belly had likely been kicked, showing signs of bruising. The abdomen of a beastman is particularly vulnerable, especially for a cub as small as Lang Qi. She was astonished that he had endured the pain for so long. After applying the ointment, Mu Qingqing tenderly stroked Lang Qi's head. I'm so grateful for you today. Lang Qi replied with a soft "Awo." No need for thanks. If it weren't for this female discovering the potatoes, I would still be starving. Throughout the afternoon, Mu Qingqing remained confined within the house, devoid of the desire to engage in any activity. She feared that if she stood, she might be unable to restrain herself from taking a knife to Xiong-yi. With a bitter smile, she pondered when she had become so bloodthirsty and violent. In the late afternoon, Mo Lin and Mo Yin returned home, laden with spoils. The beastmen had informed Hu Lan of Yue's plight, but had neglected to notify her 2 brothers. In their perception, Mo Yin and Mo Lin were merely 2 younglings. What could sharing this information possibly achieve? Little did they know the depths of joy they felt upon returning home would swiftly turn to horror upon witnessing Yue's condition. Simultaneously, they grasped their hunting knives, ready to charge out the door, but paused at the threshold, recalling who had harmed Yue. Strangely, it was the first instance they did not suspect Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing, you must tell us who harmed Yue. Mo Yin, with reddened eyes, rushed to her side. Mu Qingqing looked down at the 2 younglings. Are you seeking vengeance? Mo Yin clenched his knife, growling. What else can we do? Look at what has happened to Yue. Mo Lin gradually composed himself, stepping forward from the doorway. Who was it? Seeing his calm demeanor, Mu Qingqing replied. Xiong, I knew it was him. Mo Lin asserted. No one else harbors such hatred for Mo Shi. Did he intend to kill Yue and us as well? Mu Qingqing nodded. Indeed, a flicker of disdain crossed Mo Lin's eyes. He has nothing but a cripple now. How could he ever threaten us? It was indeed a laughable thought. Though Mu Qingqing wished for Xiong-yi's demise, she did not want the task to fall upon the shoulders of these 2 younglings. She did not wish for their hands to be stained with blood. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Mo Yin grew anxious. Brother? Mo Lin glanced at Mu Qingqing, noting that she was not as calm as she appeared. What was her intention? Did she also wish to kill Xiong-yi? Mo Lin suddenly felt a surge of blood boil within him, as if he had finally found a kindred spirit. If this female were to go after Xiong-yi, he would refrain from intervening. Mu Qingqing perceived Mo Lin's intentions. Why? He asked, perplexed. Do you not care for Yue? Is it all a fade, the meals you prepare and the way you coax her to sleep? He was incredulous. Mu Qingqing sighed in resignation, half squatting to meet Mo Lin's gaze. I do not wish to solve problems through murder. If I act upon this, what will stop other beastmen from bullying Yue or you in the future? Shall I kill them all? Mo Lin coldly replied. Why not? Why was the Emoshi clan cursed and despised by the beast god? Is it not because Emoshi are inherently cold-blooded and ruthless? Mu Qingqing dismissed the notion of violence, aware of Mo Lin and Mo Yan's attitudes. The twisted nature of the youngling spirits was a matter of concern. If they resorted to killing, it would awaken the darker impulses within them. She did not wish to see them tread down that path. Why? Because I do not wish for your hands to be stained with blood. Mo Lin was the understanding elder brother, while Mo Yin was the tempestuous and proud younger sibling. They should not become such brutal beastmen. The score must be settled, but violence was not the answer. Neither you nor Yin may resort to it. Besides, our reckoning should not be with Xiong-yi, but with Xiong-xing. He brought Yuer before Xiong-yi and is equally culpable as the executioner. Mo Lin had intended to wait for Mu Qingqing's absence or the cover of night to stealthily eliminate Xiong-yi. But her words cast doubt upon his resolve. He saw the sincerity in Mu Qingqing's eyes. She truly did not want their hands to be stained with blood. She genuinely cared for them. If that was the case, then perhaps it was best to let it go. The youngling's thoughts shifted solely due to Mu Qingqing's single phrase. Yuer awoke later that night, rubbing her eyes and instinctively calling out. Mother Mu Qingqing rushed over, lifting her into her arms and gently kissing her forehead. Why, precious Yuer, you're awake. Yuer beamed. I'm awake. Her voice was slightly hoarse, as though she had forgotten the harm done to her. Neither Mo Lin nor Mo Yin mentioned it, fearing it might leave a psychological scar on Yuer. Observing her cheerful demeanor, they both exhaled deeply, relieved, with credit naturally owed to Mu Qingqing's nurturing influence. The power of maternal love is profound. Following the clan leader's instructions, Hulan stationed several beastmen outside Xiongyi's door. The beastmen whispered amongst themselves, uncertain why the clan leader had ordered them to guard him. Is it not because Xiongyi harmed the young female? The clan leader fears he may harm others. Another beastman scoffed, the clan leader is not concerned about Xiongyi harming other younglings. What could it possibly be for? The beastmen fell silent. What other reason could there be than fear of Xiongyi being slain in retaliation by others? The murmurs outside were distinctly audible to Xiongyi within the room. He slammed his fist down on the bed and hurled an object towards the door. The beastmen jumped in surprise. One among them, who had long been at odds with Xiongyi, dared to glance inside. Given your state, it would be wise to refrain from further antics. His words only fueled Xiongyi's rage. With sheer determination, Xiongyi dragged himself from the bed to the floor, then staggered outside. Seizing the beastman's leg and toppling him to the ground with a swift punch, Xiongyi glared at the beastman. Though he uttered no words, his intent was unmistakable. Even in his crippled state, he could still bring you down. Which orc could tolerate such provocation? He had previously been targeted by Xiongyi, and now, seeing Xiongyi incapacitated, vengeful thoughts ignited within him. He resolved to exact his revenge. With a swift kick, he struck Xiongyi squarely in the face. The two orcs immediately erupted into a brawl, while the onlookers did not intervene. Ultimately, they had no desire to guard Xiongyi, who showed no mercy even to the females, who could predict whether this madman might turn his wrath upon them. However, one orc, noticing Hulan approaching from a distance, hastily rushed to separate the two combatants. At that moment, Xiongyi found himself pinned beneath the orc's foot, his face pressed firmly against the ground. Xiongyi opened his mouth, emitting a series of furious sounds. I will kill you. I will kill you. As Hulan arrived, the two were pulled apart. Xiongyi attempted to lunge at his opponent again, but Hulan intervened, pulling him back. Hulan lifted his dear brother onto the bed. He began, but Xiongyi clutched Hulan's arm tightly, letting out two anguished cries as he pointed towards the door and then gestured in the northwest direction, the direction of Mu Qingqing's dwelling. Indeed, Xiongyi intended to have him seek vengeance on his behalf. Hulan, with a complex expression, pried Xiongyi's fingers away. With your current state, wouldn't it be better to remain safely at home? Xiongyi trembled violently and forcefully shoved Hulan away, causing Hulan to collide with the door behind him, grimacing in pain. Chapter 48. Seeking Xiong-xing. Finally, with a dark expression, Hulan returned home. Bai Wanner, noticing her partner's troubled demeanor, inquired with concern, Alan, what happened? Reluctant to divulge too much, Hulan instead asked, what's the status of Father's investigation into the rogue orcs? Recently, traces of wandering orcs had emerged around the tribe. Raising the chieftain's alarm, Bai Wanner shook her head gravely. I have no idea where they are hiding now. Hulan sighed. I want to go hunting tomorrow. I will investigate myself. Bai Wanner disagreed, worried for Hulan's safety. Hulan gently reassured her, this is something I must do. The next day, the chieftain awoke and visited Xiongyi's home. Xiongyi lay in bed with his eyes closed, and the chieftain, fearing the worst, reached out to check his breath, only to discover that he was merely asleep. The chieftain exhaled a sigh of relief. With orcs stationed to guard him, if Xiongyi were to die, it would be a calamity. After the chieftain departed, Xiongyi opened his eyes, filled with seething hatred. Why had that old fool not expelled Mu Qingqing and her kin from the tribe? Why had he allowed those little brats to remain? It had led to his current wretched state. Mu Qingqing had prepared breakfast for the two little ones. Rising early today, it was primarily due to her restless night. As they ascended the mountain, Mu Qingqing asked again, "Do you remember what I said yesterday?" Mo Lin nodded. While Mo Yin awkwardly did the same, a glimmer of amusement crossed Mu Qingqing's eyes as she affectionately ruffled their hair. "Now, that's better." The two little ones stood frozen, silently exiting the door. After a few steps, they realized they had forgotten their hunting knives and hurried back to retrieve them. Mo Yin, looking at his knife, awkwardly remarked, "Big brother, she actually patted my head." Mo Lin nodded, his expression somewhat uncomfortable. This was the first time the two little ones had experienced such tenderness from Mu Qingqing, leaving them both feeling awkward and inexplicably shy. While events unfolded, Langy was outside the tribe, investigating traces of the rogue orcs. Upon learning that Yuer had been rescued by Mu Qingqing and was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. Although he held a fondness for Mo Yin and Mo Lin, he also cared for Yuer. "How is Yuer today?" Langy inquired with concern. Mo Lin's heart warmed as he replied, "Yuer has some bruising on her neck, but her spirits seem as high as ever." Langy nodded. "That's good. Had I been present in the tribe yesterday, Yuer would never have." Langy paused. Not finishing his thought. Mo Lin seemed to understand what he was implying, but refrained from pressing further. Yu Qingqing examined Yuer's neck, noting the severe bruising, but the swelling had subsided. She applied more ointment, the cool salve causing Yuer to giggle uncontrollably. After tending to Yuer, Mu Qingqing turned her attention to the little white wolf. Lang Qi lay on the bed, playfully engaging with Yuer. After applying the ointment to him, Mu Qingqing asked, "Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" Lang Qi shook his head. "I feel much better than yesterday." With that, the weight in Mu Qingqing's heart began to lift. A couple of days passed. Although Yuer appeared indifferent to the events that transpired, perhaps even forgetting, Mu Qingqing sensed that, subconsciously, Yuer remained fearful. She no longer ventured out to play, unlike before when she would dart off without a trace. Instead, reverting to her previous self, shadowing Mu Qingqing throughout the day, Mu Qingqing contemplated allowing Yuer to accompany her for a few days, intending to gradually soothe her fears. Days later, the bruising on Yuer's neck began to fade, and the little white wolf's belly also improved. However, the orc's recovery capabilities surpassed those of the females, allowing the little white wolf to quickly regain its energy. With the little white wolf's companionship, Yuer's sense of insecurity began to dissipate. Observing Yuer and the little white wolf joyfully playing with the little tiger from young Amy's family, Mu Qingqing decided to take action. She informed Yuer that she had matters to attend to. Unlike before, Yuer did not cling to her fur, fearful of her departure. Instead, she requested a few pieces of candy from Mu Qingqing. Smiling brightly as she waved goodbye, "Mother, you go ahead. I'll wait for you to come home." Mu Qingqing responded with a smile and turned towards the center of the tribe, where she inquired about Xiong Xing's residence. The moment Mu Qingqing appeared, Xiong Xing's parents instinctively recoiled in fear. They were acutely aware of their child's misdeeds and had spent the past few days in trepidation, dreading Mu Qingqing's retribution. Just when they thought they could finally relax after days of waiting, Mu Qingqing arrived. Holding a particularly thick stick, she sauntered into the house, her voice calm yet chilling as she inquired, "Where is Xiong Xing?" Xiong Xing's mother swallowed hard, her anxiety palpable. "What do you want with a Xing?" Mu Qingqing scoffed. "To settle the score, what else?" Xiong Xing's father stepped protectively in front of his mate. His brow furrowed. That incident was a misunderstanding. A Xing merely wanted to play with Yuer, but his words were cut short as Mu Qingqing struck him with the stick. Xiong Xing's mother screamed. "A Sheng!" Xiong Xing's father, furious at Mu Qingqing's sudden aggression, demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Mu Qingqing, her head tilted, replied emotionlessly, "Didn't I say I was here to settle the score? Reflect on your own words. Do you truly believe them?" Xiong Xing's father's eyes flickered as he retorted sternly, "This is the tribe. Don't act recklessly." Mu Qingqing smiled. "Rest assured, I won't kill him." However, her words only deepened the dread in Xiong Xing's parents. "Hand him over now, and he may endure fewer blows. Once I find him myself, I will ensure he suffers greatly, but I will not take his life. He will be allowed to breathe." Xiong Xing's mother nearly fainted upon hearing this, tears streaming down her face as she bowed in apology. "Mu Qingqing, It was my Xing's fault. I am sorry. Shall I kneel before you? Mu Qingqing looked down upon the female. Do you comprehend the depth of the marks on Yu's neck? Xiongyi struck her with lethal intent. Do you think Xiongxing was unaware of what might transpire when he took Yu to confront Xiongyi? Xiongxing's mother wept, struggling to catch her breath, while Xiongxing's father's expression darkened. Yet, as parents, they could only shield their child from the consequences of his actions. I failed in my duties as a parent. If you must, strike me instead, he stated, kneeling before Mu Qingqing. The orcs gathered outside whispered among themselves. For it was a disgrace for an orc to kneel before a female. Surely, Mu Qingqing wouldn't he go to such lengths. After all, the orc had already knelt. It's not that your child lacks compassion. Did you not see how Yu was nearly choked? A female retorted. If I were Yu's mother, I would have surely sought vengeance. Xiongxing's father hung his head, while Xiongxing's mother sobbed. Suddenly, Xiongxing burst forth from the crowd, his eyes ablaze with anger as he grasped his father tightly. Father, do not kneel to her. Chapter 49. The cost of growth. How proud a beast was his father. How could he possibly kneel before a mere female? Xiongxing, with reddened eyes, glared at Mu Qingqing. It's you? You vile female. You are the reason Xiongyi has become like that. You deserve to die. Upon hearing the words of Xiongxing, his father could not help but close his eyes, realizing that it was his teachings that had gone awry. He abruptly seized Xiongxing and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Xiongxing, in disbelief, covered his face and gazed at his father, asking, Father, why did you hit me? Did I say something wrong? It is because of that vicious female, because of the Oshi clan, that brother Xiongyi has become like this. Have you seen brother Xiongyi's leg? Silence. Xiongxing's father bellowed, disappointment etched across his face as he looked at his son. Brother Xiongyi's fate is entirely of his own making. If he had not brutally beaten those two little cubs, would he have ended up like this? Moreover, how can you assert that Mu Qingqing is responsible? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Were you even present? You know nothing. Brother Xiongyi has many enemies among the beast men. There are countless orcs from other tribes who despise him and wish to see him dead. How can you be so certain that his injury was caused by Mu Qingqing? Xiongyi fell silent, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Isn't that the case? His father continued, heartbroken. But what have you done? You brought a defenseless little female before brother Xiongyi. Are you not wishing for her demise? Xiongxing, merely a teenage beast man, was horrified at the mention of death, his eyes widening in terror. Father, I didn't. I never intended to harm Yu. It was brother Xiongyi who said he wanted to meet Yu. So I. With a sense of resignation, Xiongxing's father closed his eyes once more. Have you never considered why brother Xiongyi wished to see Yu? He harbors such hatred for the Oshi, such disdain for Mo Lin and Mo Yin. Why would he want to see Yu? Xiongxing fell utterly silent, tears brimming in his eyes. He could not fathom that the brother he revered and admired would manipulate him, nearly turning him into an orc who harmed a little female. In that moment, the heart of a young beast man underwent a profound transformation. He suddenly knelt before Mu Qingqing, choking back his sobs. It is my fault. I am sorry. Please kill me. He bowed his head to her. Observing Xiongxing's moment of realization, Xiongxing's father felt a mixture of relief and pain. Growth often necessitates enduring numerous trials. From the very beginning, Mu Qingqing had known that Xiongxing was being used by Xiongyi, yet, her inner fury was insatiable. She feared she would never forget the soft whimpers of Yu. The silent call for mother from her tiny, slightly parted lips, it was a memory she would carry for a lifetime. Do you truly understand your mistake? Mu Qingqing inquired, gazing down at the young beast man. Xiongxing's voice was hoarse, yet calm. But I understand my mistake. And what if I had killed you or left you maimed? Without lifting his head, Xiongxing replied, his gaze steady, I committed a grave error. This consequence is mine to bear. If I were to die, then so be it. He turned to deeply regard his father and mother, murmuring, I am sorry. Mu Qingqing remained silent, raising her hand to strike the beastman's back. However, her aim was not Xiongxing, but rather his father. Xiongxing's mother, unable to withstand the scene, fainted. Xiongxing trembled, wanting to rush to his father's side, but was halted by his father's piercing gaze. His son had erred. It was the father's failure to teach properly. He willingly accepted the punishment. With each strike, the sound echoed, resonating not just on his father's back but deeply embedding itself in his heart. Mu Qingqing spoke coldly, "Take a good look at the stick before you. One day, you will be thankful to me. 10 strikes may not seem much for an adult beast man, but the awakening and growth of his young cub were worth every blow." As the spectators gradually dispersed, they had once again witnessed Mu Qingqing's formidable nature. After her departure, Xiong Xing stared at her retreating figure, lost in thought. His father inquired, "Do you still wish to seek revenge?" Xiong Xing shook his head and replied in a hushed tone, "Father, I was wronged. I truly was wrong." After dealing with the situation, Mu Qingqing ventured into the forest to gather some herbs before returning home. She did not wish for Yuer to know that she had gone to confront someone. Upon returning home, Yuer eagerly rushed to her, exclaiming, "Mother, you were gone for so long. I was so worried." Yuer's exaggerated expression finally brought a smile to Mu Qingqing's face. "Were you waiting for me or for the milk candy?" Yuer blinked her big eyes and sweetly replied, "Of course, I was waiting for Mother. You are more important than milk candy." Little Yuer, like a little genius, showed no signs of the shadow left by the events of that day. As evening fell, two little cubs learned of Mu Qingqing's actions from the tribe members. Although they felt that 10 strikes were too lenient, believing at least 20 would be appropriate, they were still relieved that Mu Qingqing had stood up for Yuer. That night, instead of making meat soup, Mu Qingqing prepared dumplings. The two little beastmen helped knead the dough while she seasoned the filling. Yuer, meanwhile, played with the dough, shaping it into various forms, her small face dusted with flour. She crafted a rather peculiar shape and placed it before Mu Qingqing, asking, "Mother, what do you think I made?" Mu Qingqing paused, glancing at Mo Lin and Mo Yin. The two little cubs quickly lowered their heads, uncertain of what would happen if they answered incorrectly. Mu Qingqing scrutinized the creation intently, tentatively guessing, "A rabbit." Yuer's face immediately fell. "Wrong, a yu beast?" Tears welled in Yuer's eyes. "Bad mother." Taking a deep breath, just as Mu Qingqing was about to speak, Mo Lin glanced at her. Mu Qingqing was taken aback. "Did Yuer shape it as Mother?" Yuer, with tears of joy, exclaimed, "Mother got it right." Mu Qingqing looked incredulously at the odd shape, her heart warming at the moment. Yuer then proceeded to mold a snake. Mo Yin, observing the plump, egg-like creation, turned to look at his own round little brother. "This doesn't resemble Oshi at all. He is fierce in his beast form." Nevertheless, he cheerfully praised his sister, "Yuer, it looks just like it." After finishing the dumplings, Mu Qingqing boiled them as she fished them out. The little cubs watched intently, eager to discover the taste of their creation. Mu Qingqing served each of them a bowl, and they immediately began to eat without a word. Upon tasting her dumpling, Yuer exclaimed, "Mother, this is so delicious." Concerned she might burn herself, Mu Qingqing advised, "Slow down, Yuer. No one is going to take it from you." Yuer nodded, but continued to devour the food at an astonishing pace. Seeing the little cubs so happily enjoying their meal, Mu Qingqing's gaze softened. She had never imagined feeling such joy and fulfillment from the simple act of cooking for her little ones. With plenty of dumplings left after the two cubs finished, they asked, "Are these for Uncle Lang Yi and Aunt Yang?" Mu Qingqing nodded, adding, "One bowl is for Lang Qi as well." After Lang Qi's injury healed, he exchanged greetings and departed. Although Mu Qingqing wished to keep him, Lang Qi felt it would be a burden, fearing his presence might bring misfortune to her, much like the old female who had once taken him in. The two little cubs ventured out to deliver food but returned with serious expressions, informing Mu Qingqing of a troubling matter. The wandering beastmen had been increasingly active around the tribe. Chapter 50. Mu Qingqing's concerns in the past few days. News of the wandering beastmen spread throughout the tribe. One morning, after finishing her chores, Mu Qingqing sought out the tribe leader. She lived on the back mountain, which was steep and rocky. The tribe's people did not believe that the wandering beastmen would scale the cliffs to attack the tribe, but Mu Qingqing held a different view. After the two little cubs relayed their concerns about the wandering beastmen, Mu Qingqing ventured alone to the back mountain. The area was barren and indeed steep, though calling it a cliff was somewhat exaggerated. She could still see the bottom, if a beastman were skilled in climbing. It was certainly possible for them to ascend. Thus, when she spoke to the tribe leader, she expressed her worries. The leader waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Typically, wandering beastmen are from the hyena clan. They lack the ability to climb." Yet, Mu Qingqing felt that the leader's considerations were insufficiently thorough. She then inquired about how the hyena clan became wandering beastmen. The leader replied, "Long ago, the beastmen of the continent did not differentiate between clans. Many races coexisted within a single large tribe, much like our own. However, they were primarily divided by kin. The hyena clan did not exist as a separate entity at that time. They were scattered across various large tribes. At that time, almost every major tribe had a number of hyena clan orcs. Our tribe had previously housed 2 hyena clan orcs. Over time, we noticed that the young orcs and females in the tribe frequently went missing without explanation. Until one day it was discovered that the hyena clan orcs were responsible for these disappearances, abducting the young orcs and females. The expression on the chieftain's face turned somewhat grim. Consequently, during a meeting among several chieftains, this issue was raised, and we soon realized that every tribe's hyena clan orcs engaged in such cruel acts. Thus, the chieftains conspired to expel all hyena clan orcs from the tribes, dubbing them the Wandering Orcs. Mu Qingqing nodded. Indeed, hyenas were known to engage in such barbaric behaviors of cannibalism. It was no wonder that the tribe members associated the term Wandering Orcs with the hyena clan, rather than any other. Yet, even after hearing all the explanations, Mu Qingqing's concerns remained unallayed. Humans in this world are of all kinds, both good and bad, and the same can be said for all races. Other races of orcs in the tribe had also committed similar acts. However, the proportion of hyena clan orcs was exceedingly high, nearly reaching 100%, which is why people did not attribute such behaviors to orcs of other races. Unable to articulate her thoughts in a modern context to the chieftain, Mu Qingqing merely nodded and inquired how the orcs were assigned to guard duty and what areas they patrolled within the tribe, as well as how often they changed shifts, by merely patrolling the tribe a couple of times each day. One could discern the patterns, making it hardly a secret. The chieftain then shared this information with her. He recalled Mu Qingqing's concerns regarding the back mountain and acknowledged the validity of her worries. If they were to threaten an agile monkey clan orc, they could potentially infiltrate using a rope woven from cotton grass to haul up the hyena clan orcs. The chieftain pondered for a moment and decided to assign 2 more orcs specifically to patrol the back mountain. Mu Qingqing smiled, expressing her gratitude to the chieftain. He waved his hand dismissively, stating that she was also thinking of the tribe's welfare. He couldn't help but reflect again on how much Mu Qingqing had truly changed for the better, being kind not only to her own young but also to the other members of the tribe. The recent discovery of potatoes and now ginseng had proven to be immensely beneficial. And even he, who was gradually aging, had visibly improved in vitality from drinking ginseng-infused water daily. Little did Mu Qingqing realize that her motivations were not as selfless. If the back mountain were to be attacked, her household would be the first to suffer. She was quite fond of her little ones. Shortly after leaving the chieftain's dwelling, she noticed several orcs heading towards the back mountain. She nodded in satisfaction. The chieftain was indeed efficient. With some leisure time and the weather being just right, Mu Qingqing considered taking out bedding for herself, Ewer, and the 2 little orcs to sunbathe. Upon lifting their bedding, she discovered a smooth, round egg lying in the center. In the midst of her busy schedule, she had overlooked the fact that she had a little egg son. She gently touched the slippery egg and, appreciating the fine weather outside, retrieved a bamboo basket from her spatial storage, laying down a soft cloth before placing the egg inside. She carried it to the doorway to bask in the sunlight. The house had already taken on the form of a flat-roofed building. Mu Qingqing had no intention of constructing too many levels, but 2 stories were essential. She joined the orcs in their building efforts. And before long, the afternoon had slipped away as the sun began to set. Mu Qingqing washed her hands and prepared to cook dinner. Wolf-E had exhausted all he could teach the 2 little ones, thus spent the day lazily lounging under a tree while guarding the spoils of their hunting. "Uncle Wolf," Emo Yin exclaimed, enthusiastically carrying a Yu beast larger than himself. Wolf-E yawned and offered a half-hearted compliment. "Not bad, not be it." Emo Yin shook his head. "It wasn't me who hunted it. It was my older brother." Wolf-E paused, realizing that Emo Lin could not transform into beast form. Whether hunting with him or with little Yin, he could only play a supportive role. For instance, if Emo Lin spotted a Yu beast, he could use a knife or a crossbow to severely injure it. However, a half-dead Yu beast would enter a frenzied state, and at that point, even an adult orc would have to shift into beast form to handle it. Yes, for him, he would dash a few steps and then leap to bite through the Yu beast's neck. Little Yin would transform into a black snake, swiftly burrowing into the grass to ambush the beast when it was unsuspecting. "How did your brother manage to hunt it?" Wolf E inquired. Oh Yin excitedly brandished a hunting knife. Gesturing animatedly, he did this, then that, and then like this. Wolf E waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. Today's bounty was substantial. Mo Lin had killed a Yu beast by his own merit, and had also discovered several Yu beasts that had prematurely entered hibernation, capturing the entire family in one fell swoop. After all, a family should be together. Upon returning home, the two little ones found the house emptied. Mo Yin quickly spotted the missing bedding and egg brother on the bed. However, he did not panic as he had before, fearing that Mu Qingqing would cook the EGGIT. Was not that he trusted her. Rather, he simply thought that females often prepared a variety of dishes and would likely not be interested in a single egg. Had Mu Qingqing been aware of her little one's thoughts, she would have been both amused and exasperated. Later, they discovered Mu Qingqing in the center of the tribe, cradling the egg while watching Yuer play with a small tiger cub. Upon seeing Mo Lin and Mo Yin, Mu Qingqing hurriedly stood up. Yuer was so engrossed in play that she had lost track of time, and dinner time had arrived. Yuer, it's time to go home. Mu Qingqing called out, holding the egg and leading Yuer by the hand. With the two little orcs trailing behind, it seemed that their family had never been so neatly assembled before. A rather curious sight. Chapter 51. The earthen house. A few days later, the house was finally completed. The earthen walls were rough and splintered, yet Mu Qingqing was exceedingly pleased. She planned to allow several orcs to rest for 2 days before repainting both the interior and exterior walls, at which point it would resemble a proper dwelling. The little ones gazed up at the towering structure that seemed very high to them, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity, but not a hint of longing. Yuer tugged at Mu Qingqing's fur cloak and asked, Mother, what is this? Mu Qingqing smiled mysteriously, pinching her cheek that was puffed up from enjoying sweets. You will find out soon enough. After Lu Bai and the others returned to rest, Mu Qingqing no longer had to think about preparing meals for them at noon and night, granting her a greater sense of ease and leisure. When people grew bored, they sought something to occupy themselves with. And although Mu Qingqing had never been particularly industrious, here without a television or mobile phone, she would be left to daydream if she did not find something to do. Prolonged daydreaming could easily render one foolish. The tribe had a substantial stock of potatoes that had been distributed to her by the chieftain. Thus, Mu Qingqing washed several sacks of potatoes, intending to make some potato starch. She cleaned and peeled the potatoes, cutting them into pieces to grate. After repeated filtering and washing, the starch gradually separated from the water. After a few hours of resting, Mu Qingqing retrieved a wooden basin from her spatial storage, one used for Yuer's baths, which was not too deep and just right for her initial drying process. She became thoroughly engrossed in her task, working energetically, nearly forgetting to prepare lunch for the little ones. The afternoon sun was particularly bright, and Mu Qingqing gently laid a clean cloth on a haystack before spreading out the starch. Yuer obediently sat at the doorway, soaking up the sun. Mother says that sunbathing helps with calcium absorption. Although Yuer did not understand what calcium was, she complied. Just then, a commotion erupted from the center of the tribe. Mu Qingqing instinctively paused her work and called out to Yuer, Yuer, come here. Let's go see what's happening. Although she had joined the crowd, her inherent curiosity to witness the spectacle remained unchanged. Together with a group of intrigued female orcs, Mu Qingqing made her way toward the center of the tribe. What has happened? Are the wandering orcs coming? Don't be ridiculous. How could they come in broad daylight? Our tribe is so large, and they are but a few. Even if they did come, we wouldn't be afraid. Mu Qingqing led Yuer to the center of the tribe. As she pushed through the crowd, she was taken aback to find several orcs lying on the ground, 8 in total. Among them was Bear Star's father, whose arms and legs bore injuries that appeared excruciatingly painful at that moment. The chief approached with ginseng in hand, examining the injured. He placed a slice of ginseng into the mouth of a particularly feeble orc. The remaining orcs had either sustained head injuries or wounds to their arms and thighs, with deep gashes exposing bone yet mercifully not damaging it was both a relief and a stroke of fortune. The chief instructed several orcs to carry the wounded back to their homes and then provided their families with herbal powder. This powder was commonly applied to external injuries, serving to reduce inflammation and alleviate pain. Mu Qingqing, lacking medical knowledge, could not identify the herb. Chief, what has transpired? Why are there so many injured orcs today? Was it the work of the wandering orcs? Someone voiced Mu Qingqing's curiosity, causing a stir among the crowd. It seemed that the disdain for the hyena tribe ran deep. I will explain when they return tonight. the chief replied, referring to the hunting and gathering teams. After dinner, the alarm sounded, prompting Mu Qingqing and several young ones to head to the center of the tribe. The chief stood on a high platform, announcing, "The injuries sustained by our tribe's orcs today were caused by traps in the forest, not by the wandering orcs. I urge you all to refrain from discussing the wandering orcs, as it may incite unnecessary panic." The chief's emotional intelligence and wisdom surpassed that of the average orc. He understood that if the tribe lived in constant fear, it would not endure for long. He then spoke words of encouragement, and in an instant, the orc females below forgot their worries about the wandering orcs, rising in fervor to chant, "Great beast spirit above, bless our tribe with eternal peace. Great beast spirit above, bless our tribe with eternal peace." Mu Qingqing silently distanced herself from this large-scale fervor, finally grasping how easily people could be brainwashed. Yet, was it truly unrelated to the wandering orcs? What kind of trap could injure so many orcs? She resolved to fortify the doors and windows of her home, as the new house was not yet completed, and the current one felt precarious. In the dead of night, Mu Qingqing lay in bed alongside several young ones. The bedding, warmed by the sun during the day, carried a faint scent of sunlight. The young orc could not articulate the aroma. It was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, yet inhaling deeply seemed to envelop her in warmth. Mo Yin glanced at the egg brother beside his pillow. The female had fashioned a small quilt for the egg brother, tailored to fit the egg as if it had been cut open. The egg brother fit snugly within it. Mo Yin delightedly stroked the quilt, finding it irresistibly charming. Mo Lin's emotions were never as ardent or intense as Mo Yan's, and he rarely experienced significant emotional fluctuations. He reflected on the chief's words about the orcs being injured by traps. Earlier that day, while hunting with Xiao Yin, they had encountered several traps as well. Perhaps it was due to their differing hunting locations. Longi always led them to areas far removed from where the tribe typically hunted. They ventured to a secluded place where Mo Lin had previously believed no orc would ever hunt, convinced that no prey would be found there. Yet, the recent yields proved him wrong. Nevertheless, even so, few orcs ventured to this area, making the traps they encountered relatively crude and conspicuous. They had dug deep pits, concealing sharpened stone blades beneath a layer of grass that starkly differed in color from the surrounding field. Mo Lin mused that the traps causing injury to the tribe's orcs must be quite different from the ones he encountered. If they were indeed set by wandering orcs, why would their traps appear so dissimilar? With this question lingering in his mind, Mo Lin gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 52. A spanking 2 days swiftly passed. Lu Bai and the others returned after their rest to assist Mu Qingqing in constructing her house. In exchange for materials or other necessities, they engaged in a mutually beneficial arrangement. When the house took shape, Lu Bai and his companions were astonished to realize the quality of their work. Even in the harshest of winters, living in such a house would pose no problem, and its sturdy construction alleviated any concerns about downpours or strong winds. Lu Bai's spirits began to lift. He too desired a house like this, one that might assuage his partner and young one's fears of thunder and rain. Remembering the ginseng Mu Qingqing had discovered filled him with gratitude. The chief had initially distributed ginseng to the elderly, weak, and sick in the tribe, and his own little Qian had received a portion. Upon learning this, Mu Qingqing gifted Qian the entirety of the ginseng the chief had given her. She advised Lu Bai to dry the ginseng, grind it into powder, and administer a small amount daily mixed with water for Qian. With a sense of cautious optimism, Lu Bai diligently fed Qian the concoction for a week. Remarkably, Qian's complexion visibly brightened, and her vitality improved, even though she still lay in bed, occasionally managing to rise and move about. Mu Qingqing's generosity in providing a whole root of ginseng, combined with Qian's portion, ensured they had enough powder to last through the winter. The harshness of the winter had left an indelible impression on the orcs. Even with ginseng powder, Lu Bai wished to inquire about the source of the building materials after the winter concluded. He did not require a grand dwelling, just something half the size of Mu Qingqing's first floor, sufficient for their family of 3. Mu Qingqing had given Lu Bai a whole root of ginseng. The other orcs received similar gifts. Among them was an orc named Lu Ming, whose young female child had tragically fallen into a river while playing at the age of 1 or 2 and had awakened with a vacant gaze. Now, at just over 5 years old, she spent her days sitting idly at the doorstep. One day, as Mu Qingqing passed by, she stopped to visit. The little female was charming in her own right. With round cheeks, large eyes, and a small, rosy mouth, resembling a chubby doll. However, when Mu Qingqing noticed the lack of focus in her eyes, she sighed in sympathy, regretting her inability to help, as she was not a healer. Her only asset was her spatial ability, which, despite housing numerous books, could not impart knowledge merely through reading. Nonetheless, the thought crossed her mind that even if she could not heal, studying more might be beneficial. Thus, while the orcs were busy painting the walls white, she began to immerse herself in her books. Thanks to her friendship, her foundation was flawed, but she persisted nonetheless. That afternoon, engrossed in her reading, a sudden alarm rang out from the center of the tribe. It was unlike any alarm she had heard before. Urgent, sharp, and louder than usual. Instilling a sense of tension and alertness, Mu Qingqing watched as the orcs, who had been busy painting her walls, abruptly set down their tools and sprinted towards the center of the tribe without even a word of farewell. What has happened? Mu Qingqing mused, setting her book aside, preparing to join Yuer in discovering the cause of the commotion. Yuer, Yuer, she called out several times, but received no response. Confused, she quickly rose and moved into the house. Yuer, she called again. She distinctly remembered Yuer playing with a ball beside her just moments ago. How could she have vanished so quickly? After searching the vicinity and finding no trace of Yuer or the ball, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Had Yuer ventured to the tribe's center alone? Mu Qingqing found it hard to believe, as Yuer had been so engrossed in her game, tugging at her hand for sweets. Mu Qingqing had already given Yuer several candies that day, so she promised that after finishing a few more pages, she would reward her with more. Typically, Yuer would patiently remain by her side. Unable to resist the allure of the milk-candied, Mu Qingqing continued searching for Yuer. Her neighbors also rushed towards the tribe's center, leaving the area around her home eerily quiet and desolate. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Mu Qingqing. Could it be that Yuer had wandered to the back mountain? Mu Qingqing's heart raced as she cradled her sunbathing egg son and carried him back indoors, locking him away in a cupboard. Without a backward glance, she sprinted towards the back mountain. After approximately 5 minutes of running, Mu Qingqing reached the entrance of the back mountain, where she spotted a red and blue ball lying quietly on the ground. A jolt of unease surged through her as she glanced around, realizing that the 2 orc guards assigned by the clan leader to watch the back mountain had vanished without a trace. The sense of foreboding deepened within her. Just as she circumvented a patch of weeds taller than her waist and prepared to ascend the mountain, 2 shadows loomed overhead. Mu Qingqing, what brings you here? Looking up, she saw the 2 orc guards. Grabbing their hides, she tugged anxiously, causing the orcs to redden and protest. Stop pulling. Our pants are about to fall off. Recognizing her own recklessness, Mu Qingqing quickly apologized. I am sorry. Have you seen my Yuer? Yuer, you? One of the orcs began, but Mu Qingqing was interrupted by a distant call, Mama. Upon raising her gaze, she saw Yuer running towards her, accompanied by a small white wolf. A heavy weight finally lifted from Mu Qingqing's heart. However, the first sight of Yuer revealed a sullen expression. Mu Qingqing had never scolded Yuer before, and now, facing her gloomy mother, Yuer hesitated to approach. With a swift motion, Mu Qingqing pulled Yuer close and playfully swatted her bottom. Yuer froze, then burst into tears. The little wolf, Longqi, rushed to shield Mu Qingqing. Don't hit Yuer. I was the one who took her out to play. I am sorry. Longqi felt a pang of guilt. He had stumbled upon a fruit tree on the back mountain with sweet fruits, reminiscent of the sweet treats Yuer adored. He had wanted to bring Yuer some. But when Yuer's ball rolled away, he had inadvertently led her along with him. He hadn't anticipated Mu Qingqing's fierce reaction. He feared that the female would never treat him kindly again. Head hung low, Longqi felt remorseful. With a resigned sigh, Mu Qingqing patted Longqi's head. The back mountain is perilous. Come down with me, will you? Longqi's eyes widened in disbelief, and his tail wagged involuntarily. Meanwhile, Yuer sobbed in Mu Qingqing's embrace. Inconsolable, unfazed, Mu Qingqing continued chatting with Longqi. Wow, Mama is mean. Mu Qingqing wiped Yuer's tears away. Mama, Mama hit Yuer's bottom. Finding Yuer's complaints somewhat bothersome, Mu Qingqing stuffed a lollipop into her mouth, silencing her. Yuer paused. Sucking on the candy, Mama, I want to forgive you. Mu Qingqing set Yuer down to attend to other matters. Chapter 53. The clan leader's plans. After about 20 minutes, Lu Bai and the others returned. Their faces looking rather grim. Mu Qingqing inquired about the situation. The hunting party encountered them on the mountain, Lu Bai explained. Them? The hyena clan orcs? Mu Qingqing furrowed her brow. Did a fight break out? Lu Bai nodded. They only sent 5, and after a brief scuffle, they fled on him. Mu Qingqing felt anxious, uncertain if they had crossed paths with Xiao Lin and the others. Sure Hao reassured her, saying that they were in the company of Longyi. Mu Qingqing was not well acquainted with Longyi. Is Longyi formidable? Sure Hao affirmed. Though Longyi never engages with the orcs in the tribe, I've seen him hunt several times. He is a valiant warrior. Lu Bai concurred. To date, Longyi is the most formidable orc I have encountered. However, Lu Ming disagreed. I've seen an even more powerful orc, superior to Longyi. Upon mentioning that orc, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Who is it? From our tribe? The others asked curiously, with even Mu Qingqing feeling intrigued. Isn't Hulan the male protagonist of this world? Why are so many remarkable figures emerging? Just as Lu Ming was about to reveal the name, he glanced at Mu Qingqing and scratched his head. I met him during my travels, but I don't know his name. The others sighed and returned to their tasks, except for Sure Hao, who leaned closer to Lu Ming, his deep voice low. You mean Mu Lin's father, right? Lu Ming stared at him in surprise. You were there too, weren't you? Sure Hao nodded. 7 or 8 years had passed. He had transformed from a youthful orc into a robust adult. He had witnessed an orc around his age effortlessly snap several hyenas' necks, all without shifting into his beast form. I nearly let it slip just now. Lu Ming sighed in relief. Everyone in the tribe was aware of Mu Qingqing's past with Oshi and knew her intense disdain for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken her frustrations out on her own child. Even though Mu Qingqing's demeanor towards her children had softened, it did not signify a change in her feelings toward Oshi. Unaware of the orc's discussions about her, Mu Qingqing looked down at Yuer, who was crying inconsolably while clinging to her leg. She felt both exasperated and amused. Still crying. Have you no shame after all this time? Yuer sniffled. Yuer is not ashamed. Yuer wants to cry until brother comes back. Mu Qingqing prepared 2 bowls of steamed egg custard. And when your brother returns, what then? Will you tell on me? Yuer nodded, feigning ferocity. Yuer and big brother will say Mama hit Yuer's bottom. Mu Qingqing chuckled. Does it hurt when Mama spanks you? It hurt a little at first, but now it doesn't hurt at all. Yet Yuer couldn't articulate why she wanted to tell on her mother. She simply felt wronged. She pulled 2 fruits from her pocket, pouting, sweet, not giving Mama any. Mama hit my bottom. Having already learned the full story from Longqi, Mu Qingqing's heart softened at the sight of Yuer's small hands clutching the fruits. She crouched down before Yuer. I was wrong. Mama was wrong. Will you forgive me? Yuer huffed and ignored her. Mu Qingqing smiled, standing up to prepare the steamed egg custard as a peace offering. She placed 1 bowl in front of Longqi and carried the other to Yuer. However, just as Yuer was about to reach for the bowl, Mu Qingqing suddenly sneezed, causing her hand to tremble and then, whoa! Mama is bad. Mu Qingqing silently observed the spilled custard on the ground, while Longqi hurriedly pushed his own bowl towards Yuer. Yet Yuer, still sobbing, refused to eat his offering. In her eyes, Mama had hit her and ruined the custard she loved. She was utterly devastated as the sun sank. Mo Lin and Mo Yin returned from the mountain. Before they reached home, the 2 young orcs spotted Yuer charging towards them like a small cannonball. Yuer rushed to embrace Mo Lin's leg, leaving him momentarily startled. Ever since Yuer had reconciled with the female, she had been clinging to her, rarely seeking affection from her 2 brothers. Mo Lin handed his prey to Mo Yin and lifted Yuer into his arms. What is wrong, Yuer? Why are you crying so sadly? Yuer wiped her tears. Mama hit Yuer. At these words, the prey Mo Yin was holding fell to the ground. His face turning pale, asked the female back to her old self. Mo Lin shot a reassuring glance at Mo Yin, urging him to pick up the falling game. Yuer, stop crying for now. Tell big brother, where did Mama hit you? Yuer pouted. Mama hit Yuer's bottom. As Mo Yin regained his composure, color returning to his face, Mo Lin continued his inquiry. Did Yuer do something to upset Mama? Yuer hesitated, lowering her head to whisper. Mama wouldn't let Yuer go to the back mountain. Understanding dawned on Mo Lin. Did Yuer go there? Yuer nodded, hurriedly explaining. Longqi said there's a sweet fruit tree on the back mountain. Yuer wanted to pick some for Mama. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing, who had been searching for Yuer, paused upon hearing this statement. She had thought Yuer was merely being greedy, but she hadn't expected Yuer had intended to gather fruits for her. A smile crept onto her lips, one she didn't even realize she wore. Yuer! Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's voice, Yuera buried her face into Imo Lin's embrace. Humph. Even if she shouldn't have gone to the back mountain, how could Mama have ruined her custard? Yuera had developed her own sense of judgment and recognized her mistake. Logically, she shouldn't be upset for so long or cry so pitifully. Just as Imo Lin pondered this, Mu Qingqing awkwardly explained while rubbing her nose, I accidentally knocked her custard over. Mo Lin glanced at his now rounder little sister with a complex expression. What a greedy little thing. During dinner, Mu Qingqing asked if they had encountered any hyena clan orcs. The two shook their heads. Uncle Longy has already marked the territory around the hunting grounds. They likely wouldn't dare to approach. Mu Qingqing nodded, feeling reassured. Once the weather gets colder and the house is built, we won't need to go hunting anymore. As the two individuals nodded obediently. Shortly after finishing their dinner, a whistle resonated through the center of the tribe once more, reminiscent of the earlier signals yet distinct from those heard at noon. The chieftain stood atop a high platform, flanked by Hullen and by Warner. Hullen bore some scars upon his visage, suggesting he had engaged in a brief skirmish with the hyena clan earlier that day. The chieftain spoke succinctly, primarily outlining his plans for the coming days. He expressed his desire for all female orcs of the tribe to ascend the mountain in the next few days. As the prey for hibernation grows increasingly abundant, the orcs have been preoccupied with both guarding against the hyena clan and hunting, leading to distractions and meager catches. This year, a considerable harvest of potatoes has been gathered, with households stockpiling ample food. By having everyone ascend the mountain together, they could collectively manage the mountain's resources, ensuring that the orcs remaining in the tribe could prepare adequately for the winter. The females would also gather medicinal herbs and fruits. Upon hearing this news, Mu Qingqing fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 54. Mother, don't abandon Yuer. With the female orcs ascending the mountain, only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled remained in the tribe. Each household still possessed an abundance of food, and if rogue orcs were to invade at this moment, the consequences would be dire. The chieftain, naturally, had considered Mu Qingqing's concerns. Addressing the female orcs who voiced their apprehensions, he led them to a particular location. Not far from the chieftain's dwelling lay a grove. Once inhabited by the Eagle clan's orcs, Mu Qingqing had never visited this place before. She had only gazed upon it from a distance, perceiving it as a dark mass. However, upon entering the grove with the others, she was seized by a sense of awe. Towering, fearsome trees surrounded her, seemingly endless in height, forming layers upon layers. Looking up, the canopy obscured the sky, allowing only fleeting glimmers of light to penetrate through the trembling leaves. The ground was a chaotic, moist earth, with tree hollows shaped by the elements, branches intertwining in disarray. This place, reminiscent of a primeval forest, exuded a wild essence. Perched upon the trees were quaint and exquisite structures built by the Eagle clan orcs. The chieftain gestured towards the tree houses, remarking that once winter passed, the eagles would return, but for now, they could make use of their abodes. Before he could finish, he called out, Eagle Gray. At that moment, a door opened in one of the tree houses, and a strikingly handsome orc leaped down from over 40 meters high amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The orcs gasped in unison, with some females unable to bear the sight. Covering their eyes. At approximately 20 meters from the ground, Eagle Gray transformed into a magnificent eagle, only to return to his human form upon landing. He exchanged smiles and high-fives with Hullen. Hullen, it has been ages, he exclaimed. The chieftain introduced, the Eagle clan orcs yearn for the skies and are ill-suited to dwell alongside the terrestrial orcs. Our tribe once housed many Eagle clan orcs, but as the weather turned cold, they departed for warmer lands, returning in spring. The orcs in the tribe perceived them as disorganized and selfish, unwilling to share in the tribe's hardships, leading to frequent bullying of the Eagle clan orcs. Over time, their numbers dwindled, and by the time of the current chieftain, the Eagle clan orcs had nearly vanished. In his youth, the chieftain recognized the prowess of the Eagle clan orcs. Their aerial perspective afforded them insights and skills distinct from those of the land-dwelling orcs. Thus, for the past 20 years, he befriended 2 or 3 Eagle clan orcs, intentionally reserving a place for them within the tribe. But misfortunes befell them all. Unexpectedly, Hullen, during his travels, made numerous acquaintances among the Eagle clan orcs. Sharing the chieftain's belief that forging alliances with them was advantageous, he arranged for the Eagle clan orcs to be welcomed into the tribe at any time. However, it was unforeseen that Eagle Gray who should have gone to warmer climes, would suddenly return to the tribe. He later learned that Eagle Gray's partner was pregnant, rendering prolonged aerial flights unsuitable, thus he remained. Eagle Gray remarked, "The tree houses above are sturdy and safe. When you venture out, you may send the little ones to play in the grove. I will keep watch from the trees. Should any mishap occur, I will usher them to the treehouse above." Pausing, he added, "You need not worry about my solitude. Tonight, a few of my good brothers will join me. They shall stay in the tribe for the winter." With Eagle Gray's assurance, nearly all the female orcs felt a wave of relief. And Mu Chingching too found solace. The chieftain smiled, saying, "If all goes smoothly in the next few days, chieftains from several tribes are contemplating a gathering, during which we can exchange goods. This winter shall surely be more bearable than those past." His words elicited cheers from the female orcs present. The tribal gathering not only allowed for the exchange of items, but also the discovery of novel curiosities, and more importantly, the chance to meet many single orc females. After winter, the season of spring and procreation would arrive. Seeing the joy radiating from his people, a smile graced the chieftain's face as his gaze momentarily fell upon Mu Chingching and her little ones. He mused, "The past is behind us. Truthfully, we owe much of our sustenance during this time to the potatoes, a discovery credited to Mu Chingching, and the ginseng has saved many lives. Her contributions are invaluable, and we must harbor a sense of gratitude." All eyes turned to Mu Chingching, who felt a twinge of guilt as she touched her nose. Mo Lin and Mo Yin, munching on the meat strips crafted by Mu Chingching, exchanged glances, their small fists clenched. This non-aggressive gaze was one they had not encountered in quite some time. Feeling like a thorn in their backs, yet not entirely unpleasant, upon returning home, Mu Chingching found Yuer still pouting. Unable to resist teasing her, is the beautiful Yuer still angry at mother? Yuer's little mouth pouted defiantly. "Humph. Yuer, would you accept mother's apology? Humph. How about if mother gives you 2 extra pieces of candy? Humph. If you ignore mother any longer, mother will be saddened. Humph." Mu Chingching feigned wiping away tears. "Woo-woo. If Yuer won't speak to mother, mother is so heartbroken." Before she could fake cry for 2 seconds, Yuer sprang up in alarm, her little voice ringing out, "Mother, don't cry. Yuer will talk to you." Her tiny hands rushed to caress Mu Chingching's cheek, melting her heart. After soothing Yuer, Mu Chingching lifted her onto her lap. Yuer squinted her eyes in delight, savoring the cotton candy. Tomorrow, she would join the gathering team on the mountain, and they would have to part ways. With this thought in mind, Mu Chingching explained to Yuer, "Tomorrow, after mother ascends the mountain, you will play with Longqi, all right?" Yuer blinked, not quite understanding. Mu Chingching made a concerted effort to clarify, "Tomorrow, mother will go up the mountain with the other females to gather fruits and herbs, while you and Longqi will play in the grove we visited today. When mother comes down, she will fetch you to return together." Before Mu Chingching could finish her explanation, a wail erupted, nearly shattering the roof. Mo Lin and Mo Yin dropped their meat strips, staring blankly at Yuer, who was sobbing uncontrollably with her cotton candy. "Woo-woo, mother. Don't leave Yuer, mother. Don't abandon Yuer." Mu Chingching had anticipated that Yuer might feel a twinge of reluctance, but she had not expected such an intense reaction. Leaving her both amused and touched, her efforts had not been in vain. From her space, Mu Chingching produced a large bag of candy. "Yuer, you can share it with your friends later." With a sharp slap, Yuer swatted the candy away, her tearful eyes fixed on her mother. "If mother is gone, what use is any candy?" Chapter 55. Mother ran away with someone. Mu Chingching could almost read this thought in her eyes. She sighed with resignation and placed her hand on her forehead, explaining, "Yuer, mother is going to the mountain to gather. She will return by evening. Mother has not abandoned you." However, her words only intensified Yuer's crying. "Mother is leaving with someone." Mu Chingching found herself both exasperated and amused as she glanced back at the 2 little orcs for assistance, but they were either gazing at the sky or the ground. Refusing to meet her eyes, taking a deep breath, she embraced Yuer, showering her with kisses. Seeing her cry to the point of refusing candy tugged at Mu Chingching's heartstrings. "Yuer, please don't cry. Mother is not leaving with anyone. I love you dearly. How could I ever leave such a lovely Yuer behind?" Yet, no matter what Mu Chingching said, Yuer remained ensnared in her sorrow, ultimately crying herself to sleep in her mother's embrace. The next day, a whistle pierced the air, rousing Mu Chingching from her slumber. Initially intending to turn over and continue sleeping, She suddenly remembered that today she would ascend the mountain with the other females of the tribe. She promptly bolted upright, only to be startled by the mournful little face peering at her from beside the bed at Ewer. "When did you wake up?" Ewer let out a snort, turned around, crossed her arms, and squatted on the ground, too lazy to pay her any mind. Mu Ching chuckled softly, rising to lift her up. "Ewer, still upset with her mother?" Upon hearing this, Ewer's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, making her appear quite pitiful. Mu Ching, feeling helpless, gently kissed her forehead. "Ewer is the most obedient, isn't she?" Ewer gazed up at Mu Ching with tear-filled eyes. "Not at all," Mu Ching replied, "even if Ewer feels reluctant." Mu Ching must leave. Earlier, she had crafted a small leather backpack for Ewer, filled with bread, jerky, and snacks, and now she held Ewer's hand as they made their way to the center of the tribe. The central area was already crowded with people, with nearly every female holding onto her own young. Observing the sea of heads, the tribe leader nodded in satisfaction before he began calling out names for grouping. The tribe leader organized the orcs, while Hulan took charge of the females, and Bai Wanner was responsible for watching over the little ones. Yu Ching stood among the females, feeling their scrutinizing gazes. "How did she make those clothes? They look quite lovely. I don't know, but look at her shoes. They're different from ours. Oh right, I never noticed before. She wouldn't be trying to attract someone, would she?" one female remarked. Unable to contain her jealousy, Mu Ching's reputation had been somewhat redeemed by the tribe leader, prompting someone to frown and retort. The tribe leader said to be grateful. "You haven't forgotten the potatoes you ate, have you?" "Exactly. She was already beautiful. She looks good in anything. How can you say she's trying to entice anyone? She gathers with us. What female could entice anyone?" The envious female was taken aback, realizing that the females who once joined her in criticizing Mu Ching were not on her side this time, causing her to feel anxious. Who would she entice? Hulan, of course. As soon as she spoke, Hulan happened to pass by, stopping in his tracks and instinctively looking at Mu Ching. Mu Ching crossed her arms, coolly regarding him. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty?" With a whistle, the female orcs began their grand procession. Mu Ching glanced back at Ewer, who was still clutching her little backpack and tearfully calling for her. The surrounding females offered comfort to Mu Ching. "Little females are like this. It's normal. You'll get used to it." Yu Ching reassured herself that it was time for Ewer to become a little more independent. The gathering area for collecting fruits was in a different direction from where the orcs hunted. They hunted in the mountainous forest, steeped in primal energy. Only now did Mu Ching realize that the place she had searched for Mo Lin the previous night hadn't even grazed the forest's edge. It turned out that orc hunting required such a long trek. The gathering team was led by Hulan, with 5 orcs providing protection, at first. Mu Ching couldn't understand why so many were needed to collect fruit. But she soon learned that the orcs had no seasonings, only bitter salt, which was hard to swallow. However, adding a few fruits to meat soup could eliminate the bitterness, making the food much more palatable. Moreover, fruits were not the main focus. The primary goal was herbal powder, which involved picking the tops of herbs, akin to harvesting the tender tips of tea leaves. The yield of herbal powder was much lower than that of tea tips. With about 100 people gathering, the final dried powder amounted to just a couple of pounds. Mu Ching did not gather herbs, but focused on collecting fruits. Just as she was about to bend down to pick some, she spotted a vast expanse of mushrooms. Perhaps due to the rain a few days prior, the mushrooms thrived amidst the shrubs, looking quite promising. Though she had some in her space, the abundance of mushrooms was too tempting to resist. Moreover, with her space now sealed, she was even more grateful for having gathered these mushrooms. As Mu Ching reached out, Hulan approached her, saying with a frown, "They're poisonous." Mu Ching paused. "Poisonous again?" A female chimed in. "Some tribe members once picked them, and after cooking, they died instantly." Mu Ching inquired. "Were they the brightly colored mushrooms?" Hulan and the female stared at her in surprise. "How did you know?" The female, who had died, had no recollection of Mu Ching being there. Mu Ching replied helplessly, "Generally, brightly colored ones are poisonous. Like this one in my hand. It's dark and unassuming, and eating it poses no danger." Their conversation drew the attention of other females who gathered around. "How do you know this one is safe? Why don't you try it for us?" asked the same envious female. Mu Ching shot her a glance. "Why would I try something so dirty? Do you want me to gnaw on it with dirt and mud?" Many females chuckled at Mu Ching's words. After the potato and ginseng incident, Hulan had come to trust Mu Ching. And today, he had seen Ewer crying for her mother, indicating that Mu Qingqing was indeed good to Yuer. Then you can take these few to gather mushrooms. More food was always better. Not only did Mu Qingqing discover mushrooms, but she also found scallions and chilies, initially thinking she was set with her space. Upon seeing vast patches of garlic leaves and sprouts, she found it hard to retract her hand. Everything proceeded smoothly. After a simple meal of bread, Mu Qingqing became interested in the other plants around. Wandering deeper into the area, Lan noticed this, having eaten a couple of pieces of jerky, and followed her, as it was his duty to ensure the safety of the females. Nearby, the observing females whispered to each other while munching on their food. I told you Mu Qingqing has ulterior motives. Right? Look, Lan has been lured over. You really guessed correctly. Just then, Baiwaner appeared, panting, and overheard their conversation. After a moment of silence, she walked toward Lan. Chapter 56. Discovering Lingji. Mu Qingqing noticed Lan following her like a shadow. You don't need to follow me. I'm just going to take a quick look ahead and we'll be back shortly. Lan shook his head, his expression stern. It is the duty of orcs to protect females. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fine. Just stand there and don't move. I see a few useful herbs. Be careful not to trample them. Lan obediently stood still. It seemed that reading more had its advantages. To her surprise, Mu Qingqing spotted Lingji mushrooms. Lingji. What a precious herb. Ginseng replenishes energy, and Lingji nourishes the organs. With a broader range of benefits, Mu Qingqing focused intently on harvesting the herbs, her entire being glowing with enthusiasm. Lan couldn't help but recall the first time he saw Mu Qingqing and how she appeared then. Suddenly, his expression darkened. He already had a partner and would soon have cubs. How could he entertain thoughts of anyone else? Feeling frustrated with himself for straying from his thoughts, he scowled. Mu Qingqing caught sight of Lan's changing expression and chose to ignore him as she continued her harvesting. She couldn't comprehend what was troubling this orc. Just as she was engrossed in her work, Lan hesitantly spoke. You know. Mu Qingqing looked up at him. What? Lan clenched his fists, summoning his courage as if he were about to confess something. Just then, Baiwaner arrived, misinterpreting the situation. However, she did not approach recklessly. Instead, she turned away, her eyes filled with tears. The gathering females witnessed this scene and naturally misunderstood. Upon returning with a large collection of Lingji, Mu Qingqing was met with the peculiar gazes of the females. Why does something always happen when I step away? Their looks are as if they caught someone in the act that moment. Baiwaner appeared, leading Yuer, who had been clamoring to come. Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with joy, but before she could speak, she noticed Baiwaner with red-rimmed eyes, trying to maintain a facade of composure as she handed Yuer's little hand to her. Before Mu Qingqing could reach out, Baiwaner, unable to suppress her tears, covered her face and fled. Mu Qingqing gazed at Baiwaner's retreating figure, perplexed. What with all this sorrow? One would think Baiwaner was Yuer's real mother. She touched Yuer's face, discovering that her eyes were also red. Oh dear, my precious Yuer, why are you here? Hearing her mother's voice, Yuer pouted and burst into tears, clinging to Mu Qingqing's leg and crying uncontrollably. Mother, Yuer misses you. Yuer can't bear to be away from you. This clingy affection brought Mu Qingqing immense comfort, sweeping away her fatigue from the morning. After a while, the gathering team began to move. Some females, noticing Mu Qingqing still laughing and playing with Yuer, expressed their dissatisfaction. Why is she still eating? Lan had initially been pleased to see his partner, but when he noticed Baiwaner's tear-stained eyes, he was utterly confused. Despite his efforts to console her, nothing seemed to work. More importantly, Lan had no idea where he had gone wrong. Even with his usual patience, Lan couldn't help but feel a touch of irritation. Thus, the innocent females before him became his outlet for frustration. You continue with your business. Why concern yourself with her? The female was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reddening as she turned to flee. Sobbing softly, Lan maintained a stern, expressionless demeanor. Not far away, Baiwaner, having overheard the commotion, felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. Look at that, Lan has already stood up for Mu Qingqing. She knew Lan had not forgotten about Mu Qingqing. After all these years of bonding, she had yet to bear any offspring, and though Lan remained silent, he certainly harbored some thoughts on the matter. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing was exceedingly adept at giving birth. Although Mo Lin could not transform, the orcs in the tribe held him in high regard. Young Yin had already begun hunting at such a tender age, and then there was Yuer, so adorably charming and affectionate. Bai Wanner was mired in her sorrow, unable to extricate herself from it. As she turned back, ready to placate her partner Hullen, she shot him a teary glare and ran off, sobbing, Hullen. Mu Qingqing gently fed Ewer jelly, saying, you can't eat anymore. Just this one is enough, okay? Ewer obediently placed her small hands on her lap. All right, Mu Qingqing patted Ewer's head, inquiring, what made you want to find your mother? Ewer looked at Mu Qingqing with innocent eyes. Feeling wronged, I listened to Mother and shared snacks with other little orcs and females, and then they didn't invite you to play. Mu Qingqing continued. Ewer shook her head. No, it's not that. After they finished eating, they said you didn't want me anymore. Mu Qingqing chuckled, thinking Ewer was worried that she would abandon her. However, Ewer's next words took her by surprise. They ate Mother's food and said Mother is bad. Ewer doesn't want to play with them. Mu Qingqing was astonished that Ewer, so young, grasped such concepts, and she couldn't help but fondly pat Ewer's head. If they don't want to play, then so be it. After all, Ewer has her mother. Ewer nodded vigorously. Yes, Ewer has mother, and their Rin Gu and Yin Gu, and a little brother is enough to. As the conversation shifted, Mu Qingqing asked Ewer, why hasn't your brother hatched yet? Ewer wrinkled her little face and thought. In truth, Mu Qingqing had subtly probed both Mo Lin and Yin before, but the expressions on the two little orcs' faces had been grim. So she refrained from pressing further. Ewer cautiously glanced at her mother's expression. They said the brother is a cub born of mother and another orc, which is why he can't hatch. Mu Qingqing's face turned ashen. Which orc female has such foul words spewing from her mouth? Seeing her mother's expression darken, Ewer quickly clutched Mu Qingqing's fur. Mother, don't be angry. Even if the brother is a cub born of you and another orc, Ewer will still love him dearly. Mu Qingqing, with a mix of tenderness and complexity, stroked Ewer. Rest assured, Ewer, your brother is your brother. Your mother has no interest in other orcs. Her current thoughts were solely focused on nurturing her cubs. Leaving no time to concern herself with others, Ewer curiously asked, Mother has no interest in other orc uncles? What about Uncle Hullen? Bai Wanner, who had been approaching to discuss things with Mu Qingqing, trembled at this remark and, covering her mouth, turned away in tears. Mu Qingqing sighed. What is wrong with this couple? Both Hullen and Bai Wanner seem to have lost their wits. Chapter 57. Extraordinary disdain. The harvest from the first day of climbing the mountain exceeded the chieftain's expectations. With both game and fruits piling high, the chieftain nodded with a smile, thinking that at this pace, they would need only 5 days of collective efforts to gather enough. He then began to instruct the distribution of goods. Just then, a female suddenly pointed at Mu Qingqing, saying, Chieftain, she has worked less time than we have. Why should she receive the same quantity as us? Several nearby females nodded in agreement. Yes, Chieftain, this is unfair. I also think it's unfair. Let's all work less tomorrow. Mu Qingqing took a deep breath, remaining silent as she turned her gaze to the chieftain. Today, as they descended the mountain, news of Hullen and Bai Wanner's matters had reached the chieftain's ears. Although he cherished his daughter, he understood the nature of the females in the tribe and could not entirely trust their words. Primarily, he believed in Hullen, having faith in his chosen successor. After a moment of contemplation, the chieftain remarked, Hullen has already told me everything. Mu Qingqing is not slacking. She was observing and discovering new plants. You all know that without Mu Qingqing, we might have wasted such a valuable item as ginseng. A female exclaimed despairingly, Chieftain, why are you still defending Mu Qingqing? I saw her and Hullen sneaking into the thicket today. Mu Qingqing interjected, the thicket? That was clearly a dense forest. Do you not care for Wanner? Is she not your little female? The emotional plea of the female did not go unnoticed, and the chieftain glanced at his pale-faced daughter. Hullen felt his temples throb with frustration and could no longer contain himself. Stop spouting nonsense. The female wore an expression that seemed to say, see, I knew they were having an affair. Glancing at the crowd, Hullen's demeanor indeed suggested a guilty conscience, which only darkened the chieftain's expression. Hullen, explain yourself. Hullen shot a fierce glare at the female, feeling the weight of rumors for the first time. He stepped out from the crowd, looking towards Bai Wanner. Bai Wanner glanced at him tearfully before turning her face away. Hullen cautiously produced a fur pouch, which a female immediately recognized as belonging to Mu Qingqing. Could this possibly be a token of their love? And yet, they claimed to have no connection. Bai Wanner stared incredulously at the fur pouch in Hullen's hands. Stepping back and collapsing into her mother's embrace, Hullen scoffed, whoever says the orc continent is dull, clearly has no idea how entertaining this is. He did not rush to comfort by Warner, but instead opened the pouch. The onlookers beheld an odd object in Hullen's hands, resembling a mushroom yet considerably larger and much less appealing. What is this? It looks so peculiar. I think I've seen this a few times while climbing the mountain. Hullen replied nonchalantly, this was discovered by Mu Qingqing. It is as precious as ginseng, albeit with a different use. Upon hearing that it was as precious as ginseng, the crowd erupted with excitement. As precious as ginseng? I've seen plenty of these on the mountain. Is this good for the body if consumed? Mu Qingqing cast an appreciative glance at the orc who spoke. Yes, this is called lingji. It nourishes the internal organs, replenishes qi, and calms the spirit. Those who cannot consume ginseng can take lingji instead, which enhances the strength of orcs. Hearing of such benefits, the orcs became fervent, eager to rush back up the mountain for harvesting. The chieftain looked at Mu Qingqing with delight. Did you discover this? Mu Qingqing nodded, casting a cool glance at the female. I found it right in that thicket. The female, embarrassed, lowered her head and blended into the crowd. With that, no further explanation was needed, and the rumors were dispelled. Bai Warner now realized she may have misjudged Hullen, but still, the way Hullen had acted at the time. Hullen, helpless, grasped his partner's hand. Now do you believe me? Before Bai Warner could respond, the chieftain glanced at his daughter. Warner is just too concerned about you. Bai Warner, blushing, lowered her head. Hullen, feeling triumphant, turned to the chieftain. I assure you, I will not let Warner down. And as for Mu Qingqing, her current feelings towards me. The chieftain regarded Hullen with even greater satisfaction. What has Mu Qingqing been feeling towards you? Bai Warner's heart skipped a beat. Hullen, feeling awkward, hesitated to answer, but knowing he must reassure his partner, he steeled himself. Mu Qingqing currently finds me quite distasteful. The chieftain raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Distasteful about what? Hullen was a prominent warrior in the tribe. How could Mu Qingqing feel distaste? She thinks I'm clumsy and have ruined quite a few ling. As he finished speaking, Mu Qingqing felt their gazes upon her and locked eyes with Hullen. At that moment, those present clearly witnessed a flicker of profound disdain in Mu Qingqing's eyes. Where was the affection in that? Hullen. Bai Warner couldn't help but chuckle, and even the chieftain wore a slight smile. After distributing the goods, Mu Qingqing contentedly returned home with her bounty. On the way, Ewer looked up at Mu Qingqing, asking, Mother, will you go up the mountain again tomorrow? Can't you skip it? Seeing the pleading look in Ewer's eyes, Mu Qingqing found it difficult to nod. Ewer immediately felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. We already have so much food. Brother has also hunted plenty. Why do you still need to go tomorrow? The little Ewer had never dreamed that she could live a life free from hunger and worry. In the past, they often struggled to fill their stomachs, and now the food at home was piled high. Not to mention the construction of a grand house. So why, oh why, did Mother still need to ascend the mountain? In truth, the chieftain did not impose a mandatory ascent for every member of the tribe. Rather, it was centered around the principle of voluntary participation. Thus, Mu Qingqing chose to ascend the mountain of her own accord. Her motivation for this decision stemmed primarily from the limitations placed upon her spatial abilities, particularly after the construction of her own dwelling, which rendered her unable to retrieve many of her possessions, such as large furniture and doors. Initially, this posed little concern, but gradually, Mu Qingqing began to sense a looming crisis, which made her realize her excessive reliance on her spatial abilities. Taking whatever she desired from it was not a sustainable approach. Since she had entered this world, she ought to abide by its rules. Moreover, her awareness of the anomalies had not only just begun. It had been ongoing. Therefore, Mu Qingqing resolved to ascend the mountain to stockpile supplies, preparing for the eventuality that her spatial abilities might one day cease to exist. Ewer, her mother, intended to discover new items, such as herbs, so that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, she would not find herself at a loss for solutions. Although Ewer struggled to comprehend the potential dangers she might face, as long as she could remain by her mother's side each day, that was sufficient for her. Nevertheless, she recognized that her mother genuinely had her best interests at heart, prompting her to sigh with the wisdom of a little adult. Since her mother had expressed such sentiments, she acquiesced. Mu Qingqing, amused, playfully pinched her cheek, and the mother-daughter duo strolled hand in hand back home. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious orc had overheard their conversation and scrutinized Mu Qingqing as though memorizing her visage. Chapter 58. An ominous premonition. The previous day's harvest had brought immense joy to the chieftain, prompting him to seize the moment and lead the others up the mountain early the following day. Although there were no clocks, Mu Qingqing discerned that it was certainly earlier than the day before, for the sun had yet to set. Just as dawn began to break, she was roused by the sound of a trumpet. To her surprise, the Orc continent afforded her the opportunity to experience the camaraderie of collective labor. Watching the peacefully slumbering Yuer, Mu Qingqing felt a twinge of unease. Mo Lin and Mo Yin assured her. "Do not worry. I have summoned Lang Qi.at that moment." A small white wolf peeked Ian.m. Mu Qingqing affectionately patted Lang Qi's head, expressing her gratitude. Although her spatial abilities were currently limited, she could still procure some snacks. She prepared an abundance of treats for the two, filling the bedside with an assortment. Lang Qi gazed at Mu Qingqing quizzically, then glanced at the petite cabinet, perplexed by how such a small space could contain so many items. Just as he pondered this, Mo Lin abruptly obstructed his line of sight, casting a complex look at Lang Qi and warning him in a hushed tone, "Do not speak of this indiscriminately." Lang Qi's tail stiffened as he nodded in acknowledgement. Internally, he was astonished. Initially uncertain, Mo Lin's reaction solidified his suspicions. Mo Lin had not anticipated that his cleverness would inadvertently lead to such a revelation. Upon departing, Mu Qingqing cast one last glance at Yuer, reluctantly closing the door behind her. Observing this, Mo Lin slightly narrowed his eyelids, pondering, "She only displays such sentiment towards Yuer, does she not?" After gathering a group of capable individuals, the chieftain specifically presented two orcs before Mu Qingqing. The previous day's discovery of the spiritual mushroom had brought him great delight. "You need not accompany the group. Feel free to explore the mountain on your own. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to command them." The two orcs were familiar faces. One was the orc who had previously accompanied Mu Qingqing in the search for ginseng, and the other was Xiong Xing. The young orc stood before Mu Qingqing, tools in hand. Appearing somewhat awkward, Mu Qingqing exclaimed, "Thank you, chieftain." Xiong Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared that Mu Qingqing would deny him the opportunity to accompany her. In truth, Mu Qingqing was indifferent to such matters and would never hold a grudge against a youthful orc in the throes of adolescence. The leader of the expedition was still Hulan, who, after clarifying matters with his partner the previous day, had resumed their affectionate demeanor. Consequently, Hulan's face radiated with confidence on this day. His previous embarrassment had stemmed from his inquiry about Mu Qingqing's experience with childbirth. Given that she had borne numerous offspring, he assumed she must possess considerable expertise. However, it was precisely this remark that had drawn her disdain. He had yet to divulge this humiliating incident to Wanner, as he preferred to keep such disgrace from his partner. Accompanied by the two orcs, Mu Qingqing returned to the location from the previous day. After harvesting the spiritual mushrooms, the ground lay barren, prompting her to venture deeper into the forest. She had an inkling that more treasures awaited her within. The orc, who had a good rapport with Xiongda, was named Fa Ming. He cautioned Mu Qingqing that venturing further would lead them into the depths of the forest, where dangers might lurk. Peering into the depths, Mu Qingqing reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Just as she turned, she spotted deer antlers and He Wu. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried toward them, with Xiong Xing and Fa Ming promptly following suit. "What is this?" Fa Ming inquired. Mu Qingqing pondered. "It is similar to ginseng and spiritual mushrooms." The eyes of the two orcs sparkled with interest as they observed the unassuming items, unsure of how to proceed. With a sigh, Mu Qingqing thought it prudent to request the chieftain to provide her with a female orc, as they were typically more meticulous and skilled. "You too," Mu Qingqing began, but her gaze fell upon the ginger and chili peppers not far away. "You can go and gather some of those." The two turned back, recognizing both items and having tasted them before, albeit finding them unpalatable. Mu Qingqing explained, "Those are not meant to be eaten raw. They enhance the flavor of dishes when cooked." Fa Ming nodded in understanding. The group engaged in their tasks with enthusiasm when suddenly, Fa Ming halted, his movements stilled. Xiong Xing looked at him in confusion. "Fa Ming, what is it?" Fa Ming raised a finger, signaling for silence. Mu Qingqing also sensed something amiss and ceased her activities. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, the forest was occasionally filled with the calls of birds. Fa Ming listened intently, and gradually his expression darkened. "What is it?" Fa Ming set down the chili peppers, his demeanor grave. "When we hunt on the mountain, our group tends to disperse, but we have an agreement. If any group encounters danger, the bird tribe orcs will emit a call to alert others." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing realized that, indeed, the forest nearby echoed with bird calls, easily distinguishable from ordinary chirps. Just then, a call echoed from a mere 500 meters away, abruptly ceasing after only a few notes, as if silenced mid-flight. Fei Ming's expression shifted. They are in danger. It seems they have arrived. Xiong Xing froze, his youthful face paling. The ingrained disdain for the hyena tribe coursed through him. However, he had only heard tales or seen them from a distance, never truly comprehending their appearance. As the group hurried to rejoin the harvesting team, Fei Ming suddenly halted and turned to Xiong Xing. I will return to the team. You head back to the tribe and alert the others. Mu Qingqing frowned and shook her head. I will check on the team. You move swiftly to inform the tribe. Fei Ming contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. However, as he turned, he was met with the sight of several hyena tribe orcs standing before them, seemingly having observed them for some time. Upon being escorted back to the harvesting team, Mu Qingqing discovered that all the females, including Hu Lan and the others, had been subdued. In truth, had Hu Lan and the others taken action, they could have contended with the hyena orcs, but the sheer number of females present rendered any struggle futile. Their screams and cries filled the air as fruits lay scattered across the ground. Mu Qingqing felt a surge of fear. The hyena tribe orcs, while humanoid in form, retained some canine features, rendering their appearances quite menacing. Particularly their eyes, cruel, cold-blooded, devoid of warmth, seemed to regard everyone as mere inanimate objects. Though Mu Qingqing felt fear, it did not reach the depths of terror. She had long since come to terms with life and death. Yet, all of this shattered upon seeing Yuer. She stared in shock at her small daughter, tears streaming down her face as she stood among the females, her shiny crystal shoes caked in mud. How did Yuer end up here? When did she arrive? Clearly terrified, Yuer opened her mouth as if to speak, but could not form a single word. She longed to rush to Mu Qingqing's side but was tightly held back by Baiwaner. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingqing closed her eyes, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the other side of the mountain, wondering how Mo Lin and the others were faring. Chapter 59. The Hyena Tribe Xiaosu. All the females and orcs in their tribe have been captured by us. Upon hearing this, Baiwaner could not help but shed tears, while Hu Lan clenched his fists tightly, pressed to the ground. Approximately 50 hyena tribe orcs gazed at their captives, unable to contain their laughter. Fortunately, we heeded his advice and remained calm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such a bountiful harvest. I have never seen so many females. The hyena orcs erupted in raucous laughter, declaring, "Let us go. Take them to the orcs." The females trembled in fear, some paralyzed by their terror, unable even to move or walk. The hyena clan orc grew impatient and grasped one of their heads, dragging her into the woods amidst a cacophony of screams and sobs. The hyena orc, satisfied, licked its blood-stained lips. It had not transformed into human form but remained in its beastly state, its robust physique towering nearly to the waist of the females. With a demonic demeanor, it returned to its pack. Many of the females began to weep in fright. Within 10 minutes, Mu Qingqing finally beheld the orcs of their tribe. There were many orcs, yet they dared not act recklessly. Knowing the females were in the grasp of the hyena clan, the orcs remained firmly under the heel of the hyenas, and upon catching sight of their partner's tears, they relinquished any thought of resistance. Family is always a weakness, no matter where one is. Some single orcs wished to fight back valiantly, but were torn to shreds by several hyenas, their dismembered remains littering the ground, eyes forever open in death. Ultimately, no one dared to speak. This was the first time Mu Qingqing witnessed the brutal law of the jungle on the orc continent, where the weak became the food of the strong. The chieftain, weary-eyed, gazed at the leader of the hyena clan, Lai Su. "What do you want?" Lai Su flashed a toothy grin, his teeth stained crimson, remnants of orc bones caught between them. "Xing Feng, long time no see. I never expected you to still be alive." Xing? The chieftain belonged to the gorilla clan? Mu Qingqing had never paid attention to this before. Only now did she realize the chieftain's name, and a wonder he could become the chieftain. Gorillas are indeed quite intelligent. The chieftain cast a fleeting glance at him. "I never anticipated you would still be alive, nor that you would possess such cunning and strategy." The hyena clan was not particularly intelligent. Even if Lai Su did not grasp flattery, he understood that Xing Feng would not utter anything complimentary. With a scowl, he kicked at Xing Feng. "Chieftain, father!" The aged chieftain sat on the ground for a long while. Struggling to regain his composure, Lai Su looked down at him from his elevated position. "You're slower to rise than you used to be," the chieftain replied calmly. "Of course, I cannot move as swiftly as you do when indulging in filth." Lai Su's rage boiled over as he lifted his leg in fury. Suddenly, he recalled something and scanned the crowd of orcs in the tribe, directly seizing a young canine orc eyeing the chieftainess' astonished gaze. Lai Su transformed into a hyena, biting through the orc's neck and feasting on him before the chieftain's eyes. "Filth, is it?" The chieftain swayed unsteadily. You? Lai Su took 2 bites before tossing the orc to his kin. "Now, let us see what else you can say." The chieftain fell silent. At that moment, several hyena clan orcs approached from the mountainside, evidently heading toward the tribe. The orc females in the tribe turned pale. Their young and elderly parents remained within the tribe. A few hyena orcs whispered something into Lai Su's ear, causing him to frown in irritation. How can that be?" Upon hearing this, the orc females within the tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Lai Su realized that Xing Feng had played tricks. He seized him by the neck. "Where are the younglings?" The chieftain understood. Indeed, these hyenas were after the younglings. The flesh of the young is the most tender, a delicacy for the hyena clan. The chieftain remained silent, and seeing this, Lai Su pulled out another female and orc from the crowd, inquiring whether they had younglings. Both looked at their kin in anguish, vowing not to speak. Within 2 minutes, the two lay dead on the ground, consumed by the hyenas. Lan, red-eyed, watched his kin being treated in such a manner, wishing to fight to the death, but knew such actions would only lead to the demise of all. The hyenas' target was the younglings. If they found them, they would feast and depart, leaving the females and orcs unharmed. Yet, the younglings were not merely the fruits of love. They represented the tribe's precious future. Lan, heartbroken, watched as the chieftain fell to his knees, crying out, "Great beast spirit above, protect our tribe." The females, shedding tears, echoed his call. Lai Su, agitated, roared in anger, refusing to believe that no one would reveal the hiding place of the younglings. One by one, he searched and eventually spotted 2 young orc females. They indeed had no younglings but would undoubtedly succumb to the hyenas' threats and reveal their location. Many females felt a sense of despair. Mu Qingqing had been closely observing Yuer. She saw Yuer tightly protected in by Wanner's embrace and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a hyena orc fixated its gaze on Yuer. Mu Qingqing's heart sank. As expected, the dragged female trembled and said, I know where the younglings are." Mu Qingqing raised her voice to drown out the female's words. Lan, by Wanner, and Xiong Xing all looked up in shock. The chieftain also turned to look at Mu Qingqing. Lai Su turned toward the sound, noticing a fair-skinned, beautiful female speaking, who appeared not to be one with younglings. Unbeknownst to Mu Qingqing, had she known his thoughts, she would have spoken otherwise. "I have younglings. Moreover, I have 4. Did you know?" Mu Qingqing lowered her gaze, trembling as if in fear. "That I know. I only hope you won't eat us." Lai Su nodded in satisfaction. "Your flesh is too tough and unpalatable. It's not as delectable as the younglings. Once I've feasted on them, I shall leave." "They had other tribes to visit." Mu Qingqing nodded, relieved. "As long as you don't eat us, I will lead you down the mountain." At this, several incredulous cries erupted. Mu Qingqing, what are you doing? Mu Qingqing, do you dare? If you lead them down, I will fight you. Mu Qingqing, you wicked female, just to save yourself. This tirade of insults pleased Lai Su even more. He had been worried that the female might attempt some cunning mischief, but it seemed unnecessary. This female was likely selfish as well. Lai Su raised his hand in delight. Summoning 3 hyena clan orcs. "You accompany her, and Bird Ku, if you find him, make him call out. I will hear him." The chieftain trembled, astonished, as he watched Bird Ku emerge from the crowd of orcs. Only then did he comprehend that a traitor had emerged from his tribe. Bird Ku? How could it be him? How had he allied with the hyenas? When had this occurred? Lai Su looked at the pale chieftain with smug satisfaction. "Didn't he expect it, did you? In fact, Bird Ku was delivered right into my hands by you." The chieftain looked up silently at him. "What do you mean?" Chapter 60. Mu Qingqing's scheme. Lai Su sneered. "Have you forgotten that Bird Ku once failed to call out at the designated time, and you punished him for it by leaving him alone in the forest? He was attacked by a venomous tail beast, and it was I who saved him." At the mention of the venomous tail beast, Bird Ku glared at the chieftain with venomous eyes, then stood alongside Lai Su. You wanted to punish me for such a trivial matter? If it weren't for leader Lai Su, I might have perished. The chieftain closed his eyes, his gaze toward Bird Ku unusually flat. Do you know why I had to punish you? Bird Ku's eyes blazed red. I don't want to know. Do you still not know how your father died? The chieftain spoke to himself, casting a glance at the other young avian orcs of the tribe. Have you all not asked your fathers how your former fathers met their demise? The young avian orcs exchanged glances. The older ones appeared solemn. I in your former father's generation. A few avian orcs, in their folly, picked flowers to give to females, forgetting to call out, and the hyenas seized the opportunity to invade the tribe, resulting in the deaths of over 100 younglings at that time. The chieftain had just returned from his travels, brimming with bloodlust. Ignoring the opposition of the other orcs, he executed those few avian orcs on the spot. One person's mistake led to the suffering of the entire clan. Bird Ku and several young avian orcs turned pale. 100 younglings. What a horrific scene that must have been. No one dares to imagine it. At that time, the status of the avian orcs in the tribe was akin to that of the ink snake. Since I took over as chieftain, I've realized that not all blame can rest on the avian orcs. Thus, I have warned them daily to remain vigilant. Great beast spirit above, if we suffer such a loss of younglings again, our tribe shall cease to exist. Bird Ku's face had completely drained of color. He was merely 18, raised with gratitude instilled by the chieftain. Thus, after Lai Su saved him, he surprisingly forgot the animosity between their races, and when Lai Su needed his assistance, he did not think much of it. Now, upon hearing the chieftain's words, he finally understood the grave mistake he had made. Especially following Hu Lan's words, did you never question why the venomous tail beast attacked only when we departed? Why did Lai Su appear then, sparing you and saving you? He was using you. Perhaps the venomous tail beast was sent by him. The chieftain looked at Bird Ku with disappointment. The boy was playful. Yet he had been honest in his demeanor, so one could never have imagined he would betray his kin. Blood drained from Bird Ku's face, leaving him frozen in shock. He instinctively glanced at Lieshu, who was glaring angrily at the clan leader and Hullen, kicking Hullen in a fit of rage. You shouldn't have spoken out. Nyok was aware that Hullen had spoken the truth. Thus, the venomous-tailed beast might indeed have been brought by the hyena clan. However, at this moment, Lieshu scoffed disdainfully at the pale-faced Nyok, saying, You should hurry and descend the mountain with them. It is too late to regret now. Nyok felt like a mere shell of herself, devoid of any glimmer in her eyes. Upon noticing this, Lieshu dispatched 2 more beastmen to follow. As Mu Qingqing and Nyok prepared to leave, Mu Qingqing stumbled forward. Just then, Yuer's startled cry pierced the air as she desperately broke free from Bai Wanner's grasp and rushed toward Mu Qingqing. Blood rushed to Mu Qingqing's head, and an overwhelming chill enveloped her. When Yuer reached her side, Mu Qingqing forcefully pushed her away, revulsion etched on her face. Who are you calling mother? Who is your mother? At that moment, as Lieshu was about to lose his temper, Mu Qingqing was filled with disdain. These little brats were truly bothersome. If they were dead, then she could survive. The doubts that had briefly surfaced in Lieshu's mind dissipated. This female was indeed beautiful, but far too venomous for his liking. Yuer, with tears in her eyes, stared incredulously at Mu Qingqing. The small child could not comprehend how her mother had transformed into this. It seemed as if the figure she feared most from deep within her memories had returned. She sat dazed on the ground, stammering, You are not my mother. Not. Just as Lieshu was about to reach out for Yuer, Bai Wanner, with a pale face, hurriedly scooped up the stunned child, looking at Lieshu with surprising calmness. This is my little cub. She won't live long anyway, so please allow me to stay with her for a while longer. Lieshu, who relished the feeling of subjugation, pondered Bai Wanner's words. Her reasoning was sound. Consuming the little cub now wouldn't satiate him, and it was better to feast on the little ones down the mountain. Bai Wanner returned to the group of females while holding Yuer. Yet, the females were not welcoming towards Yuer. Wanner. Why are you taking care of Yuer? Exactly. Mu Qingqing has become so ruthless that she would abandon her own daughter to survive. Why are you still protecting her? Bai Wanner wanted to argue that it wasn't true. She saw how Mu Qingqing, despite shoving Yuer, had sorrow and heartache in her eyes, and Mu Qingqing wouldn't act this way. Surely, she must have a plan. The females, with red-rimmed eyes, retorted, "How could she not? Yuera has been targeted by the hyenas. She wants all the little cubs to accompany her in death." Baiwaner inhaled deeply but remained silent, holding Yuera tightly and gazing towards the direction Mu Qingqing had departed. She hoped Mu Qingqing had a solution. After all, she had found ginseng, discovered how to eat potatoes, and built such an astonishing house. Surely she would have a way, wouldn't she? On the descent, Mu Qingqing glanced at her hands. She had once vowed never to let Yuera come to harm, yet today she had pushed Yuera away. She felt even more sorrowful than Yuera. The sight of the small female's bewildered and disbelieving expression tugged at her heartstrings, especially as Yuera cried out that she was not her mother. But if she didn't push Yuera away, Lieshu would undoubtedly grow suspicious. She had no choice. Accompanied by several hyena beastmen, Mu Qingqing did not head towards the tribe. The fierce hyena beastmen glared menacingly at her. "Where are you going?" Mu Qingqing replied calmly. "Didn't you say you couldn't find the little cubs in the tribe? That's because they aren't in the tribe at all." The hyena beastmen exchanged glances with Mu Qingqing and then with Nioke. "Is that so?" Nioke gloomily shook his head. "I don't know. He had been with Lieshu for the past few days, so he had no idea where the little cubs in the tribe had gone. He found it puzzling. If the little cubs were indeed in the tribe, wouldn't they have been caught all at once? Therefore, when we ascended the mountain, we sent the little cubs to another forest where there are tree houses built by the Eagle Clan beastmen. They are all up there." Several hyena beastmen nodded in agreement. Indeed, if they were all in the tribe, it would be easy to catch them all. They were well aware of that. Thus, Mu Qingqing led them to the other side of the forest, near the cliff. Just as the hyena clan found themselves in a predicament, Mu Qingqing pulled a gun from her space. Chapter 61. The beast god above, willing to fight for the tribe. The sound of gunfire shattered the sky. A series of resounding shots echoed. The two beastmen who were struck stared wide-eyed at their chests, oozing blood in disbelief. They staggered forward a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground. Mu Qingqing initially trembled, the deafening gunfire causing a temporary ringing in her ears. However, her gaze grew increasingly resolute. She pulled the trigger again, aiming at another beastman transformed into a hyena. Yet, the beastly hyena was incredibly swift and fierce, tackling Mu Qingqing to the ground. The hyena's head snarled, saliva dripping, and a foul stench wafted towards her. Despite the intense pain coursing through her body, Mu Qingqing screamed hoarsely at the dazed Nioke. "Hurry, grab the gun and shoot them. This is your only chance for redemption." The words redemption sparked a glimmer of hope in Nioke's eyes. Transforming into a small bird, he approached Mu Qingqing. But as he grasped the gun, a hyena's claw knocked him to the ground. The hyena pressed its claw against the little bird's head, crushing half of its wing in one bite. "Nioke!" The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and in that moment, Mu Qingqing seized the opportunity to extract a long knife from her space, struggling fiercely. Just then, Nioke managed to bite off half of his wing and escape with the gun from the hyena's jaws. Seeing him fly towards her, Mu Qingqing shouted urgently, "Find Lang Yi and Imo Lin. They are nearby. Give them the gun." As she spoke, Mu Qingqing pulled out another gun from her space and tossed it to him. Nioke struggled to hook the trigger with his claw, soaring into the sky to search for Lang Yiadong. Mu Qingqing attempted to retrieve another gun, but to her dismay, her space was restricted, preventing her from producing any firearms. She forced a bitter smile, glancing at the long knife in her left hand and the axe in her right. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She refused to believe that she could not defeat these creatures. Imo Lin had his sights set on a solitary yo-yo beast and, taking advantage of its inattention, aimed his crossbow and shot. However, a sudden gust of wind alerted the yo-yo beast, causing the bolt to strike only half of its leg. As the yo-yo beast prepared to flee, a small green snake concealed in the grass lunged out and bit it, killing it instantly. Lang Yi scolded, "Imo Lin, what were you thinking?" Imo Lin quickly explained. "Uncle Lang Yi, there was wind, so my aim was off." Lang Yi shot him a cold glare. "I told you not to make excuses. Are you sure it was the wind that caused your shot to go astray?" "I'll ask you one last time." Imo Lin lowered his head. Falling silent, Mo Yin transformed into human form and rushed over. "Uncle Lang Yi, don't blame my brother. It was indeed the wind. It was so strong that I almost missed my bite too." Lang Yi scoffed. "You two brothers are quite harmonious." Imo Lin looked at his chubby younger brother. a hint of warmth crossing his eyes. After a brief pause, Langy inquired again about what Mo Lin was contemplating. This time, Mo Lin did not withhold the truth. He stared directly at Langy. I was thinking about why the beastman who has always helped me seems to have disappeared recently. Mo Lin's instincts had always been reliable. He had sensed the presence of a beastman aiding him, and now that he felt that presence was gone, it confirmed his suspicion that the beastman was no longer near him. Langy cast a sidelong glance at him, lazily munching on a piece of bread. Didn't you always think it was me? That I'm not by your side? Mo Lin shook his head. No, it's not you. Langy snorted dismissively. Perhaps I am still here. You just haven't noticed. Mo Lin didn't hear clearly and didn't bother to ask again. Just then, Langy suddenly caught a whiff of blood. He sat up, frowning. Are you injured? Mo Lin shook his head in confusion. No. Langy pawed at Mo Yin, who was sleeping like a log, only to find he was unharmed as well. How strange. Where is this blood coming from? Just as he pondered, Mo Lin spotted a bird clan beastman in midair, with only one wing, struggling to maintain balance, blood dripping from its body. Uncle Lang. Mo Lin tugged at Lang Yi's fur. Nyok descended laboriously to the ground, transforming back into human form, blood-soaked and presenting the two guns to them. His lips pale as he stammered. Something has happened. There's trouble in the tribe, and Mu Qingqing. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Time had passed, and there were no bird calls to be heard. Lieshu had grown impatient. Haven't you found them yet? Why are these little cubs hiding so secretly? In the end, they will still become our food. At that moment, a bloodied hyena stumbled towards them, exclaiming, Liars! Liars! The female, she deceives. As our words lingered in the air, the hyena beastman lay lifeless on the ground. Liao Su seethed with rage. Although he could not hear clearly, he caught the mention of the word female. His venomous gaze fell upon Yuer, one of the females, and he strode towards her, if the female was indeed lying. Then this little cub, just as Liao Su was about to seize Yuer, a gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced through Liao Su's back and emerged from his chest, blooming with blood. Stunned, Liao Su lowered his gaze to his chest, then looked at Yuer before him. He had not even managed to devour a single cub yet. He could not help but exert more force as Yuer struggled desperately. Bang! 2 more shots echoed. Liao Su slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Instantly, all the hyena beastmen were thrown into disarray, bewildered and lost, primarily because they had not even seen who fired the gun. Accompanied by several more gunshots, one by one, the hyena tribe beastmen fell lifeless. Following that, a barrage of arrows rained down, striking down the hyena beastmen who were holding the tribe leader captive. The leader stared blankly at the arrows, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. It was Mo Lin, the offspring of Mu Qingqing, and there was Wolf E seemed to be the anchor of hope for the leader. Pulling Hulan from the chaos, without needing the leader's command, Hulan began to organize a counterattack. The stones in the hands of the beastmen, the readily available wood, even the stone knives used by the females for gathering, were put to use. This battle was unprecedented, marking the first uprising of the females. They were no longer merely the reliant females of the beastmen. They possessed courage and valor. They fought for their families, for their cubs, and for their tribe. Approximately half an hour later, the battle subsided. Many beastmen and females had perished, 4 dead and 5 injured. However, compared to the nearly 100 fatalities among the hyena tribe, this outcome was remarkably fortunate. The leader ordered for the fallen to be buried. Rising, his robust voice resonated in the ears of all the tribe members. They were the warriors of the tribe, fighting for their kin. Death was their lifelong honor. To the beast god above, we shall fight for the tribe. To the beast god above, we shall fight for the tribe. To the beast god above, we shall fight for the tribe. The resounding cries of the tribe echoed throughout the mountains and forests, lingering in the air. Chapter 62. Where is Mu Qingqing? After burying the fallen tribe members, everyone hurried down the mountain back to the tribe, calling out for their cubs in the woods. Yet, there was no response. The females could not suppress their terror and began to weep. Leader, where are the cubs? The leader reassured everyone not to panic. However, one female, whose 5 cubs had vanished all at once, appeared deranged, clearly unable to accept the reality. Leader, is it Mu Qingqing? Did she take those hyena tribe beastmen and take our? Before the leader could speak, Mo Lin and Mo Yin sprang forth. No, it's impossible. My mother would never do such a thing. Mo Yin shouted with a reddened face, his neck strained. Mo Lin cast a surprised glance at his younger brother. This was the first time little Yin defended Mu Qingqing so passionately in front of others. If Mu Qingqing were present, she would surely feel immense pride. Finally, this little cub was not raised in vain. Why wouldn't your mother do it? A female retorted fiercely. Did you see how she treated you on the mountain? Did you see how she acted to survive? If Mu Qingqing were truly that kind of person, she wouldn't have sent Niao Ku to rescue you. Wolfie interrupted coldly. The crowd fell silent. What, it was Mu Qingqing who asked you to rescue us? How could it be her? They questioned. Didn't you notice something amiss when you descended the mountain? If that's the case, then where is Mu Qingqing? Only then did the crowd recall Mu Qingqing. Despite Wolfie's assertion, some females remained unconvinced. Perhaps Mu Qingqing fled out of fear of the leader's reprimand. Exactly. She could harm her own cubs. Why would she care about anyone else? Perhaps Mu Qingqing's selfish and cowardly demeanor on the mountain had left a deep impression, leading many to doubt she would seek help from Niao Ku. Wolfie could not help but roll his eyes. This was precisely why he disliked meddling in others' affairs, because most beastman females lacked common sense, and good intentions often went unrewarded. If Mu Qingqing were aware of Wolfie's thoughts, she would undoubtedly high-five him in agreement. However, regardless of what the tribe members said this time, it did not waver the hearts of the two little beastmen. They believed in the female. Everyone, now, let us split up to find Mu Qingqing. The leader spoke solemnly. As for the cubs, he had his own judgments. The moment he did not see Hui in the treehouse, he had already surmised something and sent someone to the back mountain. Just as everyone prepared to disperse, a young beast man rushed over, his face brimming with joy. Leader, they are at the back mountain. Indeed, the crowd erupted in cheers. It seems my year is safe. Then my cubs should be well too. What a blessing. Thank the beast god for protection. The leader and the females made their way to the back mountain. Initially, it was Hui's mate who noticed something amiss. She saw several sneaky beastmen lurking around the tribe. She followed them and soon discovered the surrounded leader and his group. Thus, Hui and his brothers hurriedly moved the cubs to safety. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing's newly constructed high building blocked the entrance to the back mountain, preventing the hyena beastmen from discovering them. Since that's the case, let us split up to search for Mu Qingqing. This time, no one voiced any objections. Gradually, news began to circulate from the mountain. Niao Ku has been found, but her wings are gone. Signs of a struggle were discovered near the cliff, on the cliff wall. There was Mu Qingqing's hair tie. This revelation caused several little cubs' faces to turn pale. You were released by Wanner's hand, her small frame trembling. She understood what the cliff represented. The elderly female beastmen in the tribe could not survive the harsh winter, so they would end their lives at the cliff before winter approached. Mother, her mother. Yuer cried out in heart-wrenching despair, while the two little beastmen stared blankly at the abyss of the cliff. Mo Lin guessed that Mu Qingqing would not abandon her tribe, nor would she leave Yuer to live alone. However, they had not anticipated that the female would divert the hyenas away and fall down herself. Mo Yin, his eyes bloodshot, could not believe it. He wiped his eyes fiercely and said fiercely, "No, it's impossible. This female is so afraid of death. How could she come here? How could she dare to confront several hyena beastmen alone?" Yet the undeniable truth lay before them, and Niao Ku's awakening, along with all the statements, corroborated the tribe members' believable speculations. Mu Qingqing had indeed faced several ferocious hyenas alone. She did so to draw them away. To come to Wolfie for help, Mo Lin picked up a hairpin from the ground. It was exquisite, the kind of female would wear to enhance her beauty. Yet, such a beautiful person. Mo Lin noticed many strands of hair that had been torn away, along with pools of blood on the ground. Mo Yin clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling. Elder brother, this shouldn't be happening. It felt as though something within him had shattered and was being rebuilt. It shouldn't be like this, Mo Yin murmured. She should have died at our hands. Initially, Mo Lin thought the same. Yuer's heart-wrenching cries and the two little beastmen's helplessness finally garnered the sympathy of all the tribe members. Alas, those little cubs are truly pitiful indeed. Just when Mu Qingqing became a competent mother, yet, I never expected Mu Qingqing would do such a thing. I thought she was, who hasn't he thought that? Over the years, those little cubs have never committed any heinous acts. It was Mu Qingqing who discovered the potatoes and ginseng this year. From now on, I'll have my beast man share some of the prey with them every few days. At least let those little cubs survive the winter. I think the same. Perhaps this is human nature. It is only when one is gone that we realize their worth. Once one's own interests are secured, only then can one ponder the lives of others. Mo Lin and Mo Yin coldly glanced at the gossiping females, then silently embraced the weeping Yuer and departed. Upon returning home, faced with the concerned female beastmen wanting to enter, Mo Yin glared at them with red eyes and slammed the door shut. Mo Lin gently placed Yuer on the bed to comfort her, then inquired about what transpired on the mountain. Upon hearing Yuer describe how the females had fiercely shouted at her, denying her as their mother, Mo Lin fell silent for a moment. It seemed Niao Ku was indeed correct. The female had truly sought them out to divert the hyenas. Yuer, with tear-filled eyes, tugged at Mo Lin's beast skin. Elder brother, even though mother was fierce to Yuer today, Yuer still misses her. Chapter 63. In the small house at midnight, Mo Lin leaned down to wipe away the tears from the corners of Yuer's eyes. Speaking softly, Yuer, mother did not scold you. She was protecting you. Otherwise, you might have been eaten by the hyenas. In a moment of uncharacteristic cruelty, Mo Lin revealed the harsh truth to you, that instant. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Mo Lin felt an inexplicable urge to shield Mu Qingqing from any misunderstandings, even from you, Yuer was momentarily stunned. Despite her youth, she harbored no doubts regarding Mo Lin's words. Mother did it to protect her. Tears cascaded down Yuer's cheeks, yet this time, she did not wail uncontrollably. Instead, she wept silently, her small frame appearing exceptionally pitiful. Beside them, Mo Yan's gaze was vacant, unable to comprehend. Nor could he fathom Mu Qingqing's actions. Why did she choose to divert the hyenas alone? Why did she confront them single-handedly? She scolded Yuer solely for the sake of protecting her. Was she truly as noble as they claimed? Mo Yin unconsciously voiced his thoughts, to which Mo Lin remained silent. The term good had never been associated with Mu Qingqing, yet this time, he had heard many speak of her as a good female and a good mother. Mo Lin found the irony hard to swallow. In the dead of night, Mo Lin heard Mo Yin tossing and turning restlessly. He knew his younger brother could not sleep, nor could he doubt why Yuer had gone a day without food. Her tears rendering her too weary to cry out, and she had succumbed to a deep slumber. Moonlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the room. Rising to his feet, Mo Lin caught sight of the house constructed by Mu Qingqing next door. It stood pale and tall. Strangely, he had never visited it before. Mo Lin stood up. Mo Yin stiffened, feigning sleep as he breathed heavily. Mo Lin glanced at his brother. Shall we go and take a look at that house? Mo Yin hesitated for a moment before swiftly climbing out of bed. The brothers had never ventured to see the house, nor had they shown any interest in it, primarily because it belonged to Mu Qingqing. In their minds, it had long been separated from them. The house was hers, and they had no connection to it. The two young beast men, accompanied by the moonlight, entered the doorless structure. Inside, the space was as barren as the wilderness. Filled with a pungent odor, Mo Yin spotted a staircase and curiously ascended it, only to freeze in surprise. Elder brother. Noticing Mo Yan's reaction, Mo Lin followed suit up the stairs, and it was then he understood why Mo Yin had been taken aback. The second floor differed from the first. It was partitioned into numerous rooms, yet each doorless chamber bore markings on the floor. Mo Lin's gaze landed on a room bathed in sunlight, where a symbol was drawn on the floor. That symbol, Mo Lin instinctively touched the hunting knife at his waist, which bore an identical engraving. The Beastman continent had its own script, albeit primitive and rudimentary. Mo Lin had created a unique symbol for himself, a stick figure wielding a knife taller than he was. Unable to transform into a beast, he could not adopt the animalistic symbols of other beastmen. Thus, he remained a stick figure, determined to prove that even without transformation, he could be a formidable warrior on the Beastman continent. Mo Yin, filled with excitement, tugged at Mo Lin's fur. Elder brother, look, is that me? Unlike Mo Lin, who harbored grand aspirations, Mo Yin was uninterested in designing a symbol for himself. The entrance of one room. A small snake twisted its body, flicking its tongue. The snake's eyes were large and bright, akin to the furious gaze of Mo Yin. vivid and lifelike. As Mu Qingqing sketched the little serpent, the image of the enraged Mo Yin surfaced in her mind. Reminiscent of a cheetah, Mo Yin crouched down, unable to resist touching the small snake. No one had ever depicted him so beautifully. The drawing surpassed anything Yu Er had created. Why Yu Er? Mo Yin abruptly stood, scanning for any room marked with her symbol. However, there were only 3 rooms on the second floor, none bearing her mark. Mo Lin tugged at his brother, pointing to the largest room, where a stick figure cradled a smaller stick figure. Not only that, but the smaller figure also held an EGGIS. This our egg, brother? The two exchanged complex glances before Mo Yin suddenly recalled something and raised his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. Elder brother, could this be the female building it for our family of 5? Mo Lin nodded in affirmation. Mo Yin clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, and he turned to leave. Mo Lin caught his arm. Where are you going? Mo Yan's throat constricted as he replied. I want to see what's below the cliff. He would not believe it until he saw the female's body with his own eyes. Fearing his brother would disapprove, he hurriedly added, Elder brother, I know it's dangerous, but I want to go tomorrow. Mo Yin was momentarily taken aback. What? Mo Lin gently replied, it's too late now. Yu Er is still at home. We will go tomorrow, and we can take her to young Amy's house together. Mo Lin harbored doubts about Mu Qingqing's demise as well. The following day, after Hu Lan and the chief had dealt with the casualties of the beastman females in the tribe, they specifically visited Lang Yi. I sincerely thank you. Hu Lan expressed his gratitude, for without him, they might not have escaped so easily. Countless beastmen could have perished in a desperate struggle. Lang Yi waved his hand dismissively. You know, I typically avoid meddling in such matters. The one you should thank is not me. He was not being modest. To put it bluntly, if Lang Yi had truly wished to avoid involvement, he would not have felt the slightest remorse even if all the beastman females in the tribe had perished. His nature was cold, and few things drew his concern. Hu Lan nodded, his thoughts drifting to Mo Lin and Mo Yin. Casting a shadow over his expression, I will make sure to look after them. I will have one heir check on them from time to time. The chief, observing this, nodded with approval. It seemed Hu Lan had made a firm decision. I will discuss it with one heir when I return. If she is willing, I can adopt them. The chief appeared taken aback. By one heir was his daughter, and he had some reservations, however, for many years. Hu Lan and one heir had not had any offspring. As by one heir's father, he knew that his daughter must feel a certain sadness. Adopting them was not out of the question, especially considering that Mo Lin and Mo Yin possessed strength and courage rivaling that of adult beastmen. At that moment, several beastmen rushed over, their expressions frantic. Chief, it's bad. Mo Lin and Mo Yin have gone to the cliff. The chief's expression shifted dramatically. Although Hu Lan had yet to confirm adopting Mo Lin and the others as the tribe's young warriors, he did not wish for them to be harmed. Lang Yi observed their hasty departure with a calm demeanor, his mind wandering to other matters. Chapter 64. The younglings have disappeared. Mo Lin and Mo Yin, as previously agreed, took Yu Er to young Amy's place. Young Amy looked at the younglings with a heart full of compassion. I will take good care of Yu Er. You two be careful on your way up the mountain. Mo Lin nodded serenely. Thank you, young Amy. With that, he took Mo Yan's hand and left. Since waking, Yu Er had been silent, her small head bowed, appearing utterly forlorn, and no matter how young Amy tried to cheer her up or play with her, she remained silently seated at the door, not uttering a word. Occasionally, she would gaze vacantly at several females passing by with their younglings, wiping away her tears. When some females learned that Yu Er was at young Amy's, they brought their younglings along, carrying an ample supply of food. The females handed the items to young Amy, remarking, had it not been for Mu Qingqing, several of our younglings might not have made it safely. These are for Yu Er. The small fruit is good for her health. And here is a rhino hide, which can be made into clothes for Mo Lin and Mo Yin. Young Amy stared in shock at the 2 items in her hands. If the green fruit was difficult to gather, the small fruit was even rarer. It was neither a product of their tribe nor found on their mountain. It was likely obtained last year during the tribe's gathering. As for the rhino hide, there was no need to elaborate. Wasn't it the very cause of Ah Qing's family's disintegration? If Ah Qing pretended to be oblivious or turned a blind eye, then, suddenly, young Amy recalled Mu Qingqing's words. A beastman unfaithful to their partner? A strong-willed female. Such a family is destined to fall apart. If betrayal were unavoidable, then at the very least, one could choose honesty. The most abhorrent thing was to cling to home while being unable to let go of what lay outside. Only to be discovered and indiscriminately cast blame upon innocent females. It seemed that decades of understanding had been shattered by Mu Qingqing's few words. Understood. I will hand these over. Before young Amy could finish, Yuer suddenly stood up and threw the items to the ground. The small fruit rolled away, causing the observing female to feel an ache in her heart. She had not even allowed her own youngling to eat such treats. Despite her sorrow, the female said nothing. Why Yuer glared at her with red-rimmed eyes. No. You mean no good. In the past, these females had scolded her mother in the very same manner. The female was at fault. Having nearly lost her young one due to Mu Qingqing in her eyes, there blossomed a flicker of maternal affection for Yuer. I am sorry. It was our fault before. Tears immediately welled up in Yuer's eyes, and she could not comprehend why, only feeling a profound sense of grievance for her mother. She wiped away her bittersweet tears and silently took a seat. Young Ames still gathered the items. A sacrifice made by Mu Qingqing, which felt insufficient no matter how much there was. She picked up the rhino hide from the ground. I shall make clothing for the two little ones. They are going up the mountain today. I shall wait for their return. Up the mountain? The female questioned. But I just saw Wolf E. Who did they go up the mountain with? Young Aim abruptly leaned on the cane she had crafted for her. Oh no, those two little ones have likely gone there. She exchanged a glance with the female and they spoke in unison. The cliff. Young Aim's vision darkened. It was over. Even though the two little beast men had valiantly rescued their kin yesterday, they were still so small and the cliff was so high. The female hurriedly set down her own young one. Young Aim, please watch over my year. I shall notify the clan leader. Just as Young Aim responded affirmatively and turned around, Yuer had vanished once more. Due to the hyena incident on the mountain yesterday, nearly all the beastmen in the tribe remained at home. When the clan leader summoned them, all the beastmen raised their hands. He surveyed them all. Everyone. Splendid. Mu Qingqing has aided us. We cannot stand idly by while her young one ventures toward the cliff to undertake such perilous endeavors. Let us depart from the stream. The clan leader, feeling fatigued, led the crowd forward. Just then, a female rushed over, shouting, Clan leader, Yuer is missing. She must have gone to find her two brothers. Upon hearing this, the clan leader dispatched others to search. The clan leader's mate sighed helplessly as they supported him. Mu Qingqing lies at the cliff's bottom, unaware of her fate. She may already be two little beast men, so small. What if they encountered an accident at the cliff? And as for Yuer, she sometimes stumbled while walking. Their family still had one unhatched little beast man. Truly, misfortune upon misfortune. The clan leader sighed. I shall assist them more in the future. You two, converse more with the females of the tribe. Let them tend to Yuer during their leisure. Understood. Meanwhile, Mo Lin and Mo Yin were laboriously climbing down toward the cliff's base. Mo Yin transformed into a small snake, while a rope was tied around Mo Lin's waist. The other end precariously secured to a large rock atop the cliff. The rope was something Mo Lin had rummaged from a cabinet at home. As they gazed into the unfathomable depths of the cliff, their eyes met, reflecting determination, faith, and courage. They yearned to uncover the truth, to discover what had become of Mu Qingqing. And where was Mu Qingqing? She found herself in a dark, damp cave, the ground covered with thick mats of grass, surrounded by a faint, cold fragrance. Indeed, Mu Qingqing had fallen from the cliff. She had battled several hyena beastmen, feeling dizzy and unaware that she had stepped on loose stones, tumbling down with the hyena beastmen. She had thought she would perish, yet here she was, alive but in excruciating pain. As she surveyed the pitch-black cave, she initially believed she had traversed into another realm. It was not until she felt the animal hide on her body that she exhaled in relief. Just as she prepared to leave, she heard something writhing at the entrance accompanied by a hissing sound. Could it be a snake? Alarmed, Mu Qingqing quickly lay back down, her body stiff as she feigned death. She then heard the snake slowly approach her, its scent reminiscent of the fragrance she had first detected in the cave. A faint, cold aroma. The giant snake gradually drew near, its head lingering by her ear. Mu Qingqing dared not breathe, her heartbeat resonating loudly in the eerie silence of the cave. She could barely contain herself at that moment. The giant snake emitted a soft hiss, a sound seemingly emanating from her very skin. Startled, Mu Qingqing nearly leapt up. Soon after, the giant snake's tail coiled around her gently, its head resting upon her shoulder as if in repose. Mu Qingqing remained utterly rigid, not daring to move. Even when the giant snake fell asleep, she refrained from opening her eyes. Time ticked by, and her heartbeat gradually steadied. She was unsure if the snake's enchanting fragrance possessed some sort of hypnotic quality, but she too began to succumb to slumber. Chapter 65. Captive of the giant snake. She slept soundly until midnight, only to be awakened by the constriction of the giant snake. She had been in deep slumber, yet felt her neck being squeezed tightly, nearly suffocating her. Initially, she thought it was Ewer playing a prank, so she murmured, "Ewer, loosen your grip. Let mother sleep a while longer." Upon uttering this, she jolted awake and beheld the enormous snake head, as large as her own face, resting on her shoulder. Mu Qingqing's body temperature plummeted, her hairs standing on end. She promptly closed her eyes, skillfully feigning death. After a considerable time, she cautiously opened her eyes. Moonlight streamed through the cave's entrance above her. Only then did Mu Qingqing realize the entrance was quite high. Even without the giant snake, she might not be able to climb out. Bathed in moonlight, she now saw the coiled giant snake. Its scales were dark, tightly packed and smooth, resembling a formidable armor, the edges sharp as blades, slightly raised, emanating a chilling and dangerous aura, akin to a frigid sculpture. Mu Qingqing found herself wanting to reach out and touch it. She swallowed cautiously, pondering, could it be that the giant snake saved her, dragging her back to the cave? But why did it not consume her? Was it merely stockpiling food? Or perhaps it found her too beautiful to eat? Did the giant snake possess an aesthetic sense? In mere moments, her thoughts had drifted far away, completely unaware that the giant snake had quietly awakened. When she finally returned from her reverie, her gaze met the giant snake's vertical pupils. Mu Qingqing's expression remained blank as she rolled her eyes, feigning death atop the giant snake. Internally, however, she was screaming in panic. "Oh my! The giant snake is awake. This is the end. I fear snakes the most. Why must it awaken at this hour?" The world behind her closed eyes was in chaos, her internal voice booming in her ears. Then, the snake stirred. The giant snake propped itself up, releasing the tail that had been coiled around Mu Qingqing. It gradually slithered out of the cave. Mu Qingqing silently counted to 100 before daring to open her eyes, quickly making her way toward the cave entrance. However, upon peeking out, she was left astounded. The cave had two entrances. One was directly above her head, which she could not reach, so she ventured towards the other. The exit the giant snake had taken. As she leaned out, she was met with clouds and mist, rendering any path invisible. It seemed she was situated halfway up a perilous cliff. Looking down, she saw an abyss, an inky vortex, as if it sought to swallow her whole. Terrified, Mu Qingqing fell onto her backside, her legs trembling. Not only was she afraid of snakes, but she also had a fear of heights. Suddenly, another noise drew her attention. Slowly, she crawled to the edge and peered over. The giant snake was ascending along the cliffside, appearing as a massive silhouette emerging from the fog, flickering ominously. Mu Qingqing, paralyzed by fear, glanced around helplessly. Her legs had turned to jelly, rendering her unable to stand. She could only awkwardly crawl to the center of the cave, flop down and once again feign death. The giant snake returned to the cave, propping itself up as it gazed intently at the female on the ground, seemingly perplexed as to why she, who was clearly awake, would pretend to sleep. The giant snake then brought something to Mu Qingqing, slowly expelling its contents from its mouth. Several cool fruits landed softly on her face, harmless, yet she dared not move. Mu Qingqing resolutely remained still. Her stomach growled audibly, but she still did not dare to stir. Uncertain of the enemy's intentions, she resolved to remain motionless. Time passed, and the giant snake began to slumber once again. It coiled around Mu Qingqing, though with less force. Its tail draped loosely over her. Mu Qingqing's stomach rumbled insistently. She was unsure how long she had been asleep or how long it had been since she last ate. The sweet aroma of the fruits filled her nostrils, and she could not help but open her eyes. Green fruits? These were the coveted fruits loved by the beastmen females, yet difficult to gather. As Mu Qingqing reached for the fruits, she recalled they had been in the giant snake's mouth. She immediately tossed them aside, a look of disdain crossing her face. She had no need for them. After all, she possessed her own space. Just as she finished her thoughts, Mu Qingqing attempted to take something from her space but found herself blocked. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she sensed an invisible barrier. Akin to a cold white wall, it was not that her space was depleted, but rather it had been obstructed. Mu Qingqing was utterly astonished, yet her foremost thought was a sense of relief that the house had already been constructed, allowing the little ones to survive the harsh winter. The little ones had previously been in a state of confusion. Mu Qingqing had no time to ponder extensively. Now that her awareness returned, her thoughts immediately turned to Yuer and the others, her heart racing with anxiety and fear. How was Yuer faring? Had those hyenas succeeded in their schemes? Had Niaoko located Wolf, E, and the others? Were the 2 guns sufficient? Countless questions swirled chaotically in Mu Qingqing's mind, intensifying her headache and triggering her low blood sugar. With great difficulty, Mu Qingqing picked up a green fruit that she had initially discarded in disdain and stuffed it into her mouth. The flavor of the green fruit was delightful, crisp, sweet, and juicy. She devoured several of the fruits plucked by the giant serpent, feeling her stomach ease considerably. The serpent's tail remained draped over her, and she dared not shift away. If she disturbed the giant serpent, she could not predict her own fate. Mu Qingqing let out a belch and succumbed to sleep once more. Thus, Mu Qingqing and the giant serpent continued their peculiar and absurd coexistence until the 7th day, when she could no longer contain herself. During these days, she had attempted to crawl towards the cave's opening above after the giant serpent had departed. Time and again, she fell, only to rise again, her perseverance unwavering despite her body being bruised and battered. Unfortunately, her efforts ultimately proved futile. Finally, after countless falls, Mu Qingqing despondently sat on the ground, unable to rise. At last, she heard a sound from the cave entrance. Causing her to tremble, she closed her eyes and, without raising her head, declared, "If you wish to eat me, then do so quickly. What is this nonsense of keeping me alive day after day? Do you intend to keep me around for the winter? I can assure you, I've had enough. If you do not kill me today, I will leap off the cliff tomorrow. Better to die early than to endure this." Regrettably, she lamented not having seen how Yuer and the others were faring, whether they had been rescued. Yuer was so adorable, and Mo Lin and Mo Yin were equally endearing. She could sense that the 2 little ones were becoming more affectionate towards her. On the day they discovered the spiritual mushroom, Mo Yin had even picked the sweet fruit that Yuer often mentioned. She had given the sweet fruit to Yuer, who had drooled but refused to eat it, claiming it was a gift from her second brother to their mother. Nostalgically lost in thought, Mu Qingqing was startled by a sudden noise and instinctively looked up. Oddly, she usually crawled up from the side wall, but today it was from above as she lifted her gaze. She froze, a chill coursed from her feet upwards. Chapter 66. Yuer, your mother is not dead, boss. There is a female in here. Outside the cave were several beastmen. Mu Qingqing had initially thought they were members of her tribe. A fleeting smile of hope crossing her face as she sought salvation. But then she saw the beastman referred to as boss approach. Her expression stiffened, and her pupils constricted. Hyenas? How could it be hyenas? Did this not imply that the members of the tribe had not been rescued? At that moment, voices echoed from above. Liao Feng, just as Liao Su has perished, you have become the new leader. Tomorrow night's feast, this beautiful female shall be your prize. Liao Su is dead? Did that mean Wolf E and the others had gone to rescue them? Just as Mu Qingqing processed this news, she heard the next sentence and shrank back into the corner in a frenzy. The cave was dim. Even in daylight, Liao Feng could only discern a sliver of her profile. Yet that mere glimpse was enough to drive several adult beastmen into a frenzy. Their greedy gazes were laced with a hint of malice, rivaling the brutality of Liao Su. If that is the case, then you all go down and bring her up for me. Yes, boss. Understood. A flicker of resolve crossed Mu Qingqing's face. Being with these lecherous brutes was tantamount to a death sentence. She cast her eyes towards the cave opening at the cliff's edge. For the first time, she fervently wished for the giant serpent to return. Although it had kept her captive, it at least provided sustenance. The mere thought of these hyenas repulsed her. If the giant serpent did not return, she would leap. As several beastmen jumped down, Mu Qingqing's foot was already suspended in midair. If you come closer, I will jump. The beastmen, upon seeing her face, revealed expressions of desire and astonishment. This only solidified Mu Qingqing's resolve. Given their lustful gazes, she might as well take the plunge. The beast man sneered, "Jump, go ahead," gritting her teeth. A flicker of determination ignited in her eyes. Suddenly, she heard voices calling, "Mother!" Mu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she imagining things? How could she hear Yuer's voice, "Mother, I miss you, woo woo." No, it was not an illusion. It truly was Yuer, her voice resonating from not far away. The beastman, confident in Mu Qingqing's fear of jumping, watched her leisurely. Mu Qingqing retracted her foot. The beastmen exchanged glances, a look of just as expected passing between them. There's no need to be so despondent. Being sought after by our Liao Feng is a stroke of good fortune for you. Indeed, if you cooperate and come with us, you shall live. Mu Qingqing hesitated for a moment and then nodded. The beastmen believed their persuasion had swayed her, unaware that her thoughts were solely fixated on Yuer. And she had no desire to die. If only she could use her spatial abilities, she would have drawn out her long knife and dispatched this beastman. Alas, why were there still limitations on her powers? How could she lift these constraints? Mu Qingqing was pulled up by the beastmen. Liao Feng's fierce gaze wandered the moment he laid eyes on Mu Qingqing. The nearby beastmen averted their gazes, surprised that the notoriously ruthless Liao Feng could exhibit such a demeanor. Liao Feng coldly extended his hand towards Mu Qingqing. "Come here." And Mu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, her heart fluttering at the sound of Yuer calling her. How could Yuer possibly be here? Was she searching for her? Anxiety coursed through Mu Qingqing. She longed to respond to Yuer immediately, but she dared not, fearing that if she did, this pack of hyenas would discover her. She obediently approached and inquired, "Can we leave now?" Her eagerness elicited a frown from Liao Feng. "Why are you in such a rush? Have the beastmen touched you? Is your body itching?" Such insulting remarks did not provoke Mu Qingqing's anger. She was solely concerned with diverting the hyena's attention. They must have heard Yuer's voice as well. "Boss, did you hear the cub's voice?" One beastman licked his lips in anticipation. Liao Feng shot him a glare. "Of course, I'm not deaf. Do not touch that little cub." The beastman protested. "Why not? This place is so remote. Even if I eat her, no one would find out." Liao Feng approached the beastman, delivering a punch. The beastman was sent sprawling, quickly scrambling to his feet, not daring to utter another word. "Remember my rules. Obedience is all that is required." The other beastmen held their breath, not daring to make a sound. This Liao Feng seemed far more formidable than Liao Xu, and Mu Qingqing thought to herself as Liao Feng cast a satisfied glance at the others. The little cub is being followed by a wolf beastman. "If you go, you will certainly perish." One beastman cautiously asked, "Boss, is it a one-eyed white wolf?" Liao Feng replied with a nonchalant pointing to a scar on his forehead. The scar, a deep and fearsome mark from a beast's claw, traversed from the center of his forehead to his right ear, a reminder of a brutal battle that almost cost him his eye. "This is the consequence of my confrontation with him. It nearly destroyed my vision. If you go, you will likely meet a gruesome end." The beastmen fell silent, fear evident in their eyes. Mu Qingqing, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. It was likely Wolf E. Had he followed Yuer? She felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Then, "Boss, are we returning now?" Liao Feng glanced at Mu Qingqing. "I have matters to attend to. You all keep an eye on her for me." "Yes." As Mu Qingqing watched several beastmen approach her, she instinctively took a few steps back. Observing this, Liao Feng swiftly struck her, rendering her unconscious. Little Yuer stumbled through the forest, having visited the cliff just once and forgetting its location. However, with nothing to occupy her mind at home, she was consumed with thoughts of Mu Qingqing. Thus, she had ventured out to search for her. Clutching her egg brother, she called out sweetly, "Mother, mother." When she grew weary, she obediently found a patch of grass to sit down, pulling out the milk candies that Mu Qingqing had previously given her. Mu Qingqing had left many candies for Yuer, who refused to share with anyone, not with Mo Lin, nor with Mo Yin. Whenever she missed her mother, she would indulge in one. After finishing a candy, Yuer counted them and realized something was amiss. Her eyes widened as she placed her egg brother aside and recounted. One was missing. After 2 more counts, she discovered not one, but 2 were gone, and one of her candy bags was completely empty. Staring blankly, Yuer burst into tears. Wolf E stepped out from behind a concealed tree. Looking helpless. Yuer, with tear-filled eyes, looked up at Wolf E, holding out her hand with the remaining milk candy. I lost too. Wolf E was at a loss, lacking experience in soothing young ones. He could only extract a withered flower from his bosom. Yuer, look at the flower. Upon seeing the flower, Yuer's cries grew louder. Mother also gave Yuer a flower. Wolf E, feeling helpless, pointed to a nearby fruit tree. Yuer, shall uncle pick some fruit for you to eat? Yuer, in despair, responded, Yuer only eats the fruit picked by mother. Wolf E contemplated for a moment and lowered his voice. Yuer, your mother is not dead. Chapter 67. The overbearing hyena fell in love with me. Mu Qingqing was awakened by a cacophony of chatter. As she opened her eyes, she found several females standing beside her. She sat up slightly, initially believing she had returned to her tribe. Then she noticed the emblem on the hides of the females, hyenas. The hyena tribe. Upon seeing her awaken, the females gathered around her. Awake? Are you hungry? Your hide is truly beautiful. From what prey was it skinned? You are so fair and exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, the most stunning female I have ever seen. Mu Qingqing was taken aback. Was this truly the hyena tribe? It was so different from what she had envisioned. Thus, she inquired. Several females exchanged glances before lifting the hides and departing, leaving only 2 elder females behind. This is indeed the hyena tribe. I understand it may not align with your expectations, but you will come to understand in time. Mu Qingqing had always harbored disdain for hyenas, and the females' attempts to persuade her only fueled her aversion. Understand what? Their virtues? The 2 elder females remained unfazed. We were once females of another tribe, but we were forcibly captured. We did consider escaping. One female's eyes grew red. I did escape, but they found my home and killed my father, mother, and several younger brothers. I wished to die at that moment. Mu Qingqing maintained a calm facade, her expression unchanged. So what? The female was taken aback by the question. Typically, young single females would express sympathy. But this one, did she not remain single? Did she not already have offspring? She exchanged a glance with the other female, and soon, another took her place beside Mu Qingqing. When I was taken, there were several young ones with me. Mu Qingqing raised her gaze slightly. A glimmer of pride flashed in the female's eyes. It seemed she had guessed correctly. She had not expected such beauty in a female so young to already have offspring. My several young ones, enough, Mu Qingqing interrupted. The female looked puzzled. What? Mu Qingqing's expression remained stoic. No need to brainwash me. Since you were all captured, why did you not escape? The female, displeased, replied, Did I not say? If I returned, my family would be dead. Wouldn't that make it all the more imperative to flee? Even if not to escape, one should seek revenge. If my experience mirrors yours, I should not have lived to your age. The 2 females were taken aback, astonished by her sharp intellect. Not only did her retort render them speechless, but her calm demeanor was something they had never encountered before. This female could not be underestimated. You should rest. Allow me to bring you something to eat. You must be hungry, one elder female offered as they prepared to leave. Mu Qingqing coldly commanded, Stop. The females stood frozen in place, stunned by her authoritative tone. Mu Qingqing rose from the bed, her head spinning slightly, nearly losing her balance. She steadied herself against a wooden support in the center of the room and approached the 2 elder females. Drawing a small knife and pressing it against one of their throats. Having spent many years in the hyena tribe, the females had witnessed countless scenes, some defending their beast men, others mourning the death of their young ones, and yet others, like Mu Qingqing, daring to threaten them. All of those females had perished. Mu Qingqing was the calmest and most beautiful they had ever seen, worthy of the hyena peak leader. Thus, they had come to persuade her. However, it appeared she was also the most difficult to handle. One female glanced at the knife on her neck. Despite the blood trickling down, her expression remained serene. I advise you not to entertain thoughts of escape. Otherwise, your kin and offspring will surely be devoured by the leader. The other female chimed in, Indeed, being chosen by the leader is a blessing. He is exceptionally powerful. I have never seen him show interest in a female before. You are the first he has brought back. The female spoke as if Mu Qingqing should feel honored, nearly provoking her to laughter. Did nothing occur in the tribe, only for her to be thrust into a scenario where an overbearing leader falls in love with her? It was utterly ludicrous. With a glint of coldness in her eyes, Mu Qingqing realized that the knife was no longer an effective threat against these 2. Thus, she declared, Leave. The two females seemed to depart calmly, yet as soon as the curtain was lifted, their legs nearly gave way beneath them. Should we inform the leader of this matter? No need. I will gather some hemp to make her drink. When the time comes, she will have no choice but to listen. After they left, Mu Qingqing tentatively parted the curtain, only to find two hyena beastmen guarding the entrance. She was not foolish enough to rush out recklessly. Instead, she stood at the doorway, observing the comings and goings of the hyenas and females. At a glance, it appeared organized and orderly, not unlike other tribes. Had it not been the hyena tribe, she might have even taken an interest in exploring. She watched quietly, making no movements, while the two beastmen stationed at the entrance stared at her intently. With a cold smirk, Mu Qingqing retreated into the room. As evening approached, commotion arose outside. Mu Qingqing could not resist lifting the curtain to see what was happening. It turned out that Hyena Peak had returned. Hyena Peak was quite popular among the hyena tribe. Wherever he went, cheers erupted. Mu Qingqing observed coldly as Hyena Peak was surrounded by his tribe members. Holding a wolf's head, a trophy from a rival tribe. Hyena Peak, leader, leader, leader. The cheers rose high, and Mu Qingqing even caught a glimpse of shyness on the faces of several young females. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Hyena Peak. Startled, she quickly shut the curtain. She noticed the leader gazing intently in a certain direction, prompting one of his trusted aides to inquire about who resided in the tent. Upon learning it was the beautiful female they had discovered that day, the aide's demeanor shifted to one of slyness. "Boss," he began. Hyena Peak shot him a sharp glare, with a casual sweep of his gaze around the room. He commanded, "Make sure she is dressed beautifully tomorrow." "Understood, leader," the aide responded eagerly. "That female is already exceptionally beautiful. She might very well be the most stunning female in the tribe. Once she is adorned, it will be fitting. Only such beauty is worthy of the leader." Chapter 68. The map. Unbeknownst to Mu Qingqing, she was completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. She worried that Hyena Peak might come to see her. But fortunately, he did not. That night, the females brought her some food. Mu Qingqing looked at the charred meat, devoid of any appetite. The females assumed she was merely sulking and kindly urged her, "You will harm your health by not eating. It will only make you feel worse. You should eat something to gain strength, even if you plan to escape." Unlike the elder females who had visited during the day, the ones arriving that night were younger. Mu Qingqing looked up and saw concern in their eyes. "Escape? Are you serious, or are you mocking me?" The female looked perplexed. "What do you mean by mocking?" Mu Qingqing replied. "You know I cannot escape. Yet you speak to me in this manner." The female nodded, calmly stating, "I am not jesting. As long as you dare to attempt it and are prepared for the consequences of being caught, you can do so. Among us, some females have managed to escape without being captured." Mu Qingqing stared intently at her. "Then why did you not flee?" The female countered. "How do you know I haven't tea? I have attempted to escape 5 times. Twice I lost the young ones in my womb due to beatings, yet now I am with child again." She caressed her belly, her expression devoid of joy. "The shaman warned that if I attempt to escape again and am beaten, I may die, and I do not wish to die, so I have refrained from fleeing." She looked at Mu Qingqing. "Is this answer satisfactory to you?" Mu Qingqing felt a stir within her. This female's perspective was the most progressive she had encountered on the Beastman continent. So, if you wish to escape, you should first ensure you are well fed. Upon speaking, she departed. Mu Qingqing gazed at the roasted meat before her, seizing it in her hands and gnawing at it fervently. That evening, she was plagued by worries about intruders, compelling her to remain awake. But ultimately, she succumbed to the heavy weight of sleep. In the night, Mu Qingqing found herself ensnared in a dream. Within it, the pitiful ewer called out for her mother, while the anxious figures of 2 small beastmen, Imo Lin and Imo Yin, searched for her at the precipice. There was also Lang Qi, cautiously descending the mountain in search of her at the cliff's base, and then a gigantic serpent appeared. She seemed to see it returning to its lair with fruit in its mouth, only to find the cave utterly empty. The serpent paused, seemingly taken aback, before transforming into human form. The human? Mu Qingqing jolted awake from her slumber. The serpent, was it merely a figment of her imagination? She thought she detected a faint, cold fragrance reminiscent of the cave. As dawn broke, Mu Qingqing lifted the curtain to take a glance. The females were bustling about, seemingly preparing for the evening's festivities. She recalled how they had abducted her to serve as a trophy for the leader of the beastmen. Thus, it was likely that they would tighten their guard over her during the day. Turning her head, she was met with the synchronized gazes of 4 hyena beastmen staring intently at her. Lunchtime still consisted of the unpalatable roasted meat. After a brief rest, just shy of 2 in the afternoon, a horde of females surged in unexpectedly. Mu Qingqing had just awakened, still dazed, when they stripped her bare and placed her in a wooden tub. This was the most humiliating experience of her life. Flushed and screaming in embarrassment, she found herself ignored. After a long and awkward period of being scrubbed, she fled from the bathing tub in a fit of shame. The next pair of females entered. Clutching a piece of white fur from a beast, upon seeing the hide, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this the fur of a Yu Miao beast? My goodness, it is simply exquisite. I wish to possess it. You wish? If the leader of the hyenas takes a liking to you, you might just have it. Mu Qingqing regarded the envious gazes of the females with cold indifference. Then, disregarding her wishes, they draped the hide over her shoulders as if it were a matter of course. Mu Qingqing's skin was already fair, and she appeared even more so than the typical females in her tribe. After washing her hair, her thick, dark tresses cascaded chaotically over her shoulders like a waterfall. When adorned with the Yu Miao beast's hide, she exuded an air of untouchable nobility. Moreover, her footwear, crafted from the same fur, had a slight elevation. Subsequently, they began applying various cosmetics to her face, and soon enough, the females were awestruck by her appearance. Peering into the reflective water, Mu Qingqing beheld her visage, still her familiar face, yet adorned with an unknown slick substance and a red floral pattern emblazoned across her forehead, rendering her enchantingly alluring. The females gazed at her with satisfaction, declaring that such a perfect female was fit to be the trophy of the leader of the hyenas, even though they donned the same fur. Without her exquisite features and form, it would have been futile. The only exception was the female who had once suggested fleeing after a hearty meal. She regarded Mu Qingqing without envy or astonishment. Gently caressing her abdomen, she exchanged a calm glance with Mu Qingqing before turning to leave. In truth, Mu Qingqing had wished to engage in conversation with her. Once adorned, Mu Qingqing found herself unable to lift the curtain, uncertain whether it was fear of escape or a desire to maintain an air of mystery. She sat in the room for an extended period, and almost every hour, a female entered to check on her condition, ensuring she had not discarded her garments or wiped away the markings on her forehead. After several visits, Mu Qingqing sat obediently, eliciting smiles from the females. You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. The leader shall surely take a liking to you. Follow him closely, for he is powerful, and you will undoubtedly have a splendid life. Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes once more. Her reluctance to shed her attire stemmed not from a desire for modesty, but rather from the knowledge that even if she removed the markings, they would merely be reapplied, a needless hassle. Her primary focus lay on devising an escape plan. Once the inspecting female departed, a faint rustling emanated from a corner of the tent. Mu Qingqing steadied herself. Discovering a thin piece of beast hide, she approached cautiously, picking it up to examine it. It was a chaotic mess, rendering it indecipherable. However, with patience, she scrutinized it closely and realized it was a map. Crafted with black powder, the mountains were depicted as triangles, and the trees as elongated logs, with rivers illustrated as well. Overall, the map provided a comprehensive view of the geographical surroundings of the hyena tribe. The hyena tribe was poor swimmers, backed by towering mountains, with dense jungles ahead and forests flanking either side. Behind the forests lay a valley. Mu Qingqing's gaze fixated on a particular jungle. Beyond it flowed a stream. With her commendable swimming skill, if she could navigate through the jungle, she stood a chance at escape. Her heart raced with anticipation. The map had arrived just in time. Perhaps it was delivered by that female. Chapter 69. Escape. Nearly 2 hours later, Mu Qingqing had memorized nearly all the routes on the map. She anxiously awaited the arrival of night. Soon, the light in the room dimmed until she could hardly see her own hand before the torches outside flared to life. Followed by a commotion, "The leader has returned! The leader! The leader!" The cacophony of screams enlivened the entire tribe. Mu Qingqing attempted to part the curtain for a glimpse, but found herself unable to do so. Defeated, she turned back to her bed. The leader, revered by his kin, bore an air of pride and aloofness, exuding an undeniable superiority. Today, he had slain the leaders of 3 minor tribes. He was the king of the hyena tribe. Taking his place at the highest point of the gathering, he signaled for the feast to commence. Accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums, the crowd began to sway in unison, adorned in various ornaments, beast fangs, horns, and tails, forming concentric circles. The heads of the slain tribal leaders were placed prominently for all to see. Seated in his elevated position, the leader caressed a beast fang worn around his neck. His gaze fixed on a nearby an elderly female, noticing that the time was ripe, raised her voice. For many years, the leader has had no female by his side. Recently, he unexpectedly acquired one, a gift from the beast god. A trophy belonging to our leader. Some, unfamiliar with her, called out in inquiry, "Where is the female bestowed by the beast god? I wish to see if she is worthy of our leader." Observing the leader's unwavering gaze, a hyena beast man strode forward, lifting the curtain. To his astonishment, he was met with a sight that left him awestruck and greedy, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid." Before he could finish his sentence, the leader hurled a stone knife, which embedded itself in the beastman's forehead. The hyena beastman's eyes widened in disbelief as he met his demise. All the beastmen and females fell silent, clearly aware that the deceased had crossed the leader's boundary. Rising from his seat, the leader surveyed the crowd from his lofty perch. This is the fate of those who act on their own accord. Let this serve as a lesson for all. Yes, leader. Yes, leader. The leader's actions instilled a profound sense of fear among the tribe. Though they continued to sing and dance, their attention was fixated on the leader, wary of any misstep. The leader nodded in satisfaction. He required nothing less than obedience. Gradually, he descended from his throne. Suddenly, the curtain was flung aside, startling Mu Qingqing. She found herself gazed upon with ravenous eyes by the hyena beastman, prompting her to step back in revulsion. Fearing an intrusion, her anxiety peaked as a stone knife flew through the air, causing the beastman to collapse before her, lifeless and unblinking. Mu Qingqing swallowed hard. After a prolonged silence outside, the revelry resumed. Just as she began to relax, the curtain was drawn back once more, revealing the leader standing before her. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing adorned in her exquisite attire, the leader could not conceal his delight. His dark pupils shimmered with primal desire. Advancing toward her amidst her fearful gaze, he took a step closer. In an instant, the world spun around her as Mu Qingqing found herself hoisted over his shoulder. Struggling to breathe, she frantically pounded on his back, pleading, "Put me down." The scent of the female was intoxicating, and her beauty was unparalleled. A rare smile graced the leader's face as he positioned Mu Qingqing atop a platform, her presence momentarily stunning the members of the hyena tribe before they erupted into cheers. Indeed, only such a female is worthy of our leader. So beautiful. I have never seen such a stunning female. Which tribe does she belong to? When I have the chance, I shall capture one for myself. I shall accompany you. I too desire a female like her. Lifeng gazed contentedly at the orcs below, relishing their worship and admiration, and his glance towards Mu Qingqing appeared much more pleasant as well. Mu Qingqing sat beside Lifeng, her eyes cast downward as she observed the surrounding terrain. Noting her disobedience compared to the previous day, Liefeng's desire intensified, reflected in his eyes. He voraciously consumed the roasted meat, which seemed undercooked, still dripping with blood. Mu Qingqing cast a casual glance, nearly retching at the sight. After a raucous display of song and dance, the orcs commenced their favorite pastime. The fight to the death. Of course, it was not a battle among kin, but rather a brutal contest between hyenas and the captured orcs. One hyena fell. Another would take its place, continuing until the captured orc succumbed. This exemplified the relentless spirit of their hyena clan, undeterred and driven forward. Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled at this scene. It was the perfect moment of chaos. As long as Lifeng was not by her side, she could seize the opportunity to escape. The bloody struggle was eternally favored by the orcs, igniting the primal instincts within them, even compelling Lifeng to join the fray. Among the combatants was a slender deer orc, initially presumed to perish swiftly, yet to everyone's astonishment, he triumphed over 3 hyena orcs in succession. Just as the 4th hyena was about to deliver a fatal blow, Lifeng called for a halt. However, the deer orc coldly glanced at Lifeng before turning back to finish off the hyena. The arena fell silent. Lifeng smirked, and the clan members, realizing their leader was about to enter the fray himself, erupted in cheers. "Leader, leader!" As Lifeng departed, Mu Qingqing's eyes gleamed with a flicker of joy. Engulfed in the crowd, Lifeng forgot about her, perhaps confident that she would not dare to flee. After Lifeng entered the battlefield, Mu Qingqing lingered for a minute before casually stepping back, inadvertently locking eyes with a female orc. Startled, she initially feared being discovered in her escape, but upon closer inspection, she recognized the female who had delivered the map to her. Albeit slightly disguised, which had obscured her immediate recognition. Beside the female stood a hyena orc, whose appearance could be deemed handsome. He tightly embraced the female, protective of her from potential collisions and fearful of her departure. After a brief exchange of glances, the female averted her gaze, and Mu Qingqing gradually maneuvered away from the tribe. Noticing that no one seemed aware of her departure, she dashed into the jungle without a backward glance. Her heart raced as she sprinted through the dense foliage, the towering plants scraping against her cheeks and her hair dancing wildly in the wind, occasionally obscuring her vision with leaves. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Emerging from the jungle, there was no stream before her, only a precipice. Her blood seemed to freeze as she turned, the flickering torches in the pitch darkness starkly visible. Almost in despair, she covered her face. Refusing to surrender hope, rising to her feet, she limped toward the edged T. That moment, Lifeng rushed over, transformed into a fearsome hyena, each one exuding a brutal ferocity. Clutching her last shred of hope, Mu Qingqing retrieved a gun from her belongings. Just as she aimed it at Lifeng, she heard a commotion behind her. She raised the gun to turn, but a hand suddenly gripped her waist, immobilizing her, while another hand ascended her arm, enveloping her small hand around the trigger. Chapter 70. A giant serpent? The father of the young ones. Before Mu Qingqing could discern the identity of the person behind her, a gunshot rang out, echoing with a resounding bang. A hyena collapsed. Lifeng, eyeing the lifeless body of his companion, took a cautious step back. What sorcery was this? How could it possess such power? Another shot echoed, and another hyena orc fell, blood gushing from its chest, its eyes wide open in death's grasp. Mu Qingqing's gaze fell upon the hand that clung to her arm, pale, almost unnaturally so, with long fingers that did not belong to an orc. Yet, she sensed that the person behind her was certainly not a female. This individual towered over her, exuding an icy fragrance. Cold fragrance? Suddenly, she recalled the scent she had encountered in the cave, equally chilling and beguiling. Who was behind her? Just then, a voice whispered close to her ear, its breath tinged with a tantalizing magnetism. "What? Did you not intend to kill them?" Mu Qingqing snapped back to reality, her expression steely. The gunfire continued, and with several more shots, all hunters before her were eliminated, including Lifeng. Fortunately, the bullets did not strike Lifeng's vital areas. He remained especially alert, evading her shots just in time, resulting in only a leg wound. Faced with death, all races unleash boundless strength, and Lifeng was no exception. He limped into the thicket, narrowly escaping Mu Qingqing's sight. Followed by the remaining orcs in a sudden movement, Mu Qingqing wrested the gun from the grasp of an orc, preparing to turn, only to find herself tightly embraced, her back pressed against the orc's chest. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against her ear, his breath chilling her with an eerie sensation akin to damp, entwining vines enveloping her in a frigid stillness. "Still wish to kill me?" A light, mocking laugh echoed in her ear. Mu Qingqing's throat tightened, her body instinctively shrinking in fear. "Who are you?" The orc remained silent, silently seizing the gun from her grasp. "Such a device is unfamiliar to me. Where did you acquire it?" Mu Qingqing lowered her gaze, asserting, "You need not know." The orc relinquished his hold on her, and she felt a cold wind brush past her face as he vanished from sight. Mu Qingqing swiftly turned, finding the cliffside empty. Yet, she could not dwell on this. She longed to return home, to see Yue and her two young ones. Suddenly, a tail emerged from below the cliff, ensnaring her waist. Rendering her immobile. Panic-stricken, Mu Qingqing shouted, "Who is it? Show yourself." No sooner had she spoken than a colossal serpent's head emerged. Mu Qingqing locked eyes with the serpent, her breath caught in her throat. How did it come to be here? When had it arrived? Recalling her days of captivity, she could no longer contain herself, If you wish to eat me, then do so. Do not expect me to return to your cave. That cave was the last place she wished to revisit. Upon hearing her words, the giant serpent slowly loosened its grip. Mu Qingqing assumed it would release her and quickly distanced herself. To her astonishment, the serpent transformed into a man before her. Mu Qingqing stood frozen in disbelief. The serpent was, in fact, an orc. She had never entertained such a notion. The orc before her bore a striking resemblance to none other than the orcs of the continent. His visage was akin to the most exquisite sculpture, embodying both the rugged handsomeness of an orc and the delicate features of a female. He appeared less like an orc and more like a work of art. Despite this revelation, Mu Qingqing's vigilance remained intact. What do you intend to do? The orc smiled gently, his voice melodious. What do you think? Why would I drag you into the cave? Mu Qingqing swallowed hard, initially assuming she was merely a reserve for sustenance. However, if he were indeed an orc, the implications became significantly more complex. Even if this orc were pleasing to her eyes, she firmly declared, I am already bonded. She had several young ones to care for, and her primary focus upon arriving in the orc continent was to establish a foundation and raise her offspring, setting aside other considerations for the time being. A flicker of intrigue ignited in the orc's eyes. You are bonded? With whom? Mu Qingqing scoffed defiantly. You need not know. Just understand that I am bonded and have 4 young ones. Moreover, she paused, caught in the orc's penetrating gaze, my partner and I share a profound bond. The orc's smile widened further at her declaration. You and your partner share a strong bond. What does he look like? Impatient to return home, Mu Qingqing retorted, why do you ask so many questions? It has nothing to do with you. I will ask one final question, and then you may leave. Mu Qingqing's attention was piqued by the last 4 words. Quickly, speak. What is his race? Without hesitation, Mu Qingqing replied. He is a Mo. Before she could finish her thought, her expression stiffened. Mo snake? The giant serpent? The orc? The father of the young ones? Could it be him standing before me? Her heart raced uncontrollably. No, it couldn't be. The descriptions of the Mo snake in the book were but a few sentences long, and she had never imagined that those words would materialize before her. She felt as though she might choke on her breath, too afraid to inquire further. Yet, upon meeting those eyes, as indifferent as Mo Lin's, she felt that no questions were necessary. Well then, the guardian of the young ones has arrived. The orc stepped closer, gently brushing back her disheveled hair caused by her hurried escape. His voice low and husky. Mu Qingqing. My name is Mo Xiao. With that, he turned and leaped from the cliff, disappearing from sight. Mu Qingqing stood, her face flushed in shock. Although the orc's demeanor was somewhat theatrical, his striking features were undeniably captivating. With the visage of a top male model, how could she possibly withstand conversing with him? In the afternoon, the little Ewer returned home in solitude, where Mo Lin had already prepared a meal. Both of them waiting for their younger sister's return. Had they not known that Langyi was trailing behind Ewer, they would have undoubtedly been anxious. Ewer, clutching her milk candy, gazed longingly at her 2 elder brothers. Lin Gu. I still couldn't find mother today. Mo Lin and Mo Yin exchanged glances, witnessing the redness that crept into Ewer's eyes, evoking a complex mix of emotions within the 2 young beastmen. The last time they intended to investigate the cliff's edge, they had been unexpectedly pulled back by the beastmen summoned by the chieftain after just a few steps down. The chieftain had scolded them sternly, his words laced with deep concern. Yet, the 2 young beastmen remained indifferent in their moments of need. What had they encountered? The scorn of their kin, the chieftain's disregard. Now that they had rescued a fellow tribesman, and given that Mu Qingqing had brought immense benefits to the tribe, indeed, even sacrificing her life, was it merely because they were the offspring of Mu Qingqing that they received any concern? But why should it be so? Chapter 71. Mu Qingqing has returned. Although Langyi had not imparted the survival rules of the tribe to Mo Lin, he had already grasped them intuitively at such a tender age. He understood the concepts of benefit and value exchange. Early on, he had witnessed the grotesque faces of the tribe and the chieftain's disregard. Thus he merely regarded the chieftain calmly and posed a question. If by Wanner were to fall, would you go after her? Or perhaps Hulan? What right do you have to stop me? As before, just ignore it. Don't we all wish for our demise? Mo Lin's words caused all present beastmen to gasp in shock. They indeed enjoyed the favors of Mu Qingqing and had fully accepted the Oshi clan. Yet this did nothing to amend the harm they had inflicted upon Mu Qingqing and her young ones. The scars of their cruelty were etched deep within them. Even in the name of the chieftain, or his elders, it held no sway over the two young beast men. The chieftain finally recognized the grave error of his previous indifference and summoned all the tribe's beastmen to search for Mu Qingqing. However, days passed without any trace. Mo Lin had come to terms with it, while Mo Yin had not, and Yuer was in even greater denial. She ran daily into the jungle, streams, and any corner of the tribe, searching for Mu Qingqing. Perhaps Mother had not fallen into the abyss but had gone elsewhere? Clutching her milk candy, Yuer choked out, "I miss Mother so much." Mo Lin placed a bowl in front of Yuer, saying, "Yuer, please eat first. Later, your elder brother will accompany you to search." "All right." However, Yuer shook her head. "Elder brother, I don't want to eat." Mo Lin closed his eyes. It had been days during which Yuer had refused to eat. He initially thought his cooking was unpalatable, so he exchanged some green fruits with the Yao Yao beast. Yet, when Yuer brought the green fruit to her lips, she could not swallow a single bite. Concerned that Yuer's prolonged refusal to eat would harm her health, Mo Lin and Mo Yin insisted she eat, only for Yuer to vomit it back up, as if she might expel her very bile. Mo Lin was alarmed, and so was Mo Yin. They dared not force her any longer and could only watch helplessly as Yuer grew thinner by the day. While Mo Lin was troubled, Yuer suddenly vanished from sight. He thought of Lang Yi, who had been following Yuer these past few days, and felt reassured. However, within minutes, he heard Yuer's heart-wrenching cries. Mo Lin and Mo Yin exchanged glances and rushed outside. Yuer there, not far from home, beneath a fruit tree, Yuer was sobbing inconsolably, with Lang Yi standing beside her, utterly helpless. Upon seeing Lang Yi, the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Lang Yi, what happened?" Lang Yi looked at the two young ones helplessly. It was them. They took Yuer's candy. Mo Lin's heart sank. Candy? That was now the most cherished possession for Yuer. Why would they dare to touch it? Mo Lin glared coldly at the two young beastmen. "Why did you take Yuer's candy?" Unable to withstand Mo Lin's intimidation, the young beastmen transformed into a pair of small dogs, yelping in distress. Before long, the parents of the two young beastmen arrived. Upon seeing Mo Lin, a flicker of disdain crossed their eyes. Even though the chieftain had publicly vindicated Mu Qingqing in the tribe, there would always be beastmen who disapproved, and the parents of the two young beastmen were just such individuals. "Lang Yi, what are you doing here? As a grown beastman, you should not interfere in the children's scuffles." They feared Lang Yi might retaliate. Lang Yi chuckled in frustration, with Mo Lin and Mo Yin present. Was there any need for him to take action? Mo Yin glared fiercely at the young beastmen. "I ask you, why did you steal Yuer's candy?" The young beastmen cried pitifully, unable to articulate their words. "No, I didn't," cried one. The other echoed, trembling as he clung to his mother's fur. "Mother, I didn't." Yuer looked up at them, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly forlorn. "It was you. You took my candy. That was a gift from my mother." Such a pitiable sight elicited no sympathy from the parents of the young beastmen. Instead, they frowned in disgust. What candy? Who would want something given by Mu Qingqing? Who knows if it's poisoned? My child doesn't like it. Mo Lin's gaze turned icy as he observed them. Don't want it? Do you have potatoes, ginseng, or lingji at home? The two females averted their eyes uncomfortably. That was given by the chieftain. Mo Lin pressed on. Were you not on the mountain that day? One female replied with irritation. Yes, we barely escaped with our lives. Mo Lin scoffed. It seems neither of your families suffered any casualties. Had there been deaths, would you still wear such a fade? The female became enraged and raised her hand to slap Mo Lin. No one had time to react, not even Lang Yi, who was a moment too late. Yuer, clenching her candy tightly, rushed forward, tears in her eyes, and bit the female. You hit my elder brother. You hit my elder brother. The female winced in pain, yet she knew she could not treat the little female as she would a young beast man. A single slap might cost her life. Thus, she stifled her anger and glared at Mo Lin. Get your sister away from me. However, the young beast man, witnessing his mother being bullied, was infuriated and raised his sharp claws to strike at Yuer. Mo Lin's pupils contracted. Mo Yin was in a panic. Lang Yi reached out urgently. With a loud thud, a stone struck the young beastman's paw, causing him to cry out in pain and retract his hand. Then, Everyone beheld the once presumed dead Mu Qingqing approaching with a darkened expression. The two females gasped in disbelief. She's still alive. Mu Qingqing actually fell off the cliff and survived. Mo Lin and Mo Yin were utterly stunned. Yuer, with tear-filled eyes, called out, "Mother, mother!" As she ran towards her. She stumbled and fell. Mu Qingqing hurried to lift Yuer, only to find her eyes tightly shut, her lips pale, as if she had lost her breath. Mu Qingqing's mind was reeling as if struck by a heavy blow. What happened to Yuer? How could she faint from a fall? No, why is the child in my arms so light? Tears cascaded down Mu Qingqing's cheeks as she frantically scanned her surroundings. Yuer, what happened to you? What happened to Yuer? Her voice trembled with despair. Langy rushed to check. Yuer still has a pulse. There's no need to panic. Mu Qingqing closed her eyes to calm herself. Reminding herself to remain composed, she gently felt Yuer's body and found that she was merely unconscious, with no major injuries. Chapter 72. Do you remember your father? The news of Mu Qingqing's miraculous return soon spread throughout the tribe. The chieftain, upon hearing the news, hurriedly gathered the people. Learning of Yuer's plight, he brandished his staff and glared at the two young beast men. Did you take Yuer's candy? Years of authority as chieftain left the two young beast men speechless. Their mother looked at the chieftain with displeasure. Chieftain, you can't be biased towards Yuer. My child Akin. You Akin, and your Amo, have always bullied the young females of the tribe. Did you think I was unaware? Yuer is so small. Do you really think she would lie? The chieftain was familiar with every young one in the tribe and understood their temperaments. The two young females merely muttered without a retort. Mu Qingqing carried Yuer back home, the door tightly shut. When young Amo saw the closed door, she merely sighed and turned to leave. Mo Lin and Mo Yin stood dazedly, unable to process the events. Mo Lin's reaction was muted and restrained, while Mo Yin visibly bristled with excitement. Elder brother, the female has returned. Mo Lin let out a soft sound of acknowledgement and instructed Mo Yin to start a fire and boil some water. Mu Qingqing gently brushed away the tear stains from Yuer's eyes and caressed her gaunt chin, letting out a sorrowful sigh. She then turned her gaze towards Mo Lin and the others. Noticing the two little beast men had also lost considerable weight, she wanted to beckon them over, but then recalled their disdain for her, causing her hand to halt in mid-air. Mo Lin pressed his lips together and took the initiative to step forward. Mo Yin followed suit, hastily placing down what he was holding and standing before Mu Qingqing, his small hands awkwardly entwined in front of him. Ultimately, Mu Qingqing's hand found its way to their heads. Imbued with a tremor of warmth, Mo Lin gently kissed her, his voice laced with a hint of hoarseness. Are you all right? Mo Yin urgently added. My brother and I went to the cliff but couldn't find you. Faced with Mu Qingqing's tender gaze, Mo Yin suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. Mu Qingqing smiled as she pinched his cheek. Did you two really come looking for me? Mo Yin, in a voice as soft as a whisper, replied. Yes. Mu Qingqing's eyes shimmered with warmth. Thank you both. I am quite well. Mo Lin lowered his gaze, relieved that she was safe. At that moment, he couldn't help but acknowledge how much they had yearned for Mu Qingqing's return. They could hardly fathom what life would be like without her. Simultaneously, Mu Qingqing had not anticipated that the acceptance she had longed for from the little beasts would arrive so quietly. That night, Mu Qingqing slept restlessly. In recent times, her mind had been in a heightened state of tension, and now that she had finally relaxed, her consciousness felt fleeting. In the middle of the night, she heard Yuer sobbing and immediately rose to check on her. Yuer lay in bed with her eyes closed, crying, looking as though she did not wish to sleep. Mu Qingqing called out several times, awakening the two little beast men. Upon seeing Yuer's condition, Mo Lin immediately spoke. Yuer, open your eyes. It's mother who has returned. Mo Lin said this with a flush of red coloring his ears. Upon hearing this, Yuer trembled all over and her tears flowed even more profusely. Brother, is Yuer dreaming? I heard mother's voice. Mo Lin gently touched Yuer's damp face. No. Yuer, open your eyes. She is back. Yuer's eyelids fluttered, her eyelashes quivering fiercely. Slowly, she opened her eyes and beheld Mu Qingqing's tear-filled smile. Mother? Mu Qingqing, filled with compassion, stroked her hair. Yuer, mother has returned. Yuer burst into tears, tightly embracing Mu Qingqing, calling out mother, each utterance softening the heart. Suddenly, Yuer began to gag, startling Mu Qingqing. Mother, Yuer is so hungry. Instinctively, Mu Qingqing reached for her supplies, but then halted. She was uncertain of the limitations of her space, and thus could not rely on it so heavily. Wait a moment. Mother will prepare something for you. Mu Qingqing gathered all the food available in the house. In a corner lay a large bag of flour she had retrieved from her space for the sake of Sure Hao and the others. The table held several pounds of rice and noodles. After days without food, Mu Qingqing cooked millet porridge and egg custard for Yuer. When Yuer attempted to eat, she initially struggled but eventually found it delicious. The three of them sighed in relief. After finishing the porridge, Yuer quickly grew sleepy and nestled in Mu Qingqing's arms, falling asleep in less than a minute. That moment, the sky began to lighten. Although Mu Qingqing had not slept well, the sight of Yuer in a better state reassured her, and she soon drifted into a deep slumber. She began to dream once more, envisioning herself being kept by a giant snake, forced by a female to bathe and change clothes. When Mu Qingqing awakened again, it was already past noon. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yuer supporting her chin with both hands, gazing at Mu Qingqing with wide eyes. Mu Qingqing felt her heart melt under that gaze. Yuer, she said, her voice somewhat hoarse. Yuer beamed at her. Mother, you're back? Mu Qingqing nodded. Mother, you are so beautiful, Mu Qingqing chuckled, lifting Yuer into her arms. Are you hungry? Did you not eat? Yuer shook her head. Brother made meat soup, and I had a big bowl. Mu Qingqing felt relieved and looked up just in time to see Mo Yin entering with a bowl brimming with soup. Noticing Mu Qingqing's gaze upon him, he awkwardly stated, Brother said you were awake, so I brought it in. Mu Qingqing smiled warmly. Thank you, little Ya. Mo Yin mumbled in response, setting down the bowl before swiftly exiting. After Mu Qingqing got out of bed to wash her face and brush her teeth, she found that toothpaste and face wash had already been prepared, and they were even warm. She couldn't help but glance towards Mo Yin, who, feeling bashful, quickly scurried away. After finishing her grooming, Mu Qingqing picked up the meat soup from the table and took a small sip, pleasantly surprised by its flavor. Though it was merely seasoned with salt and the essence of meat, the texture was tender, and the salt was just right. Mother, isn't the meat soup that brother made delicious? Mu Qingqing playfully pinched the nose of the little glutton before feeding Yuer a few more spoonfuls. At that moment, she noticed the pile of items in the courtyard. A basket of sweet fruits, some Yu beasts, animal skins, and meat grass, all stacked up to her chest. Mo Lin returned home, followed closely by Mo Yin, both of them laden with various goods. Mu Qingqing inquired, Did the tribe send all of this? Mo Lin nodded calmly. They said it was to express their gratitude to you. Mu Qingqing's expression remained composed. But an idea suddenly struck her. Do you still remember your father? To the two little beast men, the term father felt entirely foreign. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why Mu Qingqing would bring up such a topic. I don't remember, I've never seen him, Mo Lin replied. Are there any tales about him? Once again, the little beast men shook their heads. Mo Lin's expression darkened as he said, They say most of the beasts who have seen our father are dead. Mu Qingqing raised her eyebrows, surprised by the brutality of that giant snake. So, do you wish to see him? Instantly, the eyes of the two little beast men turned red, filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions, resentment, anger, and an unexpressed sense of grievance. The beastmen of the continent despised the Mo snake, and thus, the hardships faced by the little ones were extraordinary. However, they were still young and unable to think too deeply, rendering their feelings towards their father a complicated affair. Beastmen naturally harbor a sense of admiration for their fathers when they are very young, but after facing ridicule, their yearning turns into loathing upon realizing the reasons behind their suffering. Even now, the two little beastmen still struggle to articulate their thoughts regarding their father. Do you miss him? Perhaps they did, wishing to see what he looked like, whether he truly was as cruel and fearsome as the tribe claimed. They wanted to know why he chose a female like Mu Qingqing, and even more so, why he abandoned them. To say they did not want to see him would be a lie. The female had changed. She was gentle and caring like the others, and that was already a luxury. Thus, they quietly expressed, No, we do not wish to. Mo Lin stated matter factly. Mo Yin hesitated, then chose to remain silent. Mu Qingqing, deep in thought, turned her gaze to Yuer. What about you, Yuer? Do you wish to see your father? Yuer looked at her in confusion, only understanding that her father was the one who slept beside her mother. She shook her head, and father sleeps with mother. Yuer doesn't he want that? Yuer wants to sleep with mother. Mu Qingqing nearly choked on her drink, exclaiming, all right, Let's refrain from casually mentioning sleeping from now on. Not long after Mu Qingqing woke up, the tribe leader, Hu Lan, Bai Waner, and Niao Ku arrived together. The tribe leader looked at the heap of food on the ground and said, "These are gifts from the tribe to thank you." Mu Qingqing nodded that I knowed. Hu Lan's gaze was deep and complex, while Bai Waner's eyes were red. "Qingqing, we truly owe you a great debt. If it weren't for you," Mu Qingqing nodded, accepting Bai Waner's gratitude. She would not be modest. The situation with the hyenas had indeed turned around because of her. "I came to check on you, and also wanted to ask where you have been these past few days." The tribe leader recalled, "I sent many beastmen to the cliff to search for you, but none of them saw you." Mu Qingqing could not disclose the matter of the giant snake, so she fabricated a story. "I was rescued by a beastman and fell unconscious for a few days. I woke up and returned immediately." Hu Lan scrutinized her. "Which beastman? Why haven't we seen him?" Mu Qingqing replied with irritation. "Are you questioning me?" Bai Waner and the clan leader hurriedly sought to mediate the situation. Bai Waner discreetly pulled Mu Qingqing aside, gently explaining, "Qingqing, Alan did not mean any harm." After the hyena attack, Alan was deeply affected. He believed himself to be the mightiest orc of the tribe, yet he could not lead his kin out of peril. Thus, he has spent this time wandering briefly up the mountain. Mu Qingqing understood and regarded Hu Lan with less suspicion. "He is quite tall, even taller than you, with fair skin and long black hair." Drawing upon her memory, she began to describe Emo Zhao's appearance. Emo Zhao possesses a certain ethereal beauty, yet his robust physique does not cast doubt upon his gender. His beauty is strikingly fierce. Hu Lan recalled the orcs from nearby tribes, seemingly having never encountered such a visage. Bai Waner shook her head, unable to recall any orc resembling that description. Only the clan leader remained silent, merely conveying a few words to Mu Qingqing. Recently, the orcs of the tribe have not ventured up the mountain. They have been resting for a while. However, some members have discovered new plants and gathered them. Mu Qingqing quickly grasped the implication. "That's fine. Please show them to me tomorrow." In a few days, the tribal gathering would take place, allowing her to exchange surplus items. "Very well. You will have your share of the tribe's communal game, but I believe you may not require it at this moment, so I have stored it in the cold cellar. When you need it, you may send a few young ones to retrieve it." Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Who would ever complain about having too much food? As their conversation concluded, Niao Ku suddenly approached Mu Qingqing. In just over a week, the once youthful Niao Ku appeared older than Hu Lan. Her gaze lingered on Niao Ku's missing right arm for a few seconds before shifting away. Niao Ku glanced at her own right arm, offering a bittersweet smile. "I also wish to express my gratitude." Mu Qingqing nodded. "If it weren't for your suggestion of atonement, I might have persisted in my errors, ultimately leading to irretrievable consequences." Mu Qingqing's demeanor remained calm. "I can no longer stay in the tribe. I intend to settle on the mountain, where I can oversee the entire tribe." Mu Qingqing acknowledged this. Given the casualties within the tribe, Niao Ku would forever bear responsibility for it. Had she not been fortunate, she too might have perished. Thus the outcome for Niao Ku could be deemed merciful. After the clan leader departed, Mu Qingqing stretched languidly and surveyed the game sprawled on the ground. Some had already been salted, sparing her a step in preparation. "What would you like to eat tonight, Ewer?" "Mother will prepare it for you." Ewer, with a finger in her mouth, replied, "Mother, I want cream bread." Mu Qingqing's expression stiffened as she attempted to retrieve something from her space, only to be thwarted. With a resigned sigh, she gently caressed Ewer's face. "Ewer, how about I make you some buns instead?" The clan leader and Hu Lan conversed as they walked. Bai Waner remarked. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing was quite lucky. Had she not been rescued, those little ones would have been most pitiable. Hu Lan reluctantly concurred. "I wonder which tribe's orc saved her. If we ever encounter them, we must extend our utmost hospitality." Given Mu Qingqing's current abilities, her absence would not merely signify the loss of one individual but countless possibilities, such as ginseng, lingji, or even the initial discovery of potatoes. The clan leader remained silent, prompting Bai Waner to inquire, "Father?" Having entered the house, the clan leader spoke gravely. "Forget the orc Mu Qingqing mentioned today. Do not seek them out deliberately." Bai Waner, puzzled, asked, "Father, why?" The clan leader fixed a penetrating gaze upon the two, his expression serious and even somewhat chilling. "Do you know who the orc Mu Qingqing referred to is?" Hu Lan, bewildered, responded, "Father, do you know who it is?" The clan leader firmly struck the ground with his staff. "The Oshi clan." Upon hearing this, Both individuals froze in disbelief. Lan exclaimed, "Father, are you jesting?" Bai Wanner, knowing her father's nature, recognized he would not speak falsely. She looked up, asking, "Father, could it be that the little one's father has returned?" The clan leader pondered for a moment. "That is also my suspicion." Chapter 74. The little ones engage in a brawl? Before Mu Qingqing could tidy up the game she had gathered at home, Lu Bai and others arrived at her door. Believing they had come to fulfill their earlier promise, she pointed to a corner where a heap of yellow earth and tools lay and succinctly explained the techniques and methods for constructing a Kong and a fireplace. Upon learning that the Kong could provide warmth throughout the night with only wood, the expressions on their faces revealed their astonishment. And a fireplace that can warm the house without smoke. They were eager to return and try it out immediately. However, their true intention was merely to visit Mu Qingqing. They had not given much thought to the promised reward. After all, during the house construction, the practical tools Mu Qingqing occasionally provided had more than compensated for any owed remuneration. Lu Bai set down the game they had brought, observing Mu Qingqing's refusal as he said, "These are rightfully yours. Rest assured, we have already begun storing food for winter." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing relented. During this period, the orc teams from the tribe did not need to ascend the mountain. However, Mo Lin and Mo Yan, with time on their hands, still ventured up occasionally. Although the catch was meager, they managed to bring back some small rabbits for Yuer to play with. While the two were on the mountain, Mu Qingqing took the opportunity to clean the new house and transfer items from the old dwelling. Despite spatial constraints, she still managed to retrieve a considerable amount of essentials, such as rice and flour. She gathered a great deal, both to prevent any future shortages and to avoid drawing the little one's attention to her frequent withdrawals. Mu Qingqing filled the house to the brim, her spirits soaring. Just then, a group of little ones arrived at her doorstep, hurling stones at her home. "Big Oshi, it's ominous. Big Oshi, it's ominous." Yuer, feeling helpless, shrank behind Mu Qingqing. "Mother, Yuer is scared." Mu Qingqing soothingly comforted Yuer and turned to the little ones, coldly inquiring, "Who taught you to say such things?" The little ones scattered in a panic. Although they were in beast form, their innocence was evident. Thus, Mu Qingqing felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. Yuer looked up at Mu Qingqing bewildered. "Mother, why are they scolding us? Did we do something wrong?" Mu Qingqing gently ruffled Yuer's hair, reassuring her, "No, Yuer, we have done nothing wrong." As evening approached, the tribe buzzed with activity, gathering together to discuss what items to exchange at the upcoming tribal meeting. "This year, we have prepared an abundance of food for winter, so I plan to trade surplus food for some deer antlers. I, too, intend to exchange for animal skins. The little ones fear the cold, and they ought to wear more during the harsh winter." Another chimed in, "Me as well. I have never attended the gathering in previous years. My home was bare, with nothing to trade. I did not expect to have so much stored this year. This is all thanks to Mu Qingqing. If it weren't for her," a young female interrupted. Displeased, she had always harbored a dislike for Mu Qingqing, despite Bai Wanner claiming she had changed and contributed greatly to the tribe. Nevertheless, her feelings remained unchanged. Several females fell silent at her interruption. The young female cast a jealous glance at the new house in the distance, envious of Mu Qingqing. Even if Mu Qingqing hadn't discovered potatoes and such, they would have been found eventually. Another female disagreed, saying, regardless, it was Mu Qingqing who saved everyone during the hyena incident, as even the clan leader acknowledged. "Do you think the clan leader was mistaken?" A nearby female echoed, "Indeed. She nearly lost her life. But fortunately, a beast man saved her." The young female scoffed, "We weren't present during that incident. How do we know she was saved by a beast man? I am more curious as to why she hasn't returned for so long. Perhaps she is mingling with the beast men. Did you not see the animal skin she wore that day? Enough, a Qing. Such words are excessive." The young female named a Qing fell silent, her face sullen. Unbeknownst to them, a few little ones nearby had overheard their conversation and internalized the remarks. Consequently, the next morning, as Mu Qingqing awoke, she heard rumors that during her absence, she had been consorting with unknown beastmen. Yang Aim angrily arrived at Mu Qingqing's home, exclaiming, "I wonder which female has lost her conscience to spread such slander. You finally return home, and they dare to concoct such tales about you." Mu Qingqing, however, found it inconsequential. She cherished the opportunity to scratch the chin of a little tiger cub, eliciting a contented purr from him. The tribe was vast, and there would always be those who looked unfavorably upon her. Young aim, let them say what they will. I care not. Had Mu Qingqing been aware that her indifference to the rumors would yield such dire consequences, she would have fought tooth and nail to vindicate her innocence. That afternoon, Mu Qingqing finally arranged her new abode with meticulous care, preparing to move in that very night. As she pondered what to cook for dinner to commemorate the occasion, she found it rather perplexing that Yuer was not following closely behind her. Just as Mu Qingqing was about to ignite the fire for cooking, a female unexpectedly barged in and knelt before her on the spot. Startled, Mu Qingqing recognized this female as the mother of the little cub who had snatched Yuer's milk candy just days prior. Mu Qingqing, I was wrong. The female trembled as she wept. What has transpired? Mu Qingqing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Young Amy followed closely behind and, upon seeing the kneeling female, urgently spoke to Mu Qingqing. Qing, come quickly with me. What is happening? Mu Qingqing asked, her concern deepening. With reddened eyes, the female cried out, You're Mo Yin. He wants to bite my cub to death. Mu Qingqing cast a cold gaze upon her. If my little Yin truly did such a thing, it would undoubtedly be because your cub provoked him. Following young Amy, Mu Qingqing stepped outside. Young Amy quickly explained, It's all due to the rumors about you that reached the ears of the two little cubs this morning. Little Yin became furious and transformed into a Mo snake, fiercely biting her cub without letting go. Everyone knows that the venom in a Mo snake's fangs is deadly. A moment's carelessness could lead to grave consequences. Little Yin was supposed to have you come over to apologize to you. Hence, AU was the very female who was currently kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. As she approached the center of the tribe, she spotted a Mo snake coiling around the neck of a small gorilla, its fangs clamped onto the creature's head. The small gorilla sat on the ground, wailing uncontrollably, with snot and tears streaming down its face. Amused, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Upon getting closer, she noticed that beneath Mo Lin's feet was another half-grown beast man. Even Yuer, with her chubby little hands, was tugging at the hair of a small female. The small female was also crying loudly, while her mother looked on with a pained expression, yet dared not step forward. Goodness, I leave for just a moment. And they've already started a brawl. Chapter 75. Unchangeable. Xiao Lin, Xiao Yin, Yuer, what are you all doing? Mu Qingqing's arrival rendered the parents of the victim utterly distraught, as they immediately stood before her, not to complain, but to apologize. Mu Qingqing, I apologize on behalf of my little cub. He should not have spoken ill of you. I too extend my apologies. Echoed another. Mu Qingqing found the situation both amusing and ironic. How had it come to pass that the previously bullied cubs had transformed into aggressors? Since her little cubs had stood up for her, she felt compelled to accept this face. Where did the rumors originate? Mu Qingqing inquired of Moli, and Mo Lin looked down at the small beast man beneath him, who was a couple of years older than Mo Lin. Under such humiliation, the small beast man shouted, How would I know? I merely heard it. The small beast man protested, asserting his innocence. He had merely passed by and overheard that Mu Qingqing had not fallen off the cliff, but had instead been involved with a beast man for several days. Upon encountering Mo Lin, he could not resist making a few jabs, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Mo Lin's fists and subsequently stepped upon. After hearing this, Mu Qingqing gestured for Mo Lin to release him, which he did obediently. Next was Yuer. Mu Qingqing gazed at little Yuer, whose face was flushed with indignation, her chubby cheeks puffed up in fury, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Yuer. Upon hearing her mother call her name, Yuer instinctively considered releasing her grip but recalled the small female's disparaging remarks about her mother and tightened her hold instead. The small female cried out in pain, while her mother looked on, distressed yet still rational enough not to blame Mu Qingqing entirely. She understood that her little one had likely heard the rumors and repeated them. Mother, Yuer is avenging you, Yuer declared earnestly, refusing to loosen her grip. Mu Qingqing could hardly contain her laughter. Yuer, please let go. Yuer resolutely shook her head. No, mother, she spoke ill of you. Mu Qingqing gave Yuer a sorrowful look. Yuer, mother wants a hug. Reluctantly, Yuer released her grip, her expression one of exasperated affection, nearly causing Mu Qingqing to lose her composure. The remaining issue was the small gorilla. Mu Qingqing approached, holding Yuer in front of her. Was it you who spoke? The small gorilla sobbed. No, it wasn't me. Then who was it? The small gorilla glanced at the onlookers. Mu Qingqing quickly caught on and followed his gaze, spotting a group of females standing together. One of them, taking advantage of the distraction, slowly stepped back. Mu Qingqing understood instinctively. Xiao Yin, release him. However, when she turned around, she was taken aback. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Yin had already drawn blood, his eyes now a furious red. The onlooking beast-man females recoiled in horror, realizing the severity of the situation. Seeing blood, it was over. The beast within him had been unleashed. The Mo snake was indeed the most fearsome of beings. Mo Lin, not having undergone beast transformation, was uncertain whether the Mo snake, as legend had it, became more merciless and brutal upon tasting blood. He watched his brother with concern. Xiao Yin, Mu Qingqing took a cautious step forward, and Mo Lin was unable to intervene in time. As Mu Qingqing knelt before the small gorilla and extended her hand, Mo Yin suddenly bit her. Xiao Yin, Mo Lin exclaimed, shocked. Mother! Yuer cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be held back by Mo Lin. The crowd gasped collectively. He even bites his own mother. It seems he has lost all sense. Indeed, this was terrifying. Mo Yin clamped down on Mu Qingqing's hand, while the small gorilla was freed. Seeing him remain still, Mu Qingqing urged, aren't you going to get up? The small gorilla paused, quickly wiping away his tears before crawling towards his mother. Before long, drops of blood from Mu Qingqing's hand fell to the ground. Mu Qingqing cradled the Mo snake in her arms, gently stroking Mo Yin with her other hand. This was her first time touching a snake. It felt icy and smooth, its scales gleaming under the sunlight. As she carried Mo Yin home, she spoke soothingly, it's all right, we're almost home. Are you hungry? Throughout the journey, Mu Qingqing conversed gently with Mo Yin. Upon entering her new home, she placed Mo Yin in his room. The room was adorned with patterns of Mo snakes on the bed and door. Particularly, Mu Qingqing had sewn a special doll for each person, and Mo Yan's was a long, slender snake plushie. Mu Qingqing sat on Mo Yan's bed, slowly withdrawing her hand. Then, Mo Yan's eyes returned to their original state, staring blankly at the wound on Mu Qingqing's hand. He instinctively extended his tongue to lick it, sending chills down her spine. To her astonishment, the 2 bite marks on her hand miraculously vanished shortly thereafter. Does it hurt? The small snake looked up at Mu Qingqing, his eyes filled with remorse. Mu Qingqing patted his icy head. It doesn't hurt. It's fine now. With that, she placed him on the bed. I'll go cook. Today we celebrate moving into our new home with something delicious. After Mu Qingqing left, Mo Lin entered the room, concern etched on his face as he looked at his brother. Xiao Yan. Mo Yin gazed up at him, confusion written all over his features. Brother, why can't I change back? Just as Mu Qingqing descended the stairs, she heard a commotion from above. Then, Mo Lin rushed towards her. Gripping her arm tightly, he was in a state of panic, opening his mouth but unable to utter a single word. This was the first time Mu Qingqing had seen Mo Lin so undone. What is the matter, Xiao Lin? Mo Lin pointed upwards. Yin, Xiao Yin can't change back. He can't change back. Can't change back? Mu Qingqing was bewildered. Is Mo Yin upstairs? Suddenly, a heavy weight settled in her heart as a dreadful thought crossed her mind. Returning to Mo Yan's room, she found him in the same position as when she had left. His expression vacant. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing, his eyes filled with mist. I can't change back. The Mo snake was a creature universally reviled. It would find no welcome anywhere. Mo Yin could hardly fathom what life would be like if he were to exist perpetually as a Mo snake. Would he be abandoned by females? Or worse, killed? Having just bitten a female today, would she? Yet, to Mu Qingqing's surprise, she enveloped Mo Yin in her embrace. Don't panic, little Yan. Mu Qingqing spoke softly to calm him. After approximately 5 minutes, the little snake gradually settled down. He looked up at Mu Qingqing, his voice filled with despair. I can't change back. Mu Qingqing reassured him. Shall I seek the tribe leader to have a look at you? And also young Amy? Mo Yin nodded. Let young Amy check on me first. Chapter 76, Awakening and Inheritance. Young Amy was nearly carried over by Mo Lin. The last time Mo Lin had carried him, it was when Mu Qingqing had beaten Xiao Yin to a pulp. Mo Lin, tell me what happened. Young Amy urged. Mo Lin set young Amy down at the doorway, glancing around anxiously. Young Amy, Xiao Yin can't change back. Young Amy was taken aback. Isn't Oshi a Mo snake? His inability to revert back means Young Amy's face turned pale with shocked, "Emo snake? Quick, let me in to take a look." Young Amy possessed some medical skills, primarily due to her mother and grandmother being great shamans, thus she inherited certain knowledge. She suppressed the innate fear she felt towards Oshi and began to carefully examine Emo Yan's body. "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" The little snake shook its head obediently, replying, "No." Young Amy was astonished. She touched Emo Yan's entire skeletal structure. It was neither deformed nor warm. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Thus, she meticulously examined him once more, yet still found no issues. With the anxious eyes of the others upon her, she regretfully shook her head. "I don't know the reason either. I suppose we can only seek out the clan leader. He knows that there is a female from the neighboring clan who is the daughter of a great shaman, and she could be called upon for assistance." Upon hearing this, Emo Lin prepared to turn and find the clan leader immediately. "Xiao Lin, wait a moment," Mu Qingqing called out to him. If the females held only fear towards Emo Shi, then the orc's disdain for Emo Shi stemmed from a deep-seated aversion. Mu Qingqing had observed the fleeting fear in young Amy's eyes earlier. She did not wish for the clan leader to show any displeasure. Her little cubs were perfectly normal. "I will go find the clan leader. You all stay at home." Emo Lin's eyes dimmed as he understood Mu Qingqing's intent. The clan's folk did not appreciate their beastly forms. Mu Qingqing took some animal hides, meat, and rice to the clan leader's residence. The clan leader was currently discussing matters concerning the tribal assembly with Hulan. "What brings you here?" Hulan inquired. Mu Qingqing remained silent for 2 seconds before recounting Emo Yan's situation. Hulan exchanged glances with the clan leader, who pondered. "A Qing, her sister-in-law, is indeed the daughter of the great shaman from the neighboring clan. I shall go inquire right away." Hulan said, "I can go." Thus, Hulan led Mu Qingqing to a Qing's home. From a distance, a Qing spotted Hulan approaching and her expression briefly lit up with joy. However, upon seeing Mu Qingqing behind him, her face stiffened, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Hulan reached a Qing and asked, "Is your sister-in-law home?" A Qing shook her head in confusion. "She went to the riverbank with my mother to wash the animal hides." Hulan contemplated. A Qing's family was known to avoid Emo Shi at all costs. Even if they needed a Qing's sister-in-law's assistance, they would have to inquire with the Qing's brother or father. "Where's your brother? Or your father? Is anyone home?" A Qing, fiddling with her braid, wore a suspicious expression. "They are busy drying salt. What do you need them for?" "I can relay the message." Just as a Qing finished speaking, she noticed Mu Qingqing's anxious demeanor and asked, "What happened?" Mu Qingqing replied straightforwardly, "I heard your sister-in-law is the daughter of a great shaman. Can she come and check on Xiao Yan's condition? What happened to him?" Mu Qingqing remained silent, prompting Hulan to interject. "Xiao Yan cannot transform into human form." "What?" A Qing took a step back, covering her mouth in shock, a glimmer of disdain evident in her eyes. I can't go." Voices of orcs echoed from behind, and both turned to see a Qing's father, mother, and brother returning. Mu Qingqing noted a gentle and kind-eyed female. She feared this was indeed the daughter of the neighboring clan's great shaman. She had overheard the earlier conversation, hesitating to speak, but ultimately refrained upon seeing her partner's grim expression. A Qing's father and brother, with traditional views, impatiently stated, "A Ling still needs to gather herbs and grind them into powder." "There is no time." Hulan's expression darkened. Their aversion to Emo Shi was one thing, but the key issue was their blatant disregard for his authority. A Qing felt a sense of satisfaction when her father decisively refused. Just as they were about to lift the curtain to enter the house, Mu Qingqing suddenly spoke. "Do you know why Xiao Yan suddenly cannot transform into human form?" A Qing's brother turned impatiently. "What do you want to say?" Mu Qingqing fixed her gaze on a Qing's back. "Because there are rumors in the tribe that I am reckless and consorting with orcs, neglecting to return home, which has distressed Xiao Yan, causing him to be unable to transform." From behind the curtain, a Qing's brow twitched violently. A Qing's brother frowned. "What does that have to do with us?" Inside the house, a Qing's parents suddenly exchanged glances with her. "Because those rumors originated from your family." A Qing, Hulan, was momentarily taken aback. A Qing had been close with Wan Air. How could this be? Even he was unaware of this matter. A Qing's brother, infuriated, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Qingqing coldly regarded him. "You can go in and ask her." Immediately, a Qing's brother yanked the curtain aside and entered. Moments later, sounds of weeping and low growls emerged from within. "Qing heir, I can't believe those rumors came from you." A Qing, "How could you do such a thing?" spending every day with one heir? If the rest of the tribe finds out, how will you maintain your reputation and find a good orc? Before long, everyone in the house emerged. Aching's father wore a stern expression, signaling for Ling to come forward. I hope this matter does not spread. It would tarnish Aching's reputation. Reputation? Mu Qingqing scoffed, filled with sarcasm. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. If you do it, you must bear the consequences. Aching's eyes reddened, her complexion paling. Bai Wan Heir's character was commendable, and following her, Aching had attracted the favor of many orcs. If this matter reached Wan Heir's ears, Aching glanced at Hu Lan, who hung his head, resolved to ensure that Wan Heir would no longer associate with Aching. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing had endured considerable criticism from the start, so she was accustomed to it. If it had been anyone else, would they not have been mortified? Mu Qingqing returned home with Ling along the way. Ling, carrying her herb basket, incessantly inquired about Mo Yan's condition, whether similar incidents had occurred before, if he had felt any warmth, and so forth. Mu Qingqing looked at her with admiration, internally nodding in satisfaction. Ling noticed the little snake on the bed, devoid of any fear or disgust, and she meticulously examined Mo Yan's body before stepping outside. In her previous studies with her mother, she had read about Mo snakes. During their juvenile stage, they could not be separated from their father. The father's presence was not merely companionship but served to awaken ancestral memories and compel their growth and transformation. Mo Yin must have reached this stage of inheritance, which meant Ling's expression grew complex, and Mu Qingqing felt a jolt in her heart. His father was needed. Chapter 77. The Tribal Assembly. The image of the giant serpent intertwined with the faces of the orcs in Mu Qingqing's mind. Was there truly no other way? Where could she find the cub's father? Recalling what Mo Xiao had said upon leaving, Mu Qingqing felt her face flush once more. There is something. Ling hesitated. I have seen a type of plant, evening primrose. This plant is extraordinary, even more so than ginseng or lingji that you may find. It only grows when the moon is full, capable of inducing sleep and tracing memories. The clan leader, in his youth, suffered a head injury while traveling and remembered his tribe after consuming evening primrose. Mu Qingqing hurriedly asked, is this something easy to find? Ling hesitated. We do not have it here. Perhaps other tribes might. The tribal assembly is in 2 days. You could try your luck then. All right. Mu Qingqing recalled something and asked, what happens if we can't find it? Ling gazed deeply at her. Then Xiao Yin will become a mindless snake. Mu Qingqing watched Ling depart, giving her a substantial amount of herb powder, all ground from the space. Ling was overjoyed. Not everyone could become a great shaman. One needed to be chosen by the beast god to inherit the title. Although Ling lacked the inheritance, her passion for medicine had never waned. While Mo Yan's situation remained unresolved, Mu Qingqing felt a sense of relief. At least knowing the current state of the little one, upon entering the room, she found Mo Yin curled up neatly like a coil, resembling an incense spiral. Hearing the commotion, he blinked his little head up, stammering, what's wrong with me? The little snake's eyes were filled with moisture. Mu Qingqing lovingly cradled Mo Yin in her arms. Don't be afraid. It's nothing serious. Xiao Yin is just growing and lacking some nourishment. In the past, when Mu Qingqing had patted his head, Mo Yin had regarded those moments as the softest displays of femininity. Now, he felt that this was the truest gentleness of a female. Holding the cold him in her embrace, warming him through and through. With his body warmed, his heart felt the same. Mo Yin, filled with affection, wished to remain motionless, even thinking that perhaps not transforming back was not so bad after all. Mo Lin, overhearing the conversation between Mu Qingqing and the female, grasped the situation regarding his younger brother. Father. Mo Lin cast a glance downwards, observing the small Yin nestled in Mu Qingqing's embrace, before turning away. Yuer stood by, her eyes filled with longing as she watched her beloved mother cradling her cherished brother. The little round face of Yuer was a picture of inner turmoil. She too yearned for her mother's affection. However, Mu Qingqing soon noticed the conflicted expression on Yuer's delicate face and couldn't help but chuckled. Yuer, mother will hold you soon. All right. Your brother is feeling down, and mother is comforting him at the moment. Yuer replied in a sweet, childish voice, okay. Meanwhile, Mo Yin blushed, shrinking further into Mu Qingqing's embrace.